Yo, hello?
What?
Is it the same problem?
No, it sounds fine.
Alright, my
No,
bad.
wait, I can hear it now. Never mind. It's there. Yeah, it's terrible. Just so you know. Yo!
I'm curious if this person can talk, what they have.
Hypelic? Hypelic can talk, I'm sure. She
Hello,
can talk a lot.
Yeah, very much so, as you can tell.
Do you use headphones?
Yeah, that's a you thing, dog. If everybody's going through it.
Nobody's going through it. Hypelic, do you use headphones when you're on
Yeah,
here?
hi, I'm sorry. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, see, she's got headphones in. She's got like earbuds in or whatever.
Like, how can you tell, though? Just curious.
Because I can hear his speakers feeding through his microphone. So it's
Okay.
like a reverberation or something like that.
Hi, Pelic,
Yeah,
I'm
makes
curious. Can you hear this?
Yeah, actually, I hear you. You're good. Yeah, I see what he's saying now, though. What
That's why I
Mojo's
just
saying.
keep myself on mute when I'm not speaking.
Yeah, I wish I had that problem. I don't shut the fuck up.
This is true. Okay, so Henry, can I get your age and who you voted for?
I'm 21. And I didn't vote. I don't think picking between war and war was a very good moral choice. But I am curious on why you asked me that. Actually, what do you think the importance of voting is?
Well, we live in a democratic system. It has two parties. One party or the other is going to win, and they decide everything about your life. They decide whether you get clean drinking water. They decide whether you have roads to drive on, whether we have a military to protect us, whether your food is going to be safe, and whether the corporations can dump chemicals in the rivers. Every day, every moment of every single day is somehow constructed by the society as a whole through the government.
I agree, but I also live in a state, New Jersey, where everything has almost been damn near ignored and or argued, and like they've tried to get like our politicians in trouble all the time. So I'm not really I guess worried about that insofar as knowing my area, knowing kind of what things are and how things operate. And I think that's a fair action plan if I know the reality of the scenario. Also acknowledging what you said. I think it's important for some people, but that's for like the large groups. Like maybe Texas has a point, or maybe like California.
You do as well. You have
Decisive.
representatives. There are 2 senators in your state.
To be fair though, like the senators in my state, the problem is the ones who you want for your state are not the ones who you want to represent your state elsewhere. So like, yeah, they might be good for you, but they're going to be horrible for everybody else, or it's the other way around. And that's kind of the crossroads. At least I'll say that with northeastern politics.
You have state senators that take care of your state issues, and you have federal senators that take care of your federal issues. And as a voter, you have the capability of voting for both of your senators in your state on the federal level. That's something you should be doing. You should also be voting for your local offices, like your mayor and your education board. And
I'm not
shit like
ignoring
that.
this, by the way.
Yeah. The thing is, those are actually a lot more important than you think. The local elections.
Are you saying this to me or to the host?
No, just in general, Henry. Just in general to the room. Yeah, they matter a lot more than you think. Your state elections, your local elections, and most people don't really pay attention to those.
I think those are the most important ones because that's how you understand like the inner workings of your life. Because most of your life does revolve around the economy of where you live, and what's going to affect it. Like me, I think it's most important to get locked in with your mayor and people who run your county. As soon as you have connections there, you can pretty much get whatever job you want in that area. That's just as important as you would argue having a higher position in the state, because it actually affects your life. So, like, to the host, I'm curious. Like, I don't view voting as mattering as much, because we do live in a federal republic where, like, what my state says is probably gonna go. And when the federal government disagrees and they say, "Yo, this is a violation of whatever constitutional amendment or right," we put a stay, we put a pause on it, and we somehow make a law to circumvent it. So it's not like we have to really care so much about the federal law, especially when they vote blue every time.
All right. If you don't care, then I don't care to talk to you. How about that?
I care, but I'm just saying voting maybe is not as important as local
Then you have no
elections.
reason to talk about politics.
You don't think localized?
I don't live in Jersey. I don't give a fuck what happens in Jersey.
Perfect, but you care about America, like me, correct?
I vote in every single election, and I vote for all of the offices.
Okay, so how much money have you put towards campaigns?
I don't know.
Well, that might be important to see actual measured value.
That's wild. I have a degree in political science. I worked at my state capital. I've worked on a multitude of campaigns. I worked as a lobbyist. I worked for
You took money from the
I worked for
taxpayers.
a congresswoman. I've done all of these things. I've actually worked in politics.
So you've taken more money from the people than you've given back as well.
I haven't taken.
Yeah, he likes using the government to steal. Yeah.
That's kind of what it sounds like. I worked for these
So do
people.
you.
I took your money and did nothing with it. Oh,
You do too, though. What are you talking about?
where do I work for the government?
Well, I'm just saying you probably vote for like your preferences for theft.
No, I just like private property rights. I like to keep them
Yeah,
in
except
my
you drive
rural
on.
area.
Except you drive on roads. You drive on interstate highways. You have clean drinking water. You have electricity. You have a war machine that keeps us safe in this country. You have international trade that is controlled by the
My
federal
little
government.
farm town is all
I'm
that.
sorry. You're taking from me every day.
You're the one who was employed as a lobbyist to do nothing more than be a propagandizer. I live in a rural
That's
town.
wild.
I have nothing to do with you. And you're talking to me about roads, and the only thing I care about is keeping my rights and keeping data centers out of my fucking
Do you
town.
think?
And you're
Do you
telling
think
me
lobbyists
that
are
I'm
bad?
the
Do you think
problem?
lobbyists? Do you think
You're a
lobbyists are bad?
lobbyist.
Do you think lobbyists are bad?
No, I just have a very specific feeling that what you were lobbying for probably wasn't the most moral cause. And if you want to tell me
That's
and prove me
wild.
wrong, I would just love to hear what you were lobbying for, and I'll shut the fuck up and and I'll call myself a dumbass. But
All
what
right.
was it?
I'll wait for the dumbass comment after this. I lobbied for the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless.
Yeah. And how much money did you spend and do nothing with it?
I got paid $10 an hour to do it.
Great. How much money did you spend? I didn't
I
ask how
didn't
much money
spend
did you
shit.
make. How much
I
money
didn't
you?
spend
I didn't.
anything.
Okay, so what power did you have in that organization? I just find it like just so
I
funny how we can like you fund or you're cool with bureaucracy. How much money goes into I guess systems that just don't work? I
okay.
would love to
I
fix
will
the
wait for
homeless.
you. I will wait for you to call yourself a dumbass right now.
I'm not, because it
Then
kind
I
of
will
you
boot you
didn't
from the
answer my
panel.
question.
Then
You
I
got
will
paid
boot you from the
$10
panel.
an hour to do what?
I will boot you from the panel until you call yourself a dumbass.
You didn't tell me anything. You didn't
I
give me any
did.
reason, bud.
All right.
How much money
Let
went
me
into that?
let me know when you want to call yourself a dumbass. What's up, Pipelic?
Shit, you know what? Like when I was younger, back in 2010, I used to go like house to house and used to do like this campaigning for Vince Gray, like the DC mayor at the time, just
Yeah.
for the money. I didn't know shit about what his politics was. I was just like, I'm getting paid. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I mean, people do that too. They give you a certain amount of money to just knock on doors or put flyers up or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that.
It was like $120 for like 6 hours of work, and I was like, all I did was walk around. And I actually used to this. I remember I have pictures still. This very well-traveled, well-learned lady invited me into her house, and she was just telling me her story, and I just sat there for like 2 hours. So I wasn't even doing the job.
That's twice as much as I got paid for being a fucking lobbyist. How you like that?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, shit. You know what? You should have chosen a better candidate.
No, it wasn't a candidate. It was I was really trying to help get the homeless population taken care of in Colorado.
I get it. Well, what organization, whatever it may be, you should have chosen a better, I don't know, whatever makes money, okay?
No,
I mean,
it has nothing.
I think
It
you
had
were-
nothing to do with money. I had plenty of money at the time. It had nothing to do with money.
So you're lobbying for I mean, that's a beautiful thing, actually. That's much better than my bullshit.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude,
You ready to
come
call
on.
yourself a
I
dumbass?
come on. I got so many reasons to say this is.
I need you to say I'm a dumbass. Say that.
She thought it was a candidate too.
Hey, Mojo. I mean, come on. If I thought it was a candidate, I'm a dumbass. Okay, there you go.
It was Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. How can that be a candidate?
I didn't hear what the actual thing was. I just heard I got paid too, so I just came up with the rest of the story. I was on the phone with my husband just seconds ago.
What's up, Melt?
Hey, how are you doing?
Not as tired as you.
Sorry. I have a
Jump up
question.
here. Yeah.
I'm really irritated. And I'm not trying to like infight or whatever. And this isn't drama. This is like political, but like, how do you guys feel about like Hakeem Jeffries meeting with
Kushner.
Jared Kushner? Like, I don't even know.
Mel, you have to look at it from this perspective, right? The institution, and I'm talking about the Democrats Party in general, are having a little bit of they're looking at it from the voters' perspective, and they feel that the DSA is a little too radical, and they're not going to find a lot of supporters, so therefore they're trying to kind of push them out, and they're just, I guess, trying to build a bridge with the other side, just so they can get rid of what they call radicals within their numbers.
I
think
beg
that's
to differ.
That makes sense.
I believe he's center left and he's trying to work across the aisle, which I understand. However, things are not going to go the way he thinks they are going to go.
Yeah, the Dems are moving farther left. Hakeem
Yes,
Jeffries
we
is
are.
probably going to be left behind.
I'm hoping, because he's like, this is, for one, Kushner's not even in the administration. So
Exactly.
and he didn't, this was shady AF. Like, he didn't even, like, this was a backdoor deal. If people were paid, like, if this happened maybe 10 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe this would have not even been a thing. People wouldn't even known about it. But right now, politics is like the new drama TV, right? It's became, everything is so politicized, and it has a magnifying glass on it. So I don't even, you know what I mean? So like, because people were pissed about it and bringing it forward, it was exposed that he even had this meeting. Otherwise, I don't even think he would have like addressed it. Like, the
What if
only
they're just
reason he did is because it came to light, right?
Well,
What if they just
somebody
talk about
posted
golf or something?
Somebody posted a picture of a younger Hakeem with Epstein, having dinner with Epstein. I saw it about 15 minutes ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. So he was actually begging him in the email and the files to fund his campaign a few years back. And that was after he found out, after that was the 2008 case, by the way.
No, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
No, there was another gentleman who's a doctor with the last name, with the name Jeffrey Epstein, but he's a doctor. He wasn't the same Jeffrey Epstein. And yes, that did happen, but he didn't beg him. He was just simply invited to a fundraiser. But that was not the Epstein that you're talking about either.
Okay, I'm gonna have to double check my source, but yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to like bring anything to light which isn't like the facts, right? Like this is bad enough for me. For me, this, like, I don't trust you. Like you say that this was a meeting about affordability. Bullshit. What the fuck does Jared Kushner, somebody whose net worth has like exploded by 100 times, give a shit? And this administration also, to boot, give a shit about affordability. Like
Yes.
it feels very deceiving. I don't even know. I'm echoing gross.
Jared is the poor one. You know, his brother is now worth like
Zach,
$12 billion.
you sound like shit.
What's going on, Zach?
You sound like shit?
Yes, you sound like you're in a fucking bathroom. Are you on a goddamn toilet right now?
No, I'm in the bath.
Yeah, oh, you sound like you're in a well or something. It's so loud.
The
Why?
acoustics suck there.
And then
G. White.
taking a shit and then calls.
G. White, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
53 Harris.
All right, thank you. Fucking wild.
One said Mojo puts mayo on the outside of his sandwich.
They're disrespecting you in the gulag, Mojo.
Wait, who said that?
Comments.
Edward William.
Oh,
Mojo puts mayo. Hey, that's because he's grilling it. That's the new thing. You don't use butter, you use mayo to grill your grilled cheese.
Actually, I do. It's delicious.
It is. It works really well.
It does work good.
I'm not sure I agree with any of that, but I don't know. I guarantee I can, Edward. I guarantee I can handle more spice than you.
Ooh.
Black pepper, huh?
No, habaneros. I actually grow ghost peppers too, and I make hot sauce out of ghost peppers.
Nice. Dude, I love spicy stuff.
Yeah, I love spice as well. I'm not a white boy mayo
Spicy?
type of dude.
Yeah, I kind of like. Sorry, I was growing habanero next to yellow banana peppers or whatever banana pepper. For some reason, it got mixed up. Now everything is just super spicy. The banana peppers.
Yeah. You have to keep those separated.
Yeah.
You
I
gotta
did not
keep
know. I
them
love
separated.
Separated. Dun, dun.
That's funny. Yeah, so I don't know. Hakeem Jeffries never did much for me anyway. I'm not sure that I really care whether he gets elected or not. He is a Democrat, so as long as he votes with Democrats, I'm fine with it. But other than that, it doesn't.
But him, like, he's the front runner, obviously, because he's the minority leader now, and given the opportunity, he'll be the Speaker of the House if we do end up getting. So that does, in fact, like, affect all of us. And I think unless I don't even know how to stop that. I know it's going to be a vote within the House, and people can nominate people, and then he's still going to need to be voted in. But unless we do something, like, I just don't think there's going to be enough change that'll happen if somebody like that gets, like, to be Speaker of the House.
The Democratic Party is compromised. Because this Hakeem thing just really bothered me.
Me too. It's really upsetting.
Yeah, because I was trying to like him a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I just really got to know him a couple of years ago. Didn't know much about his story or anything like that. And I thought he was a strong, Democrat. But then I saw tapes of him on, Israel today, Israel tomorrow, and Israel forever. And I'm like, wait a minute. And then,
I mean, that's always been his standing ground, though. He hasn't changed, I think.
That.
But
I never knew that.
Yeah, so Jiwa, would you say though, and everybody here, would you say that he saw the writing on the wall or like internal polling and he saw that the DSA candidates are probably not gonna, even though they're winning their primaries, they're probably not gonna win the general election coming up. And he's trying to see if he
Why
can
not?
work. What I'm saying is that he's probably trying to see if he can bridge. It's not just about affordability. He talked about immigration and some other topics. So I'm guessing he's trying to make a bridge. Well, I guess whatever, build a bridge between the two parties as far as everything goes, because he knows he's probably going to end up still being the minority leader coming up. But I think something about the polling, the internal polling with the DSA candidates is probably not looking good right now.
But you know, it just still goes back to the point that they all are compromised because they pretty much all working for Israel, and that's the disappointing part.
Now
I
that's
think
I disagree with you completely on that topic.
Yeah, I think
this whole thing is ridiculous.
they probably have more Democrats.
I don't know about all of them. Oh, sorry, White.
I was just getting ready to say what you were about to say. Not all of them, but they got a lot of Democrats over there too on their side. You know.
Yeah, and I mean, like, what business does a Democratic House minority leader have, like, endorsing a Republican candidate over another Republican candidate that is not as friendly to AIPAC and to Israel? Like, bro, stay the fuck out of it. Like,
You're saying
I'm
he
sorry,
endorsed somebody?
Yeah, who did he
I
endorse?
mean, I don't know if it was endorsing, but I have, and I'll look it up. But he
I don't think he
tweeted out or something like against one of a pretty, or like he advocated for a staunch Israel candidate, Republican candidate, and I can look it up and who it was. But I did just go through that video. If it's correct, that's just, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's Dan Goldman, I think.
Thank you.
In New York, because Jeffries is from Brooklyn, and Bomdani endorsed a lot of candidates, and you know, Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn really went with the young vote, went for the Mamdani endorsed candidates, and Dan Goldman. And Dan Goldman is,
wait, hold on. Hold on. Let her finish.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So Dan Goldman was running to hold his seat, and he really got he got freaking shellacked. York, and I think Hakeem Jeffries and some moderate Democrats backed him. Right? I mean, he's not. I mean, he's AIPAC supported and everything, but I'm not saying he was a bad. You know? I don't know. He stands for a lot of things that I stand for in New York, and you know, just anti-MAGA, right? But he got shellacked, and I think Hakeem Jeffries had supported him. So is that who you were speaking to? Netflix?
Because I just seen a video that I shared. But like the person, I'm gonna look it up, and like honestly, it could be misinformation too, because there's so much like he's getting so much flack for that. That doesn't sound familiar. Goldman, he might have did another guy too, but I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, that's possible.
So can I ask you, here's the thing too. I don't like this, like, just because you're a Republican, you cannot endorse a Democrat, or a Democrat, you cannot endorse a Republican. Because in August 2026, actually, in the state of Georgia, you have a mayor a mayor, another Republican actually, that endorsed the Democratic U.S. Senate, John Ossoff. I don't know how to say his last name. So you have people like that. And what I'm saying is that I've seen a Republican actually endorsing somebody like around last year. I think in the state of Iowa or something like that, west, all the way up there on the other side. That he said that just because of my personal, like, you know, just because I'm a Republican, it doesn't mean I cannot support the candidate whom I've known for years, who I know will do well. And I just don't like this. Just because you're on this side, you can't, you know, compromise, you know, whatever. It just pisses me off. Genuinely.
I think it was that specific candidate that pisses me off more, but I'm not like a blue no matter who, because specifically in this case, like if he's having backdoor meetings with Kushner, who's not even in this administration, like, yeah, I
Exactly.
don't support you.
Right.
Does anybody about that? But I don't know anything about it.
You know what? I read through it. It really didn't say anything.
Well, nobody
didn't-
really knows because it was
Yeah, it
private.
didn't reveal anything. The article that I read did not reveal anything.
There was only 5 people that were privy to this meeting beforehand. It was leaked through an anonymous source. But they had proof or whatever, and I think it was through someone's aides, either side, one of their aides, or I think it was Jeffrey's aide or something, but I'm not sure. They wanted to remain anonymous, is what I heard. And so nobody knows what it was really about, but he finally addressed it later when he got so much flack for it. And he said, he has a video on TikTok, he was like, Kushner asked for the meeting and I took it. Like, he's just condescending in that video, in my opinion.
Really, so
And
I'm
he
sorry.
said it was majority to talk about affordability.
So I'm trying to go back to a few
Because I
years
guess
back.
Kushner really cares about affordability, right?
Gotcha. But I'm trying to go back to a few years back when they had the same type of relationship where they actually came together and discussed some things. And one things they had in common was Kushner and Jeffrey, is that they had an agreement about the First Step Act. That's one thing they discussed a few years back, and it became a reality. I mean, if that's the kind of things that they're working towards, I would say, why not? Let them. I think that's the way it should
First
be.
Step Act doesn't, like, that is also not great for like criminals. It doesn't, like, it lowers jail time for white collar criminals too. I had heard. I got to look into it more, but
I mean, you have a lot of people who are
I'm
free
sure
because
that's
of
why
it.
Kushner was interested.
I mean, it's not just them, actually. I've seen, I mean, this grandma, she's like the face of it, a black grandma who's in jail, who's supposed to be serving decades in jail over, marijuana or something, and she got freed because of it. And she's been advocating for that for a couple of years now. So, I mean, it's not perfect, obviously, but I think certain things like that, if they can come together and try to establish a bridge, a relationship, I don't see a problem with it. I think it should be this way.
I hear what you're saying, and years ago, my father would say that they worked across the aisle, and that's what made things go well for the United States. However, in the era that we're in right now, I don't believe it's really going to happen.
Well, you wouldn't know if you don't try.
Well, you talk down about the DSA, so I don't respect your opinion.
I mean, I disagree with the DSA, but it doesn't mean I don't think I'm not gonna outright say they should not be running. They should not be doing this. Everyone has a right to run for office. I mean, I don't
Are
understand.
you a Republican or a Democrat?
Yeah, I mean, I'm conservative, and
Okay, yeah.
sometimes
See,
I
that's
don't even. I
would be another
disagree with the
reason.
Republican Party on a lot of things as well.
Stargazer.
Yes.
I like talking to Republicans.
I know you do. I didn't say anything mean at all to her.
Okay.
What was I rude? Hi, Bellic?
It's fine. I heard worse. You're good.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to behave, Mojo. I just said I didn't respect her opinion. That's all I said. I didn't swear at her or anything like that.
We disagree. That's it.
Yeah, we
There you
agree
go.
to disagree, and that's fine. That's working across the aisle. There you go.
Mhm.
All right. No, well, the way I look at it is it takes all kinds, right? So the Democratic Party, or both parties, are pretty big tents. There are people that will vote Republican based on one issue, and there are people that will vote Democratic based on one issue. So we need to try and capture all the Democrats we can, all the Democratic votes we can. So if Hakeem Jeffries is talking to Jared Kushner, and there's some people that really like Jared Kushner, and they think Hakeem Jeffries is all right too, they might have a chance of voting for Democrats come the midterms or come the next presidential cycle. So I think that
I can
I guess I
understand
don't
that.
see a problem with it as long as
I just
they
don't
would
want him
make
to be
Democrats.
Speaker of the House. Like,
Yeah,
so the
that's
guy
probably.
that supposedly he was, and I'm gonna look it up because I want to see like the tweet, but it's kind of hard to find. Is Randy Swine?
That's
Ran-
a pretty sad last name.
I know. Is that what his name is? Now you're questioning that, making me think it's
You
not
said
him.
Randy Swine. Are you talking about like the guy from Florida, Randy something?
Swine in there? That's funny. Yeah, Randy Fine.
Yeah,
Against
it's not-
Daniel Bilzerian.
I was going to say, as a politician,
that
that
is
would be
fine.
that's a pretty unfortunate name for a politician, by the way. I once had a
Maybe they're-
dentist. I once had a dentist. His last name was Mangle, Dr.
Oh.
Mangle.
Yikes.
You know, and you know when someone gets mad at him, you fucking mango. Like I don't know.
No, Mangle, like he was going to.
Oh,
mangle.
mango. I
my
thought you
mouth.
say mango. Oh,
No, not
Jesus,
mango.
that's awful.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate last name.
Oh, his name is actually Randy Fine, not Swine. I don't know where you guys get that from.
It was on the video, and I was just taking her headline. My bad.
You know
I feel like an
what?
idiot.
He's a little-
I was gonna rewatch it, and I'm gonna look it up to make sure that it's correct, because you know some people. I do trust what this lady puts out majority of the time. I just don't know. And it was a tweet. It's not like an official endorsement, but come on, man. Like he's a
She's
terrible
insulting his weight. She's insulting his weight. But the guy who was running against, I think Dan something, he is just, oh my god, he's awful too, very awful. He lost by like 40 points, I think.
I agree with you, by the way, on House leader of the House. I don't think he would
That's
be a
what
good.
I want to stop. Like I'm not trying to like say that you shouldn't vote for Democrats because of somebody like him. I just am like, how can we prevent him from being the House majority leader, because that will affect us in so many ways, and I just don't think that he is representative of what like the Democratic Party is trying to accomplish.
I agree with you.
See, the thing I noticed about the Democratic Party, you guys tend to stick together. Here's what the Republicans did. Liz Cheney disagreed with them. Like she was just going against everything, and you know what they did? They went into the voting booth and they got rid of her. And now when you see candidates that's not in standing with the Republicans, talking points, whatever, they go to they vote them out. We call them Liz Cheney their ass, pretty much. I don't see the Democrats doing the same thing. It seems like.
Is it something that we would probably address after November?
Yeah, but I mean, if you don't like Jeffrey, Jeff, you should get rid of him genuinely. But I don't see that happening.
Well, he's probably in a pretty safe seat.
I don't either.
That's the reason a House majority leader is generally chosen, or minority leader, because they're in a safe seat. So you know that if you continue winning, that they will not lose their seat as well. Nancy Pelosi was always in a safe seat as well. So
Where's Hakeem from?
He's from
New York,
Brooklyn.
district.
Okay, interesting. Do you
Oh,
want
he's safe. He's gonna win.
T-Roy? T-Roy, where are you from? Who did you vote for?
I'm 52. I live in Alabama, and I voted for Donald Trump.
Oh, welcome.
Alabama, T-Roy.
can I ask why
Now,
you voted
the
for Donald
reason-
Trump?
There's so many reasons why the Democrats will not win.
Okay.
And the newest reason is what Minnesota just did. The University of Minnesota.
What's that?
They made trans dogs
What?
sent to every single school to where they could switch around the genitalia pieces on these dogs.
Is your
Like
home
putting the
like
tail on the donkey?
Pretty much.
Hmm. And is this real or was this a dream?
No,
Uh,
look it up.
Okay, just University of Minnesota. Is that's the one?
yeah, they're called
Yeah.
My Gender Dolls. Gender diverse paper dolls developed by researchers at the University of Minnesota's Eli Coleman Institute for Sexual and Gender Health as a therapeutic tool for licensed clinicians working with children ages 4 to 10. Purpose: designed for licensed mental health professionals, pediatricians, and counselors to help gender diverse children tell their stories and visualize identity in a clinical setting.
Hmm. Well, Mojo, can you keep reading? What part of that is the Democratic Party?
Absolutely none of it.
That has
Okay,
everything to do
cool.
with the Democrat Party.
Curious, was it the DNC that funded the research? Are they the ones funding that department at the University of Minnesota? Or are you just trying to connect dots that aren't there?
I'm being logical and connecting dots.
Connect them for me because I can't.
It don't say who funded the program,
It does. It says university officials
but
stated the
they want to
project
they
received.
take.
It said university officials stated the project received an early innovation fund grant in 2023, but utilized privately funded review competitions, receiving no state or federal taxpayer dollars for development of commercialization.
so
Good.
federal government is
So,
actually onto this right now.
so no taxpayer funds at all went to this. It was privately funded, and it will only go to professionals be used in clinical settings.
So it says in clinical
Now it's
setting
going
that
to
for
schools.
No, it's not going to schools.
children.
It's not going to schools.
It says
Now,
it's going to be
what? Tell me, what kid between the age of 4 and 10 is even thinking about boys or girls?
Have you ever seen a child that's 10 years old hit puberty?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Children do hit puberty by the age of 10. And if they are having questions and they want to talk to a mental health professional about the questions they have, and their parents simply don't have the capability of talking to them about it, then this would serve as a good tool to talk to those kids and help them through whatever they're feeling.
I mean, should
And
they not talk about it to a licensed professional if they have questions about it? D-Ray?
Well, I don't think a 10-year-old, a 4-year-old would be thinking about what gender they like.
You're probably right on a lot of 4-year-olds, probably, but some kids are pretty aware at a very young age of their surroundings, and they might see, I don't know, neighbors or other people in their communities that they have questions about as well.
Well, I know I was 12 before I peaked, and
that
I just think the whole thing.
When
If they
when did you have your
put it
first?
this way,
When did you have your first crush?
well, it wasn't a
Or
crush, it was just a sleepover.
what?
And it was 12.
okay, never mind. I don't want to talk to you
Yes,
anymore.
Yeah, don't go further than that.
but
I'm just
they
curious
take
to
God out of school
like help me connect the
because
dots
they want to put
because you seem. Go ahead.
Satan into schools.
All right,
Wait.
so
Go ahead.
why don't we go with that? What school? Because I have the internet here in front of me. What school is teaching Satan? And then second, since you seem to be pretty well versed in this, what Democratic politician? Hell, it could be somebody in Minnesota, or narrow it down for you. Said that they are endorsing this or are behind this doll that the University of Minnesota has done.
Hold on, let me look that up.
Oh, I thought you would know.
Hold on. Are there any politicians endorsing Minnesota's trans dolls?
He's Googling this, or?
I think he's asking Alexa.
Governor Walsh is.
You know, somebody's listening to you through Alexa right now, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna know you're looking up trans dolls.
Yikes.
Then the flock cameras will catch you.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I look up everything. I don't listen to mainstream media because mainstream media does nothing but lie to you. I don't care which aspect you watch.
Cool. What are some of the things that you look up? Like, what's a website that you trust, or a source that you trust?
Well, I usually trust. I laid off of .gov, but WhiteHouse.gov, but
Why?
why?
Yeah. Did you not find it to be trustworthy?
Because our politicians, every last one of them, hide things behind closed doors. Trump's the first one that hasn't hid things behind closed doors. He just comes out running his mouth.
Mm-hmm. And those Epstein files, those aren't redacted, right?
Oh, so a lot of the Epstein files are redacted, but we will. When the next president gets in, they'll put out more Epstein files.
Is that good enough for you? Waiting for the next president for 2.5 years? 2 years? How long is it?
Yeah.
Well, the better question is, didn't Congress make them release them? Why are they going against Congress?
Right.
Well, I would say that maybe the judges have investigations they got to do.
No.
Certain aspects.
Nope.
Now, if it was Biden, you'd say, "Oh, the judges are investigating these." But if it's Trump, you say, "Nope."
Did the Senate rule that the files had to be released under Biden or under Trump?
Under Trump.
Right. And how?
But why did Biden release them while he was in office?
Because there was a trial going on.
Okay.
And the records were being used for the trial, right? On Ghislaine Maxwell.
Okay, but was there any trial going on the last 6 months of Biden's presidency?
No, there's been no trials going on at all. As a matter of fact, in February, no trials at all.
Did Mike Tony release them then?
Well, I'm sorry, but Donald Trump could have released him. That trial for Maxwell wasn't settled until December of 2025, when Donald Trump was in office. That's when she got her final appeal.
So one thing I think a lot of people forget is that, yes, the documents have been released because Congress forced the hand of the DOJ, which also been trying to get these released by suing both New York and Florida since like last June anyway. But these redacted documents actually have to be reviewed by a judge who is currently reviewing them to see which part of it can be actually released to the public, because these are sensitive things. You have victims' names, very videos and pictures that are very, very, like, I don't know. I mean, you don't want the public to view them.
You can
genuinely
say it. They're very
very graphic. You have court orders and court agreements with the victims and also with the perpetrators that their names have to be withheld. That was part of the agreement. So there's a judge right now actually reviewing it, the redacted version of these documents, to see which ones can actually be released.
I think that the order of the Senate was release them, redacting the victims' names, and that the ones that have been released, a lot of them showed the victims' names, and that and that the senators, at the very least, were able to see the files in a closed setting. So I don't think the judge. I don't think there's any stipulation in the Senate order that says a judge is to review them. They were just supposed to be released. So this is no excuse.
Well, I agree with you on
No,
that.
here's the thing. There's some victims who don't want their information actually released, and those names are not all of them have been. I mean, not some of them have came forward because everybody already know. They publicly came forward, but there are other victims who don't want to be known, who don't want their names to be known, and you also have other victims who eventually become the perpetrators alongside the guy, and they don't want their names to be released as well. So that's why when the DOJ got sued, you have a judge sitting down right now, going all of them to see which one can actually be released, because even though yes, Congress says this, you still have the justice system who you have to abide by. And on top of that, I honestly don't believe all the Congress members, especially the Massey, sat down and looked at 3 million fucking pages. Let's be honest.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is if the order says to release the files with redacted victims' names, right?
Yep.
So that's not compromising the victims. If they don't want their names to be known, then their names are, and regardless of whether they want their names to be known, those names are redacted.
I agree with you, but the thing is, Congress cannot override certain court rulings. By the way, just so you know, when the court and the prosecutors and the victim make, the defense make a deal to have their name withdrawn, as long as they take responsibility or do whatever they need to do, that Congress cannot override. That's why a judge is assigned right now to review these documents to make sure if the DOJ actually redacted them, it's not going to create a huge legal issue.
But the names that I've gotten out of the e-files, which I wrote down every single name in the e-files, do you realize that there's only 17 Republicans in those e-files? The rest are Democrats?
How many times
do you have
has
any
Donald
evidence
Trump
of
mentioned?
this?
How many times
Yeah.
has Donald Trump mentioned?
Huh?
How many times has Donald Trump been mentioned? Did you count them?
So far 9 times.
Nah,
4 million.
you haven't gone.
Hold on.
Yeah,
And
you haven't
every
gone.
time
You haven't
it
gone
was
very.
on the
You haven't
plane.
gone very far. You haven't gone very far in them yet.
I've gone through all the files.
No.
Who's Jane Doe 4? Who's Jane Doe 4? Can I ask you that? Was Jane Doe's 4's claim?
Okay, I'm not understanding. I got brain damage.
There is a person in the files named, because they cannot name the victims of the crimes, obviously, even though they've already released some of theirs, but there is a victim known as Jane Doe 4. Can you tell me what her claims were?
Shit, there's so much information in those e-files. What were her claims for?
Well, it was against 2 different people. So the first person was a pretty big person, and part of her testimony was actually used to lock up Jeffrey Epstein. So the first one was Jeffrey himself. You know who the second one was?
Let me guess. Donald Trump.
You got it. Good job. And apparently her testimony was so credible, it was used to help lock up and bring down Jeffrey Epstein, but yet it's somehow not credible for Trump. That's so weird. That's a real head scratcher, isn't it?
You're full of it. Because I've read those
But you
files.
just told me you didn't know who you just told me you didn't know who that was. So you're full of it.
Because
Hold on.
I never saw a testimony on Donald Trump in any of those files.
So here's the thing. I think one thing we got to agree is that there are a lot of people mentioned in that file, right? So many names have been mentioned. Not everyone, just because they're mentioned, are guilty. There are accusations, there are credible accusation and non-credible accusation. Even the last administration looked at it and like, fuck it. The lady you're talking about sued actually, I think the estate of Jeffrey back in 2021, and there was some sort of monetary compensation that she got. But then there was another case that she herself dismissed, by the way. After the thing is, after 20 years and you came forward, you're like, you cannot prove nor disprove those claims. When you make shit like that, and no evidence whatsoever, just because you can say so and you can get away with it, which happens to a lot of rich people and famous people all the time.
It happens with children. You see, children who cannot drive cars or like leave if they're being tricked, by adults who are much bigger and stronger than them, or people that are kept like locked up as like slaves in a dungeon or a basement, right? They can't theoretically go to the cops and be like, hey.
Okay, can
that's what makes please make it stop? You know what I mean? Because otherwise they would. So when they come forward years later, when they're finally able to get free, and on top of that, they're brave for coming forward because many of them are no longer walking this planet, are they? There's been weird car accidents. People have just suddenly unalived. A couple people are in the files saying that they know that some of the witnesses have been taken out by high-profile people to keep them quiet. So the ones that do come forward probably have threats against their lives, right? So these are rich, powerful people, right, that they're making these accusations against, right? There is a power imbalance, especially when it's a child. So yes, it does take some time. Just as the Boy Scouts of America, when they came forward 30 years later, nobody said a word.
Okay.
Okay, bring up your proof on that one aspect, and I might believe you on Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's the thing with these kind of accusations, no credible evidence. And I actually sympathize with victims of such things. But when you have zero credible evidence and you're coming forward and you have a lot of like thousands and thousands of tips being sent to the FBI with no type of evidence to back them up, it makes it very hard to believe. And that's where we're at. I'm not going to throw someone under the bus just because someone said, hey, they did this to me. Unless you can provide me with evidence.
So why was her testimony used to put Jeffrey Epstein in jail if her testimony is?
So if it was credible for Jeffrey, why is it that they couldn't get Trump for that? Just curious. I'm curious.
There you go.
Hey,
well, that's the question.
All right.
No. That doesn't make sense.
Bring up her testimony and let me hear it. Let's see it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I just want to respond to what Hypelic said. I've heard you say the phrase "no credible proof" a few times, and here's the thing. I'm not saying there is no case pending, right, in terms of the other victims of Jeffrey Epstein. There's no case. But the thing is that there's no investigation either. It's been stymied. It's been put off. And it's been blocked. So much so that a reporter had to, as part of the media, had to file an action with the federal court to get the DOJ to comply with the congressional order, right? And so my objection to the whole thing is, where are the investigations? What I've heard is that Todd Blanche says there's nothing here. We've deemed it there's no credibility, just like you're saying, Hypelic. But how do you know if you haven't investigated? That's the problem.
What did they do?
You have hold on. You have cases going back all the way to 2006 against Jeffrey, right? And then you have a case in Florida where the victims came forward. They're like, he did this to us. And then when it comes to the trial date, all of a sudden they just disappeared. And then that's when he got a sweet ass deal. What I'm saying is that if you're a victim of such things, right? He would still be rotting in prison right now. He should have been rotting in prison long ago. And that is the problem. The victims, the supposedly victims, did not actually volunteer. That's why he got to come forward during the trial to be a witness.
So you blame the victims? You blame the victims?
No, I'm not blaming. The thing is, if you truly want this man behind, in jail, whatever, prison, they should have done what they had to do to put him behind bars, but they did not. That's why he got a sweet ass deal before Bundy took over as an agent. Because
how do you know they did it? They had multiple visits with the.
No, ask the agent during
my
that time
question
before
to you is,
Bundy.
how many appointments did they need? No, I'm asking you. No, this is well before Bondi, when they would go to the FBI and deal with the agents at the FBI and tell them over and over again what was happening to them and beg for R kits and beg for this and that. So my question to you is, how many appointments did they have to make with FBI agents and complaints and, hey, I'm heard this is happening, and how many times did they have to come forward to cops, FBI agents, everything before somebody actually listened? Because it's not like they were waiting around. We have years of evidence that they were coming to the FBI and they would just take notes and dismiss them, and that would be that. So how is it the victim's
And
fault that
that,
the FBI sat on the information?
so you're talking like, which victims are you talking about specifically? Because there are different victims, and some victims get, but hold on, here's my argument. Back in 2006, there's a call record, by the way, where Trump called the police to report Jeffrey Epstein on these things that he's been doing. And
That's
guess what?
incorrect.
That call was,
That's a lie.
no, it was
That's a
actually,
lie.
he did.
That's a lie.
Go
That's
ahead.
a lie. That's a
Disprove
lie.
it.
That's a
Disprove
lie.
it. Disprove it.
All right. The only thing he said was, I'm glad you finally got the guy. That's it. That's all he said. That was the only fucking thing that was said on that phone call.
It says, "Thank goodness you're stopping Jeffrey Epstein." That was adding. He had actually some more stuff to it.
No, there was no other stuff to it. That was it.
Hold on. In regard to what? What happened at the time? Let me ask you a question, Mojo. What happened during 2006?
They arrested Epstein.
And then Trump was glad of it. And then after that, let me tell you about
so
the way
that's
the
all he
prosecutor.
did.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, he didn't turn
Okay.
state's evidence. He wasn't an informant. He didn't give them
me
any
finish.
evidence. As a matter of fact, he knew a bunch of shit and didn't fucking tell anybody about it. So he
Okay,
knew about
okay, let me
he
finish.
knew that no, because he knew about everything ahead of time, and yet he didn't tell anybody about it. You should be blaming him for that, not fucking thanking him for that.
What? Hold on.
Okay,
What,
hold
let
on.
me hold on. Chiroy. Let me tell you this. The prosecutor and the prosecutor actually said in an interview that Trump, out of everybody they were trying to contact, Trump was the only one who picked up the phone and he said, "I'll tell you whatever you need to hear." Literally, when they were trying to contact people about Jeff Epstein,
what did
he
he
was the
tell 'em?
only one. He said,
And what did he tell him?
That's
He
between
didn't
them.
tell him
But
a
he said he was
goddamn
very.
thing. Stop it.
Wait. Go talk to the prosecutor. There's a video of it, by the way.
Yeah, I
Go
understand.
talk to
He
that.
didn't tell him anything. That's why none of that shit came out in court.
What are you talking about?
Donald
They-
Trump didn't testify in court.
He did not testify, but he was in contact
Okay,
with the
so
prosecutors.
I'm sorry, if he was in contact with the
Jesus Christ.
prosecutors and he had information that was pertinent, he would have fucking testified. He did not testify. Stop the nonsense.
They
also-
asked him what they asked him, and he actually volunteered his time to tell them everything he knows, and that's what he said.
That's fine.
He
And
told
if
us
any of
everything-
it was important, if he gave them anything to
Oh my
fucking go
gosh,
on at
dude.
all, if he gave them anything to go on at all, he would have testified in court.
And he did.
did not testify.
And
No, he did not.
He doesn't have
No,
to
he did not.
testify in court. He told the prosecutors what he has to
No,
do,
he has
what they needed
no,
to know.
I'm sorry. You
Jesus.
get to face it. I'm
He did
sorry.
more.
You get to, I'm
He did more
sorry.
than anybody.
I'm sorry. You get to face your accuser. If he had anything to tell them at all, he would have had to testify in court to the things that he told them. So he told them
question.
The
nothing.
case was not against them, though. The case was against Jeff Epstein. If you know,
No
the
shit.
blaming Jeff.
it was.
So
And the
therefore,
government can
Trump
call
was
the-
like, "I will help you out."
May
And
I?
the government
may I
can
ask a
subpoena
question?
witnesses.
All right. All right. Tennis, go ahead.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you.
No,
Now, back in
Hold
1993.
on. Hold on.
Hold on, the bus
Okay.
is coming. I gotta go get the kids real quick. I'll be back.
Okay, and here's the question I have. You say that he helped the investigation, but I want to know what the documentary proof of that is. Has anybody seen any documents that support that claim? Because
Yep,
I
I've
haven't
seen
seen it. What?
I've seen them all. Which liberal brought this topic up?
No, wait,
Slow
wait,
news
wait,
day,
wait,
huh?
stop.
No,
Let's
tell me
stay
the
on
file
this.
number.
Stay on this, okay? Because when there are investigations for prosecutions of felonies, if somebody is helping with an investigation and they're giving information, excuse me, T. Roy, please, you can speak, you can rebut whatever I have to say. But where there is an investigation and a person is questioned about it, there's going to be a file on it. There's going to be a paper trail on that. So I haven't seen any of that. I'd love to see it. And moreover, after 2006, what was Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein going forward? Anyone?
T. Roy, do you want to go? And then I'll
Can anybody
around with
answer
you.
those two questions, please?
Now, when was Jeffrey Epstein?
Don't answer it with the question. Please answer. And if somebody, the point is there documentary evidence that he helped and aided the prosecution in 2006? Number one. Number two, excuse me, T. Roy, and number two, what was the nature of the relationship between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein post 2006?
I don't know.
Okay.
You seem to be very. You go, T-Ray. I was gonna say, Tennis, you seem to be very invested in this case. Why don't you tell us if they had a relationship? I don't know it. I don't know if they had a relationship.
Then shut up. Then shut up. Then you have nothing to say.
Stop claiming.
Okay,
stop claiming
answer.
otherwise.
It says Donald Trump did not file an initial report to the state police investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, but newly released Department of Justice documents show he called the Palm Beach police chief in 2006 after a local probe was already public. Now, Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, they were best friends back in the day. In I believe it was 1996, Jeffrey Epstein and Trump had a fallout over a business deal.
Okay, so
and that was the last time they spoke and the island wasn't bought until 1998.
Okay,
Okay.
you're not saying anything. This is fucking stupid.
Okay, so I'd be interested to see that report. Now, all of a sudden, it surfaces during the Trump's second administration that he aided the police in the 2006 case. I would love to see the real evidence of that. That's hearsay. Number one. Number two, I thought they were friendly after 2006, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it's pretty simple. Tennis asked for evidence, and you can either say, I don't have it, and just be honest. Like, it's not a gotcha. It's that there's all these claims that he kicked them out and he worked with the FBI, so there should be some kind of proof. Like, whatever it was that convinced you guys that he did this, share that with us.
The whole thing to me is fucking hilarious, because if you're...
Hilarious?
It is, because
That young
if you're
girls,
sitting...
excuse me, that's hilarious to you? Sorry.
Well, do you want to let me finish before
I
you jump
apologize.
in? Thank you. No, I think it's funny, and not the instances themselves, and what took place over the course of 30 or so years, but how if and when any of these files came out, Trump's name has been all over them, as you guys claim. Why was he never investigated? Why was nobody investigated? I think is the bigger question. No matter who's fucking DOJ, who's FBI, and who the fuck is in the presidency, why was nobody investigated? Why did it take?
We've already been through this. We've already been through this.
Well, we've already been through this whole case about 3 million times.
I understand there are still 3 million more files out there. We need to get them all released. I hope you agree.
Yes, let's get them released, which we all know is never going to happen. But yes, let's do it.
It will.
Why?
It will happen.
Why isn't going to happen? That's it. If you're stating that so cavalierly, why? Why wouldn't they be if your guy's so innocent?
It's not about Trump being innocent or guilty. I don't necessarily give a flying fuck. If
Why
he
would they
burns
cover it up?
Who's covering it up? Tennis?
Why won't they be released? That's a cover up.
Well, Tennis, let's think. And we all know we got all these files roughly in 2018-19 during the Epstein estate, correct?
That is incorrect.
No.
When did we get all the files? Not to the American people, but the FBI, the DOJ.
We were getting files. We were getting files throughout the Biden administration.
Also
Okay,
during Maxwell's, what was she doing? She was doing a, what is that called again? Tennis, can you help me? I'm losing the word for it. An appeal. She was doing an appeal, an active appeal, which if you know anything about laws, if you have an active investigation or appeal going on, you cannot release evidence.
No, I don't want evidence released. That's silly. Why would we release it during a trial? That's crazy to me. Why, since we did have them... Oh, I don't care if it's our trial, her appeals, or fucking her unaliving. Let's be honest. So if we had, and we were getting all this information under the last administration, doesn't need to be public knowledge. No, the public shouldn't even know about this. But why do you, as an American citizen that has no say in this world at all, let's be honest, deserve to know about high-class information prior to
Top secret.
anything going on.
High class.
I was going to say, how do we have belief in our justice system if we are literally living in a world where, depending on how much money you have, you can buy children and eat them? What kind of world is that? So if we have that, why should we follow any laws?
Whoa. Don't know fucking eating them shit. Don't be doing that shit.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but they did terrible things to children, is my point. They tortured, they tormented, did horrible things, and yet they got away with it. So, and there's many theories as to why, and there's many people have their perspectives, but until we get all the files, which they were supposed to release, which, by the way, the reason I was asking you when she was basically having the appeal go through is because you can't release anything until the appeal is over, which it didn't get over until the very end of Biden's and the very beginning of Trump. So,
Okay.
but now it's been a few years. And so I'm wondering where these files are. Like, how many more? Should we wait another 2 decades after they swore that they would just get all these files out?
So, as I was saying before you wanted to jump in and start talking about snacks and everything else, if we had these pieces of paper and all this evidence during the Biden administration, why didn't they try and charge Trump? Why?
Let me attack that one. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you do so.
Yeah, I will. Here's the news. During presidential terms, who does the DOJ work for?
They work for the president.
No, they don't. They work for the people.
Oh, so then next time you say Trump's using the DOJ and he owns them type deal shit, let's make sure you remember that one sentence you said.
Brent, excuse me, Derek. The DOJ under the Trump administration works for Donald Trump. But under every other under every other administration, they work for the people. They work to ensure justice for the American people. Although the president appoints the Attorney General of the United States, they are supposed to act independently of the president, but not under Donald Trump. Donald Trump controls. In fact, Todd Blanche is his own personal attorney. Okay, just so you understand that.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell me, Tennis, when we got all the information from the Epstein estate? When? Because as far as I remember, and it's been talked about on here plenty of times, we got a lot of that starting in 2017, 2018, up until like 2021, 2022, even as soon as 2023.
Who's the we? Who's the we?
Sorry. As you said, the FBI and DOJ and all that work for the American people. So we, the FBI, the DOJ, they got that information.
That's right. And who's been prosecuted by the Department of Justice so far?
Absolutely jack shit.
Who got prosecuted under Biden's
It's been
term?
whom? It's been Jeffrey Epstein.
He didn't get prosecuted.
He was indicted. Okay. And then we all know what happened. Right. And then Ghislaine Maxwell was indicted and tried. Right. So the DOJs in different states and different jurisdictions would be the ones that would be reviewing, calling through files to investigate.
But
so that would be how it works.
But his name's in there so many times, Tennis.
Yeah,
If I pick up a book and I see something as much as like and the book, like if I see those words repeatedly, because you're going to be looking through those, are you not? Why didn't, if his name is in there so many times as you guys claim, why didn't they try and charge Trump? You know, the Biden administration, the DOJ, and everybody else, that would have been a slam dunk to the Biden admin. But you're telling me with everything else the Biden admin tried to put him through, you're telling me that's where they said, let's hold back on that. You guys are delusional.
Who was holding the majority of files before it was given to the DOJ? Who was in charge of getting the files?
That was the FBI, right?
Okay, yeah. So let me ask you this. Would you believe what Kash Patel said if I find a video of him?
Any of them. I don't believe
Yeah.
any of them.
Okay, well, Kash Patel said previously that the Biden administration, that the FBI is the one who's in charge of releasing the files, and that he knows that for a fact, and that if he were in charge of the FBI, and this was before obviously Trump won, that he would release the files immediately, and that if you don't do so, you're obviously, hiding them. So if we go by his own word, he's the one hiding them currently.
So you're telling me that when they had these released, and I just want to make sure we're clear on this, when the FBI and DOJ got these documents back in 2018, all the way up until Maxwell got all of her appeals done, they decided, let's just only go after her.
When did her appeal end?
Holy fuck.
When did her appeal end?
So they can only go after one person at a time, Neuro? Is that what you're saying?
No, but I'm saying they're not
So why
going
the
to
fuck
release any
didn't
files.
they do anything? This is how delusional all
No,
of you
I
sound.
agree. Listen to me. I agree with you. And Christopher Wray, who was also appointed, by the way, by the Trump as well, was there the entire time under the Biden administration too, because the Biden administration didn't just get rid of anybody who Trump appointed. I know, shocking, right? Because that's very opposite of how Trump does things. But Christopher Wray was appointed by Trump himself. So the previous FBI director, the current one, right? So all of them have been appointed by Trump. So what you're telling me is FBI directors back to back that were appointed by Trump somehow messed up, but somehow it's Biden's fault, even though FBI is run independently and it was a Trump appointee. Is that what you're telling me? Because that makes no fucking sense.
Think
then
it's
what
all
you're saying
fucking
is
hilarious.
that Trump put in two different guys who couldn't prosecute or go after anybody.
But they went after
That's
Maxwell.
telling. Didn't do.
Is she breaking up for anybody else, or is it just me?
Yes, she
Can I ask
had
a
Biden.
question?
And you should probably slow down a
Who
little bit,
appointed
Neuro.
the judge in Trump's case? Wasn't that Joe Biden?
What judge?
If Trump was in the e-files, why didn't that judge go after Trump at the time?
What judge? What judge are
had
you
him
talking
dead
about?
right.
What judge are you talking about?
The judge in Trump's trial
What trial?
for his 34 felonies.
That was a
Different case.
That was a state of New York case.
Biden appointed that judge. Why didn't he go after Trump?
Joe Biden had nothing to do with that fucking case. That was a New York State case.
Yeah.
You're getting your propaganda mixed.
But Biden appointed that judge into
No, he
his
didn't.
position.
He was convicted before Biden was president. So did he fly in his DeLorean? Like, what are you talking about? Vice presidents and senators can't appoint judges. Those are the only two positions that he had before that.
I'd go back and look.
There's nothing to
James
look.
Judge James E. Boasberg was appointed. Wait, it's not even Boasberg that was seeing that trial. Was it?
Wasn't it an appointee?
Talking about Judge Marchand in the felony case was Judge Marchand.
Marchand. And that would have been appointed
that's
by the state of New York, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Had nothing to do with the federal government.
The charges on that, the indictment on that case was about fraud. It wasn't about anything to do with the facts of the Epstein files.
Yeah.
But he could have still took Trump down then.
Yeah, the amount of
no, that's not how it works.
Judges don't work for the FBI. They're not. A state judge isn't going to handle an FBI case. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, judges are assigned after an indictment's handed down. They're assigned randomly.
Yep. So under the 32 counts under the espionage, yeah, I'm not going to be able to say that, Espionage Act, obstruction and concealment, false statements. I mean, they had the DOJ of Biden's admin had all this time to go after him for so many different things and try and prosecute him.
I know, because his criminality is mind-bending.
Oh,
one at a time, right?
Yeah,
it's like two different
criminality
systems.
is mind-bending.
It's like two different systems for the wealthy and for the poor. You're right. It's weird how that happens.
Hey. So
This is pretty simple, Derek and T. Roy. The only thing that you need to remember of all of the indictments that Trump had in the lead up to the election is that his defense teams, plural, none of them said that he didn't do it. None of them were claiming innocence. So that should kind of open your mind up a little bit as to whether these indictments were valid or not. they were trying to fight on a legal case, and I hear an echo. Sorry, and their defense wasn't that he was innocent of the charges. That wasn't their defense. So, just think about that. Critically think about that. They're not saying he didn't do it.
You're right. I agree, Civics.
Robot dog. Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
Sorry.
Robot dog. Hold on. Robot dog. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I'm 52.
Vote for?
And not Trump. I didn't vote for Trump. I wrote in. Doesn't matter. It's all a show. It's this world we live in is unbelievable. I can't believe the conversations we're having.
I'm sorry. It does matter. It does matter. Do you consider yourself to be on the right or the left?
I've always considered myself kind of a centrist,
Are you right
kind
of center or left of
libertarian
center?
leaning, but I'm
Okay,
left
so
of
you're right-
center.
so- no, libertarian would be right of center.
No, libertarian would be dead on ball center.
No,
But
it
no,
would not.
I'm sorry. I would say I'm right of center.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
I was going to say I can't believe the conversations that we're having in the world we're in. How do we pull up before this crashes? And when it does crash, and it's fixing to, what are the teams? I mean, we are about to fall apart. This looks just like Russia back in the 90s. I remember watching this shit on Channel 1 when I was in high school. It's going to hit the ground, and I mean, it's going to hit bad.
Sorry, what about Channel 1? You lost me there.
It's going to hit in 2030.
Hold on,
Channel 1. What the fuck is
can you
Channel
just
1?
clarify
Oh,
that?
I'm
What does that
sorry.
mean?
When the Russian Federation fell apart, when the wall came down. All right.
There was no Channel 1.
No, it was a thing in high school that all the kids in high school had. It was called Channel 1, which was a news channel that all the kids, we didn't have cable, man. And there was no internet, no good internet anyway.
Nope.
Wait,
Okay, I mean, just
no
keeping it
regular
real.
TV pulled up Channel 1.
Wasn't that just static?
I know what he's talking about.
I think it's irrelevant. The channel doesn't matter. The point that you were making is that the fall of the Soviet Union, you're correlating to what might happen with the U.S. economy is going to be the fall of the Soviet Union. Is that what you're comparing?
Well, not only that, but do you not see, and I know this 20 years ago, this sounds like crazy talk, but you can't see a civil war brewing? You can't smell it in the air?
You mean
No.
how divided we are? If
Oh
you're
my
talking about
God.
the
I
division,
don't smell.
Oh my Jesus, this is
Oh my Jesus.
1861
Oh my
level
Jesus.
division.
No, I don't fucking smell a civil war. What is wrong with you, you fucking crazy person?
No, it's coming.
I totally do.
Well, I don't
I've
know.
studied
Then
military
take your-
history
then-
my whole
then
life,
take
and
your
I
head out
lived
of
in the
your-
South.
Then take your head out of your ass because
No.
your smeller's not working.
Oh, I'm not picking a fight, believe you me. I'm just saying it's from where our country is going to. This makes 1968 look like nothing. We haven't seen division like this since the 1860s.
yeah. Why do you think that is, Robot? Why do you think that is?
We have a tyrant at the reins. I never thought I'd see that.
Okay, fair. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but rather than just fear mongering, I think that there's legitimate concerns about how much we have tied up in an AI bubble that is bound to pop. There have been massive resignations at OpenAI. There's an internal battle at OpenAI and an ongoing court battle now with Apple because apparently a couple of Apple employees were poached by OpenAI and they stole hardware proprietary knowledge and were able to break into Apple's cloud infrastructure. So that is an ongoing thing. And it just seems like the same, I don't know, what is it, 500 or $800 billion just keeps circling around NVIDIA, OpenAI, and Anthropic. So no one really knows where that $800 billion is, but that house of cards will crash. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the quote-unquote end of the U.S. empire, but I certainly think that's going to play a factor in the USD being the world reserve currency. That's for sure.
I think I can help Robot a little bit about what he was saying. One thing I do know is that Channel One is basically a channel network that they broadcast at high schools. Because my dad was stationed in Chicago. That's basically the channel that my school at that time had. But basically, what do you call it? I think what he's referring to is the shock doctrine. When the Soviet Union collapsed, the U.S. basically was injecting like capitalism into the system, and they were basically shocking the system. So it led to a lot of inflation and people like ending up selling their stuff on the streets and all that. And it was basically, and also with Russia, there was like basically all this propaganda being pushed and all these events happening. So basically, the system was being shocked, and that's kind of like what's happening right now, right? Like our system we're basically doing shock doctrine on ourselves. So like everything's dead, our system's being shocked with all this shit that's happening. We're being everything's being overloaded. The people are overwhelmed. So I think that's what he's referring to.
Fascism usually repeats the same pattern no matter where it pops up, what time frame, what country, what culture, it doesn't matter. Fascism follows the same steps.
Dear baby Jesus.
Pretty much.
Preach it, sister.
Yeah, I think we're just fine. I think this is wild. I think we've seen a lot of situations in this country where everybody is running around with their hair on fire and nothing ever happens. I think we'll be fine.
Well, maybe there'll be another January 6th again, but that's about it.
I agree that things will be all right. I just think that there is going to be some kind of, I don't know, at best a 2008 light, and at worst a 2008. That's my prediction. But something is happening.
You're talking about economic crash?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree that the economy is going to come crashing down, but I don't think it's going to lead to a civil war. I think he was talking about a civil war.
I don't agree with that.
I definitely think we'll have an economic crash soon, but that does happen, what, every give or take 20 years, roughly? I mean, nothing
we get
new.
involved in new wars and we give tax breaks to the wealthy. It tends to happen weirdly.
Well,
it always happens
Narelle-
when we give tax breaks to the wealthy. It's weird. Still waiting for that trickle down.
Fucking God. Neuro, we've been at a WAR or a conflict for our whole American conception. Like, since America has been a country 250 years ago, we've always been at war, minus 18 months. So this whole, well, when we're at war, we always have. We always are. So this, it's just mainstream media for you.
I'm not disagreeing, but what I'm saying is that this government, supposedly Trump said that if you voted for her, she would have us in World War III with Iran, and we couldn't vote for her because she would not be able to handle that type of conflict, and we'd end up in a war because she's not able to talk to people. I mean, now luckily we get to pay 100% tariffs on Canada since he tried to negotiate with them, but well, he's just not a good negotiator, as we can tell. So I'm so glad that everybody who voted for him, I hope you're sending your kids to his war.
You're right. I mean, he did say that. Let's be honest. We don't know what the outcome would have been if she was in office or anybody else for that matter. Because honestly, they have all been saying we need to take care of Iran for the past fucking 40 years.
Yeah, that's
every
not true.
fucking.
That's not true.
It is.
That is not true. It's been at least 70 years.
No, it has not been 70 years. I'm sorry. Nobody has suggested that we invade Iran. Not a single person until Donald Trump has suggested that we invade Iran.
They've been saying we need to take care of them. We need to.
No, they
take
have
them
not.
out.
No, they have
They
not.
haven't. So who should? Who? The Clintons have said it. Pelosi has said it.
No, they have
Obama
not.
has said it.
No, they have not.
All right, I'm gonna find a clip. We'll look at.
That's.
Did Clinton say we need to take care
May I
of
speak?
our-
What
Just
they
on
have
the
said.
Iran
What they
thing.
have said. What they have said is, if asked about Iran or who a threat to the United States is, they say Iran. Or if asked specifically about Iran, they say, we'll see if they fuck around with us, we'll take care of it, or something like that. Something to that effect. They have never said that we need to take care of them. They've never said that we're going to initiate some sort of a war with Iran. That's never happened.
So let me.
That's not true. But Justin, the JCPOA always how the Democrats are going to take care of it. That's what it was
Hang on.
diplomatically.
Okay. So what Hillary said back in the day, 2015, stated that the United States must use a policy of distrust and verify and will take whatever actions are necessary, including military action as a last resort to prevent.
Again, not a positive stance. That would be a reactionary stance. Donald Trump is the only president in history that has taken a positive stance in Iran.
To prevent them from acquiring a nuclear, and I'm not going to say because I don't know what can be said anymore. So that was Hillary. You know what? Let's look at Pelosi.
They're all going to say the same thing. It's all defensive stances. You're all going to get defensive answers on all of them. The only person
I would
who's
like
ever
to weigh
given
in on the Iran thing, if I may.
Okay.
I think that America has been weighing in on Iranian policy and politics since the 60s. And let's keep in mind, who gave all of Iraq,
Are you eating chips?
all those
please stop
weapons?
In that bag.
Thank you.
Wait, what?
During the oh my God in heaven.
Did I make noise? I'm sorry.
When Iraq and Iran were having their war and Iraq was getting their ass kicked, and we propped Saddam up in the Ba'athist Party win, but that's a whole nother barrel of apples. All right, we gave Iraq chemical weapons to do war against Iran. That's got to stick in their craw just a little tiny bit, being that they went from the ass kickers to the ass kicked as soon as, and we also gave them 155 artillery pieces to deliver those shells. Oh, no, by the way, those sweet peace-loving Kurds that we had to go bail out, yeah, we didn't have any compunction. What?
I don't know.
How many was it? Was it 7,000 of them got killed?
Do you have a point?
No, I have a great point. We need to pull back out of Middle East affairs.
Okay, I agree.
But the Middle East also needs to quit attacking other nations.
That's none of our business.
Yeah. More's the pity for them.
We've caused more damage in the Middle East than we've ever solved.
Amen.
Yeah, I was going to say also other countries could argue that we need to stop doing that and playing the world police, considering we've done that forever. And recently we've attacked boats coming off the coast. We've swooped into countries and stolen people, right? Could you imagine if somebody decided that, since Americans have a different type of law, different types of rights, that they think that, because we have different type of, culture, that maybe we're suffering and we should be saved from our president? You guys would never, ever respond the same way.
So you think slaughtering 40,000 people in the street is acceptable?
Prove that.
In any nature?
Yeah,
Who did that?
Nobody's got numbers like that.
Really? Do you want sources on this one?
Yeah, I want official sources though, because the official numbers are 7,000 or less.
Oh, so okay. So we'll go with your number just so I don't have to type on the keyboard. So you agree that slashing 70,000 of your own citizens is in the street?
7,000.
7,000? Okay, well, so how many people are unaliving every year in the U.S. due to being denied medical care? That's a government directly causing the unaliving of its citizen. What's the difference? Okay, so one of them does it secretly behind closed doors.
You almost took a fucking U-turn.
You're not even please let me finish. What I'm saying is, what is the difference between a government doing it legally behind closed doors, sneakily, unaliving a bunch of people by denying them life-saving medical care that they used to have, versus doing it on the streets? The only difference is you can see it. And that's the only time you care. And that's the only time pro-lifers claim to be pro-life is about a fetus. But like when people are being unalived in the US, just for, monetary gain, right? And then they wonder why the whole thing happened with the CEO of the health insurance. And I'm not saying it's warranted, but what I'm saying is people are unaliving at high rates from preventable causes. That is still a massive amount of harm from a government on its people. And if you think it's not violence, then you're wrong.
Where in our Constitution...
Could I respond to that? Just that one point?
Go for it.
Yeah. So you talk about the 7,000. Is that the number? That was, I don't know. I don't know that number, but
7,000 is the highest official number I could find anyway.
okay. And
Officially.
that's by the Iranian government to Iranian people, right?
Yeah,
Which is
yeah,
a fucking tragedy, right?
yeah.
Agreed. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. That was not the reason that was proffered by this president that we went in there. There were several reasons bandied about. It was the nukes, which I thought that he said we obliterated that. It was the regime change, and it was this humanitarian thing that we wanted to save the people of Iran. So we've got these three different reasons. But here's the thing. If you're going to go with that reason, that latter reason, are we the world police? The answer is no. Are there other countries in this world, many others, unfortunately, where there are people oppressed, right? How many nations in Africa where the people are oppressed, sadly and tragically oppressed? Does the United States go in there and start a war? Go ahead.
You want me to answer it?
Yes.
I mean, being oppressed and getting slaughtered by your own government is two very different things.
Slaughtered. Yeah. Well, there's sadly slaughterings in other countries that we never address.
Yeah, there's multiple G-sides.
Try Rwanda.
So
I could
let's go
name
in there
other
too.
ones, but so do we go in? We're the prince and go in there and we're going to save the world. We don't.
Let's
But
do
now
it.
I
we're
almost
using
got sent
it.
to Rwanda.
You're launching it as a reason to have started a war that's not winnable and apparently not endable.
You're right. It is not winnable, probably, or endable. It's
the
going to
Weinberger
be.
doctrine.
It's going to be one of those things realistically where it's either going to be we wave the white flag, which we know that's not going to happen, or we're going to end up putting boots on the ground. And I'm probably going to shift towards the boots on the ground one.
What about
Is
my
anybody here a
point? What
veteran?
about my point? I'm so sorry. What about my point about your excuse for going in there as they're unaliving their own people?
I think
Do
the
you
whole
understand
reason-
that we do not go into other countries when governments unalive people?
Yes, I think we should go into those countries too then, right? I mean,
You do?
if we're going to do it in one, let's do it in all. I think
And they
that's
should
the way
enter
it should be.
ours. They should enter
Good
ours
luck.
because there have been multiple women unalived from AB bans from,
Lord.
going
You
septic
pivot so
and
far.
unaliving. No, is that not the
Can
government
you just
unaliving those
stay
women?
on topic of this? You have no
Oh,
substance.
I forgot. Women aren't
every
people. I
time.
forgot.
Since when? This is why talking to you is like impossible. You just throw out whatever comes to your brain to fit your narrative on this. Oh, well, women aren't people. Well, when did anybody say that? Where in our healthcare, in our constitution, does it say the government is needed and needs to provide healthcare? It doesn't.
Under the 14th Amendment, technically, it says that you cannot treat people differently based on sex, that you cannot discriminate or have different standards, that we all deserve equal treatment under the law. And they are currently jailing women for miscarriages. And women have unalived from seeking medical care. And I've not yet seen a man denied simply because he's male for medical care. That's not happened. So that would be unequal treatment under the law, which would be violation of our Constitution. So if another country decided that they wanted to come in and save the women from America turning into Gilead, I guess they're allowed to do so because, as you stated, it's other people's priority to keep other people safe when that own country can't, right? I guess you'd support them.
So the 14th Amendment has nothing to do with that, but that's good.
It does. Look up the Equal Rights Clause. Maybe that might help you.
What's your all's opinion on what's going on with Canada?
I think we're making a huge mistake.
El Taco. I can't wait.
I found it so embarrassing. I remember when I was a kid, the Expos won the World Series, and that was the most pissed off I ever was at Canada. And look where we're at.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
Well,
yeah, Mark Carney, he's now the leader of the West. It's my opinion.
Yep. It's my opinion. And that guy, I swear, I honestly, I was so hopeful. I was like, no more wars. Because if you have to pick between him and Kamala Harris at the time, I would assume that it would have been him. But, well, it's not so much the president of peace now, is he? Oh, and by the way, we're going to end that war in Ukraine on the first day. How'd that work out for you? I knew that wasn't going to happen just because it fell out of his head.
So things can happen. I mean, you can say one thing. I mean, if you believe every politician and every person running for president, you've already lost the war. They can say whatever the damn hell they want. Let's be honest. Every president has pretty much lied to us about what they were going to get done since the fucking beginning of time. But if you're going to say, oh, well, he said he was going to stop X, Y, and Z, you can try and stop it. You can do everything in your power to try and stop it the first hour. But if they're not going to listen either fucking side, there's not much you can do. You get an A for effort, but you don't succeed.
I totally concur, but the other side to this coin is, well, one, what's the point in voting by that argument? And two, don't you think we should have stump laws? Like if you're campaigning on something and you tell a bullshit lie, all right, and it's just a flat out lie to get elected, and they're like, well, haha, it's not against the law to tell a lie. You're steering a nation of, and it's just cool with that. We should absolutely have Chinese corruption laws, man. You get pinched doing something like that, you're Dunsky, my man.
I agree. I think we should, because I think it would really show true colors of what people want, instead of they run based upon what their party wants, and then as soon as they get in, they don't do fucking jack shit to help anybody. Like, and I'm gonna say it right now. The Democrats do it hard too, and I see them doing it right now, even though the Republicans fucking suck. Democrats are the ones saying, "Oh, we're gonna release the e-files. We're gonna do X, Y, and Z." I can put almost any amount of money on it that they're not gonna do shit.
Really?
Can we agree? I want to say this about that, and this is the great thing about being a centrist. The only good thing about being a guy in the middle is they're all corrupt, dude. It isn't them. It isn't the Democrats. It isn't the Republicans. It's all of them. They're crooked as a barrel of snakes. Every damn one of them. Hey, just out of curiosity, how many of those guys took AIPAC money? How is that not a prisonable offense?
Yep, just like fucking Jeffries meeting Kushner privately. Like,
yeah,
that's
all right. This fucking fence-sitting circle jerk is getting us nowhere.
Ooh, that one hit a nerve.
Well, it's just true. I mean, you can say that you're a centrist or you're a libertarian, and you get to bitch and moan about both parties, bullshit. There's clear differences between both parties.
Yeah,
they're not the fucking same. They're not the fucking same. There are plenty of people within the Democratic Party that refuse to take any kind of PAC money. More and more of them are winning primaries. More and more of them are getting elected. The right had one too, and they fucking kicked them out. Massey was one of the only people that didn't take any PAC money, and then they got rid of them.
Totally agree with that.
We need more politicians that refuse to take PAC money and that run on something that will change the fucking electoral system. Right? You want funding out of politics? Stop fence riding and saying it's both sides. Advocate for the people that are running on tickets that they refuse to take PAC money, and donate your $35 that you can towards them.
Civics, nobody is not, and there's nobody in Congress that isn't taking money. Even El Said, or whatever his name is, he took money from a fucking Hamas-backed fucking T group. $150,000 worth.
What's their name?
Give me 2 seconds, I'll find it.
Yeah, and let's not drop names in here. No offense.
Any conservatives, if you are a conservative and want to come up on the panel, please get in the request box.
So that would be the Council on American Islamic Relations, the CAIR. And if you look into it, yes, he got 100. Oh no, I misspoke. 115,000, not 150.
And they back Hamas.
Yes, 41 individuals linked to it, donated to his campaign. There was other things. I would have to pull up the actual article.
Did the PAC or did individuals there donate?
Hang on. Let me, it's been a while since I've opened this up. So, he collected money, from individuals who worked for or had leadership roles at that organization, which has been a designated T organization by the UAE and formally designated or labeled as such in Florida and Texas.
Okay, hold on. The UAE is in the United Emirates?
Yes.
All right, so a couple things there. First thing you said was individuals. So is that a group? What does individual mean? I'm drawing a blank.
So they work for a T organization.
Yeah, but what does individuals mean? Does that mean like a single person?
Yeah,
Okay,
it does.
cool. So they usually don't represent a whole group. So when a single person donates money, who gives a fuck where they work?
Not even just that. What about, okay, so when you say like somebody that works for like H group or leadership, because they used to do the same thing with like whenever they reported the stats about how many Palestinians were killed, they would excuse it as like, oh, that's a Hamas, those are Hamas numbers, that's a Hamas health ministry. Like, how are you going to believe a T group because they're called Hamas? I mean, like it's an organization that's not just a military thing. It's also like it's got administrative stuff. It's got all kinds of different factors that basically work within like the society. So it's basically like, just because you say it's like a Hamas connection doesn't mean it's military or it's anything like that. It basically has more to do with somebody that was connected to like some administrative thing where it's like they just happen to work for like, say, the health ministry. The health ministry is just in general thing. It doesn't mean that the people are militant or that they actually believe in the same things that Hamas believe. They just work with the health ministry because they probably want to work there to help people medically and shit like that. So it doesn't necessarily mean, it's kind of like how I have like a family member that's like works at a military hospital. Does not mean that they basically automatically align with Trump or anything like that.
You just said a lot of words, and I have no idea
Well, you didn't know,
what the point
because
was.
you never check shit, bro.
Jesus Christ. What he's saying is that just because you work for somebody and you work in conjunction with somebody doesn't necessarily mean that you're linked to them or you believe in their ideology.
So if I work for the KKK, do we have that ideology?
The examples he was using were medical professionals that want to work with Hamas because they need to provide medical services to the people of the Gaza Strip. So you're not in conjunction with Hamas. You're not related to Hamas. You're working with them because they are the governing body of the people of Gaza. So to link them together is nonsense. And secondly, masterclass for some of you on the left, including you, Robot. When MAGA comes up with sources, just get them to read it out loud. And in real time, you get to see how they're full of shit.
So if I worked for the Triple K, I'm not associated with them? Is that what you're claiming? Because that's what you just said. Even if you work for them, you don't claim them. You don't have their ideology.
Is a Triple K a governing body of a country, city, or town that you happen to live in that needs a fucking I don't know, a medical administration? Like it's basically you're either saying that like you have to join the Triple K, or the Triple K just happens to run the town that you live in, and you happen to have medical expertise, and you just happen to care about the people that live there, but don't care for the KKK that's running the fucking town. Like, have more context to your fucking arguments.
Hey, you remember when the Taliban were the bad guys? Well, now they're the government of Afghanistan.
Yep.
And there's people that are doctors that still need to run hospitals and stuff like that, and they just happen to now work in a hospital system that is now governed under the Taliban. Does not mean that they automatically align with the Taliban.
Right on.
Yeah. Naughty.
Yes.
Age and who you voted for?
I am 58 and I voted for Harris.
I need conservatives. I'm sorry.
Also, I was going to say real quick, if you're saying affiliation means that you're part of that group, then that means that undercover cops, when they do busts, that means that they're rug reelers, you know? because they associated with them. So obviously, although I do agree most cops are criminals, so that actually proves that point a little bit too well. And the DV that they cause is pretty high, unfortunately.
We know you hate cops. We know you love ACAB. But anyways,
I just don't like DV. Like 40%, as far as a risk to their loved ones, of 40% more than any other job. That's what I don't like. I don't like people punching each other, their spouses. Like, that's just me, though. You do you.
Yeah. I think we can all get behind that. I mean, nobody's saying that's a good thing, but I can tell by your viewpoint and your ideology that you are ACAB to the fullest.
What's my ideology?
Through, you think women should rule the world, and your shit doesn't stick pretty much. You think the Republican Party is pretty much the party of schnazis. Anything else? Am I missing anything?
Well, I don't think you know the definition of feminism, but either way, I don't want to sidetrack his panel.
What a narrative. Women should rule the world as feminists, that women should rule the world. This is a total narrative. This is a red pill narrative going on here.
I would like to say something about that. As a feminist, I don't have a problem with women ruling the world. What was
to test that theory?
You know what? Let's test that theory.
There's a lot of women rulers out there.
Yeah.
I'm talking about in this country.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
There have been a lot of women that have ruled other countries, right?
Is it New Zealand or Australia? I can't remember which one. That's a woman ruler.
It's New Zealand. I think it's New Zealand.
And
I love the idea of a more matriarchal society. I don't have a problem with it at all. I think it's too damn violent.
You have
mediocre men who can't get laid have a problem with it, because how else will they get a wife if they can't use threats of violence or some form of oppression? You know what I mean? You have to be decent and actually have a likable personality otherwise, and most of those men would fail at that.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Robot, you probably are a decent human being.
Thank you.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I try.
I think, truthfully, I think we have about 3 more presidencies to go before we even elect a woman president. And I think it'll be on the Republican side.
You know what? I love AOC. I don't disagree with you. I think the first female might actually be a Margaret Thatcher type, an Iron Lady in the U.S., and it's a sad reality. I fucking hate that, but I think you might be right. And I got to run. I'll see you guys in a bit. I have a call. Capitalism. See you guys.
I'll see you later. I was going to say, it's too bad so many men have the mama wound. It's sad, really. I mean, I've got the mama and the dada wound, but yet I'm okay.
Well, I think a majority isn't even the mama wound or anything. It's the older generation. They are very, I guess you could say, misogynist. They are not going to vote for a woman. I think that was clear as day with Hillary. I think it was clear as day with fucking Kamala. It's a losing battle. I think 3 more presidencies, I'll probably agree that a woman will probably be elected. But I think we have 3 more.
At the rate we're going, we're not going to have 3 more presidencies. Trump said it, and he didn't. He was absolutely right. Vote for me, and you'll never have to vote again. And people keep talking about the primaries. There ain't going to be no primaries. No real
He's going to declare an emergency.
Stalin red or Stalin blue.
You think he's going to declare a national emergency like he teased at?
Yes. He telegraphs every single punch he throws. I just want to say, when he said Gulf of America, I said Cuba is in deep kimchi. And look at Cuba right now. Not that anybody cares what's going on in Cuba. And I find that utterly amazing. I don't know, maybe it's just the sensory overload of the deluge of crazy news from all over the world. And then but anyway, back to the telegraphing punches. What he said about Greenland, he meant that about Greenland. And I don't believe for a second that if he does Greenland, he ain't going to get Canada too. Because there's no reason to get one without the other if we're going to hold true to Article
Those are
5 of the
completely
NATO
different
Accord.
things.
We've been trying to buy Canada, buy Greenland for fucking 100 years.
Well, those are two different things. Also, he has made claims that he's going to just take it because he likes to say dumb shit like that. But then on paper he says, "Oh, we'll buy it from you for whatever the price is." And you're right, people have been trying to do that for a long time and it doesn't work. So the question is he just going to take it or not? And even if he did, that is not the same thing as taking Canada, even though they're closer to us. Those are very different things.
It's just interesting how it becomes the narrative,
No, it
right?
isn't.
So may I? It becomes the narrative. So he says we should have Greenland. We should have it, right? He goes before Congress right at the beginning of his term, and he says we should have it. And he was asked if would you use force if necessary? Take Greenland by force. Yeah, and that's just freaking a disaster. Then you have our NATO allies freaking out, right? This is a really good diplomatic move. He doesn't care about our allies. He doesn't give a shit about.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? This is his new world alignment. But that I'm talking about this because Derek, you're down there saying, oh, they've been trying to take it, buy it. Because, this is our way of justifying it. He said he wanted to buy it. No, he said that if necessary, he would take it by force.
Exactly.
That's what he said. And then,
Has he done so?
And not only that, I'm sorry, really quick, I promise I'll land my plane. And now we're blockading Cuba from getting goods and services. We have the right to do that. And he'd love to take Cuba, he said. Oh, I'd be honored to take Cuba. What is this?
You liberals fall in line with everything he says. That's where you guys go
He's
wrong.
the president of the United States.
Also the wrong turn of phrase, but go on.
Yeah. You guys just fall in line and get
still the wrong turn of phrase, but go on.
That's all right. Well, help me out, Ash. What should I be saying?
Well, falling in line would be being okay with it and doing whatever he says, in party lines. What you're trying to say is we fall for it, basically.
Yes.
We fall for his outrageousness.
Yes.
So basically, Trump is a liar, and we should expect him to lie and not be truthful about anything he says. Got it.
There it is.
Honestly, yes. If you've been watching this whole Iran nonsense, you will see either Monday or Tuesday. It's usually a Tuesday because that's why it's called Taco Tuesday. He flips his script.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
Well, no, it's not. But it always seems. It always seems
Where
to
the
land.
fuck did you get that shit from?
It always seems to land on a fucking Monday or a Tuesday, but it's been more so on a Tuesday every time. And then either Thursday or Friday, he will switch back around. Or it's the opposite way. He'll back out on a Monday or Tuesday, and then come Friday when the markets close, he will quote unquote do his little deal or no deal, whatever it is. If you've been paying attention to this, you could be making a shit ton of money.
Okay, yeah, that's the problem. That's the reason he's doing that, is so he can make money. And you're advocating that people just go ahead and try to ride his coattails and pick up the 20s that he leaves falling out of his ass as he walks around. You crazy?
Hey, it's been a lot more than 20s. But
you are vulgar. You're vulgar.
It's shit. I get it. It's not fucking enjoyable. It's stupid in itself. But if he's going to play the game, we all have the right to play the game also. So
You're the
if
guy
you
that
pay
eats the
attention,
steak in the movie The Matrix, dude. That's
I was going to say, toddlers are more logical in their decision making than our president. So yes, theoretically, if you were a very corrupt, heartless, soulless individual, you could take his stocks like they did. Like there was a bunch of people who traded right before the war announcement was announced. They traded oil all of a sudden. I don't know how they knew that a few seconds a bunch of wealthy people just somehow traded it. It must have been a weird coincidence because I can't prove anything, but weird coincidences like this happening with a bunch of his buddies. But as long as the poor people continue to get poor and unalive, you might be able to make a couple bucks off of unaliving of children in other countries. So like everybody, like let's be
Oh
proud of
yeah.
this as children are unalived on the streets as we line our pockets. That's pro-life, right?
Well, my favorite
Right.
demonstration of the difference between people with money and people without money and how they gain money is the time that the guy who runs the teleprompter for Trump got in trouble and like went to jail or got fined or something. I can't remember what his thing was, but they were like, just threw him under the bus. They're like, yeah, if he's going to try to make money off of and he made like 20 grand or something. I don't know, maybe 200 or something, but like, he made a little pocket change by like betting on what Trump would say because he's a teleprompter guy. And he got thrown under the bus for like trying to make a little bit of money. And these motherfuckers are out here making billions. And like, it's just so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree people should be thrown in jail for stupid shit like that. My whole thing is, if he's going to fucking do it, we all as American citizens have the same right to do so.
We do, but we also have the right to stop it. We also have the right to say, I'm not comfortable with that. And I think that that's actually not great for the future of our country. And so we don't have to just fall in line because some dipshit comes in and thinks that he can just do whatever he wants. And then everyone's just going to be like, okay, I guess this is us now. Like, no, I'm not him. We're not him. And I can't wait till he's out of here so we can actually look up to someone again and be like, this is what we want for the leader of our country. Because right now you got about 28% of people who actually think that, and that's sad alone.
I think what you're gonna start seeing more and more is like influencers start running for office. I think we saw that with Spencer Pratt. We see that now with fucking Trump. There was one other person also that was somewhat an influencer or on main stage. And I think that's where we're going to start getting.
Gabe, can I get your age and who you voted for?
34, Harris.
And I'm 25, Trump.
Fucking liberals.
Yeah.
Hey, Mojo.
Yeah, whatever.
At least we got another Trumper, so that's good.
I agree with Justin.
Mojo, I had a complaint.
I don't care.
Come on, Mojo. I'll send you a
file it.
Are you gonna listen to my complaint?
Do I have a choice?
You have a mod in the chat who has something against me. I think you should check him. Thank you.
Let me guess, Revel.
It seems like he has nothing better to do, and he hates me because who I voted for, but that's all. Thank you.
No, he probably hates you because you're like a psychopath.
Mojo, come on. I have my mind made up, and you have yours. Let's keep it at that, please.
By the way, Mojo, I was watching you over on the YouTube earlier, and you gotta get some people over, some of the homies over there, and sitting in the room because it was like me and one other person. You want your YouTube to blow up? You gotta work on it, man.
No, I don't necessarily care about YouTube right now. I'd rather have everybody in here and get bigger numbers in here until I can get back up to, turning 300 or 400 people in the room.
Mojo, we lost a legend today.
Yeah, we did.
Dolly Parton. Gotcha.
Yeah, we lost this legend. Trump's supposed to be ordering the flags to be half staff, so that's a good thing.
No, she was a Democrat. Just pointing that out.
It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah,
She was a legend. She was a legend.
To be fair, he's only half staff for any beautiful blonde, so I don't know.
It has nothing to do with
She's much older than a standard age range.
That was excellent.
She's a legend.
That's pretty fucked up.
But she was wonderful as a person, so I'm her music's not my cup of tea, but she was very talented and a good person, so I do feel sad about it.
What's
Great
up, Ella?
voice. Oh my God.
Mojo, I think you should talk about that. So,
Why?
instead of, criticizing the president, you should talk about something he did good, and that's good.
Right. Donald Trump doesn't do anything good.
Today he
What did
did
he do?
something good.
Create Dolly
Bro, I'm
Parton?
not cheerleading him. That dude is a kid toucher. What are you talking about? Let's talk about something we
Yeah.
did good.
Well, here's
Hey,
the
here's a better
thing.
idea. Let's release the Epstein files instead of cheerleading a politician. That's
Right.
crazy.
Well, here's the problem. I don't
You
disagree
didn't care about
actually
the
that like
Epstein
you can
files
we can
until it was brought up until this term.
well,
You didn't care about them.
well
You didn't
hold
care
on. Let's
about the
not divert.
files.
Let's not divert from your point though. I think it's fair to say that we should like everyone should be like championing any good thing. Like if he made a good policy, then I'd be like, okay, that's great. I wouldn't be like, oh, that's wrong. He's an idiot, obviously, because I
Yeah.
agree with that. But the problem is that it moves like a train. Like respect moves like a train. You can't just suddenly respect someone, then stop and then start again.
I
That's not
never
how
asked
that
you to
works.
respect him. I just said he did something good today, and that's it. Never
Well,
asked
I'm
you to
not
give
gonna
him
salute.
respect.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna salute him, and I'm not gonna respect him. But I'll say, thank God, something good happened today.
I mean, he could have went off the rails like he did, Mueller or the one director. He could have went off the rails and said something ignorant, but he kept it professional and did a good thing. I think you
He
guys
Yeah,
should talk
probably
about that.
just had
unlike his
his
Easter post.
devices taken. He probably just had his devices taken because they know the midterms are close and they don't want to make it look like he's more misogynistic than he is. That's what I think happened.
Well, his executive
What
girlfriend
changed
knows
from now
better than
till
to,
that to then? Come on, you already know his mouth, so why would that change anything for midterms? We're gonna keep the House and
If
the
they
Senate.
take
That's a
away
that's a
his
fact.
devices, if they take away his devices, then he can't communicate. That's what it
Come
is.
on, this man did Jan 6 in front of on national television and got a second term. He was indicted for RICO charges in Jan 6 in a dark case and got a second term. You think his mouth
Yes, we have a
is his
very
biggest
unfair
problem? You think
legal
his mouth is going to
system.
cause him the midterms? Come on.
Yeah, I do think billionaires do get away with things that the average citizen would be unalived for in this government. Yes, I agree. It's a very unfair system we live
I
under.
know
Yes.
multiple people who got away with something that they should have, done life for.
As long as it's not an
No,
immigrant, right? That's different. If it's an
It has
immigrant who
nothing to
crosses the
do with
border,
an
that's
immigrant.
different. They shouldn't get away with
you
You're
know,
going
anything,
off you're going off the script. Come on.
there's a very powerful thing about people coming together, and we like to talk about it when it's used for good. But I hate to say it, but this man is not capable. He doesn't have the brain cells to pull this shit off himself. And the sad thing is that there's a lot of people that are involved with the baby steps and the whole plan of what's rolling out. And we've seen legislation in individual states. We've seen legislation try to be passed federally in order to subvert the elections. And if that doesn't happen, then they will move on to the next plan, which is who knows what. I mean, we're already normalized that we're in the middle of a war. Everyone's just like, yeah, I mean, he
It's
hasn't
a
said the words or
conflict.
whatever, but yeah,
Sir,
it's a
it's a
conflict, but
conflict.
everyone knows what it is. So like when he says, "Oh, we're in a war. I'm going to have to declare a national emergency," it's not going to be a surprise. So, I mean, this is what we're seeing play out.
I see people in Indiana don't have power.
Where's FEMA?
Aren't they gutted, for refusing to help people during, a Republican-led state?
What?
We actually
What?
helped many Republican led states before recently and were denying aid to every blue state. And
Wait,
Trump
yeah,
said
what?
that he
Tell
would not
me.
give aid until they until they released the voter rolls, which Trump can't legally require of a state. But
You think the
Tell me
law
what you're
matters?
talking about. What red state did
Sir,
FEMA refuse to help?
sir, can you hold on for a second? Neuro, you think the law matters now? Like you guys say, he's a 34 convicted felon. You think the law just all of a sudden matters now?
well,
I
no,
also find that
he's a
funny.
tyrannical fascist. But a lot of your base disagrees with that and just thinks he's this good person who cares about our
I don't think he's a
Constitution.
good. Uh, he said something about somebody, and I didn't agree with it because I support this person 100%, and he's got my I'm only supporting him 90%.
only
until
supporting
he
Trump.
pay.
Wait, you're only supporting Trump 90%?
Yeah,
Oh, only
he
90% fascism. The
Oh,
other
I
10
see.
not there.
Okay, I
that
just
has nothing to
wanted
do
to.
with fascism. I'm supporting my pockets, which I'm sure all you guys went to the
How are
polls
you?
thinking about
How
your
are
pocket,
you
correct?
benefiting from his administration?
It's short
Oh,
sighted.
since the excuse me, since the big beautiful bill was introduced, I received some overtime, and I received no taxes on it, and I'll see that come tax time. So I'm happy about that. Not to mention, like I told you guys before, 42 million people are supposed to be getting kicked off of EBT. I told you about this before, Tennis. You were in the comment section.
I don't.
Well, 42 million people are supposed to be getting kicked off, so that will save everybody on this panel, if you're a taxpayer, a lot of money come tax time. So you should be
Actually,
happy
it
about it. You should be
wouldn't. It would only save us about
grateful.
35. We pay, I think, something like 35 cents on
That
average a paycheck
depending on
for
how
that.
much you make.
Unless you're a
Depending on how much you
billionaire,
make.
but I'm not a billionaire. And on top of that, actually,
I'm not a
billionaires, they
billionaire
usually
either.
tax less. So here's the thing. First off, that pay is nothing compared to many other parts of our budget, including the military, including what we send to a little country overseas that are using our money very wisely, that we just infused our army with, which was just such a great decision
Nora.
to give them all of our military info. But anyways, that's a lot less than that as well. And it's also a lot less than what billionaires get for tax write-offs from our government, because they're just so
Well,
nice
and
Nero,
just
to
can I
the
ask you a
remember,
percent.
question? Nero,
hold
can
on,
I ask
real
you a
quick, just
question
to
before Ash
can I
jumps in?
I
Oh,
just want
sure, go
to
ahead.
add one thing to her thing,
Go ahead.
and just because it's important that we don't draw, like, people draw this distinction between government money and individual money. Like, if you pay taxes, then whatever the money the government has is coming out of your pocket. So if we say that billionaires get a huge tax cut, that doesn't mean they get extra money. That means that's money that you are giving them because you pay those taxes. So just because you get a couple extra bucks for a write-off one year is infinitesimally small compared to how much money you will have to pay over your lifetime to try to pay off the bullshit that we give these fucking billionaires. Sorry, go ahead.
Nero, you remember 9/11?
Who could forget?
Yes, I'm 40, so yes.
Woo!
And you
Bro.
see why the military budget is a thing? Nero, who went to war? You or the military? Just curious.
I did.
I was going to
Nero, did
say
you go to war? Yes or no?
I was in ninth grade, and no, I didn't. But why does it matter? Did you?
No, I did not. I was still in the sack, I believe. I'm only 26.
I was in
Okay.
Bosnia in 96 and 97.
I was
I
one.
deployed to
Apparently,
Ecuador
her
in
dad gave birth
98,
to
1
her.
years old. But,
Iraq in 05, 06, 09, 10, and 11.
and sir, that's awesome.
I was
Thank
in
you for
New
your
York and
service.
we lost my
Thank you for
cousin.
everything you did to, help this country because terrorists attacked it. Now, without the military, are you going to go out on the front lines if we get attacked by terrorists? This is
Honestly,
for
I would
Nero only.
love. I think, I've had men bring up to me that they hope that women get drafted, and I said I think it's a really good idea to hand a bunch of angry women a bunch of weapons, because I have so much rage I could take out. I have thousands of years of rage I could take out.
No, that
Sounds like a
doesn't
good
answer
time,
my question,
honestly.
babe. That doesn't answer
Yes,
my
I said
question.
yes.
Don't say
Yes.
Which
fucking
red
That
Go
state?
doesn't
ahead.
answer my question, Nero. Can you
Which
answer it,
red
please?
Yes,
state?
but also, I said yes already. But also, I also don't like the fact that they've changed the definition and people are getting assayed, and now they're calling intense flirting when people are getting assayed in the military. You know about that change under Hegseth, right? Where they're relabeling what is assault of women, and they're also
Man,
calling it an incidental part of being in the military. So if you get assaulted, it's part of being in the military. If you're a woman, you just have to expect it to be essayed. You know what I mean? It's just part of your military training, really,
how does it?
according to Hegseth in
And
this administration.
they want to jack
Well,
up the testosterone
how
on
does
these
this?
people too. Come on.
Nora, let's get
Well,
back.
I was going to
Let's get
say,
back to business. What we were talking about. We're not talking about Pete. We're talking about the military.
talking about the
You
essay of
complained
women in the
about the money
military.
going to the military, correct?
Yeah.
Now that's
Yeah,
going
because they're
towards
getting an insane
weapons,
amount.
feeding
It's
and et
mostly
cetera, et
going to
cetera.
weapons.
Yes, weapons that saved this
Do you,
country
why is our
from terrorists.
so why is
That's a
most of our
fact.
military members' families on? So why is most of our military members' families on SNAP? Anyone answer that for me?
Couldn't tell you.
Sounds like they're not being paid too well. So where's all that money going if most military members' families rely on SNAP or some type of food assistance?
You're right. Up until you're about, I think it's like an E4, E5, you kind of get paid shit. So you're right. We should
Sounds
pay
like
our
they don't
military
Get
respect
members.
their
paid shit
service
up
members.
anywhere.
Hey,
Exactly.
that has been a thing, or it wasn't a thing when I was in. When I was in, if you got caught getting on SNAP benefits or anything like that, that's called failure to maintain your financial responsibilities, and they will start your chapter work and kick you out of the Army for that. And I mean,
When was
my
that?
Robo dog. It's not 1980s. It's not the
Well,
80s.
I
Italian.
wasn't.
It's not the
Thank you, man.
Vietnam
I think.
anymore. Come on, man.
Hey, man, if you stay smart, you'll get old like me. You
So
don't
this
meet
is what
very many old dudes.
My husband's
Uh-uh.
my husband's around your age. How old are you?
Yeah, 52.
Okay, my husband's going on 60.
Robot
Again.
Dog, where you from? Can I ask you what state you're from?
Kentucky.
Okay, I just wanted to.
Well,
I just.
Robo dog.
This was a
Robo
while
dog.
ago. So sorry, real
Your
quick. I
state
just.
sucks up a lot of government
Okay, never
benefits.
mind.
You forgot to mention that part.
hang
Well,
on,
that's where I'm
Stallion.
from. That's not where I live.
Italian
A person
Stallion.
can't help where they're from.
No. So
Yeah, where's
to
Italian
that
from?
point,
I'm from
hang on.
California.
No one, doesn't
OJ,
matter
you
where
had a
anybody's
question?
from. So what I'm trying to say is when you are in the military and if you live off base, you get something called BAH, which is your housing allowance. If you do not live off base, you don't have to pay for housing because you're on barracks. So for these people, they are overspending. This isn't we're getting paid shit, which I agree they should be paid more than they are. But if you're an E1, E2, E3, let's be realistic. You're only about 19 to 20, maybe even 21 if you went in at 18.
Justin, do you think somebody doing paperwork or a recruiter should be making the same thing as a brain surgeon or what?
They don't.
I'm asking you, do you think they should?
No.
What do you think
Not
they
at
should
all.
be getting paid? I'm just curious.
For the military, I think once you are like an E6, you make about, I think it's $4,000 a month. I could be completely wrong. Maybe
And $4 grand a
$5,000.
month is not enough for you?
I am
You can't
completely
live
on
off
the
$4 grand a
right.
month? I mean, I
I am
can't.
not a liberal. I was talking to Neuro.
Sir, I'm
I
not. It doesn't matter who you are. I'm asking you a question.
I think they are perfectly fine.
All right, then.
I
They
think they
don't
need
need
to
any
make a
more
little
than
bit.
anybody else.
I think they need to make a little bit more money.
Well,
As an,
$4,000 seems like enough to me.
Most
but
of them are
that's
not making
not.
that amount if they're on food stamps.
4,000 a
So
month. You should be able to live off that.
You're not able to get food stamps if you make that in most states.
In some states,
Unless
you have
Cali,
to make
maybe Cali might be
less
different.
to get
You would have
that.
to make less than I think it's like 2,000 or 1,000 unless you have like a big family. Also, there are people in the military that do have families, like that have kids and wives and all that
Yeah,
stuff,
a
right?
lot of them are stay-at-home moms, so they can collect the check.
Yes.
Yeah, and a lot of them are
That's
working
why
two
they stay at
jobs.
home.
A lot of them are working two jobs and trying to keep their head above water and get food on the table for their kids.
But tennis,
well,
Yep.
but tennis. In some states, like like the little poor states, not gonna some poor states, you can't make above a certain amount, or you can't get shit at all. That's why a lot of them are stay-at-home moms,
well, it's not even that
stay-at-home dads, or
Italian.
whatever.
Well, the
It's not
childcare
even.
would cost more than their salary a lot of times too. Let's
Well,
not
see,
forget that.
Neuro, this is what you're
Yeah, I could say
forgetting.
that.
Hang on, Italian, hang
Sorry,
on.
sorry.
Neuro, this is what you're forgetting. So when you go in, you are classified as an E1. I just looked it up just to verify my information. Standard pay for an E1 is $2,400 a month. And you're right, that is low, but they don't have anything to pay for. And especially if they are married, Yeah, so you can only get BAH if government housing, so your barracks, or if the soldier has dependents. So if they are married, they get BAH. If there's no government housing available, your barracks, you get BAH. So you get your housing paid. So for them to quote unquote need to collect food stamps, this is a problem within our society of overspending. I see a lot, and I have a lot of friends that are in the military or were in. You see a lot of these fucking 18-year-olds that go in and then
If they had a certain threshold level of income, right? If they were making $4,000 a month, you know what would happen when they applied for food stamps? They would be denied. Now, if they made $1,000 a month, then they'd be approved, because that's certainly not enough to raise a family of 4 on a month. That's insane. Even if your house is covered, that is not enough. Not even close.
When I was in E1, I made $600 a month and was proud to get it. By God,
Justin, you think a Scat Pack is expensive?
I was going to say, but how many years ago was that?
I would talk.
You're acting like you're talking about a Ferrari or a Lambo or an Escalade.
When a lot of these kids are 18-year-olds buying a fucking $70,000, $80,000 car, they're not getting 2% interest.
It's definitely not no $70,000 car.
That's not accurate. They would not pass the they would not pass the credit check. If they're brand new 18-year-olds, they don't have sort of credit, dude.
Yes,
Do
they
you
will.
know that
when you're
car
going
dealerships
to
are
a military
fucking scam
town,
artists?
it says we finance
my husband
E1
has
and
an Escalade
above.
that's worth $60,000. You think a Scat Pack's worth
That's not how it is anymore. Unless you can show me. Can you show me? Wait. So you made a claim that people who make low salaries get super expensive cars around $70,000. I'm sure they could easily do a survey or a study on this. Can you tell me one source of your claim proving it's true?
There's no Dodge. There's no Dodge worth no $70,000. It's a fact. Hell,
You're right,
Jeep's more expensive than a Dodge.
Hold on, I can speak
No,
from
just if you can
experience,
prove,
and I know
not
this is true.
experience. Because everyone's personal experience is different. I've had somebody tell me that, oh, this person coming to use their SNAP benefits got out of an Escalade. Oh my gosh, I can't believe they can afford that. It wasn't their Escalade. It was their parents' Escalade, literally, who dropped them off and had to go to work. So no, just because you see somebody with a certain car doesn't mean you know, or a purse or something. Like, people love to jump to conclusions, but you don't always know if it's theirs or not. And if it is theirs, you should be able to prove it and get them off of whatever government benefits, right?
I'm telling you that every single platoon in the Army has one guy who's married to a stripper, and every single new batch of privates that come to the unit, one of them goes to one of the local car dealerships that has a sign that says, we finance E1 and above, because they all say that.
Hang on.
That's how you know you're rolling up on a military town. It's got tattoo parlors, titty bars, and we finance E1 and above car lots. And yes, everybody knows a private who's got a Charger.
Well, hang on. This isn't even. I'm going to prove exactly what I'm saying. I just put it into Google, and I found the first dealership. Stores. You're right. I found the first dealership that actually offers it. It is in Colorado Springs. It is a Volkswagen.
Fort Carson.
No, this one's in Colorado Springs. If you are active duty service member, E1 and above, you're eligible for a Miles program loan. Miles is a non-credit score criteria-based program. Whether your maximum loan payment will either be a percentage of your monthly base pay or of your total income. The issue is we see this all the time. Why? Because they know they have a 4-year contract. They know they're getting that money every single month for 4 years. There's no, they're going to get fired. Like the chances of you getting fired are very, very slim. So there's a reason why banks. Yes, there's a reason why shit like this is available, Neuro. I can find many dealerships that offer this. So this is a problem that we are seeing.
I wasn't saying the dealerships. I was saying proof that people that are in poverty are purchasing by and large, or getting high-end cars. Do you have any statistic that proves that this is a huge problem? Because if it's happening so often, then they'd be able to track that, right? They would easily be able to track that, unless it's a very hyper-specific thing, very individual thing, and it's not very common.
Wait, hold on. What are we saying? Because either we're saying that like impoverished people are buying expensive cars, or we're saying that that's a problem. Are we saying that it's a problem that people who don't have a lot of money are buying expensive cars? Is that the claim?
Well, the claim is
No.
that they can then get government benefits, which is crazy because government benefits don't go, oh, where's all of your money going? No, they go, what is your total income? They don't say, where is it
Yes.
going? They say, what is your total income? And that's what they go off of. If you apply for any kind of government benefits, they're going to ask you your social, they're going to ask you your date of birth, they're going to ask you for proof of those things, proof of address, and then they're going to ask for proof of income, and they're going to look at your income. And that's what they're going to determine your need by. Not if you live in a house that's too expensive, you know what they're going to tell you? Move somewhere less expensive. If you have a car that's too expensive, you know what they're going to tell you? You have to have a less expensive car. Sorry, we can't help
They
you.
actually don't tell you that, Nero. I hate to break it to you. You're living in La La Land. When you apply, and it's very fucking simple for the most part, I can do it right now while we're on here and just get denied for the fun of it. You just go online, you enter all your information in. You put how much you make a month, you put in what your expenses are, and then you are either approved or denied. You usually have to do a phone interview to kind of get the human to human talk. And then they verify just everything that you put on your application. And then you're either approved or denied, usually with on that phone call.
So that might
but
be
they're not
your
asking
state.
it. Hang on, Neuro, hang on. But they're not being like, oh, so you pay $1,700 a month in rent? You need to go somewhere else. No, what they do and what I was saying is a lot of the times when these E1s, which is an 18-year-old, join the military, they go to these fucking dealerships that will give them any sort of car loan
That's not
that is
true.
in their budget.
I'm sorry,
I
that's
just
not true. They
proved it.
absolutely no. I'm sorry. I've gotten every couple of years. I've gone and gotten a new lease, and every company that wants to know your credit, absolutely for sure, wants to know what you're paying for mortgage or rent, and then they figure out how much money you actually have based on what you pay in general. That's absolutely
Correct.
true.
You're right, Ash.
Point
It
is that
true.
it's
Oh
not
my God, can I
people on food stamps. What I'm trying to say is those military members, if they are in fact going and getting these really expensive cars that they can't afford, those are not the same people that are getting approved for food stamps. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Because if
you
their
make-
income is high enough to be approved for these cars, they're not going to be approved for food stamps. Food
They're
stamps
not-
don't have have a very low threshold. You have to make virtually nothing to get on them, which is why I see such a
No.
problem. And I can't understand why such a huge percentage of our military relies on them, which shows me there's a big problem.
You
I see
actually,
the point now.
Yes, Ash, I think you are kind of missing for a couple minutes. No, so a lot of so you can qualify for SNAP at an E1 pay. They don't ask you, oh, how much is your Challenger that you have in the driveway? They don't ask you that shit. They go based upon, and you are right, what your income is. So and I'm looking at it right here, an 18-year-old, as an E1, you are making $2,400 a month in your pay. So at that point, you are living in government housing. You're living in fucking the barracks. Unless you have a wife or children, then you are collecting BAH, which is provided by the military, which is your housing allowance. So for these military members that you're talking about are sitting here collecting SNAP, that's something they're doing wrong to need that. Not our system, which I do agree we should be paying our military a lot more than $2,400 a month at 18, but they have no responsibility at that point. So they all go to the fucking dealerships that allow it, just like the program I read to you out of Colorado Springs, and there's many of them. They do not need any credit. They can have absolutely shit credit because they don't go off credit. They go based upon what your pay is, and that's what you can afford.
Well, also the military has special privileges, right? So like if you're connected to the government, it's almost like having extra credit because you are sort of in some ways tied to, our governmental budget. Or at least people who can just make things go away. There's a certain power included in that. And so, like, yeah, but like the whole point of like having our like military is sort of bastardized, incorporated into capitalism is just insane too. Like, we should just give these guys a nice car and a place to live. Like, if you're gonna put your life on the line, then why aren't we just like making everyone's life easy? Like, they're making your life easy by being free, and you're not willing to just give them a fucking cool SUV. Like, get the fuck out of here. What are we talking about?
Neuro doesn't understand that though.
No, I think that is something we should do. Give them a free SUV. But I actually was interested, Neuro, about what our percentage was that was receiving SNAP benefits. So I just did a quick Google search, and it looks like there's only 20,000 to 22,000 active duty families that rely on SNAP. That is less than 2% of our active force and around 213,000 of our National Guard. So
that's according to the 2019 report from a Government Accountability Office that more than 22,000 active duty troops used the food support program in that year. So that's how many of them used it in that year. That's not a full picture. But what I will say is this: 22,000 troops, active duty troops, right? In 2019 alone. I'm sure the number is much higher now because I'm looking at the same thing you are. I'm actually looking on military.com. I'm sure you're looking at the same article, right?
Neuro, it doesn't depend on the job too.
cbppp.org. Sorry,
Neuro,
what?
doesn't it depend on a job if you get snapped too? Like, there's different jobs in the military and different.
Of course, but what he's expressing is the main reason for the majority of military being on SNAP is that apparently 22,000 troops are apparently just very they're not mentally well enough to handle their budgets. They're very naive. They're very silly. They're immature.
Well, Justin is a nitwit. Justin's a nitwit.
Is that, I guess his point is that our military is too dumb to manage their money, but they're smart enough to protect us, I guess. I don't know.
Justin,
very strange.
Justin,
it seems derogatory.
Are you a billionaire? What's your bank account look like? Let's talk about your financial problems.
My bank's
pretty good. Manage money. Just
my bank's pretty good, I would say, for the most part. I mean, there's stupid shit I spend my money on.
You got a 9 to 5. What's going on?
I got an 8 to 4.
Oh, you got an 8 to 4.
Were you in the military?
What kind of car? What kind of car do you have?
No.
I got a 2024 Explorer, and I have a 2025 Expedition.
A Ford Explorer?
That
You don't have
sounds like
no money. You're driving a Ford. You don't have no money.
I
Derek,
would not
you sound
spend
so
my
trashy
money.
doing
You have
that.
no money.
Derek, hold on. He's also from Florida. Hold on. Derek, were you in the military at any point?
I was not. I have a lot of friends and family that were in.
So you just know a lot about it through research. All of this stuff
Justin,
is not like firsthand.
it seems like you tried it out and it didn't work out. Oh, that's a PT Cruiser. I ain't seen one of them in a minute.
This is a 2001, so you can tell I clearly live well beyond my means from this 2001 PT Cruiser I have. I obviously spend my money foolishly. I have tons of money.
I think like PT Cruisers like the next best thing to Hondas. Like they last for a minute.
Well, I think it looks like a hearse / gangster vehicle at once. So that's
it gets you from point A to point B. Reb said that's the worst car in the world. Reb, I've seen
a lot of issues. I still got to fix.
Can we not
Cruiser so damn long?
bypass the issue? And this is from veteran.com. It's a military website. Only right around that 22,000 military families are on SNAP. So, and I will say our National Guard is more on SNAP, never mind our veterans. But this whole aspect of all of our active duty, or a high percentage of our active duty, is on SNAP. Well, where are those numbers? Because it only says about 22,000 active duty families are on it. Usually that is the wife that is staying home with the kids, because that's a majority of what they do, because they
collect
have to
benefits.
take care of the kids. Yes.
Collect benefits.
So where are these active duty members that you were talking about, Neuro? once again, it's just feelings and not facts with you. Always.
I think
Here,
this is an
Center for
important
Budget
conversation.
for Policy of Priority, SNAP helps 1.2 million veterans with low incomes, including thousands in every state. There's also veterans, yeah. So we obviously pay them well too as veterans, right? So what I'm
No, we
saying is
don't,
we
actually.
obviously treat our So how much of our military budget goes to feeding veterans and feeding our military members? Can you let me know? Like, how much are they getting paid?
And Nora, I wanted to add something.
What's
Our
the
military
percentage
budget is
versus
completely different
what
than
we're
our budget for the VA.
versus what we are throwing into wars and into weapons and things like that? Like, how much is going to the soldiers versus the weapons? I'm just curious.
Depending on what they're getting in the GI Bill, depending on what state they live in, and depending on what their percentage is if they're claiming disability. Those numbers can range vastly. I know down up in Massachusetts, where I'm originally from, BAH is about $4,300 a month. And then 100% disability is about $4,400 a month. And then the post GI 9/11 bill is about another $4,000 a month. So I have had friends who are pocketing pretty much 12 grand a month just to go to school.
I was going to say that sounds like they're very lucky, because I know they've done away with a lot, like the whole the toxic pit thing bill that just got sent down. And like many people's cancers are not going to be treated, and now they're trying to also go after anyone with sleep apnea and say that that's not a medical condition anymore, as well as a few others, as well as like the ringing in your ears. I can never say it. Tinnitus, and I have it, but I can't even enunciate it. Thank you. I add more syllables for some reason. I'm sorry. Anyways, but my point is that like that's one of the most common, by the way, things that happens to many military members that go and fight in wars, right? Is they get that, right? And now they're not even covering that anymore, right? So I would argue that our country does a huge disservice to those who served. And I myself have never served. I have multiple family members who have. My brother has. My grandfather came back with a Purple Heart. Because he came back with one lung during World War II. But my whole point is that we treat our military like garbage. We spend most of our budget on weapons and not the people. And then we say, oh, well, we don't have enough for these safety nets, these social safety nets. Meanwhile, we literally shit on the people that we claim to care the most about, that are doing the most for our country. That's BS.
Hold on. So first of all, just to be fair, I think tendinitis is actually a thing too. Not the same thing as tinnitus, but anyways.
Tinnitus. Yes, thank you.
I think there's those are both things. But anyway, I have to drop it a second. But I just really was curious about one thing, because a bit ago, Derek, you had said that you were concerned. One of the issues you were concerned about was the and I don't mean to like get way off topic. We can use this as a sidebar and get right back on. But the whole reason I came up a while back was because you had mentioned that there were tens of thousands of Iranian civilians who were being harmed, and you were concerned about that. Is that right?
Yes, I think you can say that.
So I mean, it seems like, and again, correct me if I'm not being fair at any point, but in general, you tend to agree with the sentiments of Trump when you hear his statements and these things. So I'm just curious how you personally, because I think that Trump doesn't have the ability to deal with the cognitive dissonance, but I think maybe you do. How do you deal with that idea that you care about the Iranian civilians, and then when Trump says, we'll just obliterate all of them if you don't like do whatever we say, are you okay with if they said we're not going to do that and that happened? Are you okay with that? Like getting like, is 20,000 too much? But like, 100 million, that's okay. Like, what's the line? What is that? You know what I mean?
I think it's by day. You got to see what's going on. If Iran's not playing ball, I don't think the government should decide, hey, we're going to unalive our citizens. But if another country is doing it, then that's something that you deal with later down the road. I don't know.
But how do you show concern about a certain a group of people and then say, I will just murder all of them if you don't deal with what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying there?
Well, yeah, and you're correct, but you can look at it in the same aspect that Iran's doing the same things in other countries. Just like when they did the UAE with that missile strike, the many different bases that we have. So they're playing the same game. We're just playing it better.
So you just don't want
Well,
their government to do it to them, but it's okay if we do.
right. It's okay if other people do it, but if they don't want to do what we say and we just like annihilate everything, that's cool. Like that's the authoritarianism that doesn't work when we're talking about globalism. And I know people want to push back on that and people are anti-globalism, but the fact of the matter is if you're like a lot of people, like I don't agree with like the advancements of like AI in terms of what's happening with it. But if you're like a mojo who believes it's inevitable, it's going to happen, then you also have to believe that it's inevitable that globalism will continue to be prominent and we will continue to see things integrated in a global fashion. That is the only evolution possible in terms of markets and economy, right? So if that's the case, then how are you okay with saying, like, we're just going to decimate this entire area? Like, those things don't compute.
Have to compute. As long as it equals 2 plus 2 equals 4, then we've made it.
You just want America to be on
Wow.
top no matter what, even if it causes tons of civilians to unalive. That's okay though. So like next time, if you're going to use them as like, don't you care about their rights? Maybe don't try to utilize them and be like, hey, I'm doing this because I care about them, when you would easily annihilate them immediately
Right.
if Trump said so.
That's
Like,
my
don't
point.
pretend. Like, stop pretending. It's kind of like when people are like, oh, why do you support them? I don't know. Maybe because I don't want people to unalive. Like, people tell me all the time, why do you care what happens in this war? I don't know. I find people being unalived in violent, horrific ways to be very sad, right? So like, I don't, benefit from, like, personally from, I don't enjoy people unaliving. Like, maybe there's something wrong with me, but it sounds like you do, but only if it means we win.
But it's not just the people. Like, we're talking about, like, if that happened, it would not only be a societal crisis, it would be an economic crisis. Like, there are no benefits to that. That's like, this is also the cognitive dissonance I don't understand. We write books for children about like not bullying and being good people, and then we vote for the exact opposite. Like, I don't understand the problem with society, this sort of communal sociopathy that, like, we should teach our children to be good people, but I want a bad person in power. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
No, there's a whole reason for that, and that's a psychological phenomenon. But I fear I don't want to dive in too deep and let's take over Mojo's panel with that. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of people wanted to own the libs, even if it means they're going to lose their farms, even if it's going to mean their children are sent to war and end up being buried in another country. They don't care as long as they can own the libs. You know what I mean? And that's why they're using things like culture wars. They have no solution for any of the real problems. Mojo, are you there? Mojo,
No, I'm not here.
leave a message after the beep.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are boring.
Sorry, you want me to act crazy?
No.
Let's
'Cause I can do
continue
that.
arguing about
Oh, man.
who's poorer.
It'd be much harder for you to act normal, by the way.
That is true. That is very true.
Did you run off?
I'm neurospicy brained.
No one's running me off.
Austin's waiting for the tyrannical government to stand up to.
Justin, you take me as someone that's done a lot of crazy shit in their life. Is that true?
A decent amount, yes.
Okay, I want you to embrace that, Wild Street, and fucking vote Democrat, midterms and 2028. Do it, bitch. You can do it.
Definitely not. That was good though. I like the push, but no. I can't do that to
You just
myself.
still sucked into the culture war, aren't you?
No, I mean, I don't think there's team politics. I don't believe in what the Democrats believe in. And I don't think I could
well,
make
no,
that.
I don't agree with the Democrats either. The moderate Democrats, I personally think we need much more progressive people in power, but you're not going to find that on the right side of the aisle. I think you'd agree, right?
Oh, see, I don't want the progressives. I think they're a harm to this country.
In what way?
How's that?
I think trying to give everybody universal health care, pretty much, I guess you could call it, all the basic needs, is going to create a world or a country full of lazy people.
Why?
Because you have all your basic needs met. What is stopping people, or what is incentivizing people to want to go work and make more?
I thought they were already doing that now.
Have you ever seen a pyramid in a business meeting at all, where at the bottom of the pyramid are the basic things you need to do, and then the top of the pyramid is what your goal is, or what you're trying to achieve?
Yes.
Yeah, you've seen that. A lot of
Yeah,
businesses.
I've seen pyramids.
Well, a lot of businesses use that. It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or it's based on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So businesses use it because it is true. It is true that you must step through a process in order to get to the top of that process or the end of that process. And the process will always start at a couple simple steps, a couple little things that you got to do in order to make sure that you can move up. Well, in this case, when we're talking about human beings, they have to have food. They have to have water. They have to have shelter. They have to be able to sleep. They have to have a roof over their head. They have to have some sort of security. You get all this stuff taken care of, and then they can start working on education. They can start working on well, you got healthcare behind there too, but they can start working on education and being a productive member of society. Then you've got transportation, the ability to move around freely, all that nifty shit. And as you move up through this rung, and you find love, and you find marriage, and you find kids, and you find all this other shit, and now you've got all your basic needs met, you've achieved the love and the feeling that you need inside. Now what's left to achieve? Well, what's left to achieve is self-actualization. The reason that you're here, the reason for being, your telos. So you get to search for it. Once you get all your basic needs, you get to search for something you're good at, something you're better at than everybody else. But right now, most people can't do that, because right now they're still stuck on the level where they're looking for healthcare and food.
Now that I can agree with. We're all trying to get those basic needs. But where is the incentivization for wanting to go the above and beyond? Where is that? Because we can, and everybody in this country has the ability to do so. But a lot of people, well, they do. I mean, who doesn't? Or what's stopping them?
Their country, the economic system itself requires a large poor workforce in order to survive. So if it doesn't have a large poor workforce to draw from, then wages go up and prices go up, and we see never-ending inflation, and then the economy collapses. So we need a large poor workforce that's ready to work at any given time, that can move from job to job as needed throughout the economic times that we find ourselves in. And those people on the bottom, they're never, and this is large, by the way, we're talking about at least half the population. So those people are never going to be able to get out of the cycle or the rut of just trying to get their basic needs met. And our economic system requires that.
Also, I was going to ask you, Justin, how many people do you know? So, back when we were, I don't know how old you are, because I think you're much younger than me. But like back in like the 90s and the 80s and 70s, people used to retire, right? They used to that retire word. Like boomers, they used to actually, well, not boomers, their parents, I should say, their parents retired, right? But have you noticed that in many different fields right now, boomers who are otherwise well off are refusing to retire? Actually, they've done tons of articles on this. So my question to you is, why aren't the well-off boomers retiring? Do you have an answer for that?
Well, a lot
Or
of it
why do
has
they
to do
retire
with
and go right back to work?
Well, a lot has to do with the property taxes. I truly am a firm believer that when you buy your house and you fully pay off your house, you should be able to not have to pay property taxes, and Florida is taking a step towards that.
I'm not talking about boomers that are unwealthy. I'm talking about wealthy boomers that have big nest eggs and big retirement savings. Why are they continuing to work even though they could take advantage of that right now?
Because they need something
Because
to
they're
do.
bored.
Yeah, I
Because they're
mean,
bored. Thank you. They're bored. Have you ever seen the sitcom of the husband and the wife at home and they retire and they're both fighting? They're just like, get away from me. I need a hobby. I need to get out of the house. That's why. Because when you're at home, especially in a capitalist system, right, you get bored. And you also get told constantly that you're a waste of life, that you're a waste of resources, that you're, even if you're disabled, you're told that you're a leech on the system, that you suck, right? And I'm saying this from a place of knowing, right? This is what you get told, and this is what you start to internalize about yourself. So all you want to do is work. So no, that is not the case, right? And on top of that, if you think that's not how our system works by having this huge group of like really low wage earners, ask yourself why they haven't done anything to actually meaningfully solve the issue of immigration. People who get paid virtually nothing to work because, they'll take whatever they can get, right? So you have to ask yourself, why have both parties tossed that back and forth for the last 40 years?
Whoa,
I
whoa,
don't
whoa,
know
whoa!
where
Wait a
you're
minute!
going
Wait a
with
minute!
this.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Did she just say that immigrants will work for less? Is that what she
Yep,
just
she
said?
said the quiet thing out
I'm
loud.
saying that, no, I'm saying that
Interesting.
historically they've been exploited by major companies. Historically, they have been exploited for their labor, correct? Just the same as before
Absolutely.
slavery, just the same as slavery when before that was outlawed, right? They would not pay them anything and they would steal their labor, right? Just like even today, like one of the biggest white collar crimes is not paying your employees. And a lot of people don't realize just how big that is.
All right,
Okay,
Donovan. I do want a one world government because I consider all human beings the same, no matter where they were born, whatever kind of fucking, wherever spot they landed in the fucking DNA lottery doesn't really matter to me. They're all human beings. So yeah, I don't care where they come from, and I do think that all human beings deserve to have their basic needs met. I'm not sure why that's a bad thing.
I just don't know where Neuro was going with this. She just said, why do older people go back to work, and then went into a whole, like, what does that have to do with anything? You just seem...
Because they can't retire today.
Well, no. She was saying the wealthy retirees that go back to work, and then she went to a Family Guy episode. I don't know where the fuck she was going with it. I don't even think she
I was expressing that there is a large population of people who could retire, and I'm not saying, well, maybe not a large population, but there is a population of wealthy boomers that could retire that either A, are bored and don't want to, or B, they don't trust passing down the keys to the next generation. They're too invested in their own companies. But my point is that most people draw meaning from helping others. It's like a human nature thing, like we're social creatures, right? So I will tell you this as a disabled woman who used to work full time. I have such a strong desire to continue to work that it's insane. And I feel horrible when I can't. And I know most people feel that way because even if you don't feel that way, our society will tell you that over and over and over again, right? It will tell you that you're lazy, that you shouldn't be at home, that, what are you bringing to the table? What are you doing? What are you contributing, right? And same thing from others, right? With unpaid labor. So that's my whole point. My whole point is that it is very rare for people to be quote unquote lazy. There's usually either A, they have a disability, so they can't work the same way as everyone else, or B, there's something else going on, or they're not jobs where they are. And what do you think is going to happen with this AI thing if it really does do what they say it's going to? I don't know what's going to happen, but what happens if it replaces most of our workforce? What are we going to do then?
Well, I think that's where we start having people build their skill sets. We have a giant, large population of this country that refuses to do anything more than the bare minimum.
How do you get built skill sets?
You go to college. You learn a
How do you go to
trade.
college?
How do you go
If
to
you've no money,
college?
if you have no money, how do you go to college?
I love that question. You do know the federal government will allow you to take out a student loan, correct? You do know that?
Not as much anymore because they've cut
No,
back on a lot of that.
they've actually been going up every year. I don't know
What's
what
the
you're
interest
talking.
rate on those, Derek?
Yeah,
For
also
the
that.
For the Pell Grant, it's actually you don't pay the Pell Grant back. For the unsubsidized and subsidized, I can never remember what the fuck it's called, the Stafford loans. You don't have to pay those back until you're done with college. I believe it's about 6 months after, and interest doesn't start accruing to that till that time. So if you wait till 6 months after, and just say you were working all through college, X, Y, and Z, or you get a decent job after you get out of college, or a trade, or whatever the case may be, you may only have to pay a couple $1,000s extra. Maybe.
A lot of my millennial
Jesus fucking Christ.
a lot
Okay,
of
I
my
got the
millennial
answer.
friends did that.
Okay, the subsidized loans right now are 6.52 for undergraduates. So are the unsubsidized. The difference between those two are the unsubsidized loans immediately accrue interest. The subsidized ones don't start accruing interest until 6 months after you graduate.
Okay.
All right.
The
Before we go
direct
further,
unsubsidized- Go ahead.
can you all tap the screen, share the live out, do the heart me if you haven't done it yet, the little orange heart next to my name at the top left of the screen. Gift a panel. I don't know that I even have a gift goal set up right now, but I will. I guess I do. I have gift goals. So help me with my gift goals too, please. But definitely tap the screen, get us up. See if we can get some more conservatives in here because these guys suck. Thank you.
Graduate professional was about 200 bips higher, around 8.07. Those are always unsubsidized, so the interest accrues immediately. But neither here nor there on the interest rates. The problem is the base loan that you have to get for colleges has been out of control for the past 50 years. So it creates a mountain of debt. So instead of building wealth out of college like our forebears, we're paying down a mountain of debt.
You're correct, everyone's dad.
Exactly.
But we do know you don't have to go to a massive university. You don't have to go to Harvard. You don't have to go to Boston University. You can go to the localized like community college, which is all the same. And if you're in-state tuition, so a resident of that state, your price is pretty much cut in half, if not 3/4. And if you're in just say like a blue state, especially like Massachusetts, community college and state schools are free to anybody that lives there that makes.
I was going to say they are not. They are not free. They are not free. They used to be free, like 200 years ago.
No. Hang on. No, it is free. Massachusetts does free community college and free state colleges. They haven't
Okay,
changed
well then that
it.
must be specific to Massachusetts.
Yeah,
is my
Virginia
point.
doesn't do that. We're a blue state.
Okay.
Also,
so
I want to be very clear, Derek. To be very clear, also, certain community colleges do not offer four-year degrees. Like, there's certain nursing programs that might be included in that, and I can only speak for Texas here. The community colleges around here do not offer four-year degrees. Most of the time, you have to transfer to a university. Also, the idea that anybody's going to Yale or Harvard or any of that, it is like 1% of the 99% of people who go to college. It is not the vast majority of people. The vast majority of people are going to end up going to some kind of a university because they have to try to get that. They have to go to university for their baccalaureate degree. And they may do a double major or whatever they're doing. But yeah.
I'm sorry, Vince. It cost $80K, $85K to go to private university.
No one's
without
talking
a
about
scholarship.
private tennis. I just said state and community.
Oh, understood.
So the
understood.
average cost.
But some people do qualify to go to private.
But then that's
and
their problem.
State universities are not that cheap.
But that's
either.
their
So
problem.
the average
They
cost-
chose to go.
The
Okay,
average
so then they
cost.
can't get off. They can't get a better job because it's their choice to have the money to go to these state colleges that are too expensive that put them further in debt. And then many of these jobs, from what I remember as a millennial, need 2 years of experience. So then they get out of college, but then they can't get hired in their field because now they need experience, and nobody's hiring somebody just wet behind the ears from college, right? So now what percentage of people with college degrees right now in the US are unemployed? That's a number I would like.
It's not that much, actually. I think 30% of our whole country has college degrees. So when you look at the ones that are unemployed, I think it's like maybe 4%. The last time I looked at all this shit.
So then we're gambling if we want to end up with all that debt, and if we end up one of the 4%, depending, we're just rolling the die on if we're going to end up in significant debt with no income and potentially homeless. So but that's going to better your skills, right, guys?
This is where
here's the amount. Well, no, you were talking about it's cheaper. I want you to have the facts so you can argue your point.
Okay.
If you go to the 2 years community, then 2 years state, you live off campus, you're on average going to spend about $32,000. This does not include your books, your cost of rent, your cost of transport. That's just base price. If you go to 2 years community college, living off campus and commuting, so it saves you about $22,000 going that route. So it's a significant savings. Now, if you go to community college, drive locally, and then transfer to a state school, and you have to get housing because you don't live close enough, all in all, that'll raise the price tag to about $104,000.
Okay. So roughly anywhere between, we'll even call it 35,000 and about 100,000, depending on which way you go about it. And a lot of these
45 to 100.
Yeah. So 45 to 100. And the average job pays roughly about anywhere from 40 to about 60 in this country. That's the average median take home pay per person in this country. So if they really wanted to, they could do 4 years out of college and then pay their student loans off within a couple of years, maybe even 4
If
years,
cost of
right?
living, no, because this is hilarious to me. The presumption that they'd be able to pay off their student loans within 4 years is laughable when you consider the cost of living. When you consider the fact that $40,000 to $60,000 is maybe okay for a single person that is living in an apartment that is probably like 800 square feet. Okay, nothing wrong against that, but and somebody who doesn't you would need the perfect situation. The average person is going to end up living with their kids. They're going to have a family. When you consider cost of living adjustments, there's no way that they're going to be able to pay that off in 4 years. I don't want to say no way. That's a little bit hyperbolic, but generally speaking, that is an over assertion.
It's not hyperbolic. When the savings rate of the average American is 2%, you can kind of see why you can't pay down debt, right?
You're right. I think the other part of it, everyone's dad, because I know you're smart enough. We do waste a lot of money in this country on stupid shit. I'm not even going to speak to the avocado toast, the amount of coffees, and the $10 Starbucks orders. We're not going to do that. No. We're not going to go down that route. But let's talk about the about $150 worth of subscriptions we probably all roughly pay about a month. Never mind the fact that we probably all have Apple Music, Spotify, one of those fucking streaming music services. On top of that, outrageous car fucking loans.
All right, you ready? Wait. You ready for this?
Hang on, Vince.
What about daycare? How much does daycare cost?
You're
how much
right.
Daycare cost?
You're right. It's fucking expensive as shit. I think it's $200 to $300 a week.
Hey, do you think maybe
It's how much a week?
too much on healthcare?
About $200 to $300.
Considering we pay about $15,000 per capita versus the
Wait, stop,
$5,000
you
average.
guys.
Sorry, I didn't hear anyone else talking.
No. I'm sorry, but everybody's talking over you. Can you guys not hear Jorts, everyone's dad?
I can hear him, but somebody else has been talking, but I don't know who it was.
Nero. I'll call her out.
You said we all pay too much and don't save our money. Do you think we might be, spending too much money on healthcare, considering we spend about $16,000 per capita compared to our economic peers around $5,000 per capita? Do you think that's a waste of our money?
I don't think the healthcare is the problem. What I think is if you add it up, we probably, never mind the fact that I think the average car loan in this country is about $600 a month. Then you add insurance. If you're struggling, you don't need a $600 car payment a month. You don't buy a beater from down the road. Run that thing to the fucking ground. And when you get to a certain point in your life, upgrade. But we live in such a status country that everybody wants the newest and best, because I probably can all imagine we're on fucking at least $1,000 phones. We're talking into them. We're scrolling on them. We're spending all this fucking money on Wi-Fi and everything else. That's the problem. I don't think it has anything to do with anything else.
Let me break it down for you. We pay on average $10,000 more per person for our health care. That it converts to 667 avocado toast.
Also, can I say something on this car situation as someone who drives a 2001 PT Cruiser? So yes, I paid $2,000 up front for my car, $2,000, right? Most people don't have $2,000 set aside. I was very fortunate to have $2,000 to purchase it, right? That said, I'm going to have to put thousands of work into it. It needs all new tires. It needs a new front rotor. I don't know, like that needs special tools that I can't do myself at home. I don't have a lift. So I'm
You
going
don't
to
need a
pay a
lift.
mechanic to do it, right? The leases, you're paying so much. Wait a second, for the leases, you're paying so much a month or whatever, and then you can return it, right? And you don't have to worry about major mechanical issues. If you buy a beater, you're forgetting about the fact that some people live in rural areas where there is no public transportation. And on top of that, if you've got a flat tire, AAA costs what, a year, and it can only go, I think, 15 miles. If you're more than 15 miles, you're screwed, right? And if you live in a rural area, you're probably traveling more than 15 miles just to get your groceries. A lot of these
And how about the cost of gas?
Specific people,
Hey.
specific situations.
But
That
you
too.
guys, but you try and say buying a lease compared to buying a beater is a better option. A car is always going to be a depreciating asset. So the second you lease it, that car is worth shit. The second you lease it, let's be honest, you are already in the negatives. So to say that buying a lease, you return it, but you get nothing out of it. You're paying to lease it. You're paying to rent it. You're renting a car. You might as well just go to Enterprise and rent a fucking car, because that's the same thing you're paying. You're paying for the company to continue to profit off of you. As somebody who pays about $1,600 a month in car payments. I don't know what you were saying, Neuro.
I wasn't saying that one was better. I apologize. I should. Hopefully, I should be better now. I just went on.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Stop talking until then, please. Thank you.
So, Derek, let me point something out to you. Like this whole budgeting myth, like not spending our money wisely, sounds good, but the truth is, you can't budget your way out of a math problem where your required survival cost, your fixed survival costs, outpace median income for 50 years. It's not a budgeting problem. It's a failure of the structural math of our economy for a large amount of people in this country. It's not a budgeting issue.
Yeah, I think I fixed the lag. All I was trying to say real quick is I wasn't suggesting one option was better than the other. I was merely explaining that some people do not have the savings needed to purchase a beater car, number one. Number two, and they're not able to save it because they need to eat, right? And they need to pay their, bills, their bills they already have, like their rent and, things that keep skyrocketing, and their wages aren't going up. So that's number one. Number two, sometimes with beaters, you end up paying significantly more because it becomes a money pit than you would for leasing a car where you would not have that obligation to put that money into. You might end up spending less on a lease than a super old car if you're not a mechanic and don't know what you're doing, right? That's what I'm trying to express.
Yes. No, you are correct, Neuro. I mean, you are going to spend some money at the mechanic. But when you think about the average lease cost now, it's roughly about $400 to $500 a month. And that's just on average. I mean, you can get it a little bit cheaper, a little bit higher. or extremely higher. But I think the average lease cost is right in between $400 and $500 a month. If you just pocketed that for a few months and used every bit of resource that you did have, even if you don't have reliable family or friends, even in rural areas, you have Ubers, you have like a taxi service. Use that for a couple months and save up as much as you can. Buy that $2,000 beater instead of putting money into a lease where it's financial fucking downfall. It's a financial failure for people that can't afford a car to lease these things just because you don't want to have the maintenance requirement, which, let's be honest, most people don't even do the maintenance requirement that there is.
I was going to say Ubering would be $30 to $60 a day, which would actually be more expensive than having a rental. I live in Sussex County.
She's right. I don't know what you're talking about there. Telling someone to use like a premium, dynamically priced service like Uber to save money for a beater car is like telling someone to eat out at a steakhouse every night to save up for their groceries. Your math doesn't fucking work.
It does, but I mean, we can continue to cry about people can't afford a $2,000 beater, but they can afford a $500 lease payment. There's where our priorities.
$2,000 beater, you can go buy it right now.
Well, she bought one. I'm just going based upon that. I mean, and honestly,
$2,000.
$2,000.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
PT Cruiser. When did you buy it?
Why are we going down this rabbit hole? Why is the question not what is available to us here in the States in terms of cars and their pricing? Because if you do just the tiniest bit of research, which I just did while I'm working and listening to you assholes, is that in the US, the general like cars that are available are bigger and more expensive. And the cheaper, smaller cars just aren't manufactured here or aren't made readily available here. The car business, the car industry does not cater towards the poor to average person. That's the problem. If only we made cars affordable so everybody could have one without being judged by some dipshit like Derek, that would be great.
Why does everything that the Democrats speak about say that we should have? Why do you feel, and I'm going to say it this way.
If the rest of the world can do it, Derek, we can too.
Who the fuck does it in any other country, Ella? They don't just hand out.
I just told you I did the research. So imagine new car choices as a ladder, right? In many countries, in most like Western European countries, as well as Asian countries even cheaper than the European countries. In most countries, that ladder, the first rung, would be at $8,000 for a brand new, safe, up-to-date car, not some $2,000 beater that you might not be able to repair if you get in a fender bender, or that might not actually be safe for you, right? $8,000 for an actual cheap.
What car is that? What car is that, Ella? I want to look this up.
Whatever is available, but that's the point I'm trying to make. Whatever is available, and you're not letting me finish. Whatever is available and manufactured in those countries, because that's the difference. Those countries actually do manufacture, or those areas, because it's not country specific, but like those areas actually manufacture smaller, more affordable, and still safe cars that people who have lower income can have access to, because everybody understands that in a lot of cases, cars are actually necessary to get to work. And so in a lot of those areas, that first rung of the ladder starts at about $8,000, and it increases to the next step being about 12, the one after that being about 16, etc., etc. Here in America, the US, that first rung starts at $22,000. According to the Kelley Blue Book, the average American new vehicle transaction price has recently been around $50,000.
Okay.
What the problem is that America is tailored towards large cars. It's SUVs, pickups, and larger crossovers. As to where in Asia and in Europe, the market tailors more towards smaller cars, which work just as well, by the way. But that's just not something that the American, like, capitalistic market provides.
Okay.
That's the issue.
All right. So I'm going to use the UK for an example. A $12,000 brand or £12,000 budget city car you can buy. It is called a Dacia Spring, and it starts around £11,990. And you are correct. A lot of
the type.
hang
Isn't
on,
about
hang on, Ella,
specific
hang on,
cars.
Ella.
This is
Hang
about
on.
the overall car industry and what they provide and at what price point.
Because
You're
we
missing
like
the
our big
fucking
cars
point.
here. If you want your horse and buggy, little tiny
But
little
that's
roads, go back to your
not
shit
true,
ass country.
right? It's the car industry and the people, the manufacturers that like their big cars because that's what makes them the biggest money.
I love my
But if
big
you
car.
have, if it was up to the people and those who only need and want a car to get to and from work, or to just get around for groceries, those people don't want a big car. They just want to be able to afford a car.
So you can buy those, Ella. I mean, I can look on. I can probably find you a quote unquote small car right now for about 11,000. You can find a decently
It
low
would be
miles.
fucking used now, wouldn't it? The point I was making was about brand new cars and how the car industry here, the manufacturers, provide a different market than what you see in other areas where cars are more affordable.
It's not, Ella, because you want to know why you're fucking.
Comprehension of this conversation is about as good as your reading comprehension. Go
Thank
back
you.
to fucking
Anyways, Ella,
I would
hang
love a
on.
small
Back
car.
back to what I was saying. We've tried the small cars out. We had the smart cars. We had the punch buggies. We even had other small cars. But you want to know the problem? Americans don't buy them. We love our big cars in this country. We like to be the king of the road. We like to be the queen of the road. I hate to break it to you, our roads are actually made for them. Your roads are made for fucking little tricycles and horse and buggies. That's why all your cars are fucking little
you who
squish
can't
bugs.
get it up at home need the big car.
You're right.
Hey.
Like, at the end of the day, we have
I'm
tried
sorry,
the small
Mojo, but
cars.
it is always the same fucking bottom line with this guy. It's always putting the ownership or the responsibility on the people and not on where it belongs. Like, you can't sit here and blame people for having a $500 like car payment on a monthly basis when that is what might just be available to them. You have to keep all the variables in consideration if you're going to have a genuine conversation, and he simply does
Ella,
not do that.
I get it, but don't let Derek upset you. He can't fucking read. You think he can math? Just
I
don't
can't
let him
even
upset
read.
you.
But the whole point is, we have tried the small cars in this country.
Derek, that isn't
then. Have
true.
a nice day.
So Derek, that is not true at all. So here you go. A lot of times the reason why we don't do small cars in the USA, it's not because of what the people want, because they don't usually do that. They normally have other people they're trying to help that they're in cahoots with, like, oh, I don't know, big oil, maybe. So when you have small cars with small gas tanks, that's not really helpful to oil execs and like gas, right? So because they're all in bed together, which they are, obviously, they're not going to want small fuel efficient cars, right? They're going to sell you some scam and says it gets 12 miles to the gallon or 20 miles to the gallon or whatever, but we know they all lie about it, right? So here's the thing. A lot of people would like to be able to afford to get to work without having to spend almost their entire paycheck after they pay for, childcare and food on gas. But the thing is, there aren't that many options here anymore, okay? And it's not
All right.
because of a lack of desire.
Guys, the
Have you
market
also
is
thought about?
hold on, Steve. The market is dictated by the consumer. Okay? So if we're gonna complain about anything, complain about the consumers that are driving up the cost of cars in general, because people are willing to pay those prices. So you can't blame the dealership, the manufacturer. You can't blame those people. You got to blame the consumer. They're the ones that are constantly driving up the cost when it comes to cars, houses, a whole bunch of different things. right? It's just the reality. And in this day and age, a car with 130, 150,000 miles on it, if it's been maintained properly, will last you for another 100,000 miles. No problem at all. You just have to learn to take care of it. People are complaining because they want a car with 50,000 miles for $5,000. That's not how it fucking works.
Well, I think
I'm sorry.
young people are complaining, and we can talk about this and what this country and the structural and the failure, as Dad points out, of this country. It's about reasonable rents, reasonable insurance, reasonable cost of food for young people. Just car is another thing. That's just a whole. We can argue about that, but the rents. And just getting a mortgage for a young family and affording health insurance. I mean, this is where we just have abject failure.
Yes, tennis. I think you can say that, but I looked real quick at why aren't there that many small vehicles compared to other countries in the U.S. And it came back and told me Americans consider buying larger SUVs and trucks that offer cargo room and highway comfort because we drive a lot in this country. Also, drivers worry about how small cars would be in a crash with a massive pickup truck or a semi-truck. These are things that consumers think about and why the companies don't make them.
So what's the problem? What are we talking
Have we also
about?
ever stopped for 2 seconds to think about the size of American people physically? I'm 6'5" and over 300 pounds. I physically do
Why
not
don't you
fit.
sound like that? Why don't you sound like that?
Why don't I sound like what?
You sound like you're like $185. No offense.
No, I'm 312 and 6'5".
Crazy.
I physically do not fit in a fucking Audi A4. I cannot fit in the son of a bitch.
That's fine. But what are we talking about? Because I feel like it's jumping. I'm sorry. I just feel like it's jumping all around. So I can't really help or contribute if I don't know what the line of logic is here. Because I feel like it's jumping around. Can we equilibrium
So
here?
Ash, they're basically saying it's consumer demand changed us to luxury vehicles. And what I'm going to do is prove them wrong. And I'll refer you to their earnings reports for any of the Ford. Ford is a good example, right? So if you look back in their actual financial reports, given declining product profitability, the company will not invest in next generations of traditional Ford sedans for North America. Okay, that's one of the reasons they discontinued a lot of affordable smaller vehicles, because they're not high margin vehicles, right? And then the other reason they decided to move away from small affordable cars is all of the the smog and pollution requirements. So SUVs are classified as light trucks, so they don't have as stringent requirements from an emission standpoint out of the factory. That helps improve their margins, right? So the SUVs are more profitable. Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, they're so
Saying that it's blaming the consumers for what's available from the manufacturers, it's like blaming a starving person for not being able to shop at a luxury grocery store that some mogul came in and took over and totally redid the shelving and took all the bread off of it. You guys
Let's
are
talk
pointing.
about used car. Let's talk about the used car market, Dad. Not
Yeah,
not
so
about
new let's go into the used car market. What drives up the used? They like to blame consumers for not spending their money wisely. It's the math ain't math, guys.
So this all kind of came about because there was a discussion about military service members who are on SNAP, but also buy luxury vehicles. And I'm sorry, it doesn't matter what fucking vehicle you want to own or drive. That's fine. If you want to have a fucking luxury vehicle, there are people who don't have great homes, who have come to the realization that they spend most of their time in their vehicles, so they put more money into that. So I don't think we need to be like looking down upon people who make their own decisions as individuals on like where they spend their luxury money. But what we need to be focusing on is making these vehicles affordable and also, future proof so that they are going to have lower costs down the line.
Well, then you got to let China in
It's
here,
not necessarily.
and you got to let China in here and start getting cars produced cheaper, which means we need some free trade going on.
Absolutely.
I'm all for that. But even so, like, it's not looking down on anybody for their choices. Obviously, you get to buy whatever the fuck you want that you can afford. I could give a shit less. It's just the fact that, every time you go to the bar, to the local bar or restaurant or whatever with your buddies, everybody sits around and talks about how broke they are and then gets in their $100,000 truck and drives home. How broke actually are you if you're driving around in a $100,000 truck?
That's fucking bullshit because I live in a fucking $900,000 house and I'm broke as fuck. So miss me with that stupid shit.
Yeah, so again,
it sounds like your friends act that way. Like, I haven't been on vacation in 4 years. I haven't been out to eat in about 5. So, like, I don't get, like, this whole, like, yes, I know somebody who does this, that, and the other. That's not really reflective of the entire population. In fact, many businesses right now, restaurants, are shutting down due to the lack of Americans because of the changes in our, like, we can look that up right now. Like, we've had horrible numbers as far as job layoffs and things like that, right? And less people are going out to eat now than ever. Like, we're like doing horrible economically right now, except for Wall Street. Apparently they're doing great. But either way, my whole point is that just because somebody acts inappropriately, you can't paint the broad brush of the entire society that way. You should just look at the stats and see, like, what our unemployment rate's at, or how many people are going out to restaurants anymore to eat once a week.
Yeah, they're still fucking packed.
Yeah, they most certainly are not.
How many people are going out to restaurants?
Like,
I'd love
all
to
the
know.
time, guys. So I go out to restaurants at least twice a week, and I'm talking about like $400 to $700 dinners, guys. And no, the restaurants are ghost towns now.
Well,
They are
you're
not
going
fucking
to
packed.
$400 to $600 dinners. I mean, I can look across the street if I go drive over there. I can almost imagine Chili's, Applebee's, and all the chain restaurants are slam packed at 7:30 p.m. I don't disagree that the American people
Derek,
are hurting.
I'm not talking about me and my wife, dude. I'm talking about me, my kids, my in-laws, my sister-in-law, and a couple friends. Like, we're not going to high-end restaurants. We're going to regular restaurants. It just gets expensive when you pay for a lot of people.
Yes, and I don't agree with what we're saying. But when you guys sit here and say, oh, well, the American people are hurting, they're not going out to restaurants, that's a complete fucking lie. My family just came down and bought a house down in Florida. We went out to eat pretty much every day. It was slam fucking packed at every restaurant with about an hour to almost 2 hours worth of a wait, depending on where we went. We went to Cheesecake Factory, and they wanted us to wait an hour.
Of course you did.
Now, is that a tourist town, though? Is that tourist?
Orlando, yes, it is. But
okay. Well, that's why, too.
Shenanigans.
But that's also
Cheesecake Factory.
That's
people are on
proving the point.
vacation down there. That's
so
not
people
like
have money to vacation then, and it's slam packed everywhere, the theme parks and everything else, right?
Correct. So when people go on vacation,
money.
they go to people decide how they use their money. Okay. For example, I have a certain amount of credit card debt that is unfortunate. But the fact of the matter is that I reap what I sow. And we decided that we wanted to go to Europe last year. I know you can sympathize with that, Derek. And guess what? We spent like 10 grand, and that's great. We had a great time, but I lost my job, and now we're fucking struggling and trying to get ourselves out of a hole. And I'm sorry, but just because people decide whether it's luxury for their vehicles, luxury for their trips, people need these things in order to maintain their sanity. So I'm sorry, but like people require this stuff. And also it's worth noting that people wouldn't require this stuff as much, I think, if their lives were more comfortable. Like My wife works at a hospital and she sees some of the most craziest, horrific stuff you could imagine. I could give you a story that would send chills down your fucking spine. But the fact of the matter is that she requires to escape sometimes. And so we do that. And when we do that because because she doesn't have the opportunity to satiate her needs otherwise, because we have to buckle down, find the money to enjoy ourselves. And if people didn't have to to work their asses off to just to simply enjoy the nice things in life, even just getting away for some nature, which doesn't cost that much, then they wouldn't be so anxious prone. They wouldn't be so concerned about all these little things and needing to get away and all of this stuff. And so, this is just another argument for providing more social safety net for everyone so that they can actually be happy and enjoy life and not be buckled down by their everyday lives.
Ash, tell your wife you are on
just be
panel.
less happy.
Just tell your wife you're on panel with somebody who has Ehlers-Danlos lost, and watch her face go, "Oh my god!" And trust me, if you tell her that, her face will be funny if she knows.
Wait, say it again.
Sorry. Tell her you're on panel with a woman who has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and watch her face go, "Oh my god." But anyways, I'm sorry. Everyone else continue.
Thank you.
So here are the facts, Derek. Foot traffic is down 16 out of the 17 past months for restaurants, as well as deliveries. Deliveries make up 75% of average restaurants' total revenue. So people are shifting to pickup instead of delivery. So that's going to hit your gig economy too, right? And ticket values have shrunk 12% overall. So
What
people
about
are
people
going
working at
less,
home, though?
they are going less, they are spending less, they are making conscientious budget decisions to save their money.
It's
That's
so
a good
crazy
thing.
to me how popular takeout and DoorDash and whatnot, all those things are. Like, you spend not only the same amount of money, but in a lot of cases, more money for way lower quality of food.
Because people don't have time. That's the problem. That's what we're talking about. People
What do you mean?
not
You
have
don't
time.
have time. Who put the gun to your head and forced you into the capitalism?
Starve to unalive.
This fucking country I was born into.
Are you not free to leave? Like,
no.
You think you could leave if you wanted to? You think that would be easy?
You're paying for people. Wow, you're paying for people to move out of the country. You're paying for all their luggage to go. That's so nice of you. Make sure you do drop some type of link to where people can go there so they can move out of the country. Thanks, buddy.
Saying that you're,
I don't know why you think it's so. I just
to
love to say one
participate in
fucking
anything
thing.
is wild.
It's just interesting how you bandy about, oh, you can leave. You know how hard it is to move out of this country to another country.
Well, I don't know why the
And
fuck
why
you'd ever
should we
want
have to?
but
And why should we have to?
You shouldn't want to.
did anyone say have to? The fuck are you talking
No,
about?
but you're saying that, in response to Ash's, saying that he can't, that people don't have time. People don't have time.
You're forced to
why are you
participate in a
interrupting me?
capitalist system, you're free
Well,
to
this
leave.
is a worldwide
Hold
problem.
on.
There are no purely.
Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. Tennis was trying to say something. Steve started interrupting her, and now you're continuing.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's
Tennis,
just
go
that,
ahead. I mean, we were in the middle of something, but go ahead. You can go.
No, it's just that you were saying that, we don't have time and we have to have it delivered. And I would add to that, we're too tired. I'm just saying collectively, not talking about myself, but we're too tired. We work too many hours with not enough pay, and we furthermore, the groceries are very expensive. And if you want to like have a head of lettuce and a thing of broccoli or whatever, you can't cook it all the time. That goes bad in your fridge. So it makes more sense to have it delivered, right? And your answer to that is you have to stay here, then move. And I just don't know how you can just say that with a straight face. Where are we moving?
Well,
Also, it doesn't matter where
the
we're
comment
moving.
was to being
Sorry, go ahead.
forced to participate in a capitalist system, like someone has a gun to your head forcing you to do it, which isn't the case. You're free to be broke, you're free to be poor, you're free to do nothing, and you're free to leave if there's better opportunity for you elsewhere.
And if there's not more opportunities elsewhere,
Well, then you better stay where you're at, because if there's not more opportunities elsewhere, then you're in the best place for you, aren't you?
well, you could say that, but I mean, what best place am I in? I mean, we started this particular point on the fact that I couldn't afford anything. So, am I really in the best place?
Well, I don't know, but if there's not more opportunity anywhere else, then obviously.
The solution is just to curl up in a ball and unalive.
Right. No. He's hit the. Hold on, everyone. I'm going to let you go next. I just want to just make one very critical point. He hit the nail on the head that if there aren't other opportunities in other countries where it would be very difficult to move to and try to integrate into, especially if you don't have a dual citizenship anywhere, then yeah, maybe this is the best place for you. So you're saying the best place for me is in a capitalistic system where I am forced to trade my labor for a minimum amount of work that is undervalued to inflation to the extreme that I can't afford my house, I can't afford food. This is your best case scenario?
And you're mad at capitalism for that inflation?
Correct.
You might want to check where the majority of that comes from.
No, because if we actually took care of people and didn't make people stress out, like think about DoorDash. Again, you said this, and if you think about DoorDash, the whole reason that exists is because people are counting their time. There was a movie made about this. I can't remember the name of it. But if we get to a point where we are exchanging our valuable time on this planet for commodities, that's a problem. I mean, we do that to some extent. That let me clarify. That sounded kind of weird.
Life, though.
That is life. That is life. You're right. But
it is
when we live in a society where people should be able to depend on one another, where we should ensure our safety, right? Then there should be some sort of standard of living. We should have each other's back, and we don't right now.
How is there this time crunch, this all of these trading all of my time and hours for whatever? Most W2 employees work 40 hours a week.
If you work 40 hours a week,
are we like
you should
under
be
the
able to
impression
afford.
that that's a lot?
No. If we work, so at some point, someone decided, I don't know who it was, but a group of people or multiple people, that 40 hours was like the standard work week, right? You can work 8 hours a day, and that's pretty much what you should work really before you're going into a point of working yourself overtime, right? So to speak. So if you can't afford the shit that you need to live based on your 40-hour work week, that's a problem. That is one of the pinnacle problems that we have been talking about this whole time. When we talk about minimum wage increases and when we talk about standard of living, all people want is the ability to work a job for 40 hours and be able to sustain their living. That's it.
I mean, sure, I don't disagree with that point. I don't think it has anything to do with minimum wage, because like 1% of the workforce in the U.S. works for federal minimum wage, so it's like fucking irrelevant. But sure.
I think what would end up happening is people would still end up complaining about that at that point, because they always want more inherently. Because unfortunately, most humans, they just want more stuff. We're consumers, at least in America.
I mean, there's a difference between wanting more convenience and also and just barely scraping by. You know, we always gonna want more, but I mean, like if you want to work more, say put overtime, and that's just because you want to, I don't know, go on vacation or maybe save up for a new car. I mean, that's fine, but it shouldn't be because you're basically trying to scrape by because you gotta worry about paying your bills, and it should be more about yeah, that's basically where the baseline should be.
I mean,
But
I agree, but I mean, I made the conscious decision at 18 to go into a trade that I knew would pay well, right? And I knew I'd be able to get a good living wage off of this trade. And inherently, like, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work all the time, but there's always that opportunity for growth within a trade. So, you know, I took that as this is going to be my career. I'm going to try to get better at my career and learn new things within my career. And and even before I did that, I looked at how much they would make on average. What's the pay scale? Like, these are things that people should be trying to figure out when they're young. And unfortunately, there is some truth to the system not allowing people to be able to do that because they're so entrenched in all the other bullshit. I would agree. But that's a choice that we all get to make at some level, for the most part, right?
Yeah,
So,
but it's shit choices and a shit like economy and environment we built. So not everyone gets the best choice. Like the number one regret people have, and this is per hospice on their unalivement beds, said they work too much. Like, I don't get why the people across the aisle like think that it's a good thing to work 60, 70 hours a week and never see your family and friends. Like, that's not what life is about, y'all. And let me ask you something. These are the questions I would love my buddies across the aisle to answer. I would love to know how many vacations and how many weeks you guys have taken off of work. And I'm not talking about like I took a couple days off here and there, so I'm counting it a week. I'm talking about like true getaway, phones down, time with your family for the past 5 years. And then the second question I would love to have answered is, if you had a catastrophe today, what is your savings account? What's your emergency savings look like? How many months of your day, your month in, month in, every expense you spend today, how many months could you go before you had to like start drawing down on your 401k or whatever, like equity line of your house? Like, I'm not talking about retirement. I'm talking about like what's your emergency savings look like?
are you asking everybody individually?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to know.
Can you combine them all together, please?
Fucking choking. I mean, personally, I've always been budget conscious, and I'm frugal with pretty much everything I spend my money on. So I personally have about a year's worth of savings myself, but not everybody has that ability because either they don't make enough money, which I can agree with, or they just like to spend money willy-nilly and not really think about the consequences. At least.
What's your monthly expense look? How much you spend on mortgage, rent, groceries, all in?
My monthly is probably like, I mean, if you include my daughter's rent,
everything.
you have to pay for her rent. I would say probably around like $3,000 a month.
Okay, so you have $36,000 sitting in your savings account right now, untouched.
Yeah, roughly.
Good for you.
And I got about probably a little over $250,000 in my 401k.
Okay, what is, like, before we go on the next one, I forget the exact number, but I think, what does the average American have in savings? Anyone know that off the top of the head?
Like $500 or something.
Right.
I'd say probably negative.
Yeah, I would. It's pretty sad, but that's an average along all classes and levels and stuff.
And who's up next? Steve? Justin, who wants to go?
Why does it matter?
Because I'm just
say what you're gonna
curious.
say.
No, I'm just curious what they. Oh, you didn't answer the vacation, Lib.
I mean, I guess this is
Hold on. I gotta answer the vacation because I 100% agree. I know what you're getting at, Dad, with the phone thing. I think that's the most important thing people need to take into account is when they go on vacation or when they hang out with their family to get rid of the fucking phone. Because our connection with our families and our connections with our friends are way more important than a stupid social media, TikTok or Facebook or any of this bullshit that we've got.
Lib, I didn't mean to derail you on that. I just want to know weeks per year you take. And what I'm trying to demonstrate here, you take about a month a year or a month a year off.
Yep.
Okay. That is not reflective of the average American. You're financially better off than those. Steve, what about you?
I mean, my expenses are, I don't know, $2.5 to $3 million a year.
Your personal expenses.
What's that?
Your personal expenses. Like if you had I get you have a farm though, right?
I do, yeah. I've also got a dozen employees and a shit pile of equipment.
So if you had a brain aneurysm tomorrow, how much in your savings do you have? How many months could you run without, getting out of bed?
I mean, the business would continue without me. I mean, there's people in place to do that, but I mean, the answer is not at all. I mean, 2-3 months, if there was zero income, you'd be fucked.
Right. You got a house, kids, if the business crumbled, would they be screwed?
What's that?
This is annoying.
I said you got a spouse, kids?
I have a wife, yes, no kids.
I'm guessing so I guess you're a farmer, so you probably take part of the vacation off, right? You get some time, slow down time, but you take vacations.
We can't hear you. You're cutting out, and this is annoying.
Are we going to continue on this, or can I say something?
I don't want to continue on this. I don't really care.
Okay, but then I'll say something. I just and I know that I say this all the time, but there was a time in this country, okay, in the 1960s and 70s when you could be a carpenter and you could work 35, 40 hours a week, or you could hang up a shingle and open a hardware store, or open a ice cream shop, and you could save up for a deposit and put it down, get a mortgage, and you could build your life. And that was something that we were doing, okay? And where the very wealthy were still wealthy, but they were paying higher taxes, all right? And that's the fucking problem with this country, okay? Prove me wrong.
I don't disagree. I mean,
what the fuck? We had homes built after World War II, the 5 towns in Long Island, and they were built after the war, and people were able to buy them, and young families could build a life, right? And not all the women worked back then, but they could be a stay-at-home mom if they wanted to or not, right? And people thrived, and they went on vacation. And they maybe even had 2 cars in the garage and bought a microwave or what was ever the new thing, right? But that's not the country we live in anymore because we give all the breaks to the very wealthy.
We've also inflated the dollar 300 fucking percent since 1970. So what exactly did you expect to happen?
Yeah, but in 1970, we all worked constantly. No time to build community when no one's fucking off work.
I can't hear what he's saying. I don't know if it's
I
me
can't
or
either.
it's him.
No, it's him.
You're on bars.
Can you hear me now?
Get that Obama Wi-Fi figured out, Dad.
So why wouldn't
It's the
we
best.
regulate? Sorry, Dad.
I was just saying it's the best. I'm just saying we can't build community because everyone's at fucking work, guys. That's all.
And we don't regulate and pass laws that keep taxes, that do a graduated tax program, that work to have our basic needs and a society where the middle class can grow, and the lower middle class can even grow.
If this, it kind of depends on what this, tax the rich plan entails. Like, if you literally just, intend on taxing the income of high net worth individuals, and that is not through either, capital gains or through, many other avenues other than just income, it's not going to do a fucking thing. Like, you could raise the income tax rate for the highest earners to 85%, and you're still not going to do shit, because that's not where the majority of their income comes from. So unless you're talking about completely burning the tax code to the ground and starting over, you're not going to accomplish much, especially at the rate that we're inflating the fucking dollar.
I say we do no write-offs. No write-offs for any of the wealthy to start out with, and give all subsidies to poor people. So make sure that people get free food by setting up programs for small farmers to grow, setting up programs to have that paid for by the community as a whole, or by rich people, I guess. Take all the subsidies away from the wealthy and give them the poor.
I think you should tax capital gains.
If you had to pay tax on net and not on profit, like 70% of businesses in the country would be bankrupt in the first month.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but whatever.
The reality is most of their wealth is in assets and like stocks or investments or real estate. Most of the wealth in this country is invested in assets. That's the problem. It's already invested in something. You can't just extract that.
How are you going to tax money that doesn't exist?
I didn't say tax money that doesn't exist.
Yes, you did.
No, I said no write-offs, no subsidies. You don't get to
Correct.
you don't get to say that I'm going to build a new factory this year, so we're going to give you a certain amount of money off your taxes that you pay. You don't get to say that.
Well, that's not just how write-offs work. Like, write-offs work for everything that you spend in a year. So you write off everything that you pay your employees.
You don't get to do that. Well, I'm sorry.
So now you're taxing money that they don't have.
Even small businesses and startups, they all get advantage. Yeah.
No. You can give a standard deduction to businesses and a standard deduction to individuals, just like everybody else fucking does. The business, sure, that's just on the profit that the business makes, not on the profit.
There's businesses.
They already do that.
That's just, God damn it! Shut up.
How are you gonna pay taxes?
Shut up, dipshit. Okay, so if it's a business and they have employees, then the employees pay the taxes. You don't pay the taxes for the employees. So yes, that can obviously be written off because that's not money that's going into the corporate pocket. That's not a subsidy. That's not a tax break. That's just money that they didn't make. It's money that somebody else made and somebody else is paying taxes on.
Be what a write-off is.
No, it's not a write-off.
It absolutely is a write-off.
No, it's not.
You write off all of the money that you pay your employees.
It is not a write-off. It is not a write-off. It is not a write-off.
It certainly is.
No,
1099 or W-2 wages are absolutely a write-off.
It's still not a write-off.
Steve, he's talking about credits, not deductions. Saying don't give any of the fucking millionaires and billionaires and corporations all these tax credits. Deductions like payroll wouldn't change.
Yeah, but
that's a business expense.
Well, he said write-offs, and write-offs are deductions.
The problem is those expenses pertain to small businesses and big businesses.
I don't care.
You'd have to completely overhaul the tax code in order to facilitate that.
That's fine. That's fine.
We should.
Okay, I think we should. We
Well,
should
what's the
change it to a
incentive for
demand.
Because it's
We
not
should change
working.
it. We should change it to a demand side tax system instead of a supply side tax system. Instead of giving corporations write-off, we should be getting poor people write-offs.
Mojo, there's no incentive to grow at that point. Well, what's the
Yes,
point of
there
growing?
is. Yes,
No,
there is.
not
The
when you have a
incentive.
limit.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. The incentive is competition, and the incentive is the people on the bottom having more money to buy more products. So more people will start businesses.
The problem is when you gross $10 million in a year and have $1 million in profit to show for it, now you've got to pay taxes on $10 million when you really
Nobody
only made
said
$1
that,
million.
you dumbass.
That's
Steve,
you
you're not
you
getting
said
it.
getting rid of write-offs. That's specifically what you
God,
said.
you were such a dipshit. You were such a hard-headed
I'm sorry,
dipshit.
the
I swear to
dipshit
God,
here
you
is you.
are one of the dumbest
'Cause
motherfuckers
that's
I've
exactly
ever
what
met.
you
You are
said.
one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever met.
Steve, I don't know how much you pay your CPA, but I can already tell you it's nowhere near enough to deal with you. I think we can all agree that we've probably never met a Nepo baby we like. Can we agree on that across the aisle? Most Nepo babies are pieces of shit.
No, I know some wealthy people that are very engaged in their community, do a lot of charity. I wouldn't say
I didn't say wealthy. I said Nepo babies.
People doing charity is not the same thing as being big-hearted. I'm sorry, but if you're a corporation and you donate a certain amount of money to a charity, all that company is doing is trying to write off taxes. Period.
And how
No, I'm
to,
talking
I
about
mean,
Nepo babies.
Because in most
I'm no economics whiz at all. I mean, I'm doing a lot of listening and learning, but I still want to know, how was it that the middle class could grow and they could invest in a home and get a mortgage and be a carpenter or hang up a shingle and open an ice cream shop and still be able to grow and to have a mortgage and to own that home? What is it that we're doing different that maybe we could go back to? Somebody please explain it to me.
Inflation, value of the dollar.
200% more.
I'd like to hear from Dad.
Well, I mean, okay.
Well, the main
He's
thing
knowledgeable.
is the fix.
I can tell you. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
The main things that are out of hand. Go ahead, Flip.
You're breaking up again.
So the main things are. Oh shit! Can you hear me now?
You got bars.
Yep.
You got bars. You're good now.
I mean, the main things we have to deal with are housing, the cost of college, right? And healthcare. Those are the things that have greatly outpaced median wages. So specifically, we're paying $15,000 a person for healthcare, where everyone else is paying about $5,000. Taiwan, which created their system for our Medicare, is about $2,000 ahead, and it's far better than ours. So we address healthcare by moving to a single payer system. It's not free healthcare.
Right.
We fucking pay for it.
Right.
We're just puss. We're not getting fucked over by insurance companies. We're not getting fucked over by pharmacy benefit managers. And I think in connection with that, we need to assess how we allow evergreening specifically on pharmaceuticals, so these companies can't hold monopolies on life-saving drugs. So that's
a
what
lot
we
of
need to do to address healthcare.
A lot of the, I feel like a lot of the back and forth is this sort of miscommunication where some people believe that corporations are greedy and they are beholden to their shareholders. I think there's a lot of evidence to back that up. And there's other people who find the government more sort of, corrupt than industries. And this is the crux of the problem, because at the end of the day, like, people need to be able to have confidence in their representatives, and currently a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't have confidence not only in the president, they don't have confidence in Congress, they don't have confidence in their local governments. And until we address the fact that money in politics is one big issue. And that trickles down to a lot of other things. But, my thing is always back to money in politics. Money controls everything. But even that aside, like, we need to
God, that's
have
fucking stupid too.
a certain level of confidence in government in order to say confidently that they would do a better job than the private sector. You think that's stupid, Mojo?
Yeah,
Of
money in
course they're be
politics.
of course they're beholden to shareholders. That's literally the point. That's what fiduciary responsibility means.
So that's a problem, right? And so for me, I think
No, that's
that
not a problem.
it is a problem because
If they
people.
weren't beholden to shareholders, there'd be no fucking shareholders. Nobody would invest.
Well, hold on. The shareholders are the incentive, right? So the incentive to grow profit is to make more money for shareholders. But what if the incentive was to create better lives for people?
That is creating better lives for people. More
It's
For the
profit
not.
for the
shareholders.
shareholders.
It is artificially creating better opportunities for people by saying that if rich people get more rich, they will create more jobs. It is the same thing as trickle down economics. It is a fallacy.
Right.
It's
Yeah, the only
the
way to
idea
get that
that
out
only rich people are
is taxing them.
shareholders is asinine.
The only way you're not going to change shareholders, you're not going to change and get GSW out of corporations. The only way to address that is
Gunshot
to
wounds?
tax the absolute shit out of them, but give them deductions and write-offs for providing defined benefit pension plans, for paying higher than average market rate salaries. I don't care if they take advantage of those types of deductions to get down to a 0% effective tax rate, because then the money's going back to the people that produce their profit.
What
But
was
you
the
have to do
corporate tax rate in 1975?
much higher than it is now. Right now, it's 21% flat rate on average. The Fortune 500 pay 11.83% effective tax rate.
And so in 1975, do you have a sense, or can somebody look it up?
I wouldn't want. I'm teleporting.
Okay.
Important to
I just
the
think it's
T-ball game.
interesting to know what the corporate tax rate was, and also what the tax rate was on somebody who earned $1.5 million or more in during that era. And I would venture to say it's a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, much higher. The whole world's moved down and down and down because we're the leading economy, so they have to kind of match us. So us decreasing our taxes and tackling this supply side bullshit trickle down economy has negatively impacted and grown wealth disparity across the globe.
And so to me, it's quite simple. We need to change that. What do our colleagues on the right disagree with that? Even if they got taxed
Our
5 or
colleagues on the right,
7% more.
but they believe that supply side economics is the way to go, as opposed to demand side economics. And this is a fundamental difference. I'm sorry, but like the majority of shit you find on Amazon or TikTok or whatever is stuff that may make you a little bit more comfortable in your day-to-day life, but it's not stuff you need. And it's also stuff that's made so cheaply that it breaks in like 3 months or a year, and then you got to buy another one. And the fact of the matter is that if we actually manufactured stuff that had value, if we actually manufactured stuff that was going to last a long time, like it did, like, look, I'm not someone who's going to say make America great again, but if there was anything great about America, it was that we actually made investments in quality products. That was actually something that I could get behind and say, yeah, that was a great time. But no one does that anymore. And if they do, it's like a niche little store who gets like 100 sales a year. And that's just fucking sad. Like, we need to be looking at investing into our communities so that they can grow quality products instead of just buying bullshit from China nonstop. And just one last thing to land my plane. I'm not trying to down China because honestly, per Mojo's previous comment, we should be bringing them into the fold in terms of like vehicles and the technology that they can bring to the table. But we need to acknowledge what they can bring to the table and what we can bring to the table, and balancing that, because right now it's not balanced.
Well, you kind of got to
So,
pick a lane.
the corporate tax rate in 1975 was 48%. And also in 75, the first 25K you earned, it was 20%. Next was 25K. Next 25K is 22%, and over 50K is 48%.
Your money
And-
also had 300% more value.
And people, the wealthy and the well-off were still well off, even though they paid those higher tax rates. That's the problem.
The wealthy will always be
Doesn't
well off.
solve
It's just
anything.
It does.
It's just
No, it doesn't.
being well off is merely a mirage. It is compared to everything else in the world. So if you were well off 60 years ago, you may have made, whatever, $500,000, right?
Right.
Today, well off means like $5 million. And I'm sorry, but the disparity between how much money a person can make at the low end of the food chain is widely disparaged between what people make at the top of the food chain. If you don't acknowledge the disparity in income inequality in this country and in the shrinking middle class, then I don't know what to tell you.
And Steve, I mean, you keep pushing back. You keep pushing back. But I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You keep
I'm pushing back because the asset owning class has been taking advantage of 300% inflation in that exact same time period that you're talking about.
It'd be
The
so
rich
nice.
got richer
It'd be so
because
nice.
they own assets.
It'd be so fucking nice if you had solutions rather than just bitching. It'd be so nice if you didn't say the fucking same goddamn thing over and over again all the time.
You're bitching about the wrong thing. I'm not the one bitching here, first of all.
You are
And
the
second
one
of all,
bitching.
you're bitching about the wrong thing.
Bitching. You are absolutely the one bitching. The rest of us are offering solutions. Everybody else has got some different idea how we can make the system better.
Yeah.
And you are just bitching. That's it.
Your solution was just crippling every business in the country.
No, see, there it is. Bitching once again. No solutions, just bitching.
And blaming it on inflation only.
You serve no fucking purpose in any conversation.
It is fucking inflation. That's what's done it. Like the
think that's
asset
the
owning
only
class
problem?
likes inflation.
You think that's the only problem is inflation?
I'm not gonna say
Steve,
only because
Steve,
that's too broad.
You
but
don't believe
it's
that inflation
the bulk of
is
the issue.
Steve, you don't believe that inflation is a side effect? You think it is the cause?
100%.
Do you understand what inflation is? Because if you understood what inflation is, you would understand that it is a symptom. It is not a diagnosis. If you look at inflation, it is the repercussions of what we decide to do in this country. So when inflation is up,
repercussions of reckless monetary policy.
Sure. I'm not disagreeing with recklessness. I mean, recklessness has been rampant for, decades, whatever. I want that addressed as well, but it doesn't address the fact that, fuck me. I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Do you mind if you won't address the fact. You won't address the fact that we just pulled up some numbers, right? And from the 1970s, wherein people who earned over 50K, which was a decent salary back then, right? Paid a lot more, right? And certainly if you made 500K and you were well off, you were paying that much, right? And people were still wealthy, but there wasn't this wealth gap. You will refuse to acknowledge this, right? And what happens when you have a higher tax rate? And it graduated, my parents probably paid 22. I don't know what they paid, but we were paying our taxes, and there's a lot more money in the coffers to afford to make people's lives better. But you're just blaming it on inflation. But the coffers
Correct,
were
because
fuller back then. The coffers were fuller. Just agree with me. With those
No.
taxes, the coffers
It's
were
irrelevant.
fuller.
No, they weren't. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what you change the fucking tax rate to. A, the effective tax rate is nowhere near what it is on paper to begin with. And B, when their assets go up
again. Just
when their
bitching,
assets go up
bitching and moaning,
100% every
Nothing we can
15
do.
years,
Throw
it
your
doesn't
hands up in
matter.
the air. Yep, throw your hands up in the air. Nothing we can do. The rich are the rich, and nothing we can do about it. God,
Hey,
Yeah,
Steve,
the way to solve the rich
doesn't
from
matter,
getting
Steve.
richer,
No, it's Steve. Inflation doesn't matter.
it absolutely matters.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on. Steve seems to have an opinion on how to keep the rich from getting richer. I want to hear this.
Yeah, I would love to hear that, but I'm just going to go ahead and get this out. Inflation doesn't matter one iota, Steve. It is your wages and the increase of your wages versus inflation.
What happened?
Let him finish, Steve. Please.
90% of people in this country's wage growth has not exceeded inflation in 50 years. 10% has. So the top 10% in society have not had a similar impact of wages versus inflations as you and most everyone else has had. Inflation has not hit them. Their wages have been increasing faster than inflation. They don't care one iota about inflation. It's not an inflation issue. It's a wages issue. That's it.
It's a tax issue.
What has kept the classes from getting further apart is their assets that those people owned have gotten so much more valuable. 30% in the last 6 fucking years. Do you think it's a bigger difference on the wage difference in 30 years, or do you think it's a bigger difference on the fact that their assets got 30% more valuable? Think of which one of those two things is worth way more fucking money, because I can tell you which one it is, and I don't even have to do the math.
Well, I'll tell you right now, we're talking about commodities. What you're saying is the actual value of products based on manipulation by corporations, right? So if a yacht is 10 times more expensive than it used to be, it's probably because it's selling less of them, like, for example, Harley Davidson does, in order to up the prices because there's a higher demand, a higher demand than there is supply, right? So it is the manipulation of markets that create these microeconomic issues where people are priced out of things. Now you get up to the higher stuff, planes, yachts, sure. I mean, these things are so costly to produce that they're going to cost a lot of money. But even if you look at just any other instance other than the highest echelon products, like groceries, high quality food, high quality skincare, whatever it is that you want to say, all of this stuff, the prices are going up because they are trying to squeeze people, even after COVID. And here's something I'll land here, but like, this is one thing I always talk about, because after COVID, there was a study done that proved that after the whole supply chain stuff settled down, a lot of companies could have totally went back to the prices that they were doing, but they didn't. Why? Because they wanted to intentionally continue manipulating the market in order to increase profits. This is the problem with capitalism. You are seeing a byproduct of capitalism because companies know, and they are in real time tracking what people are doing, thinking, and wanting in order to manipulate how much money they should charge for these things.
Yeah,
right, and there should be regulations.
That's how consumer demand works.
There should be regulations
thinking, doing, and tracking is tracking consumer demand. That's the whole point.
Right, but after an event like COVID, it would have been helpful to have a regulation in place saying that once the supply chain and once the shipments were able to come in and the trucks were able to get things out and things started moving more, that the food corporations had to bring their prices back down again.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Tennis, because people don't say that.
I noticed that.
You're going to put price controls on groceries?
Not about price controls. It's not. Wait. Let me address that.
Gouging controls. Sorry, go ahead. But
Thank
gouging
you. That's
controls is what I would say.
exactly what it is.
I don't think
It's
you know what the definition of gouging actually is.
just a quick second, Steve. What I'm saying is that, and we're seeing that now in something else. Prices went up for something. The prices should not be able to stay high after an event like COVID. They should have to bring it down again, but they didn't.
Because the fucking currency got inflated 30%.
Oh, here you go with the inflation again.
Why would they bring the price back down?
It's because shareholders.
For sure. We printed fucking 30% of the debt at that time. It was crazy.
We were printing money to address the fact that the economy was crashing. And I'm sorry that the government is trying to do stuff to stabilize our economy, but at the end of the day, the only thing that is not attempting to stabilize the economy is corporations price gouging and manipulating markets in order to maximize profits for shareholders, period.
First of all, again, that's their responsibility to do that. It's called fiduciary responsibility. And
stop with that.
That's
fiduciary responsibility.
They're bound by law. They're bound by law.
They're literally bound by law to do that.
What are you talking about?
Look up
fiduciary responsibility. Their duty to the corporations who decide that, holy fuck.
You do not know what a fiduciary duty is. I happen to know what that is. But
even if it was,
bound
I'm
by
sorry,
regulation and law.
Yes. Hold
100%.
on. They are bound by regulation and law. I want to agree with the op real quick, because it's very important that there's a difference between, like, you're saying it like a positive thing. They are bound by their fiduciary law to their shareholders. That is a negative thing. They should be bound to produce things that make a positive impact on people. That is the problem, that they are not doing that.
They do that, Ash, because if they weren't making a positive,
problem.
hold on, Steve.
If they do that, it's an accident.
Hold on. They do that. That's why capitalism is good. Because if they weren't doing that, they wouldn't be making the money in order to do that. Because the people with money wouldn't be buying their product. They have to.
You must have gotten here like a few months ago, because you missed all of the past 2 years where we've been talking nonstop about how it is not capitalism that requires needs. Okay, I'm sorry, but the needs of people and needs of society, yes, there are needs. The needs of people, needs of institutions, needs of
my
of
need
the government
is different than yours, Ash.
No, it's not. Individually, maybe your needs are different, but at the end of the day, societal needs, your societal needs are the same as a lot of other people. And
what do you need day to day, Ash? Like theoretically, what would you need day to day to survive?
I need the fire department to operate. I need the cops to operate. I need all the stuff that I pay for to operate, roads to be fixed. I need all of these things.
Resources, Ash, like stuff you need to survive for your body to keep moving on and surviving in life.
You need health insurance.
Not the fire department. Not the fire department.
Yes,
yeah, health insurance is a good example. Health insurance is something that I might.
To me, these are privileges. These are privileges.
Fire department
is insurance is not a privilege.
Of course it is.
No, it's not. It's a need.
Is.
It's a need in the community. What are you talking about?
If I'm healthy and you're not, okay, who's to say that I need health insurance if I'm healthy? That makes no sense.
Because you will one day get sick and die. Do you understand that?
That's speculation, though.
It's not speculation. It is
life.
Lip, I will absolutely bet you $1 million fucking dollars that you will one day get sick and die. Do you want to take that motherfucking bet?
What if I get hit by a fucking bus?
I don't think you do.
Mean I'm sick.
Cool, I'll give you $1 million then, you dumb motherfucker. I will give you $1 million if you get hit by a bus and die.
Hey.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, this motherfucker.
You might as well take the bet, because you can't collect debt from a dead guy. So he's got nothing to lose.
That's why you write a contract on it.
Listen, my whole point, like, I agree with Mojo when he talks about essential resources like water and food and stuff like that. I could actually get on board with that. But when you talk about all these other things, like the fire department and police, like the reality is, if we had a healthy populace with no crime,
You already have those things. What are you talking about?
We wouldn't need the police. We wouldn't need the police.
We already have
We wouldn't
those
need
things.
What are you kidding me?
again.
Are you kidding me? We don't
Essential
need police.
resources.
We don't need law and order.
I'm not talking about
Defund the police.
extension
Lib
of
tears, you want to
society. I'm
defund
talking
the
about-
police? Is that what you're saying?
Oh my god, this is fucking crazy.
You want to defund the police? That's what you're
They
saying.
don't fucking listen to anything.
They don't listen. It's like the emotional argument one
No,
after another.
the rampant cognitive dissonance that you fucking demonstrate is absolutely insane because we need fire departments. We need the police department. There's and no future will there be no crime. There will always be crime. Even in a utopia, there will be crime, and we need people to address that. So tell me how we don't need fire departments and police departments.
I asked you a simple question. What would you need day-to-day resources to survive? I'm not talking about the fire department or extension of society. I'm talking about you personally. What the fuck do you need to
If
survive
I
day to day?
accidentally leave my gas stove on and I go
Oh my
home
God.
and I go to work,
my
I
God,
need
are
the
you-
fire
Another
department.
What is the point of contention of the argument right now?
He's arguing emotional points that I'm not even asking about. I'm not asking about the fucking
Really
fire
not that
department.
emotional. Yeah, but you do need them.
He's arguing about
Okay.
basic needs,
Yes.
Ibanez. I mean, and what he seems to say is that we don't need a fire department, police, safe roads, or health.
Never said we don't need them, Tennis. I
Well,
said
those are
I
basic
asked,
needs then.
Basic needs aren't the fire department, damn it.
You mean
Oh my-
basic personal needs or basic public needs?
Yes,
I mean, like if you're talking about the
to
fire department.
survive. To
Okay, well,
survive
so-
as a human. Yes.
My
Or
house
do you-
is on fire. I require the fire department to live. Do you
If
understand
my
that?
house got
No,
hit by a
you
fucking
fucking
plane, I would
don't.
need the
You
fire
can-
department too. Is that going to happen
We
tomorrow?
need EMS.
Like what
You
the
can
fuck?
leave
If I got
your
hit by a
house.
if I got
You do
if
not
I got
need
hit by
the
a
fire
fucking
department to live. This
if
is
I got
so
hit by a
mean,
fucking
you-
asteroid, would I need
society-
healthcare at that point? Like what the fuck are we doing?
Well, Steve, I'm sorry.
Wait, hey,
The
hey,
answer
hey,
is
hey,
you
hey,
need
hey,
a
hey,
caloric
shut up,
balance
Steve,
and
shut
water.
up.
That's
Shut the fuck up. Thank you. You guys are fucking wildly crazy. Ash,
All right.
you were going nuts for no reason at all. He's
I don't know
simply
about
asking
that.
you. He is simply asking you to say food, shelter, water,
And
shit like that. Basic needs.
and I respectfully disagree. I think the fire
You
department
cannot-
is a
you
basic
cannot-
need.
It is not.
I think
It is
like this,
because
Ash,
people
put it-
are.
You are just wrong.
Ash put it like this.
Oh my God! It's
Wait,
one
wait,
of the
Ash,
only.
Ash.
No, Ibanez. It is one of the only social programs. It's one of the few actual social programs we have in this fucking country of capitalism. You're
department
telling me
isn't a
we do not
social
require? It is. We pay taxes for them. What are you talking about?
I
God
agree
help
with
me.
him. I agree with Ash.
I mean, I agree
Lord
with
help
that.
me.
We just gotta parse
Lord have
the
mercy.
needs because you got
Okay.
personal and societal
If-
needs. Society. Oh, good. Everyone.
Everything's created by labor. So housing is created by labor. If you own a house, you don't need a fire department. You just need labor to rebuild the house afterwards. If we include housing in the basic needs of society, then you don't have to worry about that at all.
We still have to worry about fires.
Fires
We
are
still
inevitable.
have to worry about being safe
Unless-
from
yeah.
criminals.
It's
So here-
still not a basic. It's still not a basic human need. You
it
can live
is.
without. You know, it's not. You can live without a fire department.
Okay,
Still
so
suck air. Okay, is that what
hold
you're
on,
saying? I
real
can
quick.
still
Let me
suck
debunk
air.
that. Let me debunk this real quick because
You
this is
cannot
very
debunk
important.
it. You don't need a
I
fucking
can.
fire department to live.
Incorrect.
Bullshit.
And I'll tell you,
You could go. You could go survive. You could go survive on a. You could go survive on a beach in fucking Cancun and live there the rest of your fucking
Yes.
life without even owning
Yes.
a fucking home.
Okay.
Without even owning a home and needing no fucking fire department whatsoever because the fucking beach isn't going to catch on fire and there's a goddamn ocean right there. You do not need a fucking fire department to live. This is such a
hear
dumb
you.
shit argument.
It's not, and I'm going to
It
tell
is.
you why. It's not because I'll tell you why. Because what you're describing is an edge case. What we're talking about is living in a society, a lot of societies that live in cities where if a fire breaks out, then multiple homes could catch on fire because they're so close to one another. And it is a societal issue.
Did
If people's
indigenous
homes
tribes
being
need a fire
destroyed
department, Ash?
is a fundamental problem. Okay, fires. Oh, you know, lib tears. Tell me right now. No, I want you to tell me, lib tears. Right now,
I'm
you
gonna
tell me
tell
what
you.
the number.
I'm gonna tell you.
No. I want you to tell me what the number one cause of home fires are in America.
Brush fire.
Incorrect. It is electrical
Okay,
fires.
it's actually correct, but okay.
No, it's incorrect. It is
See,
nope,
you already
incorrect.
started 0 for 1. You're 0 for 1.
No, you're a fucking idiot. Let me tell
You're
you.
0 for 1.
It is electrical
This AI's gotta be
fires.
crazy. The AI probably says something like, panel is arguing that fires aren't real, and there's
No,
a conservative
I have a
saying
news
defund the
flash.
police.
gotta
I
let
have
me
a news
finish
flash.
this.
No, I don't, Ash. I have a news flash for you. You're the fucking idiot on the panel right now. Just stop.
I'm sorry to tell you, but the
Just
number one.
stop. Just fucking stop.
Okay, I will
This is
stop.
so fucking stupid.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's relax. I will stop being crazy, but you bring
No,
up
it's
to
so
me.
fucking idiotic to fucking think that you need a goddamn
Okay,
fire
I'll bring it
department
up.
to live as a
I know
human
what's
being.
going
It's
on
so
here.
fucking stupid.
I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up. It's cool. I'll bring it
I
up.
know
No,
what's
don't
going
bring
on
up
here.
shit.
Ash,
Don't
did
fucking
you
argue.
double up
Don't
on your Vyvanse?
don't make the argument anymore. Don't fucking show me where unicorns come from. I don't give a fuck. Just stop talking.
I think you just gotta parse between personal needs and societal needs. Like a personal needs like food, shelter,
Yes,
water,
I agree.
and all the basic necessities we have now.
Oxygen,
Society,
a little bit of air. Yeah.
society needs fire department would be part of a societal thing. So it's like that's an important factor. If you're building a society, you do need amenities like that.
Look, I'm not going to try to argue with you, Mojo. If you want to tell me that I'm wrong, that's fine. But let me just say it. I believe, according to the internet, that the number.
That's cold, Mojo.
That was wrong.
You know you just sent him over the edge, Mojo. You know that.
Hey, lib tears, here you go. I'll make a deal with you. We're going to include fire and police, but I'm going to give you cocaine and hookers in the basic needs. You in?
Man, I don't like schmucks.
If you throw in guns, I'm down.
All right. Welcome aboard, guys. Welcome to the DSA party.
I don't like schmugs. I hate schmugs.
You can sell it. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't care.
No,
man.
I've known way too many people that I've unalived because of them. So, yeah. I hate schmugs. Fucking with my entire heart.
Why are you asking about basic needs? What was your purpose?
I was just asking Ash. I was just asking Ash because he was bringing up all these other things in order to survive, which included the fire department. That's why I asked him about basic human needs, just to survive. Which Ibanez mentioned, which I agree with. And you did as well.
I came on the panel to tell you where unicorns come from. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Ash, I understand your passion, but probably the argument that you're looking for is not that we need fire departments. It's that it's probably the best case of socialism working at an early stage where it's like it's a public need in terms of townhouses and townhomes that were built in cities, because if you had a private market for firefighters, it doesn't matter where the fire starts, it will spread to the house next door. And if they have a different fire department, right, that's part of the reason why we're like, we can't have the market control this. It needs to be provided by the state. But Mojo's right. You don't absolutely need firefighters to survive. You need shelter, water. You can rebuild your shelter and leave your shelter if it's on fire.
Yeah, that's all it was. It was just a simple question.
So we're privileged to have a fire department.
As a society, 100%, I would say we are, because we've collectively agreed that it's better for the community to have a fire department or a police department.
And as such, we pay taxes for it, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, and same thing should be for health insurance.
We also decided that we can't, according to the law and according to our needs and the way things have happened in the past, that a police force would be better than us just unaliving one another if we don't agree with one another. There has to be like some type of
Right. If we
enforce.
want to enforce.
I disagree. I'd much rather you be gone.
Oh boy. So eye for an eye?
No, just
eye for an eye, Mojo?
Just your eye.
Oh, fuck off. You're an idiot, Mojo.
Lip,
You're an
you got
idiot.
kids, right? You got kids?
Yes.
All right. Do you want them to have it
Oh,
better
actually,
or
the
worse
backup.
than you?
What's that?
Do you want them to have a better life or a worse life or the same life as you?
I just want them to. I want my daughter to do whatever she wants to do in life within reason. Meaning, like, I don't want her to live my life. Like, I mean, my life was fucked up for a long time, so I just want her to provide for herself and be.
So you want her to have a better life than you?
I think that's a subjective opinion. Like, I can't really say that because who's to say that my life was good or bad? It's all kind of relative in a weird way.
Do you want her to get into the trades?
No.
Therein lies the problem. All of these people that screen the trades, they don't want their fucking kids in the trades. So how the fuck do we break that cycle?
She wants to be a teacher. She's already made her decision, so I'm trying to support her in that.
Teachers have probably been some of the those in society that have been most screwed over the past 50 years. Just because they're such lower income and they're, like you asked Donovan, he caught his teacher at her second job. He was like, my son's teacher shouldn't have to have a second job, so he bought a lap dance from her. Is his whole joke. But yeah, it's messed up, but it's true. Teachers have sometimes 2 or 3 jobs, but like, here's the deal. Like,
especially hot ones.
I want my kids to have a better life than me. And I don't want them to have to work as hard for it either.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I agree with that.
Now that I'm back, can I just say something to Civics? Civics, are you there?
Is it about
you were just going to come up here and
firefighters?
start? I thought sure you were just going to come up here and start yelling at me.
No, I love when you just randomly drop people. I appreciate that. But like Civics came up and said something to help you out. But like, here's my thing. And
To help me out?
Here it comes. Here it comes.
No,
You fucking dumb shit, motherfucker.
No, not help you out. Did I
Someone's
say
going
that?
to be
I
pushing
didn't
air
mean that.
pretty soon.
No, I didn't mean that. I was gonna say that it would be hilarious if you dropped me again in the middle of my sentence. But I'm trying to be nice here now, okay? I'm just saying that it's interesting, and Mojo, maybe you can respond to this. It is interesting that we do not provide food for everyone, yet we provide fire safety for everyone through our taxes. So tell me which one our community more considers an essential need.
We have shelters, Ash.
Yeah,
We have a lot of
agree.
homeless people.
I actually agree. Our property is more important than our lives. It's pretty fucked up, but I think it's true.
It's crazy because my property, my house, I've spent a bunch of money on this place and to improve it and make it great. But you know what? It's a big cost to do a full electrical. We're talking 50 grand, for rewiring the whole place. And this electrical in this place is probably like 30 years old. And if you don't understand electronics, then you don't understand that wires degrade over time. And if you think that you can have wires that are 30 years old in a home and not get a fire eventually, you're fucking just dumb. So we absolutely require that.
30 years is substantially less than average. Like, there's still homes standing with 100-year-old knob and tube in them.
Yeah, and guess what? They probably don't have the most modern comforts, probably. What do they have? A wood-burning stove?
Probably a boiler, but...
Yeah, exactly. And that's fine. If you want to live off the grid and don't have comforts, that's totally fine. But, like, someone renovated this home. Well, I'm just saying that someone renovated this, like, 1950s home and upgraded it, and they didn't upgrade the electrical properly. And to me, that's just such a missed opportunity. I mean, I'm not going to talk about, the cost of homes and renovating and that stuff. But like, if you buy a home that doesn't have,
1950s home, the electrical isn't 30 years old.
well, yeah, okay, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm roughly
That's like
talking
from the 20s and 30s and shit.
Sorry, I'm just roughly talking. Even if your electrical is like 60, 70 years old because you got a renovation, but they didn't update the electrical, like you should be concerned about the fire in your home, period.
Yeah, that's obviously an issue. That's why when all the new code, you can't have number tube anymore if you upgrade anything with the electrical system. It has to get taken out.
You know how I can tell conservatives don't value the fire department? It's the inordinate high amount of them that have their smoke alarm beeping in the background to change the battery.
I love the fire. I think the fire
more-
department's great, man. Honestly,
I think it's more the fact that I live too far away for it to be effective, anyways.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, you're just
Ash,
hoping to cash in on that insurance. You're like, I'm fucking tired of farming.
Listen,
Wish this bitch would burn down.
We've
Steve
been
has
putting
a
out
lot of
our own.
land.
We've been putting out our own fires with discs for fucking decades. It's fine.
Yeah, Steve has his own land and has more land than most of us, and he thinks that land should vote, and he's more important, and that's why he's a libertarian.
hey, his land provides for many people, civics.
But taxes subsidize his land.
I
don't
agree,
have
but
very much land. I'm a custom guy.
he still provides for the community, which is a great thing. Anyways, Ash, you brought up the whole the food issue, like food, shelter, like we value assets more than food. I would agree with you, but we do have shelter programs, we do have food assistance programs, right? I know SNAP was roughly 100 and something billion last year that we had to that came out of the taxpayers' pockets, which is fine. I think that's fine. But if you take that number and you divide it by the U.S. citizens in this country, that's roughly about $300 per person. I mean, I think that's good. I would say that I think part of the problem is we as like people, we tend to hoard wealth and value in certain things, and not everybody perceives food as an actual value because they don't understand how important it is. They look at their home as like, my home is worth $400,000, but I can still eat tomorrow because it's kind of a luxury to them. Not everybody has that luxury. So I would agree that food assistance is a huge issue in this country for sure.
Yeah.
It should be valued more.
And exactly. And also just the idea of like how food is assessed. It feels similar to how people often look at healthcare. Like, I'll eat some ramen noodles today and I'll get by, and then tomorrow I'll figure out the next step. Like, I'm sorry, but one day you're going to be hungry and you're going to need something to eat. One day you're going to be dying and you're going to need some health care. And if you understand how many people, how many families go bankrupt from just one person getting cancer in their family, then you understand that like healthcare is absolutely essential to make sure that people are safe. Food is absolutely essential to make sure people are safe. Like, I'm sorry, but like these things are synonymous to me.
I just want you two to vote for whatever candidate is serious about universal health care system, because we're getting screwed hard. Like, I think it's inevitable that we'll see wait times go up if we move to a universal healthcare system. But that's a price I think I'm willing to accept, because the wait times for all the uninsured people is infinite right now in our country. And like, we don't get better as a country when like we have people living with the burden under like chronic illness and they can't afford to get it addressed. They're not productive members of society.
Yeah.
And then that means it's going to cost us more on social programs, more on everything. I think we need to get the country healthy. And I could even buy into some of this Maha movement. I don't agree with the way that they're going about it, but like, we do need to address like the poison that our country allows us as a populace to ingest.
Yeah. And let me be more specific, because I think this is a really important point, and I'll let other people talk in just a second, as I know I've been monopolizing, but I have a lot to say right now. I will. I promise I will. I'll mute up in a second, but this is my last thing that I'll just say about this particular thing, because it's very important to understand that there is a understanding of fundamental needs. Okay, so for example, there are people in California who live in forested areas who don't have the ability, listen to me here, don't have the ability to get fire insurance.
Fire's not real.
Gee, I wonder why.
Because there are a lot of fires. That's
The same reason why you can't get home insurance in Florida in a lot of places, because there's a lot of fucking hurricanes.
Well,
exactly, but that's the whole point of fucking insurance. It should be advertised to people like, yeah, we know that you live in a place that has a lot of stuff. You're going to pay a lot of money, but you can do it. Insurance companies are literally saying, no, you can't have insurance because you have too many fires.
They
That's
can't
fucked
charge.
up.
They cannot charge them enough to fucking provide them coverage and make it make sense. So
They
they're
are,
out.
they make
That's
so
also
much
driven-
money. Their profits are so astronomically huge. And they have the right to deny Floridians flood insurance and Californians fire insurance. No, what you do is they would definitely still be in business.
This is the whole point.
They just wouldn't operate in the
have
state
the
at all.
same profits, Steve. They wouldn't
What's
have
the
the
whole
same
point?
profits.
They would just walk
Come
away.
on.
So I
I'm
don't
gonna
want to say
blow
the
all
irony.
of your minds. You know what the highest grossing revenue industry is in the world? Excuse me. What's the highest grossing
Sorry, Dad?
revenue?
Wait, what was the question?
What's the highest grossing revenue industry in the world?
Insurance.
Beanie Baiters.
It's insurance. Can you imagine all
Definitely
that
one of those two.
untapped
And
profit if we just collectively said we don't want insurance anymore? We're going to pay premiums and cover and self-insure ourselves as a country. My God.
Yeah. What if I started a company that was specifically just for fire insurance, and the only people who paid into it were people who like were in fire rich sort of areas, right? Or whatever the term you would use. Like, well, you know what I'm saying, like whatever the
I know
term
what you're
is.
saying. Mhm.
Like
Fire prone areas.
fire prone. Thank you. That is a service. These companies should be providing a service. They are not. They are not. Who gives a shit? That's the point.
You can't provide a service if you don't fucking exist. What do you mean?
Incorrect. Okay, so
Absolutely correct.
you
What the fuck
are
you
looking
talking about?
Okay, all right, let me take a step back because you're not entirely wrong, but let me just take a step back. Yes, current companies who may provide such a service may not be profitable. That is irrelevant because the whole point of the service is to provide the service. So if you were a company that if you were an insurance company that only provided fire insurance, your whole job is to make sure that you protect people who have fires. What we're seeing is insurance companies who take advantage of people who have fires, or take advantage of people who have these tornadoes or whatever wild disasters end up coming, and they take advantage of them all the time. That's a problem. That's not a service. That's a fucking fucking deal.
If you structured a company to do nothing but provide fire insurance to California residents, the pool of people paying into the system is nowhere near big enough to cover the payouts that you would be responsible for, and you'd fucking cease to exist in the first 365 days.
Okay,
sure.
That's what would happen.
That sounds good.
We could just, we could
hold
just
on.
have regional state-run insurance companies, and they adhere to the needs of the natural disasters in that area.
Yeah.
And it's probably part of your property taxes or something like that.
I just looked it up. Excluding health insurance, the total revenue for non-health insurance for U.S. policies last year was $2.36 trillion. Okay, with a profit margin of $200 billion.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, insurance is by far the largest industry in the world, and its people getting rich over playing the margins and fucking you on luck. That's all
It's
it is.
insurance. It's insurance
Ten
doing
percent.
insurance shit. The whole profit motive of insurance companies is to insure. Like, if you want to talk about insurance for fire, it's the same thing as insurance for fucking healthcare. They want people to be sick. They want people to have fires. They want people to not be able to be covered under their situations so that they can make more profit. That's a
No, they
problem.
don't.
Steve, do you not see that that's a
The fuck are
problem?
you talking about? The insurance company doesn't want you to be sick. Then they're paying for you. They want you to be healthy and pay in without them having to pay out. What the fuck are you talking about?
Poor Steve. Poor baby Steve. Let me explain to you something. When you go to the doctor and you're sick, what happens? The doctor you pay a $20 deductible for being there, right? And then what happens? The doctor, the hospital pays the insurance company. The insurance company only gets paid when you're sick, Steve. What the fuck are you
What
talking
are you
about?
talking about? They don't pay the insurance company. You pay your fucking insurance company, and your insurance company pays them. What in the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, Steve, the hospital pays the insurance company, right?
No, the other way around.
Yeah, it's the other
Incorrect.
way
You
around.
What are
It
you
is the
talking
other way
about?
around. It is the other way around, Ash.
Insurance pays the
You're
hospital.
no
all
no no no.
bless
It's
you.
not. You guys are
Yes, it
confused
is.
because you may pay the insurance a premium for your insurance, and you may pay the insurance company extra money for whatever thing you had to go do. But at the end of the day, it is the doctor who invoices you. It is the doctor who says you owe me money, and the doctor pays the insurance companies. What are you guys confused about?
No,
Yeah,
they
so
don't.
they charge you for a service at a negotiated rate with insurance for that insurance to include them in their provider network. So the insurance companies negotiate higher fees, right? And then we all get screwed. You're right.
Exactly.
If your insurance doesn't pay for it, then you pay the hospital.
And that's the problem. It's the whole
The insurance,
negotiation.
the
It is the
hospital
fact
never
that
pays the insurance in any situation.
it is a negotiation either way. Health insurance should not be a negotiation. Food should not be a negotiation. Whether or not you have a roof over your head should not be a negotiation. It should be a right.
A minute ago, Steve, you said that's only 10% profit margin. Yeah, it's only 10%. But can you imagine a society where we just said, you know what, insurance has to be nonprofit? That would have been 200 billion more paid out in claims to recover people's houses, to recover their stolen possessions, their company losses. Like, insurance's whole game is to deny your claim, to play the margin.
That's
Sure,
right.
but like a 10% margin is
Hence
good,
Luigi
but it's not.
Mangione.
A
Sorry.
10% margin is good, but it's not great. It's like you're painting the picture that it's this big giant fucking scam
It
that
is.
they're doing all these things that they can do to make all of this giant profit margins when their
They
profit
are.
margins aren't that much better, if even as
In
good as everybody else.
in terms
Dad,
of
Billion dollar
please
in terms
industry.
repeat.
of
Dad,
in
please
terms of
repeat the profit margin, please,
It's
Okay,
for
10%.
so $2.36 trillion in revenue. It's about a $200 billion profit margin. Okay.
Right.
It's about
Where does
10%.
that profit margin go?
200 billion, is that what you said?
Yeah,
Yes,
200 billion
And
profit
it's
and, and,
margin.
it's
and he just
10%.
and he just and Steve just off the cuff is like, it's like a couple percent. Like, I'm
It's 10
sorry, but
it's
if you're a
10%, that's what it is.
Who gets that
multi-billion
profit
dollar
margin?
industry, a couple
Steve, who
percent is
gets that
kind of a
profit
big
margin?
deal.
It's not. Like
Who gets that profit margin?
the shareholders,
Right. Who are the shareholders?
people that invested into the company.
Which is going to be like large institutional firms that handle, some 401ks. For the most part, though, it's the people that already have all the money, right? So, like, you're going to see a sizable investment from like BlackRock and other firms that manage 401ks, public pension funds, right? and the rest of them, the rest of it, like, do you own any individual insurance stocks?
What's that?
Do you own any individual insurance stocks?
I'd have to actually go and look. I don't know off the top of my
You
head.
a big progressive fan? Or you into Flow? Like,
What's that?
but still, like, the people
Flow's
making
not.
money
Hold on.
off of this are making tons of money. Like 10%, yeah, that's a reasonable profit margin. But can you imagine, like, if we just decided as a society that we're not going to make profit other people off of other people's misery and misfortune? What a better world we might live in.
You're making profit off of providing a service to people to give them
Well,
insurance. You're not
actually,
making profit off
insurance
their misfortune.
insurance is the one industry where they make more money off of denying you what you pay for.
This is why the U.S. is a service-based economy.
And also, a 10% margin is something that a small business could deem sustainable. A large business needs like 15+% in order to grow.
It's the other way around. Small business needs way higher profit margins in order to sustain than big business does. Walmart can operate at like 2%, 1%.
Here comes the disagreement.
I'm saying that sustainability and growth are kind of two different things. 10% is sustainable for most companies.
Why does a larger company require more growth than a small company?
Well, their growth is kind of dependent on profit, dependent on the economy. So theoretically, they can sustain a lower margin because they're a bigger portion of the business, right? So they can sustain at a lower amount. Like Steve is correct when he said smaller business would need a little bit more profit margin to be able to grow.
Well,
but bigger business is already fucking
profit. Profit margin aside, yeah. I mean, obviously, if you're making billions in profit, then you have a better margin to sustain yourself, obviously. But at the same time,
depends on the business.
It depends on the business, and also it depends on what you're doing, what service you're providing, how much overhead you have. Like, there's a lot of factors involved with it, and if you're a company who's just trying to get profit, which is like most capitalistic companies, then yeah, maybe you'll do that. But once upon a time, the company was trying to provide a service and then grow. And by growing, they incorporated more people to help them provide these services. And I'm not on board. What's that?
You
that's
need
still
growth
what they do.
You need growth in order to hire those people. If you don't have any growth, you can't hire more workers. It's just how it works.
But it needs to be natural, because the problem is what we've seen is that companies hiring people and then complaining about paying too much because their business would go under otherwise. And it's like, I'm sorry, if you live in a capitalistic system, then it is the rugged economics of capitalism that should be your concern. What do you talk? Do you want a handout from the government all of a sudden as a Republican? Because it sounds like you just want a handout as opposed to actually figuring out the books, actually crunching the numbers and figuring out how to make your business profitable in a free market.
Yeah, but Ash, if you had a small business, let's say you had a small business that you were profiting, let's say like $100K a year, right? If minimum wage, say that your bottom line, like what you actually had to pay your workers, went up, let's say 10%, theoretically, right? That comes right off the board from the 100K. Now you're down to 90K, right? Mm-hmm. It's just simple math. So small businesses struggle growing because of things like that. When you grow wages are a cost to the company, regardless how we feel about them.
Yeah,
so
but
small businesses always struggle when we talk about raising wages, and the bigger businesses, they flourish because it pushes the small businesses out of business.
At the end of the day,
they love raising costs. for sure.
At the end of the day, every business owner has a margin in their head in which they are willing to operate their business for, whether that be the physical amount of hours they put in, the amount of capital they invest, the amount of risk that they take, the amount of real estate they manage, 100 different factors. But all those factors combined, everybody has a margin in their head that they're willing to quote unquote get out of bed for. And when things fall below that margin, they're out. They're done. They're
Right.
closing the doors and
And
walking
I
away.
think, and I
And
think
that's
they
what we're seeing
should.
happen right now with restaurants.
Yeah, I mean, I think they
Right. So
should.
when that happens, everyone's fucking unemployed and you're fucked.
Right. But you are making an argument against free capitalism because
When they
what that
close,
would
everyone
mean
loses their job.
is that
No, I'm not.
because that means that no, it is because the problem here with what your argument is
Steve,
that
you're losing connection.
a little bit, but I heard what you're saying, and let me just make a quick argument before maybe you can regain connection. Is that a business? Like, I'm sorry, but like in a free capitalistic system that like it seems like a lot of people want, especially Republicans, you have to have a certain profit margin in order to be sustainable, and you need to have a certain workforce for your business that is sustainable from a income perspective and also from a workforce perspective, right? So like, you have 10 employees and you pay them X amount of money, $10 an hour, whatever it is. You need to make those numbers work. I get that. But if you can't make those numbers work, then that means your capitalistic venture is a failure. I'm sorry, but the oil companies and all these other businesses that get subsidies from fucking the government are taking our money to artificially try to pretend like they are a profitable business, and they are not. So I'm sorry, but if we're going to talk about rugged economics, I'm down with that. But that is for people who need to figure their shit out. And if their business isn't profitable, then it will fail. And then someone else will figure out a way to make it more profitable.
You're not taking into account operating costs as well. Like every year, goods go up, services go up. So like year to year, if a company is providing a product and they're receiving, they need like inventory to make a product, those goods usually go up year over year. So that's why we're talking about sustainability. Like you need a profit in order to grow. Usually, I believe it's like 5% or 10% year over year. Like, so this year, my company is at a certain, they want to be at a certain revenue for the year. Next year, they want to be 10% higher. That's what our umbrella company demands of us, let's say. So 10% year over year is generally the benchmark. And if goods to provide the products that we do to our customers go up 10%, now we have to charge more money for that product inherently because the operational costs go up. So if wages go up as well, that which is part of operational costs, all that plays a role in profit, right? So we might think, oh, we're gonna go to 20% revenue next year as opposed to this year, right? If we do that, that's fine. But if we have to hire people to get there, if we have to pay more increased costs for the goods that we need in inventory, and we have to also depend on the workers to come to work and provide the product and do all those good things. All that stuff costs more money year over year over year, which is why profit is important.
So, all right, I'm going to say it. Profit margin is a made-up concept to keep us enslaved. That's all it is. Keep falling for it.
It's the number that somebody is willing to take.
No, Steve, it's not. Profit margin is made up. So let's talk about this a second, okay? All right.
It is.
So look,
if you're operating a $5 million business.
Speak for a second. So here's the deal, right? You're not starting a business. You're starting a job. If you're not getting greater than the average market rate of return, your best bet is to hang up your hat and put your money in the market because other people are better at exploiting people's wages than you. That's it.
Fucking men.
You're not building a business. You're building a job.
No.
Not small businesses have no fucking idea about enterprise value and how to transition and succession plan for small businesses. You're not buying a future. You're buying a job. That's all you're
I
doing.
disagree.
Also worth mentioning that like
But making the
we
argument
have
as to
to.
why margin is important.
Okay, well, hold on real quick because margin is important, like obviously for a business. But my argument right now is who decides what an important business is? Because I think that there are different industries and different businesses
The
that
market
have.
does.
No, it does not. It
The
does
market
not.
determines what
No,
businesses are important. Yes, it does.
no, you're talking about supply side economics. What I'm talking
I'm
about
talking about
is
the economy we currently live in. Yes, so we live
correct. That's
in a
fine.
demand economy.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Because what I'm trying to say is that there are certain industries and businesses that are more important to human survival than others, right? So when we talk about health insurance or we talk about industries where they like I mean, medical is a great example because obviously their whole intention is to like try to save lives. But if you are talking about a profit motive industry, that's fine. You can have a profit motive, but we need to look at what industries are the most important. So let's talk about real quick fuel. So what we see is that we subsidize oil companies, right? So why do we do that? We do that because they already lobbied in the past in order to keep people in line that are responsible for dictating what energy we consume, right? So what we've seen is that we have a higher dependence on fossil fuels because the fossil fuel industry has made them more relevant than necessary. This is the problem. Does that make sense?
We have a higher dependence on fossil fuels because it's the cheapest fucking way to do anything.
No, if they weren't lobbying, if they hadn't been lobbying for decades,
It is.
we probably would have had done more research into other sustainable fuels. Fossil fuels is called fossil for a reason. Do you know what fossil fuel means? It is not sustainable.
Yeah, no
period.
shit. No shit. But that doesn't mean it's not the cheapest way to do things. Like we should have moved to nuclear fucking decades ago. But every time you have that conversation, everybody says, "Well, not in my backyard. We're not gonna be the next Chernobyl." So then what do? You keep burning fucking oil.
So people weren't.
You don't have an option.
Well, we don't have an option now with fucking data AI centers being built in people's backyards. They're being discussed under the guise of there being a meeting and then no one was invited. So I'm sorry, but like, yeah, that is happening, and it's not new. And like this is a big problem. The individuals in their areas not being invited in to the discussion is a problem.
Okay, so yeah, that is the root problem, right? Like, our democratic system has geared towards satisfying the needs of those that have an abundance already. Be it data centers, be it the fossil fuel industry not getting us towards nuclear, not having the infrastructure in place for electric cars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Our politicians are not adhering to our needs. And it's a problem because of our electoral process and the way that we govern ourselves. That is the problem, right? Like, I think both sides can fucking agree to this. And to be quite honest, I haven't heard anybody on the right come up with a solution as to how we can address it. The only fucking people that have a platform that actually want to address getting money out of politics are the fucking scary DSA.
No, there's a very simple solution, and that is quit fucking electing incumbents. You have a 90% or 96% fucking rate of electing incumbents and a 20-something% approval rate of Congress. There you go.
Steve, are you a Republican?
Self-sustainability
libertarian.
is the answer.
You're libertarian? Okay,
He's a
sorry.
progressive. They all think they're libertarians. Everyone thinks they're a libertarian.
Self-sustainability is the answer. That's the only answer.
If you can't see your neighbor's house, you're a libertarian. If you can, you're progressive. You know, guys, a rat is free to go anywhere they want as long as they stay in the maze.
The more we're dependent on politicians, the more we keep having these fucking
I'm gonna explain the conundrum that Steve has here. Stop electing incumbents. That doesn't matter one way or another. And the reason that Congress has why individual congressmen have a high approval rating and Congress as a whole has a low approval rating is pretty simple. You like the person that you voted for, you hate everybody else because you don't blame the person you voted for. You blame everybody else that's in Congress. So yes, when you're asked if you like Congress, you say no. But when you're asked if you like your congressman, you say yes.
Well, that's just people's fundamental misunderstanding of the system then. Because
well, yeah,
you ought to be mad at your own congressman.
Yeah, just like you misunderstood it as well.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. But it's a misrepresentation of the needs of the people because there are like you said, Steve, like there are a lot of incumbent congressmen on both sides who may not have the best will of the people. But at the end of the day, like someone has to raise their hand and say, hey, look, I'm calling this out. And the only people we see doing that are the people in the DSA. And I'm sorry, I won't even say the left because honestly, I'm not going to even fucking go there. But the outsiders are the only people who are coming in who are saying, I'm not going to take this money from all these super PACs and actually try to help people. And people respond to that. People genuinely respond to people who seem sincere on wanting to help people because people are smarter than you give them credit for. Like they understand emotional intelligence. They understand that someone is trying to do something good for them. But the only difference is that there are people who get sucked into certain things like what we see with Trump, where it is a cult of personality. They love Trump, but they aren't paying attention to what he's actually doing. They're only paying attention to what he's saying, and that's a problem.
The problem that I see is that people that we're in a political realm now that is so divided that people look at elections and say, well, if I don't continue to vote for the incumbent, then there's a better chance that the other side will win, and that will be worse. And then you get fucking Dick Durbin for 40 years that nobody likes, or Joe Manchin for 40 years that nobody likes.
That's why we need ranked choice voting. I'm sorry, but like people keep getting confused about this, and I have to keep explaining it every time. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I understand it precisely, but like ranked choice voting gives people the ability to vote for maybe an outsider, and also then if they don't win, vote for someone else who might have a better chance that is more in alignment with their views. That is as basic of the concept as I can explain it, and that is
how does ranked choice voting work? Ash.
It works that like you basically vote for
because I hear the struggle already. I'm confused. I would love to know.
Fucking explain it and not struggle.
Go ahead.
No. Let Ash. No, damn it.
I can. It's very simple.
I can do it in less than 30 seconds. It's not going to take me a long time.
Look, I'll do it in 15 seconds. I already did. I mean, I literally just explained it, but I'll do it again in 15 seconds.
All right.
You get to vote for who you want first, and then you get to vote for who you want second. So if the first person you vote for doesn't meet the criteria for advancing in the race, then your vote goes towards the next person you voted for. So if I voted for, for example, AOC was the candidate. She didn't get the vote, but Hillary Clinton was in the running still. My vote would go towards her, as opposed to it being a negative for the Democrats and it just being a throwaway vote, right? Because people talk about throwaway votes. What is this background noise? Okay, thank you.
The fuck is going on? Yeah, I'm
So
serious.
there was some weird background noise, but anyway, you basically you get to maintain your vote
Please tag me in.
by. Go ahead. I was
Jesus
confused by the
Christ.
background noise.
It's a mixed member ballot. You have multiple candidates. That's the only way it works is if you have multiple candidates. They don't have to be for the same party, but you have one round. And if there isn't a clear winner, then you take away all of those that are at the top of people's choices. It's usually 2 or 3 people. It depends on how many candidates there are until you can form a majority. And the reason why it's more democratic is that it allows you to have more choice. So you can get rid of some of the politicians, incumbents or whoever you don't like. But at the very end of the day, you're at least presenting a ballot on the amount of the people that you'd like to win based off of a proportion of the vote. It's another form of proportional representation. That hard. Advanced democracies do it. I don't know why the fuck.
What if they don't want to work together? What if you have 25, 25, 25, and 25, and you have none of them want to work together?
Ballot.
And who gets those 4 people get chosen in the runoff ballot?
No, it comes down to the one who gets the most votes. And they have several if necessary, right?
No. Okay, so the runoff ballots, this is where the problem starts occurring. So you could have somebody that is everybody's 4th place choice end up becoming the winner, right?
You could, you could.
That seems a little strange.
That's how Mamdani won his election.
Yeah, exactly. That's how Mamdani won. I mean, this is how we get progressives.
He was the 4th place choice?
No. He won. He won the majority. I mean, he won pretty handedly. But that was we have ranked choice voting in New York.
It gave people
in the city. Yeah.
It gave people the confidence to vote for who they really wanted, with the assurance that if they didn't win, their second choice would still be voted. That's what that means.
So what happened in New York was that really quick is that Lander was really in the running against Mamdani, but they got together and Lander kind of threw his votes towards Mamdani like that. I forget how it worked, but I think he might have stepped down so that I have to look this up.
Okay, so what happens? What happens if you have 2 people with 30% and 2 people with 20%, and then you end up none of them want to work together, and then you end up having to do a runoff vote, and now the person with 20% on the first ballot ends up being the person that is chosen.
You keep having votes.
That's just wild.
You eliminate the people that have 20%. You have a runoff vote with the 2.
Why would you eliminate? Why would you eliminate the people with 20%?
Because they didn't win the majority.
You added them in the first one. Why would you not add them in the second?
Because when you're in a runoff, they didn't win the majority. So you have a runoff with the people that got the most votes. So the 2 candidates that got 30%.
Then you have somebody with 30% that's winning the ballot.
No, then you have another runoff.
You vote again until somebody wins.
Yeah, you vote again, and now there's 2 candidates, and you rank those 2 candidates until you have a majority, until you have a winner.
So high
again. So you have somebody that was chosen 30% of the time the first time, becoming the candidate that wins. None of this shit sounds good to me. I don't like any of that shit, by the way.
I like ranked choice voting because it would actually allow for a multi-party system. Because I think we should move away from like having majorities in Congress to having coalition governments. I think that is just a better way of running a government. And like best example of this is like the German system. The German system is ranked choice. And even if you win, even if you're the guy who wins the majority, like you're the Conservative Party and you win like 30 or 40%, you still have to build a coalition government. You still can't just get free reign to run the government. And I think that makes the most sense. Like a coalized government of a multi-party system is the best way to do it. It makes sure that there are plenty of checks within Congress, within the executive, and even within the judicial, within just having the three systems of checks. Because clearly this three system of checks and balances can be overtaken by one guy who decides to use a unitary executive system, who decides to hire people from the Federalist Society. And now we're like, the Supreme Court puts down a stupid decision like, oh, you haven't really like been injured by the mail-in ballot thing, so we're going to stay it. Like, that's such a reach. It's such a reach by the Supreme Court to do that, but it's because the Supreme Court has been taken by not having coalized governments, by not having a multi-party system, by this constant my blue team versus your red team nonsense. And that's why ranked choice voting is great, because it wouldn't just be Democrat, 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 Republican, Republican, Republican. It would be Democrat, Green Party, a Labor Party, whatever other kind of party you want. It doesn't necessarily mean that you would still only have two parties. You would actually be able to grow the government to include grassroots positions.
It's kind of like the parliamentary system in France. And also in Alaska, that's how the Senate candidate won her primary. The indigenous woman who is the Democratic running for Senate. I mean, that was a surprise. And it was because of ranked choice voting.
You're going to end up with less and less people voting on each particular ballot, which means you're going to end up with less and less of the population actually choosing the winner.
No, I think more people would vote. I think more people would vote because more people would feel like their vote counted towards something, because they're not having to choose between the lesser of two evils. They're not having to choose between those things. People would actually care.
You didn't listen to what I said. You didn't listen to what I said. I said on the second ballot, you're going to lose voters. On the third ballot, you're going to lose voters. The more you vote, the less voters that are going to turn out for this. And you're going to have to count these things all over the country. So it's going to take you days or weeks. And then you're going to have to do a runoff election a week later or 2 weeks later or whatever it's going to be. And less people are going to show up. And then less people are going to show up the next time too when you can't pick somebody.
But that's the thing. That doesn't really happen that often in all of the countries that have positions like that run their elections like this. They don't see big problems with this. You're making up a problem that is even more unlikely to happen given such a large population. The smaller the population, the more likely what you're saying would happen. But even in these countries with much, much smaller populations, much more homogenous populations, you don't see that. We don't see this problem happening.
The larger population
it doesn't happen.
Is where this matters.
No, larger populations, the chances of having like something very, very, very close like that becomes smaller, not bigger.
No,
and that's why in France they have multiple parties across parliament, and not one party controls.
No. With
the only reason you're thinking
that stop. With the 240 million population, that 240 million people that are voting, you're going to have more and more problems. And on top of that, you're going to have ballots from each state that have different fucking candidates on them, because the states get to choose who gets on their ballot. You could set up that representation or that ranked choice voting right now with the way the Constitution's set up, but you're still going to have to allow states to decide how to run them, which means states are going to decide who's on the ballot.
Have you seen the phone lines in India? Have you seen how disorganized that country is? It's so disorganized, and yet they're able to pull that off with way more people voting than the United States. They do a ranked choice system. They have multiple parties. Each of their elections are controlled by separate states with populations double the size of this country. Double.
So if certain states run their elections like this,
That's what I'm saying. India can do it. And India is one of the least fucking organized places I've ever seen in my goddamn life. And you're telling me the United States couldn't put their shit together and do that? Come on, that's a joke.
But the other point is that it's the states that control this, right? So they have their legislation over this. So in Alaska, they have it. In the mayoral race in New York City, they have it. In different jurisdictions, they have it. And it works. It can work. And it does work. But it's not to say that every state's going to do it, because states control their elections, right? It's just going to be some jurisdictions, some states, some municipalities do it.
I think it would work out better. And I think so many people would be more politically like involved, because they would actually see their populations at a greater reflection in politics. There would be a greater reflection of environmental causes. There would be a greater reflection of agricultural policy.
India's got a parliamentary system. They elect prime ministers, which means they don't vote for president. We were talking about the president here.
Oh, I wouldn't have it for president.
But they still use like a system.
What the fuck?
That you lip tears?
Yeah.
Lip
tears.
What?
That's a forklift if I've ever heard one.
Damn, that was so fucking loud.
He works at a noise factory, I'm convinced.
He does work at a noise factory. It's so noisy.
When you have a parliamentary system, you're only voting for one representative, which splits it up into a whole bunch of different fucking elections anyway. So you're not having 640 million people vote for one person. You're having 640 million people vote for the person that is only representing a specific portion of the population.
No, but the entire country votes for the prime minister.
No. Wait, that's not the way a parliamentary system. That's not the way.
But in India, I'm pretty sure the winning party.
No, Modi confirmed the support of 293 MPs.
Yeah, they're voted for.
He confirmed the support of 293 MPs. There are 543 MPs. The people do not vote for the prime minister.
No, they don't. But they vote. But within that parliamentary system, right? Like it's still a huge. I mean, I don't know if I would want to do ranked choice voting for president. I don't think it would matter so much for the president. I'm talking about doing it for Congress.
They had 500. They had 543 elections. And they had 640 million people voting, which means they had a little over 1 million people voting for each individual. We are talking about 170 million votes, not 1 million votes.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like I think it's more important that Congress is a reflection of a multi-party system. Congress is where most of the power lies. It's not supposed to be in the executive. Like I guess again, I don't know if I necessarily would give a shit if president was a ranked choice as much as I would care that Congress is that reflection, because Congress is where most of the power lies.
Republicans hated that Mamdani, how that worked against Cuomo in New York City. The Democrats loved it. So
again, the more people you add, the worse off you are. I don't know.
I just don't think that's true.
Hold on, you're still voting for your local representative. You're still voting for your local representative. Nothing would change. HR is right. We could easily have more parties in our legislative, and if ranked choice voting would get there, as well as proportional representation, it would allow for more than two parties. We have to get rid of first past the post.
Wait, that takes power away from Congress, by the way.
No, but it would open it up to people who actually feel like they could care about stuff, because like, oh, it's not a two-party system.
That's why it takes power away from Congress.
Why would it take power away?
Because you have coalition. Because you have coalition governments that have different ideals and different ideologies and different ways of solving problems. And if those got together to form a coalition government or a coalition party that's going to take control of Congress, they're going to disagree on so much more than the Democratic Party will, which is going to make Congress even more inept than it is right now, which means that the president is going to have even more power than they have right now.
Hold on. Let's take a step back into his. Hold on. Lip tears, hold on. Let's take a step back in history. Let's take a step back in history.
Before we take a step back, I want you to hold on, Lib. I want you to just think about the fact that right now, the reason we get a lot of gridlock isn't because there's such a multiplicity of ideas. It's actually because there's not enough, right? It's because like one
100%.
party completely like stonewalls another party, and this party stonewalls the other party, as opposed to having to be forced, because no one party can now stonewall. Now,
now you have 4 parties that can stonewall.
No,
What
they
the
don't.
fuck?
No,
but
nobody has
Mojo,
enough power to do that. Nobody has enough power to stonewall. Everyone has to come to the table.
No,
Everyone
it
has
opens
to
it
come
up,
to the
dude.
table.
It opens it
It
up because
does.
if you have a system where like people can reasonably be elected because of ranked choice voting, you no longer have to worry about these candidates that are pandering to the most extreme versions of their party.
They're going to have to pander. Those people are going to get votes. They're going to get seats.
They won't, though. That's what we're trying to say, because through the ranked choice
That's
system,
wild.
we won't have, that limits extremism. And it's been
No,
working. We have evidence that this works in European countries. We see that it works in European countries. We know that it works there.
No. As a matter of fact, we see more radical parties in European countries than we see here in the U.S.
And
Yeah,
honestly,
but they don't gain singleness of power. Like the AFD didn't gain singleness of power. The Reform Party didn't gain singleness of power. That French guy, that French woman,
Nazi Parliament, and the Nazi Party doesn't hear either. Neither does the Socialist Party.
The thing that changed in the government system in Germany is a coalized government, so that the Nazi Party could never come into power again. The system I'm telling you about is post-Nazi, post that system.
we live in a
That's
system
the
of
point.
duality. Why are we talking about like all these crazy nuanced ideological bends here?
Hold on, because
we
it's
live in a
important.
dualistic system.
Libtears, let me say this, because I let HR jump in there, but like it's important that we look from a historical perspective here. There are reasons why we might not want a parliamentary style system, and there are reasons why we might not want the system we have. The problem is that we've seen other systems in the world fail for various reasons, and we created this system where largely we have 2 parties and we have majority, wins, in order to circumvent issues where a smaller singular party might be able to come and play. But like the point is that we've seen now that is the opposite. We've seen that this system that we have actually encourages that. It actually encourages minority rule. We're seeing that before our very eyes. So you can't refute that. That is what's happening. And at the end of the day, we need to realize that, yeah, maybe it was a good idea at first, but maybe we need to rethink the way that we structure things, because maybe we get more stuff done. Maybe once upon a time we used to get more stuff done because of the way our system worked, as opposed to a parliamentary system, which required so much more negotiation and coalitions and all this stuff. But like, I don't know, maybe that's a good thing. I'm sorry, but like we aren't getting anything done now, so maybe it's worth investigating what is working in other countries.
Okay, you guys all have to understand that Ash has been so fucking off today that everything he said is fucking wildly crazy. So if you agree with him right now, you're agreeing with the craziness of Ash today.
No, we're not.
I totally
but
disagree.
Mojo, we have to isolate what we're talking about. So you're saying
Mute, man.
the
There's so much fucking
diversification.
noise.
Mute it, bro. The diversification of votes is not a good thing. That's what we're discussing. We're saying that could be a good thing because it would change the whole dynamic that exists today. You're saying you're making an argument about something that exists today because of the.
I was just told that this weeds out the extremists of the parties. If that's true, then everybody governs from the middle. If that's true, then the socialism that I want doesn't exist.
I don't actually think that's true. Who said that? Because I don't think that's true.
That is true.
It would be HR. HR said that.
I think what happens actually is it actually focuses attention on where people actually are voting. Right now we have polls, and then we have people that vote. People that vote don't vote for who they really want to vote for because we don't have ranked choice voting. So we don't actually have a true representation of what people think.
All right. Can I tell you how coalitions work, or even agreements to not have an election would work? And we have the most recent example could be under the Trudeau government, the NDP, which is the Social Democratic Party in Canada, were able to sway the Liberals to be more progressive. The Liberal Party is the left of center party. Canada was able to get universal dental and universal pharmacare because the Social Democrats were able to push that legislation in by having a deal to make sure that they won't call for an election, that they won't have a vote of no confidence. And only the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives could have voted for a vote of no confidence, but they needed the NDP's vote. And that they made a deal with the Liberals to not vote in that. So the Social Democrats pushed.
Yeah, so we can do that here.
The Social Democrats, from not being in power, pushed the party that you wanted in the center to be more progressive.
They can do that now.
How? We only have two parties.
You just coalesce under the left.
I will
it's the same concept.
Mojo, I will tell you. Hold on. I'm going to tell you how they can do it. How they do it now is all the communists say, "Fuck you, I'm not voting."
The thing is, Mojo, you're making it sound like the Progressive Party or like the ones of us who are talking about DSA policies are somehow extremists, but we're not. Like that would be saying that we're extremists, but we're not extremists, right? We do have a lot of people. I'm not talking to you, Lib. We're not talking about a group of people who are like trying to bring back the Bolsheviks here. We're talking about people who just want things like maternity care and longer vacations and better labor practices. This is the majority of people in the country that want those things. We're not an extremist party. By you saying that, you're suggesting that we are somehow an extremist policies.
So I do think the DSA is extreme. But I support ranked choice voting because I want to see what people would actually vote for. If there's a lot of people that are actually on board with the DSA, they're going to vote for DSA candidates, we should know that. We should know what they're actually thinking versus them thinking like, well, I'm going to waste my vote if I vote over here.
They're going to vote for DSA candidates in the heavily blue districts, and they're going to vote for non-DSA candidates everywhere else. It's the same exact system that we have right now. It just takes power away from the DSA. Because right now the DSA can just say, we're not going to vote, and they can do that ahead of time, and they can force the Liberals to do something before they even get in power. The DSA can do that by just holding a couple seats, just a couple seats in Congress. They can do that. But in parliamentary systems, you got to have enough of a coalition to actually stop votes. And I don't know. And then still, you're still saying that what you said, Civics, was that they threatened a vote of no confidence. Well, fuck, we tried to do that with Nancy Pelosi, and that didn't fucking work out here either.
So and what you said is so correct because they're pushing those candidates in deep blue districts. So that's why they're getting votes.
We don't have a vote of no confidence. We don't have that system.
It was for the majority leader of the House.
Yeah, that's just voting in the House. But a vote of no confidence means you no longer have faith in government, and you're forcing an election.
None of this shit's gonna work with the system we have right now. Every state's gonna have different parties. Every state's gonna have different candidates. You're gonna end up with 100 fucking million candidates on the ballots. You're gonna end up with coalitions that are fucking two parties big, and then you're gonna have to work with a whole bunch of different people.
You don't like the system we have currently. What are you talking about?
I don't.
Why does it matter if there's 100 candidates?
I think that your solution is bad.
What does it matter if there's 100 candidates?
No, I'm sorry. Congratulations to the fucking libertarian. No. Welcome to the Libertarian Party, the party of no solutions, just shit to fucking bitch about, Mojo. Congratulations.
But hold on. Why is it a problem if there's 100
plenty of
candidates?
Solutions. Because you have 100 candidates from every single fucking state. That's 500 candidates.
Great.
5,000.
So a ranked choice voting solves for that. If they don't get enough votes, your second vote comes into play.
Sorry.
Ranked choice. Listen, it's always going to end up being
zeros, God damn it.
It's always going to end up being magnified in one way or the other. You're never going to get a moderate candidate. You'll never see a moderate candidate in our country. It's just
that
not how it
doesn't make
works.
any sense.
People live in duality.
That
Yes,
makes
it does.
absolutely
People live
no
in
sense
duality.
because every single example we have of that shows the opposite. Every single
Our
example of
system,
ranked choice voting in
listen,
other countries and hold on, and in municipal systems
God, we don't
shows
live in
a
Germany,
different fucking
heuristic.
story. Sorry, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back.
Okay. I like the. We either have to change the entire system, or we can't do anything.
Yeah.
I think you introduce a lot of problems with the ranked choice voting system in the U.S. for the federal government. Sure, you can do it for your local positions. That's fine. Whatever. Every state can do that. Doesn't really bother me one way or another. I wouldn't mind doing that for local government either. But for the federal government, it's going to have to remain the same, or we're going to have to change everything to some sort of a parliamentary system.
Yeah, like, hold on.
Wait,
Democracy is supposed to change. Why the fuck are we married to a system that is over 250 years old? Democracies change.
Because it's in the Constitution. You got to get 3/4 of the states to agree, and nobody's going to fucking agree because everybody likes the system they have right now.
But they don't.
They do.
Nobody
No,
likes
they don't. Everyone fucking hates Congress.
Mojo, I mean, do you realize
you're not changing Congress?
You're
just changing the way Congress is elected.
Well, I mean, you don't have a choice in certain places. So if you look at the Alaska Senate race, that was a ranked choice voting. There were 3 candidates. And the Democrat, let me just.
I don't know how they can only possibly have three choices.
That's what it says. Look it up. Just
People
quickly.
think you're MAGA Mojo. Just an FYI.
I mean, there's some states that do it. The Senate race was a ranked choice voting in Alaska.
Alaska does it, but Alaska also, they have a very small population.
Sure.
It's easier to control. Like New York City makes sense because it's also a small.
What?
I mean, it's not small, but it's like
huge. It was the mayoral.
It's very tight. I think it's easier to control on a grand scale. It's a lot harder to maintain ranked choice voting.
No, it isn't.
You have one example in a small population and one example in a large population.
There's definitely more. There's definitely more cost to counting votes and tabulating how things work out. Yeah, for sure. But
people would
aside from that, hold on.
People would be laundering money in weird packs and shit.
No, they wouldn't be. They wouldn't be.
Yeah, they would.
And this is where I disagree with you and Mojo, and I'm open to being proven wrong here. But even if you had 100 candidates, and what is that? There's no problem there because people would spread out their vote among those 100 candidates, and those 100 candidates would not be elected. But Stephen, and I'm going to land. Hold on, I'm going to land. If there was a unifying voice that people thought this guy could really win, or this girl could really win, lady, I don't know, lady, man, whoever could really win here, I'm going to vote for them because I don't feel like I'm wasting my vote by voting for them. And then my second vote will come into play if that candidate doesn't get enough. That's where someone like Bernie wins. That's where someone like AOC wins, which is why I'm surprised a little bit that Mojo would be against it.
So like civics. Can I just say something quick? Like civics said about the NDP in Canada, right? They built the coalition in order to coalesce more voters.
They have a parliament.
Right? So, yes, but I'm saying the coalition was built so that they could pull more voters under their umbrella. So it would if it happened in America, the same thing would happen. There would still be a coalition of people on, let's say, the left, what we consider the left, to pull voters on their side. Let's say you had somebody in the middle, and all of a sudden the country started moving further left. They're just inherently going to start moving further left to pull in more voters. It's just how it would work. We are always going to end up in this type of system at some level. It's just the way our country operates, unfortunately.
Alaska's got a small population, but they also said that they only pick the top 4 candidates who receive the greatest number of votes for any office in the primary will appear on the general election ballot. So there would only be 4 candidates that appear on the general.
I think
So
New
the
York
ranked
City's
choice
like that
voting.
too.
So the ranked choice voting was only for the primary. It wasn't even for the general.
Right, it's for the primary.
Okay, so that's irrelevant too. That's
But the Senate.
Well, yeah, but
it was
the
the
idea
Senate,
of it,
though.
that's also something we can do right now because the parties can vote however the fuck they want.
In New York City's 5, I believe, right? Tennis, it's 5. The ranked choice voting there.
I can't remember whether it was. I think it was 5. Yeah,
So
I
the
believe so.
Democrats can take in all the DSA members and they can still pick the top 4 candidates to go to the general election for the Democratic Party as well. I don't. If you're going to do it any differently than Democrat Republican, you're going to end up with quite literally 30 or 40 different parties on every single ballot.
Well, what were the parties in the? They weren't in Alaska. They were Republican and Democrat.
Yeah, it's because we live in this system. Because they still
plus
have
you
to
could
get
write
50,
in whoever you want anyway, right?
Because they still have to
America.
get 50% plus 1 of the total votes cast. If no candidate receives a majority, the first votes. It's fucking ridiculous, too.
Doesn't happen.
Oh yeah. Are you serious? Now you're gonna have like finagling in between votes and shit, and you're talking about doing this with entire states? Because I guess you guys don't care about the president. I mean, we can still choose the president the same way we choose him right now. So I don't fucking know. It just seems the whole thing seems pointless, and it seems like we make a more convoluted system in the Congress that we have right now. That where nobody's going to work together. You're going to have the socialists trying to pressure the. Even if you get socialists in there, they're going to try and pressure the Democrats. They're going to say, fuck you if the Democrats won't capitulate. Democrats are going to say, fuck you, we're not capitulating. And then Republicans are going to win every time, or vice versa. It's always going to, that's what our government turns into.
Mojo, I am
Everybody
shocked.
demanding.
I am shocked about this response from you because your alternative would be what? That you just advocate for AOC and she's going to fix everything? Like there has to be something that can make some movement.
So what I like about it is, like, for example, in the Alaska one, it was 2 Republicans and a Democrat running against each other, and it split the vote between the 2 Republicans, and the Democrat came out just with a hair and won the primary.
I like
that.
I like the DSA solution, maybe to get rid of the Senate, or we could actually change the Senate to more votes. I don't know if that's possible or not. But certainly, well, each state gets 2 senators. I don't know how we would change that.
That's never going to change. Unless somehow, we really move the Overton window and somehow a coalition forms big enough to say, hey, why do we need the Senate? Why don't, I don't think that's going to happen. And I don't care we've got bigger fish to fry. Don't you think, than abolishing the Senate?
Well, I don't know.
Are we only against ranked choice voting?
Ranked choice voting adds a whole fucking host of issues.
You're seriously the first person I've heard that has been this far against ranked choice voting.
I don't like the fact that somebody can be like the 10th place person on the first ballot and end up winning the fucking election.
Don't you think that would be pretty far-fetched, though?
No.
Yeah, dude. All it does is give us like more accurate polling data.
I think that if you have 5 people and you end up having 3 votes total, right? If there's several rounds, and 40% are voting for Mamdani and 30% are voting for Cuomo, or however it was, right? I don't know. I just don't see that you're going to split it up to where you're going to have whatever 20%, if it's 5 people, 20% to all 5.
We can do this right now just by allowing more parties in. So you just have more parties running. You don't even have to have ranked choice voting. You can.
No, you're missing the point, dude.
You can just.
People are already saved.
You can just have You can just have 10 different parties on the ballot.
No, but people are already saying it's a waste of a vote to do that because they're thinking if I do that, it'll take away from my other vote, which would be for like the Democratic or the Republican Party.
Yeah, it's like the
That's
Green
what
Party.
exists today. Like the whole point of ranked choice voting is that you don't have to throw away your vote.
You can
Well,
vote for
then
your top three, your top,
if that's the case, then the top two are always going to be Republican, Democrat. And then your winner's always going to be Republican or Democrat.
No, it could be two Democrats at the top. Don't you see the beauty of that?
That only works. No, because it only works for the primaries.
Not in the Senate, not in the Alaska Senate race. And I didn't even know about this. I just happened to open the New York Times and read about this ranked choice voting in the Senate primary. And it was two Republicans and a Democrat. Look at the results. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's any harm to it. I mean,
There's literally no harm to it. The only thing is like the extra consideration of counting the votes, the cost that goes into it, the administrative burden, all that stuff. That's the only possible downside.
are you eating something?
So sorry. I am eating potato salad at the moment.
I was just ribbing you. It went by Mojo for once.
Yeah, I just don't see why people are scared of change.
Civics, do you see what I'm saying about the Senate race in Alaska? Do you see that?
It's not scared of change. It's what it is trying to fit a system that works in a parliamentary system into a system that's not a parliamentary system.
I just think it gets more voices in there. I mean, I like the idea that two Republicans lost to, they had to split their vote against a Democrat in the Senate primary in Alaska. I hate to keep coming back to that, but that was a beauty. That was a thing of beauty for me.
Look, let's not get it twisted. Right. There are pitfalls, right? There are pitfalls. The whole reason. Hold on one second, buddy. There are pitfalls. There's the whole reason that we have our system in place today is because earlier people noticed certain pitfalls and they thought that maybe this would be a better process. And there's been positive things from it, and there have been negative things that we've seen from it as well. And whether they're negative or positive has fluctuated over time depending on the needs of American citizens, right? And the pace at which we change our political system is very much like driving a car where the people in power are the drivers and all the citizens are the passengers. Sometimes, in a lot of cases we've seen in history in this country, we try to move a little bit slowly. We try to move incrementally in so that we are driving slowly enough to protect whoever's in the back seat, our children or whatever. But when we see political parties, when we see politics start moving so quickly that it has potentially irrevocable implications and issues that become of it, that's a problem. So like the speed at which we create change, I think is very important. And we can't just say like this should be or this shouldn't be. Like, obviously, there are reasons why we don't have a parliamentary system. There are reasons why things came about the way they did in this country. But we need to look at it from today's perspective and say, is this still good? Is this still the best thing for us? And I think that we need to be honest and say, it's possible in some cases. No, it's possible. Maybe we thought this was good. We didn't know. And now because of the circumstances we're in, maybe it's not the best thing for us. We just need to be honest with ourselves and just like be honest about it.
And also think about like the people that don't even run for office because they're like, even they are thinking like, I'm just not going to ever get elected because nobody's going to waste their vote on me. I mean, why? I seriously don't understand the hesitation for having people come into office, have some ideas of their own. They go out, get interviewed. People decide for themselves if they like their ideas. And if they don't, and they don't get enough of the vote, then it goes to their other candidate that would, Kamala or Trump or whoever,
By
right?
the
I just
way,
don't see a downside.
the only states that use it per se in their state elections are Maine and Alaska. And prominent cities are San Francisco. Did you already look this up? I was just looking it up. There's a few cities.
I'm a huge proponent of it. I'm trying to get it on the ballot for California.
It's in San Francisco.
You're the Republicans in Alaska in 2022 fucking toasted Chesborough.
Oh wait, say that again. Say that again, Mojo.
The two Republicans toasted Chesborough.
Yeah.
Pat Chesborough. Pat Chesborough got 27,000 votes. Lisa Murkowski got 113,000, and Kelly Shabaka got 111,000. That's the first round tally. There's
Right.
224,000 votes for the Republicans, 27,000 for Pat. That's fucking wild. I'm sorry, but that didn't do a goddamn thing.
Right.
I don't know. That's pretty wild. Yeah, there were two Republicans running against each other. The Democrat was just there for, I don't know, dressing.
So it's Murkowski against Peltola.
This time, yeah, probably. I don't know. Whatever. It's two. Is it two Republicans this time? No, it's not even this time. It would be next
this fall, right? This fall, it'll be Peltola against somebody else.
Yeah,
Lisa Murkowski isn't.
Lisa
Murkowski isn't
Murkowski.
very well liked in Alaska, but she's pretty close to like government royalty. She's been in office for a long time. I believe her father was in office too in Alaska.
Yeah, but there's something interesting about the fact that the Democrat is an indigenous woman. And a lot of people are indigenous to Alaska. I don't know. They want change. But I would tend to agree with you that Murkowski is, yeah.
She's not well liked. She's essentially a rhino. People of Alaska are fed up with it. I mean, I love the fact that the person that's running against Murkowski is a native. But the thing is that Republicans tend to shy away from voting for people for simply immutable characteristics. We like people who are articulate and intelligent and not just male or female or white or black, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
that's what you saw in Trump.
I wonder how this, oh, sorry, Ibanez, go ahead.
Oh, no, saying that's what he saw in Trump, articulate and intelligent.
No, Trump is a hand grenade.
So what do you think it looks like in Maine with respect to ranked choice voting and Susan Collins?
The disaster of Graham Plattner, I'm sure.
She could be in trouble. Well, Graham Plattner's not in the scene anymore.
I know, but what I'm saying is that the disaster of Graham Plattner, I'm sure, will blaze the trail for what was her name, Susan Collins, to retain her seat.
See, I don't know about that. I think people were so fired up to have somebody to go against her. This person who is taking her place is, I don't know. Maybe.
I think you're minimizing the optics of how the people view the Democrats. They're not presenting a united front. You can't just simply put someone who's so disorganized and so, haphazardly puts together a candidate. You can't trust people like that to run your government. So yeah, Susan Collins will probably keep her seat.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the Mainers are not pleased with some of her voting. Okay, if you've read the articles about it, they're not happy that what happened in Maine with respect to the ICE incident and the unaliving of that 26-year-old green card holder. they were pounding down her door after that. So there's, I don't think that's I think that could go either way.
Yeah, she was, she got shook, definitely. But
I'm not saying I have a crystal ball, but I don't think it's a shoe-in for her at all. And also with her voting, how she votes, voting in Todd Blanche, I don't think that was a good thing for her.
That's it? That's your only objection?
No, there's a lot. I mean, you have to ask them, but I don't live in the state. But they haven't been happy with her. You can't say they have been. And she's ancient as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of objection to incumbency, and there should be, because Washington is a swamp that infects people with all kinds of disgusting diseases. So, yeah, we should get the old folks out, put new folks in. Oh, don't David Hogg me now.
I agree. We need to get more young people into the system. And the reality is, though, unfortunately for you, Donovan, is that young people are becoming increasingly radicalized as they become into maturity into a world and a country that is increasingly crazy, polarized, and uncertain. And what we're going to see is a lot more progressivism. We're going to see a lot more people wanting serious change. And for better or worse, there's going to be a lot of people who maybe would have voted for Trump voting for someone like AOC because they just simply want an outsider. So, I mean, this is what I see. You tell me if you think differently.
Yeah, AOC is, a typical beautiful woman. She's great. She's wonderful. She's amazing. Right up until the point where she opens her mouth.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
That was very sexist.
It was so gross.
You know what? I constantly hear this shit from the right.
That's called comedy, you chuckleheads.
Cool, it's comedy. But can you give me, I don't know, one example of her saying something extreme or dumb? Because the right is
there's
really
entire
quick.
clips. Yeah, you want me to pull something up?
Pull something up where she said something really moronic.
Yeah, it's going to be out of context, just so you know.
It's going to be out of context, and also I could throw a dart at a board of things Trump said, and it will 98% of the time be something completely crazy.
Wow, yeah, top 10 list pulled right up. Hold on.
Yeah, he says we don't do identity politics.
Medicare for all.
She's a beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. We don't do identity politics, right, Donovan? I mean, really?
Exactly, yes.
Is that your search.maga.conspiracy?
No, this is imtorn.com. Let's see. Why are any of these in quotes?
Because they're not quotes.
Could it not be?
These are excerpts from an interview. Hold on. I just want to make sure that I have context, sentences before and after. We need to invent technology that has never been invented yet. Let's see. To me, what socialism means is to guarantee a basic level of dignity. Under capitalism, men oppress men. Under socialism, it's the other way around.
Hold on.
If people were actually concerned about undocumented people, the clear solution would be to offer documentation. It's safer and secure for everyone. Yellow cab drivers are unfinancial.
None of this is dumb.
Regulated expansion of Uber.
None of this is dumb. Yes, offer documentation. We've talked about this. We've talked about offering documentation for the undocumented. Mojo talks about it all the fucking time.
Yep.
Socialism is giving people basic dignity, their basic needs. What are you talking? None of that is dumb.
Oh, it is dumb. Here, I'll move on to the next one. Yellow cab drivers are in financial ruin due to the unregulated expansion of Uber. Just to give some context, because you know how much Mojo loves that. Ocasio-Cortez apparently spent about $4,000 on Uber rides in April and June. complaining about either. Yeah.
It's the context in which it's made. It's not the general premise. It's how it's said. That's kind of what Donovan's pointing out.
Damn it.
Well, how does he know how it's said since he's not listening to it? He's just.
Here's a better one. Here's a better one.
That was not the most. That wasn't the brightest statement.
I see people rushing out to fill up their cars for this hurricane at the gas station. This wouldn't be an issue if we all had electric cars. If the power is out for a week, how are we going? Out for a week, how are we going?
Okay, that was dumb. That was legitimately dumb. That was really dumb, actually.
Maybe they're.
I remember when she said that.
Donovan, maybe except their cars were already. Maybe their cars were. Donovan, maybe their cars were already charged before the hurricane hit.
Oh, stop it, Tennis.
Oh, they don't think that far ahead.
Oh my God.
MAGA lover.
Oh, here's another gem. It was literally easier for me to become the youngest woman in American history elected to Congress than it was to pay off my student loan debt.
Hey, what's this website? I need to catch wind of this website here.
This one came from This was just at the top of the list. There's all kinds of gems on the internet for AOC, which is what. I'm sorry, what?
You're so sexist.
Not sexist. I love women every single
the number
day.
one.
Let me see. This is IamTorn.com. This is just the very top of the list. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's top 10 stupid comments. The internet is lousy with this. And yep, there it is.
No, I want to hear the number one stupidest thing that she said, please.
Mojo, you love that song.
I guess so.
Mojo's getting a lot of music tonight. Music bombs.
Speaking of which, tap the screen, show the light,
Tap the
do
screen,
the heart me.
everybody. For Christ's sake.
Yeah, 35,000 I've been on like
Give
all fucking
Mojo, he hates it. Share the live out.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Since the only two people who seem to be attempting or failing, I'm going to go ahead for it. Tap the screen. Everybody share the live. There's at the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little curved arrow. Hit that. Send it to people you know who might like it. Hit repost. Hit share link. It's not going to do anything, but it's going to help Mojo out. Tap the screen. Please get us up to 50K. And gift the panel. I mean, if you like what people are saying, then please.
Is MAGA Lava one of your donors, Mojo? Like one of your secret donors?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Cool. Wait, yeah, the mystery is good. All right, so here, these ones are ranked, okay? Economic security is for those unwilling to work. Genius.
What the hell?
Here's
So
another good
give
one.
us the context, though.
If we work our butts off, quote, if we work our butts off to make sure that we take back all three chambers of Congress.
Please say that.
Yes, she did.
Oh, so that's I don't believe
Number
it.
3, Venezuela is below the equator. 4, we need to invent
What is the context
technology
of that?
that's never been invented yet. Yeah, that's a great one.
The stupidest sayings ever that have zero context included.
Look them up.
I fucking love.
Unemployment is low because everyone has 2 jobs. Unemployment is low because people are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week and can barely feed. F-E-E.
2 jobs? So, okay. That's really smart.
That's true.
Let's pull up some of Trump's stupid statements.
Yeah. Well, Trump already won the presidency, and y'all are talking about putting AOC up. Please put AOC up. Number 7, a 17-year-old can walk into a shop and get an assault weapon, I think, is unacceptable.
It is unacceptable.
It is
A
unacceptable.
17-year-old can't do that, Tennis. That's the point.
That's
So,
not true.
You don't even
They
know
can
how
They
dumb.
can get a hunting. They can get a hunting rifle in certain
Correct.
states. They can't get an assault rifle.
Well, hold
What are we
on.
talking about?
If you're in like Wisconsin or some state that's heavy in hunting,
You
can
can't
walk
get an
into a
assault rifle.
Walmart and you can get
You have to be
a
18 years old
fucking
to
hunting
buy
rifle.
any people, 18 years old, whether it's a shot pugh, a rifle, a quote unquote assault, whatever. You cannot be six. You can be younger and possess one, like if like you got a gift from your father or your uncle, but you cannot buy one unless you are 18.
Okay, sure, but that's a grievance that may not be true, but also like I agree with. So what's your point?
May not be true.
But she said it. She said it.
But if she said like I think that you shouldn't be allowed to be 17 and go into a store and buy an assault rifle, that might not be like a thing they can do, but I also agree with that statement. So it really depends on the context.
You know what she should have said is, I don't think you should be 17 and possess an assault rifle. Then sure, you could have.
You said you can buy a hunting rifle.
Yes.
You have to be 18
at 17.
Certain states you can be 17.
I think so. Yeah.
It's a certain.
Are in certain states the AR-15 labeled as a hunting rifle?
No.
Really?
No.
That's funny because Texas they are, because Arkansas they are, because Mississippi they are, because of the feral hogs. You can absolutely hunt feral hogs with AR-15s.
Yeah, but that's regulated, right? In certain states that they hunt, maybe that's different because it's a different type of environment.
That's fine. That's fine. You said that a 17-year-old can buy a hunting rifle, and in many states, AR-15s are considered hunting rifles.
Okay, let's just do a simple Google search. Can you be?
Yes, do a Google search. That would be good. Here's my favorite. This is the last.
This is boring. I'm done.
I'm sure it is. This is the last quote I'm going to say, just because this one's so funny and it's perfect. AOC said, quote, "We're going to flip this seat red."
I can, yeah.
Well, you cannot buy an AR-15 in Texas at 17. There you go.
I didn't say Texas. I said, but Texas, you can hunt with AR-15s. So if you said that certain states, you can buy hunting rifles at 17, you can hunt with AR-15s in many states as well. So I'm not sure how the laws are set up, but if what you said is correct, I'm sure there are multiple states where you can buy an AR-15 as a hunting rifle at
She
the
never
age of
said
17.
that anyway. She never said that.
You know, it's wild. I would take the time to look it all up, but I don't really give a fuck what Brendan thinks about
I don't
AOC.
care.
It makes absolutely no goddamn bit of difference to me. And honestly, every single one of them has context, and he doesn't care what the context is.
Correct.
Exactly.
So you can't be 17 and buy a hunting rifle in any state.
Oh, please,
But
you're wasting your time.
Some states you can be under 18 and possess one.
Correct. Yes, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
But look, as far as reading these quotes, you asked me for the quotes, so of course I provided them. And as far as AOC running, please run her. Please continue to support her. Right up until
Would you say the same thing about John Ossoff?
Right up until she gets to the debate, and she gets absolutely torn to pieces.
But you're scared of John Ossoff, I bet. I bet you don't like
get torn to pieces.
You'd be so scared
Hey,
of John Ossoff.
Tennis. I want competition. I want the Republican Party to do better. I would love John Ossoff to run personally.
Yeah, well, I would too. And I got to tell you something. I think he will. He's saying he's not going to run because he's concentrating on his Senate seat. But I will bet dollars to donuts that man will run in 28, and you guys will have a problem because he is the real deal.
Donovan, who do you think is going to crush AOC in a debate precisely?
Hillary Clinton will be your candidate in 2028.
Hell no.
Delusional.
That would be
The
hilarious.
Lulu.
Dig her up from her grave that she's been in the last 10 years.
That's so rude. That is so fucking rude.
She's like cryptic at this point. Jesus.
It's just still rude.
They could have bombed her at this point.
She is in the past. I mean, no one's from a political perspective trying to prop her up. I mean, not even the DNC is that stupid. I mean, I hope that they realize at this point that they need a more progressive candidate.
You think?
I think that the Democratic primary is going to be so deep with good candidates that your Rubio or Vance is just a bunch of fucking duds.
I heard that in 2024, but look how that ended up.
Look, this is all wishful thinking on the part of the Democrats, and here's why. Because they've been picking up all these primary seats here and there, and this is low dollar type campaigning. When you start to get in a national stage and you need multiples of millions of dollars, the DSA is not going to have the donors to do that. All of those donors are sitting behind liberals, classical corporate Democrats that you fucking hate. And you don't understand how dirty and disgusting they are and the lengths they will go to win.
You're so
But
like
go ahead.
the venom
Continue to
in
get
your
behind
voice,
the DSA.
Donovan. Wow.
It's going to be hilarious.
Actually don't disagree with that statement, but the fact that you are refusing to acknowledge that, like, I look, I don't know, but like, I don't know anything for sure, but we saw what happened with Hillary Clinton. Like the DNC saw what happened.
Thank you.
Ella's bored. She's so bored right now.
Wait, that was Ella?
Yeah, that was Ella. She's been music bombing you. She's the one who's sending them all.
Thank you, Ella. Thank you, Ella. I like the music, actually.
Yeah, it's cool.
Now you like it. Now you like the music. Okay.
I do. Well, now that they turned the volume down a bit, it's kind of nice.
Well, it's less hilarious. That first night, it was the greatest joke of all time.
So you don't think, Donovan, that donors can just give to the candidates directly?
Oh, no, you're absolutely right, Tennis. Now that I think about it, all those millionaires and billionaires are going to give all of their money to the candidates that are saying, eat the rich. Are you stoned?
I'm not stoned. I don't partake, but I'm saying to you,
why are you being so silly then?
No, I'm not being silly. I'm telling you that
why are you so silly?
When the candidates emerge, the money will get behind them. They're not going to give it to the DNC because the DNC is not doing a good job right now. I will plainly say that.
Also, to my point that I was trying to make before I got confused by the music is like Bernie Sanders was one of the, if not the top, like people who had low number donor contributions, single donor contributions. Like, why do you think that that's not possible again with a strong progressive candidate?
What happened to Bernie Sanders?
Dude, Bernie Sanders is an old man yelling at the clouds.
Yeah, we know what happened to Bernie Sanders, but don't you think that there was a lesson to be learned there? You think that it's impossible that the DNC hasn't learned the lesson about looking towards progressives?
No, Bernie got red weddinged. And if the DSA gets a person up into the convention, that's exactly what's going to happen again.
Oh, we'll see.
I think your guys' fear of the DSA is a lot more fun than what their actual potency is.
You're adorable, CT. I am not afraid of the DC of the DSA because I think it's going to be hilarious. Did you not hear any of what I just said?
Well, I did, and when I Google searched, I couldn't find any of those quotes. So, given the fact that every other word out of your mouth is a lie, I usually only take it for what it's worth.
Question, right? DSA is represented. I think you can safely say it's represented by Mandami and by the dude from Wisconsin, Al Sayed.
He's not in the DSA.
He's not.
No.
I didn't think you could get dumber, but first of all, it's Michigan. And no, he's not in the fucking DNC. And Mondami isn't a representative of the DSA. For the love of God, hold on. Yes. DSA. I'm sorry. The stupid rubbed off on me. I'm sorry.
No, I'm asking you a question. Is he in the DSA or is he not?
He's not.
No.
He was supported by the DSA. Same with Mondami.
He's not a member.
The DSA, for the love of God, isn't a political party. It is an organization that gets behind certain candidates.
Okay, and look, all I'm saying is that the DSA, whether or not they are part of the party, right, they're represented. The average person believes that those two people are part of the DSA. Is that fair to say?
Wait.
They're stupid enough to believe that. That's fine.
Zoran Mamdani?
If you're considering yourself that,
Yeah, Zoran and
if you're considering yourself that, then yes, you are not very well educated or informed. The fact that of all people, you live in New York, and you don't know this.
I represent the average person, so if I'm saying something, like, it's pretty representative of what the large populace also believes. Okay, so like, get off your high horse. Okay.
I don't know what you just said.
So wait a minute. Did someone say that Zoran Mamdani was not in the DSA?
He's part of
Getting
DSA.
off my
New York.
high horse would be getting off my high horse would be like jumping out a 2-story window and breaking my neck. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Mamdani's part of the DSA New York division.
Okay. Yeah, because I was going to say, I just had to look that up, and he absolutely is.
They're making false claims, which clearly we just saw right now because we know that Mamdani is part of it. What about this?
You asked about you asked about El Sayed. He's not.
Why'd you say making false claims? Nobody made a false claim. What the fuck?
Or I'll be watching you, whispering poop songs in your ear.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Amazing.
What the fuck is that? Where the hell did that come from?
Wait, was that from Rick and Morty?
That was Ella.
Wait, but I think that was a Rick and Morty quote.
It was.
What the fuck?
That was amazing.
Are there any other DSA candidates running or DSA supported? You like to?
AOC's part of the DSA New York division as well.
There was a couple in Michigan.
And how did that work out?
They won the primary.
Okay. All right. And who is this person?
There was like 4 of them. I can't remember their names right now.
All right. Give me the leading candidate. Like, what is his name?
What do you mean the leading candidate? They're all they won primaries to represent the Democratic Party in the next general election. There's no leading anything.
Okay, you're wrong.
What?
I'm wrong.
Okay,
Yep.
there's more context.
I'm wrong about a subject you learned about 10 seconds ago. You're absolutely right.
No, first of all, I knew what I was talking about before I even.
Why the fuck are you asking?
You just didn't word it too good?
I wanted to see if you're being truthful or not, and I learned now that you're not. So
who's the top then? Copernicus, tell us.
Yeah, who's the leading DSA? A sentence that doesn't make fucking sense.
I don't fucking know. I don't have an answer. That's why I'm.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I'm not sure.
Is your mom also your aunt?
Oh, shit.
Classic.
Your mom is,
So I've decided that whenever someone is spreading misinformation, I'm just going to interrupt them with the poop song. Okay, that's all.
Was that like included already? Like you found that in there?
Yes.
Dude, they've added so many songs in there, Mojo.
I have pinned so many. I'm going to surprise y'all with the craziest shit. Like, it's going to be so good. I'm excited now.
I love it.
How do you do it? Ella, how do you do it?
So when you click on the gifts, if you haven't used songs before, you might have to scroll down until you see a little record player, like gift. And when you click on that, you can go into like a menu where you can choose from a long list of like sounds that have been uploaded. You can pre-listen to them. They're sort of categorized, but there's a lot of shit in there. Like there's a lot of random stuff in
I'm
there.
not finding the record thingy.
It is, I don't know, about halfway down, and it's like there's an orange like CB Kitty gift with an orange couch. Yeah, it's right below that.
Oh, does it say best to give me? It's like a
but then if you click on it above there, it'll like open a little menu that you can click on. That's where you choose all the different songs.
Cool.
Yeah, when they first rolled this thing out, it would be like if you were just listening to the songs and you were on the panel, it would play it in the background.
Mojo, will you look at Discord? I bought that shirt.
Oh, you did? Oh, that's awesome.
I bought a shirt. It's a different shirt, but it's so funny.
Seriously, can I ask you a question?
What the fuck?
It's so good though.
Yeah.
I just had to tell you to look at Discord because you weren't looking at it.
I'm sorry.
Inside jokes don't really.
That's wild, by the way.
It's funny though.
Are you gonna wear that out in public?
No, I think I bought it for sleeping. It's basically a shirt, you guys, with a bunch of like funny raccoons on it, and it says mentally sick, physically thick on it.
Nice. That's pretty good.
The raccoon in front is wearing sunglasses, just so you know.
I know, it's so funny.
I saw one the other day.
Yeah.
It said live, laugh, toaster bath.
I got one
damn.
with I got one. I got one, and I think Ella, you'll love this one. I got one with like on a wiener dog. There's like a raccoon, a silly goose, and a frog, and it says "off to start a kerfuffle."
Oh, well, at least you can laugh about what's going on.
That's a joke only a mother can love.
It's so funny. The word kerfuffle, it's hilarious.
It is good. Hey, Professor Lift, did you figure out who the top DSA was yet?
Yeah.
No, I literally asked you guys, so I'm not sure.
It's a stupid way to say anything.
It's like asking which fucking golfer threw the best touchdown. It doesn't fucking exist.
No, I think that you're wrong because there is a DSA movement, right? And there are.
Well, how do you know that they're wrong when you keep asking a question, and then you say that we're wrong, and then you say like, "Oh, I just want to see what you guys knew,"
I can tell.
and then you go saying like, "Oh, I don't know."
You are being untruthful, right? It's pretty easy to tell, right?
But you don't know shit though.
Untruthful about what?
I know more than you. Clearly, you don't think that there's a DSA leader, or maybe there is not a DSA leader, but the DSA movement is like there is. Right, there is supporters. There's backing for it, right? Is that
here it is. The DSA's primary political leadership, the National Political Committee, a 25-person body which functions as a board of directors of DSA and is elected every 2 years by the delegates to DSA's National Convention. Every DSA chapter is entitled to send a certain number of delegates to the National Convention based on the chapter size. There is also an at-large delegate that represents areas where there are no active chapters.
But Donovan, of those,
There we go. That's also
that's the answer.
Just so you understand, because whenever I talk, they're going to play music. That's fine. This is from dsausa.org.
okay, but Donovan, of those 20, was it 20 or 25 committee members?
25.
25. Who's the top?
Yeah, who's the top 25 member?
You mean who's the chairman? Is there a chairman?
No, who's
I
the
don't
top?
know. Who's the top?
We don't know. We're dumb, ill-informed liberals.
If you have a body,
see, Donovan, I know. I just wanted to know if you knew.
Convention, then you're generally going to have a chairman, because if you don't have a chairman,
Was it Mao Zedong?
Miles Morales.
the DSA Constitution. There's something called.
Can I tell you guys a really?
Which is
Can
really
I tell you guys
funny.
a really weird and funny story? When my dad used to have this like little lullaby with me and my brother, and it's so weird. First of all, I'm gonna just preface this with like none of these words are real words. My dad just made them up, and it used to go Aku nini kadishi mangu mangu kadishi Mao Mao rebellion, and that's how he would say it with like a straight face. And he used to do this when we were little.
Are Are you okay?
Such a weird guy.
Mao.
I'm serious. Yeah, he used to
That
do
is
that. He
funny.
used to be like really serious face, and he'd go Mao, Mao, rebellion, and just like holding me and my brother. It's like really weird, and I don't know why. Like he's like not that political of a person. Everything before that was just made up words.
Yeah, so the DSA has something called the National Political Committee, which is fucking hilarious because, NPC. But there are two national co-chairs. Ashik Sadiq and Megan Romer are both national co-chairs. And then you've got luminaries like Abdullah Farouk, Ahmed Hassan, Amy Wilhelm. Yeah, and it goes on to list all 25. Again, that's the DSA's.
Wait, hold on. Is it only the Arab names that you don't like? Is that what that was about?
No. I mean, you want me to read all 25? I just read the first.
No, but I think it's interesting that you call them luminaries, and then you name off a couple Arab names, and then you name a white person name, and you're like, oh, that's enough.
All right.
It's fucking
Yeah. You play Arabic music in the background just to make Donovan feel at home.
Eros, Clinton Riles, Cliff Connolly, David Jenkins, Eleanor Babiev, Ella Tivan.
Okay, so only one.
You want more?
Only two Arabs out of all of them. Okay.
I don't know what it is about that Cliff guy, but he sounds very trusting. I'm not sure what it is.
Luisa Martinez? Are you going to say I don't like Latinos? No.
Well, what were the first three that you picked? What were the first three? They were Arab names.
White. There's literally someone named White.
I bet you trust him.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm shocked that you elected
the
someone to your party with the last name of White. They even sound Caucasian, which is crazy that you would put them in a position of power, right?
It's weird. It's like this weird, huge tent umbrella of people that have a collective idea that don't give a shit about fucking race.
Well, according to your politics, cis white men are oppressors, right, CT?
That's not how politics works, but a lot of cis white men have been oppressors for the majority of the history of our country. Correct. Look at you.
And like not just but like oppressing everyone, Donovan, oppressing everyone, including poor white cis men, including men who don't have power, including black men, including everyone. It's like a few of them who were doing it to everyone, not just women, not just minorities, but to farmers, to poor men, to men who work in high like bodily labor jobs. They've been doing it to everyone, not just to a select few people who have been historically more oppressed. It's everyone.
Yep. White cis men are evil. Okay.
Well, no, like I don't look at you as somebody like ever be able to oppress somebody, right?
Somebody's getting stoned.
It's like, I just don't understand how you don't hear what I'm saying. It's not that I think white cis men are evil. I'm saying that historically it's been them, but they also oppress their own set of people. They oppress cis white poor men all the time. They don't give power to them. They've created a patriarchal structure in which many of them die in wars that they don't understand, in wars that they didn't want to fight in the first place. They have hurt cis white men just as much as they have hurt other people.
And wars that are unwinnable and wars that are unending, or a war that's unwinnable and a war that's unending.
Well, part of one of the countries that people who
it's not gonna stop being funny. I'm sorry.
You need to have a populist. Look, you can't have your military question directives, right? And so.
What?
You can't.
Lift, they're supposed to question things that are not constitutional. They are allowed to refuse orders that are unconstitutional. They're allowed to do that. They do not serve the President of the United States. They serve the American people and the U.S. Constitution.
Which is why you fucking get them when they're 18 when they don't know better, and that's how you have
that's a nice idea. That's a nice idea.
Damn! For all the talks about indoctrination, you just fucking went right into it.
Well, you're not wrong about indoctrination. There is.
It totally drowns him out.
It's hilarious.
That's awesome. I'm gonna drop. I'll see y'all later.
Bye, Ella.
Man, I have to tell you that I haven't heard music in a while, and somebody did that the other day as Derek was on the panel. And I just brought Derek up, and the music started playing at the exact same time, and I swear to God it was fucking Derek. So I was like, shut that fucking shit up, and it wouldn't shut up, so I dropped him. And then he has to come back up a little bit later, and the same thing happens again, and I drop him again. I'm all pissed off about it, and I didn't realize it was like one of the music gifts. It was funny. I got so mad. I thought he was funny.
I would like to request mod powers back just for being able to drop Derek.
Yeah, drop him every time you fucking see him. Blech.
I used to come into the panels and wait for him to be in the middle of a sentence and drop him as he was in the middle of a sentence all the time. And then I got my mod power taken.
What is one like thing that's like one word that you always hear from Derek, and every time he says it, just drop him?
No, look, I don't agree with Derek. Me and Derek, we don't clash very well. But, I don't think he's the worst person. I've seen pretty bad people on panels, and I think Derek is one of the better people.
Yeah, he's fucking great.
Derek is a terrible human being who, if you push him through a logical train of thought, at the end of it, he'll just tell you he doesn't actually care. At the end of the day, Derek cares about him and him alone. And the thing is like, he's also somebody who has the ability to, maybe not, I don't know. He's functionally illiterate. So like, maybe I won't blame on malice what I can blame on stupidity, but like, he's pretty fucking dumb, Lift. Like, he's pretty fucking stupid.
And he got educated in Massachusetts. What the fuck?
What I'm saying is that the dude, right? He doesn't call out races. He doesn't he's not that offensive of a person, right? I've seen very offensive people, right?
He's pretty offensive.
What do you mean? He's so offensive.
He talks shit about
And
people that have kids with fucking mental disorders.
He does it through a guise of like being practical or like being polite, and it's awful. Like genuinely the people who like American Amen, he's somebody who's awful too and does the same thing. They have these awful, terrible beliefs and they hide it behind politeness, behind not being passionate or emotional about something because nothing bad is happening to them. So they feel they don't have a sense of urgency or a sense of passion around what they say. They just continue to be polite about it to create a juxtaposition between the two sides. And they don't realize that like anybody who has a remote sense of empathy can tell that they're snakes.
Look, I'm not going to agree with you here. I think
you should have heard him talking about autistic people a couple of nights ago. You might change your mind.
Look, everyone makes a mistake. I'm sure he made a mistake.
It's not a mistake, Shift. It's a fucking intentional ass thing, bro. You really bad judge characters.
It's a belief system that other people are subhuman or should not be treated with human dignity. He believes that. He believed that somebody who just came here and overstayed their visa should be subjected to horrific conditions inside of a detention center. He believes that. He believes that they shouldn't have food that their food can have maggots in it, that their children don't deserve medical attention. He believes those things. He believes those things are okay.
That's nonsense. Did I just hear you complain about people on the other side of the political spectrum not having empathy? Is that what I just heard you say?
Well, it's a combination of that and you guys' weaponized incompetence, but yes.
Leftism is what?
I named two very specific people that don't have empathy, not everybody on that side. I don't think every Republican doesn't have empathy. I think American Amen and Derek specifically do not.
They're basically a sociopath.
I've heard Derek talk many times, probably way too many times, but like he actually does fight back against harmful rhetoric. Like you haven't been there, but like
Derek is harmful rhetoric. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying if you think that's harmful rhetoric, you have not seen what goes on.
What is the rhetoric that he fought against?
What I'm saying is that, like, there are far worse things, and Derek, I've seen him and I've listened to him. He does fight back when okay.
Okay, and guess what?
Because
Give me an example.
because there are far worse things, we shouldn't call out worse things. That doesn't make any sense, Lift. He can be a harmful person with harmful rhetoric just because he's not the most harmful.
That dude has denied the fucking amount of Jews that were killed in the Holocaust.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Heuristic, right? You need people like that. You need people who are
No, we don't.
not willing to accept like extremism, right?
Wait. We need people like
He is extreme.
He's not, dude. I've heard. If you think that he's extreme, then let me tell you, dude.
Somebody let Sammy up. Oh, there she is.
Far worse. And actually, there was one person who was far worse, who was actually here in this panel, right? Some dude with eyebrows. I think his name is Anthony. Right? It was way worse. Okay.
So lift. I'm going to give you just one example, okay? And I heard it with my own ears.
Sammy, we need to get a real microphone.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Huh?
I've never heard you this clear before.
Oh, it's because I don't have my headset in.
Keep that
and up. Don't mind the birds. Again, it's the noise machine.
Are you in a jungle?
So Derek unalived her autistic son and should have never married her autistic husband.
Jesus Christ. Are you joking?
Nope.
No. He said that to her face on Deadpan's Live. You can ask Deadpan about it.
Fuck. And Deadpan blocked him, right?
Nope.
What?
All right. That's gross.
Yeah, he said that it was child abuse.
All right, man. All right.
He also says things like he doesn't do the research, and he says that it's insinuated that autism was caused by incest. Remember that one? Donovan was staying silent the whole time. He was up here.
Yep.
Remember the incest thing? That was so dumb.
But you know what I did here? I heard someone use the language of dirty Arabs, and he also spoke up against it. So get the good with the bad.
In the context of Derek, what does speak up against it?
Again, Lift, it's so simple as this. Like, the bar is not in hell for me and the people that, like, I deem as, like, having harmful rhetoric. Like, the bar isn't in hell for me. Just because can sometimes, on occasion, say something that is remotely conscionable, all the other unconscionable thing he says doesn't automatically get a pass from me. Does that make sense? Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. It's already late and I have to wake up early tomorrow, but it was good to hang out with you guys. Good night.
Later.
But at the same time, we need people like that. We need people who are willing to stand up to extremism. Like, sure, say some fucked up shit. Sure, I get that. I understand that. But, if that same person who's saying extreme shit is willing to speak up when extreme shit is being said, maybe we should give them a little bit of grace.
That is fucking weird, dude. What the fuck?
It's not weird. It's not weird, dude. It's not
what
weird.
The fuck, dude? I don't say to that.
The racists aren't as bad as the murderers. It's fine. Whatever. Be friends with the racists. They're not as shitty as the guys that sexually assault people. So fuck it. They can be racist. It's cool. There's worse things to be in the world.
Maybe he's a little bit racist. Okay. There's a possibility that might be true. Okay. But still, a racist fighting against extreme racism is a net benefit to society, I would say. Right?
Yeah, I don't shoulder to shoulder with the KKK to try and take down the Patriot Front. Sorry.
You know what, Lift? You could just say he was wrong
awful.
to say that and not come up with excuses. That's
Yeah.
okay too.
Just don't cape for a fucking awful person. I don't understand what's hard about that.
No, you are. This is where I brought up the high horse thing. I think you guys are all on a high horse, and you think that like, hey, this is the right way. This is how it should be done, and you don't look at the gray areas, right? I do.
It's called having morality and a sense of humanity. It's not about being on a high horse.
Lift. You don't need a high horse to be above Derek. His horse is in fucking hell.
Yeah, if my high horse isn't bigotry, I don't know how much smaller of a fucking horse I can get on.
Look, dude, it's not about bigotry. It has nothing to do with that, right? It has to do about people who fight against extremism, right? At this point, I think that's a very that's something that
against extremism.
The entire Republican platform is fucking bigotry. What are you talking about?
No,
Oh my God, Mother of God.
I'm saying we should fight against extremism, and anyone who fights against extremism, in my affirmation, is it's a good thing.
I think we need a little extremism in this country. Actually, I think we've been pretty boring.
We don't have enough. We don't have enough, CT, right?
Yeah, I'm actually all for it.
Well, we should. I'm not sure what the fuck you're talking about.
Being for extremism?
No, I'm for leveling down rhetoric, right? Leveling down that extremism. We should not be, dude. It's gonna get bad if we start accepting that.
Let it get bad.
Why does it get bad?
What's that?
Have you not lived through the? Well, I haven't, but like the 70s, dude. I mean, there's a lot of
I'm
reasons.
not 100 years old.
Yeah, neither am I. But like, I still know what went down in that time period, right?
What? What went down in the 70s?
The upholding of the Civil Rights Act?
No, the trees.
What are you talking about?
People like, well, look. What I'm saying is that rhetoric can lead to that.
Rhetoric. People in the 70s were trying to get the fucking Civil Rights Act removed.
Yeah.
They were trying to not comply, and it took extreme fucking measures to make sure it did.
I'm a child of the 70s.
I think you're missing the forest for the trees, dude.
What are you saying about the 70s?
I didn't catch your platitude there.
Did you say miss the flowers for the trees?
No, I said missing the forest for the trees.
The farce?
Yes.
That sounds farcical.
Yeah, go ahead and explain that farcicity to me.
I'm saying you're missing the forest for the trees, dude.
No, I think I'm watching a bunch of women in our country die because they can't get fucking health care. I think I'm watching a bunch of kids fucking go without food every day. I'm watching people of color get their fucking rights and opportunities stripped away. I think I'm okay with a little bit of extremism to fucking swing it back the other way.
Seeing Americans being unalived on American streets by soldiers.
All right.
How about that? How about that?
Out of 330 million people, I think it's probably higher than that now, but like 3 people, I mean, like not really a world-changing thing. Right now, social media, right, it's a little bit inflated.
When was the last time that troops were deployed when were to go against protesters?
Dude, all they were doing was fucking clean up the parks and shit, right? They had no authority, right? They didn't do shit. All they did was pick up hey, you dropped a cup in a park. They picked it up and threw it in the trash. That's the extent.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying you're acting like we deployed military to suppress
the guy you voted for deployed military in LA, Portland, Chicago.
And what did they do? They did not arrest people. They did not attack people.
Why should we have military on our streets in America? Why?
Right? They picked up trash, maybe a straw, could be a napkin.
Okay, so like you're basically talking about how like you send the National Guard. The whole point is that you send fucking ICE. I'm like, I don't really mean like, yeah. First of all, the military being sent there was fucking stupid, but the main concern is ICE, who basically shot people.
Well, no,
that was CPD.
There is a benefit towards look. Like you put up a camera and a store, right? It could be a fake camera, not even real, right? and it deters crime, right? So what he did is probably essentially he deterred crime, right? That's what he did, right? Let's be real.
Deterred crime?
Yes.
What crime?
Deterred crime.
What crime?
He deployed them to high crime areas, and you are deterred by nature to not commit crime if you see an officer or even someone who can't even do anything.
Yeah, that's a fucking given, dude. You put fucking military troops with fucking guns in the middle of the streets
That's
with
why we
military
have.
rifles. People are not
Sorry.
gonna. Sorry. People are not
No,
gonna
you
do
go.
shit.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was gonna say people are not gonna do shit. Like people are not gonna fucking like act out so long as the military is there. But once the military is out again, it's just gonna like, whatever crime those were there before, they're just gonna return to normal. It's just a fucking tip. It's basically like someone trying to flex, and that's about it.
We have law. By the way, we have law enforcement that we have city police, we have state police, we have local police. That's what they're there to do, is to right, not soldiers.
You live in a bubble,
dipshit.
And
if you really want to solve crime, Lift. If you really want to solve crime, Lift. If you really want to solve crime, the root cause of it, then if you want, you basically do the root cause. You basically you take care of the root causes of crime, like poverty and all that shit.
Well, listen, guys, he does make a good point though, because I mean, it has worked for Kim Jong-un and fucking Vladimir Putin. So maybe we got to take one out of the dictator fucking handbook here and get some more military out there.
Maybe the next thing is people start falling out of buildings mysteriously and people being poisoned. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Look, that was a backhanded comment. I don't appreciate that. Can you stop doing that?
I don't think it was backhanded at all. I was agreeing with you.
You seem to be okay with it, and what we're saying is that that's the kind of shit that goes on in those countries.
Yeah,
is that what you want in this country?
You're advocating for dictatorial fucking policies.
No. What I'm advocating is that all I'm saying is that perspectives. Like, if you give a perspective that you are being monitored, for example, right? In the case of a grocery store, right? You put up a fake camera, right? People are going to be deterred from stealing, right? And what I'm saying is that a bad thing, right? It's deterring people from committing crimes, right? And
you want to give up your freedom for a small amount of temporary security.
Wait, he's full of shit. Cameras are in every Walmart. People still steal from them every fucking day. You're making shit up. Cameras don't deter crime; they capture it. They use it later for evidence.
They deter crime. Also, actually, to my next topic, which I think we can all agree on, right?
So you're gonna move right past the fact that like what you said was just full of shit.
No, I'm transitioning to a different topic.
On to the next bullshit topic. What do we got next?
I'm still waiting to find out who the top DSA person is. Did you figure it out yet?
Yeah, I did.
Who is it?
Can I speak, or are you gonna keep yapping over me?
I just need a name.
I don't even know what the fuck question you asked. Yeah.
It was your statement earlier. Who's the top DSA person?
No,
Figure it out.
Who knows, right? Yeah, Al Sayed, right? Who cares? But no,
The only non-DSA member. You could have mentioned anybody else. And you picked the one guy that's not part of it.
Muhammad, right? Whatever.
Muhammad.
Right. But anyway, that's some point. The point is,
he said Muhammad.
I think that we can all agree on one thing, right? That what the fuck is going on with these flock cameras everywhere?
You just made the argument for fucking cameras, you fucking moron.
No, I said fake cameras, first of all. I said it's a deterrence to crime, but I'm talking about flock, which is different. They're real cameras.
You don't like those. Is that what you're saying?
I don't like them. I don't like them at all.
But they deter crime. Your words.
Look, that's not the point. The point is that...
So, do cameras deter crime or not?
I should be able to hit a car and
drive away
and not have a camera fucking go.
You just said I should be able to commit crime and run away.
I'm not saying that that's what I did. What I'm saying is that I should be able to do it.
Yeah, you're.
Drive away.
No, what I
Call the hit and run. That's a fucking felony.
no. It's a very fair statement what I said. And are you disagreeing with me here?
Listen, if I clip a little kid drunkenly driving home, should that be fucking recorded?
Well, no,
Fuck
no,
that.
no. Well, no. But you should
Get out of the road, kid.
No. No. You should have detectives like figure it out, trace your path, do all that. You shouldn't have a fucking flock camera be the one to solve these crimes.
No, Lipton shits, you're all for cameras fucking 30 seconds ago.
No, I said
they were crime deterrents.
No. First of all, you're being disingenuous because I literally.
No, those are your fucking words I'm using against you. That's not disingenuous. That's you just being bad at this.
You're being disingenuous because I said fake cameras deters crimes, right?
No, you didn't.
Now you're saying, yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You said cameras in stores stop crime.
Maybe you didn't hear me. And that's okay. I'm sure a lot of people have hearing problems.
You do mumble a lot when you're saying a bunch of bullshit. I will give you that, but I heard exactly what you said. Cameras stop crimes in stores. And then immediately said, I don't like these flock cameras because I want to fucking smash into a car and be able to drive the fuck away.
I think you're deterring from the point. Like, do you agree with me or not?
Yeah, I do actually agree with you that the over surveillance of Big Brother for the American people is not a good fucking thing.
So let me ask you another question, and maybe you know, maybe you don't. You probably don't. I don't think you know a lot. But like, who approved this shit? Like, why is this being approved? And why are all these
Each town council did. They're locally voted in.
No, but they never ran on a platform of this shit. I'm telling you this.
Nobody would.
Why would they? City councilors or your county clerks did, and they're the ones that allowed it in.
Nobody ran on this because you understand that there is an entire country against this movement, right? You understand?
You don't like the surveillance state. Is that what you're saying?
I don't like it. Yes, I don't like it.
But he wants military in the streets. Okay. Same fucking thing, asshole.
It's not, because in my local...
It is. You know the difference between a flock camera and a Marine is? A gun. Flock camera doesn't make a decision at the time that things are happening. They use it later for judicial review to arrest people. You know what happens when a military member sees somebody breaking the fucking law? People get shot. That's how they're trained.
Okay, I'm not really sure the relevancy of what you just said, but like...
I believe you. I 100% believe you.
Lovey said the question should be, does Lyft agree with himself?
No. It's weird because I know all you guys agree with me on principle. You all agree with me on this deflocking movement, right? I know that.
Which is why we don't want the military in the streets either.
It's not.
It's the same fucking thing. It's the government surveilling people.
You don't have military on the streets writing up a report to prosecute you later in
no,
court.
but they might shoot you. Okay.
They're not going to shoot you. They haven't shoot. There's been no instances that I know of them.
I feel like Alex Preddy and Renee Good would disagree with you.
There's been no instances of our military.
Protesters shot.
Oh wait, that's right. They can't disagree with you because they got shot and are dead. Forgot.
No, you're talking about a very specific form of federal government. You're not talking about the larger portion of I forgot what you call them, reservists or whatever.
They weren't reservists. It was customs and border enforcement.
Okay, and
for some being in fucking Wisconsin,
specifically narrowing it down to
or Minnesota,
reservists, right, which have been deployed in different states, and they have not shot anyone.
Reserves? They sent the fucking Marines, dude. What are you talking about?
Hey, boys. Lifty, I got to go back down, but can you just apologize to CT? Because I'm going to have to drop you again if you don't show him some respect. Can you do
Apologizing for
What's he have to apologize for?
I want you to be respectful to CT.
I apologize.
Wait, I don't demand fucking respect.
I do. No, I just want him to show you the respect that you deserve.
No, because if we start doing the fucking respect shit, then I have to do it for everyone else. And I don't respect any of these motherfuckers.
Listen, you deserve zero respect after last night, but I thought just a little good faith on behalf of Lifty here.
Yeah, no. I don't chase anyone's respect or their accommodations or their fucking kudos, because then I'd have to start giving it to them, and I refuse to do such.
I know that. We know all about it. Oh, he left. Lifty, what happened? Did you upset him? Who's snoring?
Did you just come up here to chase people off my panel?
No, I didn't do that. He did it on his own. You dropped him. What, you pulled him off? I know, and I'm going to get blamed because he thinks that I did it to him still.
Yeah, if somebody kicked him, bring him back up.
No, Lift, I'm so sorry. I did it. Please take my apology. I am actually sorry. That was unfair of me. I'm so sorry for dropping you. It's not personal. I did drop him. Thanks, Brobot. All right. You know what, Brobot? You can drop me since I dropped him. It's fair. Here it comes. It's going to hurt.
Damn.
I think I'm going to go watch my series. Hey,
Hell yeah.
I'm going to the guitar store tomorrow.
Get it, girl.
I'm going to get that guitar. Yeah, I've been up here for way too long. Mojo, you do this to me. Can you get me?
I don't do shit.
This is so addictive.
I sit here and play a video game.
My husband is like, what happened? Where are you? You guys have a good night. Love
Hey,
you.
when you get that guitar, I want to see it. I will run a live.
Oh, I will.
Check
I'm
it out.
going to show you the guitar. It's going to be fucking amazing.
That'd be cool.
Excited. All right. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
See ya.
The damn lawyer's becoming a guitarist.
No, she's always. It was funny. The other day I just got kind of burned out talking about politics, so I kind of went back to what I did when I first started doing TikTok, which was just talking about like music history. And yeah, tennis came up, and I had no idea she was like involved in music for a lot of years too. And so she's going to pick up a Martin acoustic tomorrow, which is fucking like the holy grail of acoustics.
Oh. I don't know. They're all the same, right? Just
absolutely not. No.
Strings.
No, I promise you, my little $600 Washburn will not compare to her $1,200 Martin at all.
Okay. If you say so. I don't know.
It's a music thing. You wouldn't understand. It's like pool cues, right? They're all the same. Bar cues are the same as brake sticks.
Yeah, exactly. I do understand that.
There you go. I put it in terminology for you.
Yeah.
First of all, Chastity, I don't know why you're coming at me on this panel, because I thought we were chill on a different panel. I'm not sure where we were, but like, all of a sudden you were coming at me, and I don't like it.
I'm not coming at you. You just have inconsistencies in your views. You're okay with the government having overreach when it has to do with military being on the streets. You're not okay with local governances when you're putting up cameras. That's an inconsistency.
It's dude, you keep raising what I said in the incorrect way. What I said was, it's okay to have fake cameras because it deters crime, right? Like you neglect to mention that every time that you push back against me, right? So if you want to push back against me, which is fine, then at least say it how I said it. Right? Say the truth.
I'll tell you what. We'll rewrite history and say that you said that they are fake cameras to deter crime. And I'll come back with what exactly I said after that. Whether you said fake or not, I don't think you did. People know there are cameras in Walmart, and they still steal from them every single day. Cameras do not deter crime.
That's true, but if there were no cameras, the crime would be a lot higher. I'm not saying anything crazy, right? This is factually based, right?
I don't think it is. I don't think that's true.
School. Maybe you didn't go to school, but like you learn this in school that deterrence is an effective tool that we can use. Right?
They taught you about deterrence in school?
Yeah.
Can't measure crime that doesn't happen, right? So measuring deterrence is kind of fucking tricky, right?
Yeah, that the only thing that we know of for sure when it comes to deterrence, that's a 1-for-1, is people with nuclear weapons looking at other people with nuclear weapons and both going, yeah, let's not fucking do this.
Right, so let me give you the exact example that I learned when I went to school, right? It was, if you put a fake camera that is pointed towards the cash register, cash register people were less likely to steal, right? Because there was a fake camera there, right?
What school taught you this?
Honestly, I'm not really sure, but we were. No, I'm telling you, dude, look. I'm being real with you, right? I'm being honest with you. Like, I don't know why I was taught this, but like, this was a thing that they taught you about in school. I promise.
Listen, I'm just gonna say this right now. No, it fucking wasn't, and you're lying.
It was, dude. What?
You can't even remember what fucking school you learned this in.
I don't know what class it was. I don't know what category of you know. I don't know where I was taught this. Right? It was something in the accounting pathway where this was taught. Okay.
Why would they be teaching accountants about fucking theft deterrence?
Honestly, it's a good question. You know, and I'm not. It's a good question. No, it is. But like, I was taught that, dude.
Opportunity. If you get rid of the opportunity, you can get rid of the likelihood of crime.
Yes, he's right. There's a 3 triangle thing. I think it's about. Yeah, Jeff is absolutely right.
Sure. So then you're pro flock cameras then?
No. What I'm saying is that Jeff is absolutely right. There is a triangle of situations. I forgot exactly what it's called, but like, if you have the opportunity to, if you are indebted,
Force.
You know what? Lift and shift. Lift and shift. Lift and shift. Flock you.
Yeah, I don't get it. If you're saying that cameras deter crime, then you should be pro flock cameras.
No. Again, dude, can you rephrase your statement into an appropriate one? Where
Sure. I'll rephrase it. You made the statement that camera deters crime. Flock cameras are cameras. Therefore, they should deter crime. That means that you are for flock cameras.
I might get on board with what you're saying if you say it the right way.
I'm not. I don't know how to speak fucking stupidese, but I fucking can't explain it to you any slower. I have my crayons are nubs.
No, you're
my
fucking You're wrong. You keep fucking alleging that I'm saying that we should have cameras everywhere.
Lift, you absolute dipshit. This is your fucking argument I'm giving back to you.
No, what I said
fucking moron.
What I said is fake cameras, right? Fake cameras, right? Not ones that are recording, right? Is
strike 3, CT.
If fake cameras deter crime,
yes.
Why would real cameras not deter crime?
They probably would, but
okay, there you go. Would it do it at the same percentage, if not more?
Probably.
Okay.
What'd your school teach you?
4 cameras.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? No. Here's the thing, right? We should also have the freedom to commit crimes and not
we
be.
Should have the freedom to commit crimes.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Good. We should. I'm not saying that people should be committing crimes. What I'm saying is that we should have the freedom to do it if people wanted it to happen, right?
I'm guessing you had a hit and run on a DUI. Somebody picked it up on their Ring camera, and you're pissed about it.
It's free will. You're looking for free will. That's the fucking word you're looking for.
Free will. Yes. I think you're right, Sebas. Thank you. We should have free will. And I think the exacerbation of flock cameras is reducing our free will.
I don't know how to fucking argue this anymore. Like, this is...
Yeah, I'm sure you don't. Because you're not...
Because it's fucking dumb.
Clearly, you can't hang with the smartest.
You're arguing against your own fucking point. I don't know how to talk dipshit. Like, I don't know how to do this.
Okay, dude.
This is a moronic fucking conversation.
It's not.
You're arguing against yourself.
I'm not.
You are.
I clearly differentiated my perspective. And just because you can't...
You're saying fake cameras deter crime, and then you're like, well, I don't like flock cameras because it stops freedom. Fucking pick a lane.
I did literally... I picked a lane. I don't believe. Look, I think that we can all agree with me on this perspective of flock cameras, right? Maybe you don't agree with me on having fake cameras in grocery stores. Okay, that's fine. But can we at least come to a consensus where we can all agree that these flock cameras are a detriment to our society?
Nope, I'm all for
I
them.
don't agree.
I hope the DSA fucking pushes for only flock cameras in every car. I want to see flock cameras on every street corner. We need more.
Okay, dude. So you want to talk bullshit is basically what you're doing.
I just told you what I wanted. I think that you should have to wake up every morning and put on meta glasses that we can see through your eyes.
No, I think that you are just bullshitting, and you love to hear your own bullshit.
I do love to hear myself talk. I have a great voice. Thank you.
Your voice is not really that good. I would give it 3.5 on a scale of 6.
I'll take that. I've been called baritone sexy. I'll take it.
I think the government should be able to read your mind.
You can call that only
It's
by
not
your
too
mom.
bad. Can I ask you a question, CT?
For sure, Jeffrey. What's up?
If it significantly reduces child trafficking because we can catch criminals trying to leave with children, wouldn't you be for that?
I just told you I think there should be a government mandate that everyone wears meta glasses that we can see through their eyes all day, and that they can actually watch what every single American citizen is doing at every second of every minute of every day.
What a joke.
Why? I agree. We need better deterrence. I'm being dead serious. Why would that be a bad thing?
I know that you're not being serious about it because I've fucking heard you many times.
It would stop crime. It would stop trafficking.
That's not.
It would stop murder.
I was asked, and
we know exactly who did what, when they did it, how they did it.
You're being farcical about your position, dude.
You keep using that word. You got to quit trying to force it in. But no, I'm not. I'm saying, like, if everyone had fucking meta glasses on that showed what they were doing every minute they were awake, we would not have to worry about these things. If you disagree, just say that and then tell me why.
I disagree with being disingenuous, dude. And you keep pushing these false narratives.
Somebody tell me why. Don't talk about my argument. Talk about the argument.
No, because, I can make a false argument all day. Very easily.
I just told you what I want to see. I want to see you with meta glasses on that the government can be looking through your eyes right now as you're looking at your phone talking to me on TikTok. If I'm not breaking the law, why should I care?
He gave an example.
Yeah. So do you agree or disagree with it? And tell me why if you don't. Jeff, same for you.
I disagree because you're...
Sounds like you're making you're getting into invasion of privacy really quickly.
Huh. Why is it? No, I'm out in public. Why would that be an invasion of privacy? I'm not held to privacy when I'm in public.
There is a modicum of level where you should expect privacy, even if you're in public, right?
Well, that's not how the law works.
I'm sure that's not how law works, but it's also the law was not developed for meta glasses, right? Okay,
but neither were flock cameras, right? So again, if you're in public, you're not required to have privacy. So instead of flock cameras, again, I think if you go out in public or you're anywhere that isn't your docile, your home, you should be forced to wear meta glasses that feed to the government directly that show your every move.
Stop your bullshit. Second of all, there is a reasonable level of privacy that is expected in public.
Wait, I don't understand why. And flock cameras invade that just as much as fucking wearing meta glasses would. So what's the issue? A well-regulated people would make sure that we don't have murders. We don't have grapes. Those things don't happen most of the time in people's homes, right? Or if it does, they have to go out into public to get them into their homes. So we'd find them.
There should be a regulation on meta glasses. Yes, I'm not going to disagree with there.
What would no, wait. It's not about the meta glasses. Anytime you leave your home, you need to wear these things. That way the government can see what you're doing every minute of every day that you're out in public.
There should be listen, my statement and what I'm backing is that there should be a reasonable level of privacy expected in public.
There are zero expectations of privacy in public. It's not how it works. That's why if you're out in public, I can record your ass all the way until you go into your fucking home. And even from the sidewalk, I can record in your windows if you don't draw the fucking blinds. This is America.
And you agree with that?
Yeah, it's called freedom.
You honestly believe that, or are you just saying that just to...
It's literally the First Amendment.
I'm asking you, do you truly believe that?
In the Constitution? Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about the Constitution.
I am. I'm explaining how it's constitutionally protected.
You believe this, or are you just hamming it up?
What? Try that last few words again.
Hamming it up.
What?
Hamming it up.
No. To Jeff's point, Jeff said, if these flock cameras stop some kids from getting trafficked, right? I just took it further. I said, well, maybe the flock cameras aren't doing enough. But if everyone in this country is forced to wear meta glasses so we can see what they're doing every minute of every day that feeds into a database where people can watch and regulate, that sure as fuck would stop people from being trafficked and murdered and raped and all the other terrible fucking things, right? Let's actually end this shit. Let's get Big Brother more involved. We're going to have to hire a lot of people. I mean, government's going to have to expand a lot. But fuck yeah, let's go.
You're so wrong, but it's hard for me to...
Well, it's not my point, it's Jeff's point. So wait, Jeff's wrong about the flock cameras? They'd prevent trafficking?
No, actually, I think Jeff said that there's an expectation of privacy in public.
Jeff didn't say that. Jeff, did you say that?
You're being dramatic about and jumping to this idea of...
Why is this being dramatic?
Every moment they leave their private property, then that's where you're obviously going to get objections to because of invasion of privacy.
Wait, what do flock cameras do the second I leave my property now? Do they record my every move without my consent?
Yeah, I mean, you're just taking a large leap, and
no, I'm not.
Whatever
does it make more sense? Wait, hold on. I'm presenting something that would actually stop the shit you're worried about.
You made a great point too. You said resources. We're going to have to expand government. We're going to have to hire people. So come on, you're being ridiculous.
Yeah, you don't think that we had to hire people to actually comb through the databases of flock cameras to actually go through and find shit when crimes happen? That created jobs. It's job creation. We're talking about job growth, baby. Get a pair of these fucking glasses on every goddamn American. Send them in the schools. There won't be no more shooting. We'll see that shit coming. I think this solves every problem we have.
You know that you're being ridiculous, right?
I don't think I'm being ridiculous. In fact, even more so, if we're trying to just prevent crime, let's just install it. We can actually install a chip. We can start getting people's thoughts before they actually do it, right? If they start thinking about breaking crime, shit, let's just go there. That'll stop trafficking, rapes, murder, all these things you guys are worried about.
Why do you do this?
Why do I take your point and point out how you guys are incrementally becoming more and more okay with fucking Big Brother looking over you, recording you, getting involved in your life? Because you guys are just doing it slowly, and I'm telling you where it's going to go. And you don't like that.
Well, law enforcement is always advanced, CT. Think about the advancements we made in DNA.
Jeff, you're making my point. We're getting to a point now where the government should just literally be able to track our every single movement, what we do, and at some point, we should just get right ahead into thought crimes. You guys are advocating for this. You vote for it.
Such a ridiculous objection, CT, even for you.
Wait, are you? Wait, well, Brandon, I think you're at least principled enough to be against flock cameras.
Have you ever watched a Schmurder trial?
Uh-oh, he's about to make an argument for flock cameras.
Have you ever watched a Schmurder trial, CT?
Nope, never once. What's a murder trial?
Okay, so generally what happens is the investigators they eliminate individuals. So they have suspects and they methodically eliminate them as suspects as they go, right? So quite often in the past, what they've done is they've relied on places like banks, right? Because they know a TOD, time of unalivement. And what they do is they
They can measure how long it would take a vehicle to get from that point to the closest bank, and they would look for certain vehicles that go across that video. Well, they realized, well, shit, if we have these set up in different places, it's going to make us a lot easier to investigate these crimes after the fact. Because, I mean, newsflash, cop isn't really there to protect you. They're there to draw a chalk outline around your dead ass. So, but they want to be able to solve the crime. So this way, this individual who unalived you isn't going to unalive anybody else.
Yeah,
and that's a good thing. So
you're making arguments. You're making
What?
arguments for my meta glasses then.
What? No, Jesus Christ.
What do you mean? If every day you go to leave the house, you don't have your glasses on, right? The government would know because your shit hasn't been registered. It doesn't pick up. If you're not on camera, cop comes find you. They're just checking, right? Just like immigration. They're just checking.
Once again, your objection.
It's just like asking the immigration status. Hey, where's your glasses? Why aren't you wearing your glasses? What's the status on that? We're just checking.
Once again, your objection is scattered, disjointed, and wholly not cogent.
No, hold on.
If you want a real if you want a real objection, you could say this: we don't want the government enforcing debt with the flock cameras, right? Like if you're riding dirty, right? Like your registration isn't up to date or you haven't gotten your fucking inspection sticker and the cameras pick that up and let the cops know and rat you out and have the cops go and collect you because you should be driving, that's a problem. No one wants to see that. But if you have an objection, it should be more sophisticated than something, say, a 12-year-old should conjure. CT.
Wait, I'm just taking like what you guys want to stop is crime, correct? That's why you're justifying flock cameras, because flock cameras, like you said, cops aren't everywhere. Then they got to try and figure it out. Imagine if everybody had to wear these glasses and they got shot by somebody. Your camera now picks that up. Who shot you? It's not guesswork anymore.
You know where they're also used like proactively, and this could be a possible objection, even though I don't think so. But this is probably where the metal hits the meat. When there's an amber alert or a silver alert, and it's oh my God, somebody took a kid. Then all the flock cameras, boom, 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 they're looking for this make, this model, this year, this license plate, and they can find them. The technology makes it possible to save people where just 10 years ago we couldn't. So,
imagine 370 million people
harder,
wearing meta glasses that are just like flock cameras. You'd catch that car fucking 1,000 times faster. Why are you trying to slow down progress of fucking surveillance?
Compliance, CT. You're never going to get everybody to comply with a law like that. With flock camera,
that's not how law works at all.
You consent as you get in your car because other people have rights too, and they have rights to be protected and deterred from danger. Just like Liv said, it's a deterrent. And your fucking sixth grader dream of putting meta glasses on people will never get the compliance. But
hey, hold on,
you know that, right?
What happens when you don't wear your seatbelt, Jeff? Jeff, what happens when you don't wear your seatbelt and a cop sees it?
What?
What happens when you don't wear your seatbelt and a cop sees it?
Wait, what'd you say?
I'll say it slowly for you. When you get into that proverbial car you just talked about, and you don't wear your seatbelt, what happens?
Dude, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear you again. What was that?
All right, so Jeff's just being a disingenuous fuck. Got it. So
Jeff
what happens if
fucking with you?
Yeah. What happens if you drive that car without insurance? Don't talk to me about compliance. Our entire lives are about compliance, dependent upon laws. So if by law you need to be out in public wearing meta glasses so it can be recorded back to the government to help stop crime, you're going to fucking do it. Or you're going to eventually get fines. Those fines are going to add up and you're going to get arrested. And there ain't a fucking thing you can do about it. You guys want to call it a sixth grade argument? You guys you're making the fucking argument for me, you fucking idiots.
Yeah, it's the whole social credit score system that China's using right now.
Yeah, and again, welcome to flock cameras. You're advocating for it, you dipshits.
I'm not advocating for shit. What I did is I drew a line. I drew a line around the technology and how it's used, and it's just
no. You keep first of all, Donovan.
I
you
didn't
don't
make
have
up some fanciful idea about fucking.
Remember when your line was boots on the ground or any wars? See how hard that line held. You guys don't stand for shit.
Yeah,
you don't care about fucking constitutional
moved
protection
pretty far there, CT. Do you know where Constantinople is?
Yes.
Always been my red line. You
Constantinople. Cool. You want to take over Jerusalem? Got it. But yeah.
Did you say Jerusalem? Is that what you said?
Yeah, for sure. Constantinople.
That's in Anatolia.
Fucking Istanbul. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Well, Mojo's always asked me what my red line is, and I've always said the same thing.
That's not true.
I've always said if Trump wanted to take back Constantinople, then that would be my red line.
Buddy, we have the recordings during the fucking LA riots. We're like,
pull 'em
boots
out.
on the ground is my fucking red line. I'm done with this fucking
No, I never said
administration. The
that.
second one boot
The
touches the
closest I
fucking
ever said to
sand.
anything like that was tanks. And they
No,
even brought
it
up the fact
wasn't.
that tanks in American cities have to have sneakers.
What a disingenuous fuck.
Whatever. It's not my fault you had a shitty memory.
Oh my god, whatever. Donovan, cops aren't cops to draw chalk lines around dead bodies. That's not what we did. That's not what we did. That's not why we became police officers, just to draw chalk on the freaking ground. That's not it.
Are you a police officer?
I heard you the first time.
Uh-huh. I used to be, but
Why?
good question. It was a long ass time ago.
Yeah, the sad reality is you guys don't like the meta glasses thing because it's just more of an extreme version of what you're advocating for with flock cameras, and you don't like it. You just don't like it.
You are advocating for it, and you're doing it disingenuously because you don't actually want it, and I'm not really sure why you're keep saying that.
Because I don't want it. Because you guys do want flock cameras. You want anything that this fucking administration will tell you, or that the large surveillance state will tell you, you need to have to stop crime. You use it as a cudgel. Jeff just did it 10 minutes ago when he said, well, wait a minute. What if those flock cameras stop somebody from being trafficked? Donovan just did it, right? Well, I'm telling you, the meta glass thing will actually stop even more crime.
But when they mention it, they were talking about it in limited capacity, right? They're not talking about
that's constantly running cameras is not a limited capacity.
Children's play areas. So they weren't referring to that. They're referring to it on a very limited scale.
Why the fuck would you not have a flock camera in fucking children play areas? That's where they get abducted from. You asshat.
No, because why the fuck are you looking at children, right? Dude, I'm sorry. If
there are cameras in daycares.
That's something that you're interested in, then, maybe you need to question your own.
I think you need to flush out your own fucking views a little bit more before you advocate for some shit. Because you guys obviously haven't thought about this or how it can be abused.
I thought about it when I was driving and I saw these things fucking populated and I don't live in a very populous area, and I saw them fucking everywhere, and that made me question, what the fuck are we doing? Like, why? Who approved this? What politician did I vote for who was on the side of fucking putting up flock cameras everywhere, right?
Wasn't it Biden?
You probably didn't vote in your local elections because you don't know when they are. You only vote for presidents and think that you're involved in politics.
You as a stupid person, maybe you don't understand this, but like,
when do they take place, Lift?
When do my elections happen? Is that your question?
Your local ones. When do they take place?
I don't know. Fucking look it up. So it happens sporadically.
No, sporadically. You sure about that?
Every couple months, like I said.
You sure about that?
I voted every fucking single time, whether it's midterms and also when it comes
That's
to...
not your local elections. Those are your federal elections.
I know. What I'm saying is that when it comes to town and local elections, right? It's not on a basis like it is midterms and...
Absolutely is. Every November, no matter what, we have an election. It's scattered like that for a fucking reason. Which is why I asked you when it happened. And if you would have just said every November, it would have been a surprise fucking answer. That's why I know you're full of shit.
I can't believe he fell for that.
I went to an election 3 months ago, right? There are elections more often than you think.
Special
primaries aren't elections.
Sorry, what?
Oh, fuck.
Dude, like, I don't know. You must be the fucking smartest dumb person I know because you're a CPA.
I'm starting to question that too.
Wait, no way. Really?
He wouldn't be the first person on TikTok to make up his profession. Some people pretend to be gun manufacturers, and all they do is actually bedazzle butt ends. But
I've been pretty consistent about this. I'm not making this up. But
Dude, I really want to see a bedazzled gun. I'm not gonna lie.
go to Florida. Apparently, they're pretty popular down there. Around Juniper.
You want to assume that I'm not a professional because it makes your personal views more legitimate, right? It's hard.
Give you a compliment. You are the smartest dumb person I know. That's a
hard for
compliment.
you to come to terms with the fact that somebody who's more educated than you, most likely, has different views. Okay,
Buddy, you can't even words that well.
Lift, actually, I have to say that I actually felt kind of sorry for you. I really did. Most of the larger words that you're using, you can't pronounce. CT's pronouncing them just fine. So tell me who's more educated or who has more intellect.
That's first.
I'm sorry. Are you making fun of his speech impediment?
No.
Very first of you.
It's so weird. All the dumb people on here that can't talk that well, all of a sudden have a speech impediment. Him and Galt go to the same school.
Good job using well properly, CT. You're doing great.
Yeah, it's weird. They must have gone to the same school. All the people that just can't fucking words too well apparently just have a speech impediment.
Okay, that was funny.
Is a speech impediment fucking Jack Daniels? Because I've been there. I get it.
Okay. You feel good?
If you ever do want to fix that speech impediment, trust me, I have that issue as well. It's called water. Fix your head up.
Oh, what is this? Ilhan Omar's charges? There may be a criminal investigation. Ooh, this looks good. Y'all seen this?
No, I'm not on DuckDuckGo, so whatever made up shit you're looking at, I don't usually see.
A lot of content creators are talking about the what's it Clancy? What's her name?
Lauren Clancy?
What's her name again? Is that her? The one with the a lot of creators are talking about this right now because, well, I mean, it's crazy. It feels like innocent by reason of girl power. You know what I mean?
That's not what it is, bro. Like, I'm not on her side.
You're not. Well, good.
But it's not. That's not it. Okay, granted, there are some people on this app, a lot of people on this app, who have turned this into a man versus woman thing, and that's not what it should be. She was definitely not. I'm sure Mojo doesn't want to go here. Mojo, tell me to stop if you want me to stop.
I don't care. I haven't been fucking paying attention for quite some time now.
I know.
I mean, imagine if roles were reversed, and just step back for a second.
Okay. Let me finish.
What about white man? What about white man? What about us? That's all I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Let Z talk, CT. You homunculi.
You keep your new buzzword.
The real issue here is healthcare for women. We have been understudied and undertreated for decades, many decades.
I agree. I agree you're understudied for sure.
Yeah.
We definitely need to do some more study of it.
No shit. If men had menopause, if you had half the shit that we go through, there would be cures for that already.
But this is not the horse of time. I understand that.
Why haven't women? Did you just claim that women haven't been taking care of themselves?
Well, specifically, she said under medicated. So I think she's saying if you don't give us D-rugs, we're going to unalive our kids.
Well, no, there's a couple things that you guys just refused to fucking accept, right? Women weren't accepted in the medical field till late 70s, early 80s. On top of that, the study of women and of themselves has never been a high priority for us in this country. Every safety protocol we put into vehicles, everything we've done.
Never been a high priority. What the fuck are you even talking about?
Buddy, just 10 years ago, they started looking at how seatbelts affect women. That's why they have adjustable seatbelt lovers now, because it was never that before.
Yeah, we have an HPV vaccine for cervical cancer. We have breast cancer awareness. I mean, we've got all kind. What are you talking about?
This is, again, all 20-year recently fucking shit.
Just do some digging, Donovan.
How is that relevant to what we're talking about?
If you really want to argue the point with the nurse practitioner, who's also a woman, oh my God, then go ahead.
Yes, I'll argue anything with anyone, and simply doing an appeal to authority isn't going to work on anyone
I'm
who's
not doing
worth
an appeal to
shit.
authority. I'm telling you, if you're,
it's easy to argue when you just make up fucking
I
bullshit.
dare, just go ahead. Just look at the
Wonderful.
Look at
I'm
the
glad you
women.
invited me to go ahead.
Very
So
one-sided.
imagine if the roles were reversed,
Not
right?
and also
Imagine
Donovan,
some soldier comes
Donovan,
home from.
3 children are dead.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah,
3
I know.
children are
That's the
dead.
point.
This is not the place for you to be freaking talking shit like that. You want to make this about men versus women? It's not. It is not. You're the one that took it there. I did not. You did. You brought it up and you took it there. 3 kids are dead.
Okay, yeah, I heard you the first time. Again, what classifies, what qualifies as talking shit? Go ahead.
What qualifies as what?
What qualifies as talking shit in the context that you're raising? What did I say that was quote unquote talking shit?
You're mocking. You said that I was saying that we need to be more medicated, that I'm arguing for women to be more medicated. That is not at all what I said, and you fucking know it, Donovan, because you're not that stupid.
That's what I
heard.
heard.
I just didn't hear you.
I mean medication. Treated does not at all mean medication. A treatment plan can include therapy with or without medication.
Like talking it out.
Yeah, something I don't think
So
yeah. So imagine for a moment the roles were reversed, right? A guy comes home from whatever, maybe combat, has a severe case of PTSD, unalives his entire family, right? Could you see this level of support for someone that did that? No, it's only because it's a woman and you guys can totally suspend disbelief and ignore whatever reality you like in order to further a pet project. This is an attempt at not guilty by reason of girl power, admit it.
Oh my God, that's such bullshit. You know what? If she's found not guilty, it's going to be on what is in the court, okay? Because people on TikTok are arguing all kinds of freaking crazy conspiracy, and I'm fucking over it.
She unalived those kids and then jumped out the window because she wanted to unalive herself. And somehow it's the guy's fault. And that's the craziest thing about this whole narrative you guys are constructing, is that somehow you're trying to make it the man's fault. Like we're not all standing back here looking at you like you're out of your fucking minds.
Did you not hear what I just said? I just fucking said that. I just said the exact same fucking thing you just said. It's not a man versus woman thing. And the people on this app who are making it all about, they want to pin it on him. What the fuck? He's not on trial. She had access, Lib, but that's not even. Why are you even here, Lib Tears, after last night? What the fuck?
After last
night. Lib Tears.
It's a rape apologist.
He is a rape apologist. But Donovan, here's the thing.
Mojo, I gotta come. I'm gonna come up.
Do not fucking do that shit.
I'm not.
Wait, what happened?
Donovan, I would just say this. I don't understand what's so intriguing about this case either. I haven't really followed up on it. It does seem like it's on a lot of lives.
Go ahead, Donovan.
Yeah, I'll come back on mine. Oh.
Okay. Oh. All right. Be careful with the healthcare thing.
Well, I'm sure Donovan will be back soon, but yeah, I've seen enough of the lives where, there are people saying like crazy shit about how it's the husband's fault or it's this and that. All that I've noticed that makes this so intriguing is, for one, the lack of care she was provided, or our lack of ability in this country to identify when somebody is going through things, our lack of understanding of postpartum depression. And then I think the second part of it is the inconsistencies in the story that make sense or that don't make sense. I think that's what's so intriguing about it. But I have a ton of other shit to worry about. This one case, I don't know why everyone's so enthralled with.
Well, we'll see what happens, because a man was just, charged with killing 8 family members. So like, it's the man doing it. So let's see what happens on TikTok on the true crime streets, because that's not my jam. I don't like the true crime people. They're crazy as fuck. I don't want to be a part of that.
I think why it's invigorating, let's put it that way, is because it's pushing the postpartum depression concept to the forefront. And I think that people are latching on to a case which is not really redeemable, and they're doing it because they feel that they can express their views about postpartum depression. And I just think
I see what you're saying. I kind of agree with you. I think a lot of people come with their own biases because of things that they've been through with their own life, whether it's them personally or people that they care about or people that they know. I do believe that a lot of people are approaching this completely biased, and it's interfering with people to make rational freaking arguments about what's going on. And I'm not even going to get into the details of it. The bottom line is that postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, this has not been studied extensively at all. We don't know very much about it. It's only just starting to be treated and managed. It's not even being managed effectively. Like, we don't know enough about it. And Lib is in the comments saying that she had access. She had access. She had more access than a lot of people, a very large amount of people in this country. She had pretty good access to care. The problem is that people who are managing her care did a really shit job.
The thing is that you can put those feelings aside and not like unalive your own children, right? I think that's where the lesson is.
So she was in psychosis. So like she had no grasp of reality when this happened. That's according to a medical expert.
Why are you trying to defend her? Like, I think, look,
I'm not. She did this, and she's on trial for it, and she will have a verdict here soon. And then she will either go away to prison or she will go to an institution. And a very rare possibility is that she might even be found not guilty. I don't know. But it's not even gonna, I'm not defending her.
Yeah, Lift, I think the bigger overview that people are missing on this is why so many people are involved in talking about it, is that when we have like mass school pew-pews or just mass unalivings or any kind of deaths at all, a majority of the time, these people are already being medicated, they're being seen by professionals, or they're going through therapy. And I think the conversation is, why are we not able to more readily identify people that have the potential to cause harm? That's a lot of the conversations I've heard. Don't get me wrong, I've seen the ones out there on the left where they're like, she's innocent, her husband sucked. Those are definitely out there. And I think that that's a crazy take. But I think the bigger conversation I've seen is, why are we not able to identify people that can cause harm, get them the actual help they need, or get them into a place where they cannot cause that harm? We've done a very, very bad job of identifying this.
I mean, I think he was a shit husband, most likely, from what I'm hearing. But that doesn't have anything to do with killing kids. Like, she did it. So
what's that place called? That place where he can't do any harm. What do they call that place?
What are you talking
I'm
about?
going to ask a question, and I know the answer, but like, have you guys?
There it is.
Have you guys?
You're all
have you
murder
guys-
apologists. Per CT's standards for lib tiers yesterday, you're actually being murder apologists.
I don't know who up
Not
here
me.
has apologized
I'm
for
saying
you.
she did it.
I don't know why you guys keep making this argument when
Please ask a question.
this is
Because
the dumbest shit.
You're pretzeling into something that it's not.
Who's pretzeling? I just fucking told you she did it.
Yeah, everything I've seen, didn't she like confess to, like, again, I don't know this case that well.
She said what she doesn't remember.
Well, again,
So-
it's much easier to argue something that somebody like didn't say. You guys are fucking strawman fucking experts.
Okay, let's talk about what you did say.
Yesterday.
About 5 minutes ago, you said, "Oh, we need to have more civil liberties and we need, our privacy, this and that." But now you're here advocating for throwing people in a cell because they what? Had
Well-
like were angry in public or got accused of something? What are you talking about exactly, CT? What would when you describe a person that we should identify their mental health sooner and get them the help they need, or quote, put them in a place where they can't hurt anyone, what are you actually saying?
Yeah, mental health clinics, hospitals, there's a ton of different places they can go.
Right. So, but what does that look like? Like, what triggers that in your mind?
When somebody
Being
has
a conservative?
No, that's you guys. You guys want to do the fucking rehabilitation camps, right?
You are so full of hate, Donovan. It's astounding.
Well, am I full of hate? I'm just
You are
articulating
a
a position he
hateful
had 5 minutes
human being.
and comparing that to a position he is taking right now.
No, listen,
How is that hateful?
No, listen, we hit a sensitive spot because I'm sure
I
Donovan
think
has some
you
form.
just hate it when I
think Donovan has
fucking
some form of
annihilate your
PTSD.
narrative.
I think he has some form of PTSD and he's worried he's gonna get locked up because of it.
You're just a hateful old man who voted for Trump and is still fucking licking his boots. Like there's nothing but sorrow in my heart for someone with as much freaking anger as
When
you
we're
have.
talking about mental health, if any of you guys have spoken to a therapist or a psychiatrist, right, they don't actually really care about you, right? They're doing it as a job, right?
That's the point.
I'm just saying.
That's not entirely true.
No, I'm saying though that's the point. We don't have enough things in place to identify people that are going to cause harm to people. Again, when you look at these school shooters, they're going through some forms of therapy. When you look at people that are mass unaliving people, they're already being medicated for things. Something about what we're doing in this country is not fucking working.
Yep.
That's the bigger conversation you guys aren't ready for.
Then let's bring the topic towards why is our mental health system right not really working for us?
Because we don't fucking put money into it, and every time a goddamn Republican gets in office, they fucking defund it.
No, but
you guys are the cause of this shit.
No.
Mental health is so complex. The human brain is so complex. Like,
then stop defunding it.
Throwing money at it, CT has obviously not made a dent because these.
That's not how research works at all, Jeff.
School shooters are getting worse, right? So, what is the true barrier then, CT? If it's not the complexity of the human mind.
God, you guys, it's so fucking simple, and you guys are so fucking stupid to complicate it.
Look, chat, it's okay to be wrong. I think you're wrong in this area. And look, I've been...
I'm going to take the fucking opinion of a base level fucking moron. Okay, go ahead, level 1. Tell me why I'm wrong.
You're charming this evening, aren't you?
Throwing money at everything is the answer.
Fucking ignorant pieces of shit. Jesus Christ. Your stupidity actually angers me.
Who's angry now?
Your stupidity fucking makes me mad.
CT.
Immaturity. You're a
What's up,
child.
Mojo?
If this is what you're gonna do, just don't.
Dude, I'm sorry. Like, it just...
just leave, dude. You have a way of turning this into 4th grade.
Yeah, I actually, you know what? I'll tell you what. I will take a step down. I do think I deserve a better level of fucking conversation. Correct. So I'll talk to you guys later. See ya.
Yeah, the intelligence level is not a CT issue in this conversation.
Yeah, it's not the intelligence level that I'm worried about.
Ella, don't you agree that mental health is just so complex that it's not exactly some sort of systematic thing or racist thing or misogynistic thing that we don't have good answers for these problems?
But that's exactly why we should not defund it. And for you to say, like, oh, we've thrown so much money at it and it hasn't resulted in anything is a load of bullshit. If anything, we've learned quite a bit and we still have a lot more to learn.
It's not about money, Elle. It's
I just repeated something that someone else on the panel said before me. So don't argue someone else's point with me. I just repeated it. Jeff's the one that said it. So if you want to argue that.
But I wanted your opinion, though, Ella. I didn't want you to repeat what CT said. I think that
no, you
there's
said
an argument for government funding.
That people have thrown money at it and it didn't result in anything. And I'm telling you that you're incorrect.
Well, these mental illness cases seem to me like they're continuing in severity or getting worse. Like, look at the Charlie Kirk shooter. Look at the this lady in the news recently. Like, there's some mental illness that the brain is unpredictable. You can't possibly like.
And does that then not imply that we should probably learn more about it so we can understand this pattern that's happening?
So that's a good argument that it costs money to learn about it. Yeah, but
I think
to take such a unfortunate accident and turn it against men or turn it against some sort of systematic thing that we're not funding it properly.
You're arguing.
It's not like you could have prevented it with
you are
taxpayer
arguing with
dollars.
people that are not. You are arguing with people that are not on the panel. Nobody's talking about turning this into a man versus woman thing. I hope you understand that.
No, but that is
Okay, well, we turned it into a political funding thing.
That's
and that's what I was getting at is
that is not
can't
what
just
we're
blame
trying
the
to turn it
government for
into.
these
That's
types
what
of
you
accidents.
are hearing.
Nobody blamed the government either. Fuck.
No,
They did. They
we're
said
blaming.
funding, Mojo.
That's not
Ella
true,
said
Jeff.
funding.
You are having a
Jeff,
conversation with yourself right now.
Yeah, I
Ella said
repeated
that. I asked her
your
and she said
I
that.
repeated your statement. I repeated
When I
your
asked you for
statement,
your
and now
opinion.
you're arguing with your own statement. For fuck's sake!
Okay, well, please
I have a
restate
solution
your
to the
opinion,
problem.
please.
I have
Ella,
a
please
solution.
restate your
Yes.
opinion.
I will tell you this, and I am sure that people like Z and L will 100% agree with me on this. What we're saying in terms of research and where it is an issue with medical health, specifically about women, is in the terms of like medical research in general, globally, in history. There is more knowledge about men than there is about women. The white man's body was forever the default in which medical studies and research were done. So therefore, we don't know enough about women specifically. That's a part of this. So when it comes to this case specifically, what a lot of women are arguing is not that she did or did not unalive those children. She did. It is more, how can we learn more about women and women's bodies and women's minds and what they go through during and after childbirth so that we can prevent these things from happening. That's the discussion taking place.
I have a solution to this.
No, hold on,
problem,
Lift. Hold on.
Yeah.
Since you asked the question, I came up to specifically answer, or at least give you some information on a couple of things. And thank you, Ella. That was great, by the way. But take of this what you want and leave what doesn't help. But there are a couple of things, and I don't want to get too far off the mark with the case, but as it does relate to this case, here are some things that are true that might be helpful bits of information. Number one, she did it. So it again, my perspective, but the defense team has acknowledged that she did it. And that's not really, for me, it's not up for debate. That's just a fact. But that being said, a couple things can be true. And I think a lot of us are short-sighted thinking that only one thing can be true. She was failed by her medical providers, whether it be because of misdiagnosis, I don't know, I can't say, whether it be because of the fact that there's no connectivity between her providers or the lack of good providers, which I know is actually not the case in her area. She was failed by her providers. And then number three, she may or may not have had relationship problems. That's immaterial to any of this. But ultimately, I think this particular case is really kind of eye-opening to those that don't realize. She had an extreme amount of privilege. She lived in an affluent area. They had a decent amount of money, good jobs, great health insurance, and access to some of the best doctors. And even with all of those things, she managed to have a medical team that ultimately failed her for whatever reason. We don't know all the details yet. But ultimately, it shines light on how shitty the system must be if somebody with the most privilege ends up in this situation. And on top of it, I think it's really, you did mention, I think it was Jeff actually mentioned something about the genders fighting. There has been some gender blaming and gender fighting. Regardless of that, I think that there's just not a lot of patience or understanding with mental illness. Like, we've come a long way with the stigma, but we haven't come far enough. And I think these types of conversations and letting people work through it and kind of discuss it out loud is still really important. So we continue to push through that stigma, because there are plenty of people that think that this was a choice or on purpose. So I don't know if any of that's helpful information.
That may be true.
Yes.
And she may not have gotten enough or the right kind of care. But
I fucking said that.
we are okay, so then that would mean I agree with you on that point. Are you okay? Okay, great. So that's one thing. But the problem and the objection I think that a lot of
people on the red team have, is the moral inversion, right? This idea that she's getting so much viral support. I mean, some of these videos are horrible, splashing water on their babies, like doing all kinds of crazy shit. And this moral inversion feels, once again, like the application of the bedrock political calculus that these positions are born of fashion and not of facts. Because when you look at the facts of this case, they are, I mean, it's pretty shocking what she did.
I got to see.
Yeah.
May
What the
I?
fuck was
one
that,
second.
Mojo?
What was
That was
Well,
Brendan's
I'm
attempt
trying
at
not to catch
drama.
another ban because I can't articulate what
Yeah.
happened without
Then
catching a
don't. Then
ban.
save it. Then Brendan,
You
save
should
it.
you should catch a ban for saying the same stupid shit over and over again.
This is a brand new case. What are you even talking about? It just
Donovan,
it just
let me say
proves
one
my
thing to you,
bedrock
Donovan.
political
Donovan,
calculus. You're
Donovan, hear me.
upset that this
Donovan,
case
hear me for a
Bedrock
is
second.
political
to a T.
calculus, fashion and fashion, not
Yes,
facts.
the
Blah,
left's
blah, blah.
positions are born of
Same
fashion and not
bullshit.
of
Yeah,
facts. How
Donovan.
many
stop,
times have you heard
stop,
me say that?
stop.
Donovan.
Yeah,
Oh my
stop
goodness.
that. Like a
I'm gonna say
fucking
one
million
thing.
times. Stop saying that stupid shit. It's
Donovan,
so
just
fucking
listen to me.
obnoxious.
Just
May
a
I?
little. Donovan, one thing.
What are you
This is
doing? Why were you talking over me? I was just trying to fucking finish my statement.
This is L's panel, Mojo.
Right.
That's not funny. Don't.
May I, for a second, because
I
I do think
apologize.
that this is important and Messi gets all the credit here, but she pointed out, like the point I was trying to make earlier about medical research, she put a really good comment. She said the US did not legally require federally funded clinical research to include women until June 10th, 1993. So, like, this was after I was born, after many of us were born. Like, that's a ridiculously...
Serious
That's
question.
a ridiculously
What did it-
recent
I
thing.
want to add to that.
Can we go like one back and forth
One
at all?
sec. Just one sec. So CT touched on this when he said that women were only started to be taken into medical school in the 1970s, late 1970s. The people who know the most about women's bodies are women, and they have been shut out of studying until recently, relatively recently. So I mean, this is just crazy that you guys can't acknowledge that. And by the way, Brendan, it is not red team
That
versus
is,
blue team. This is not team sports.
Hell, you say?
Yeah, and I want to point out to Brendan that the
Come on.
argument
Oh
you're
my
making
God.
about
Hold
the
on, you
videos
guys
you're
gotta-
seeing is not
Jesus.
with any of us.
Who runs this fucking cult?
Shut up. Yeah, that's gonna get you
Okay.
a long way on my fucking panel, dipshit.
Well, fuck. Why would I want to be here if I can't get a word
Jeff,
in?
do you bring anything but
I'm-
complaints and drama? 'Cause
Stop.
It's been a long time.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop.
Thought that was a fair question, actually.
No. I was trying to.
Okay.
Fuck, Jeff. Yeah, I'm on your side, but the problem is that you're not gonna say something about being in a fucking cult and then expect me to be on your side still.
It's more like a diet cult, anyway. I mean, come on.
Okay,
It's
so-
a diet. It's a diet
Okay,
cult. It's a
Donovan, the one thing I was gonna say to
low-calorie
you-
cult.
Okay, listen. Little advice, take it or leave it. And again, I go on mute after this, but like whatever the last zinger or comment you're thinking of making is, in the future, just maybe stop like one before that. Just the one before that, because then it's always the last one that like it doesn't go off so well, or it ends up really hurting someone. Just try and like pull back that last one. Totally unnecessary. And I say that in a hopefully helpful way, but maybe you won't receive it. I don't know. Anyway,
I will consider your
Awesome.
advice.
Appreciate it. You know that.
Dolly Parton unalived. Horrible.
Sad.
She had no children. Isn't that amazing?
What was wrong with her?
As far as I know, not a goddamn thing.
No, I saw.
She had cancer.
Yeah, I saw something that was talking about her health problems, but I didn't look long enough to see what it was, and I was trying to find out because somebody put it in the chat in another live that she was not around anymore. And I was like, what? And I looked and I couldn't see anything, but I did see stuff about her having health problems. So only I didn't dig in.
Yeah, she had cancer.
That
She's been
sucks.
talking about it, going through it for a little while.
That's horrible.
Did y'all know she almost single-handedly funds like every high school band in the country? Like apart from what they get from the government?
Yeah, she was a huge humanitarian.
Yeah.
Amazing.
The fact that she has kids, though, I think it was just shocking to me.
That she doesn't have.
Make her less of a person in the Republicans' point of view?
No, of course not. Not less, but children certainly enrich our lives in ways that are impossible to measure. And it just, I mean, I'm kind of sad for it. You know, any of Dolly Parton's children, one would imagine that if you appreciate that person, that you would appreciate their progeny. Sometimes, not so much, but sometimes you do get, you know, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, as it were, you know?
You know, one thing I'm noticing on this thing that we were just talking about is that we put our personal feelings so much into what we see. And like you just projected a lot of what you feel about your own kids, perhaps. And I could say the same thing about my own kids, but clearly she didn't feel the same way. And she probably felt like she made the right decision, you know? It's not for everybody.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. It's not for everybody.
Yeah, unaliving with
The reason
is not a way to live.
The reason why I asked if it would make her less of a person in the Republicans' point of view is because she chose to not have children. I don't know if you know that about her.
Well, given her body of work, she had a lot of rocky relationships, so I'm not
It was in
surprised.
favor of her career. She did not want children.
Who? Nancy?
Dolly
Parton
chose not to have children in favor of her career.
Okay. What is? I'm sorry, maybe I'm a little lost, but like, what is your point about that?
Well, I was just because I hear a lot of people on the Republican side of the aisle be all upset that Dolly passed away, which is unfortunately sad. She is a queen and will always be a queen in my heart. But she was also very much a humanitarian and very much a Democrat and very much a free spirit and chose not to have children. So by all accounts, if you hear, you know, conservative men, she would not have fit their narrative of what a good woman is.
She never claimed that she was Democrat, but she was a humanitarian. I'll agree with you there, and she did make the world. Yeah, I'll agree with you there.
So Dolly Parton was not a Democrat. Specifically, Dolly Parton never stated her political affiliation. She has a lot of fans on both sides of the political spectrum, and she didn't want to alienate any of them. So I don't know where you got the idea that she was a Democrat.
I believe that she was a Democrat. She always supported the LGBTQIA community. She always.
I don't know how you got the idea.
I support LGBTQIA.
From her political views.
No, fuck you.
That's how we're able to deduce it.
She was married for 60 years, Brendan.
0?
60.
I
was
have to be
married for
clear.
60
I have
years.
to be
Wow.
clear. I have to be clear, Donovan. You are not friends of the LGBTQ community. You are not an ally. You are a piece of shit human being, and you don't deserve to even talk to them, much less fucking say that you support them.
Is this you trying to be controversial, Mojo?
No,
He's just being truthful.
factual statement. I've listened to you, and you are fucking disgusting when it comes to having those conversations.
You know, it's funny because on the last time I made Ella cry, she tried to drop a dime on me on
Okay, don't say the last thing, remember?
she tried to drop a dime on me on the LGBTQ like high council, and they invited me up, like I got summoned and everything.
They invited you up, and they very much let you know, Donovan, that you are not considered an ally by any means.
I have no idea what that is about. It seems that you guys have past history.
And just so you understand, you did not make me cry. I am not the one that is hurt by your rhetoric. The trans community is, and that's who I cry for. It's a very different thing than what you imagine it to be. You have shit for power over me.
W. Donovan's victimhood.
No, you didn't charm them. They laughed about you after you left in messages with me. Get fucked.
I think it's fair to say, as much as we disagree on many topics, I don't think I've made any LGBTQ.
Perfect. Stop there. You don't have to say anything more. You're good. Don't say another word about it.
Yeah.
Congrats. That's good.
The win that you're not a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
win for anyone. To be honest,
for today, for right in this moment, that's perfect. You did exactly what you needed. That's good. Let's stay right there.
All right. Okay.
See? You lasted longer than CT and Donovan purely by accident, but Lib Tears is still here, so we'll see how that goes.
I didn't mute you, Donovan.
I did.
I did. Don't say that, Mojo. You know I did it. Stop it.
No,
I'll
I
take
did.
the blame. Okay.
No,
whatever.
I did.
Right.
Why do you do it?
Because I just wanted him
Piece
to.
of shit.
Yeah. It was enough.
Yeah, he was saying some offensive shit.
I kicked him, though, but.
What happened
Mojo,
to Donovan?
Yeah.
I kicked him.
No, you
Being a
don't
piece of
say that.
So, can we finally agree that there are people worse than what's the Derek? I think that this is an example, right? There.
Of what?
That there are people worse than Derek. I think we just saw one of them, right?
I don't think we should talk about anybody that's not here to defend themselves, even though we're all thinking the same thing. You know? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think Mojo wants to gossip.
Lipchers, I have an issue with you, dude.
Here we go.
Well, you want to fight?
No.
Can we
First
talk
of all,
about something
you
else
would never
real
win a
quick?
fight with
Oh,
me.
no?
Let's
Okay.
just put that down on the ground first. You would never. You could never dream about it, dude.
Do you guys want to arm wrestle and get over it? Something?
I'm being real with you. Dude. I'm being honest with you as well.
I want.
Listen.
You are mistaken in whatever you're about to say.
I am?
I don't even want to say what I want
Then
to say.
don't. Hold back. Listen to the advice I just gave Donovan and keep your mouth shut.
No, but here's
No,
my
it's not
issue.
disrespectful.
No, here's my issue with you, dude. Here's my issue with you, dude. I was on a different panel with you, right? And you were pretty quiet.
Ella, stop.
Insane. No, I'm just saying. I know who you are. I was on the panel with you, and I
Why are
honestly,
you yelling at me?
no,
I thought you were playing some
you were
flute
tapping.
thingy in the background.
No, what I'm saying is, I agree.
Oh, I was typing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we could all hear it.
Shame on you. Love you.
What I'm saying is that I agreed with a lot of what you're saying, but then it's when you were quiet that bothered me because I think that you should speak up when at certain points, right? When certain things come up, when certain topics come up, right? It's your duty to speak up, right? I don't think that you feel that duty, and it's really kind of it's shameful, to be honest.
Pertaining to what?
You said duty.
Win lift. Win lift.
What are you referring to? Like what topics that I don't speak up about? What
Are
do
you
mean?
aware of a TikToker? His name is called Anthony. Are you aware of it? You are on the
Yes. No, yes.
You are aware, right?
He's a moderator for him. Yes, he's very aware.
Okay, and were offensive things said in
This morning.
times you've been on the panel?
Yep.
Very offensive.
Not
right?
when I've been on the panel. No.
Yes, you were there because I was there too. So don't fucking bullshit me, dude. I was there. Okay, I saw you there.
What are you talking? If you're talking about Dun, I'd agree, and Anthony called him out for it.
Yeah, well,
and actually kicked him off the panel like 5 times.
Fuck Dun. Fuck people that goddamn platform him. He's a piece of shit.
No, look. You know, yes, you were there then, right? And you understand what happened. And did he not invite him up like fucking 15 times. The only reason why he kicked them is because for TikTok rules or whatever, we have to kick someone when they get reported. But he invited them up like every single time, and he was
There's
saying
other moderators in his live, dude. It wasn't him that was pulling him up.
it was him, dude. It doesn't matter. He engaged with it, right? That's the point that I'm trying to make, right? And I thought better of you, right? And I'm not sure why you kind of I'm not sure why you placated towards that.
I don't even know what you're referring to as far as whatever. The only thing Dun
You didn't
said
say shit. You were on the
that
panel.
was
You didn't
extremely.
Did you mean to
Hold
send
on.
it
The
to me?
only thing. The
That's
only
weird.
thing that Dun said that was that I would consider extremely offensive was when he was talking about women.
No,
and I didn't like that either.
Dude, no. He's
That's
so you weren't offended when he's called people dirty Arabs. You weren't offended by that, really?
He was trying to make a point when he was saying that. You weren't listening to him.
What point is there to make when you call someone a dirty Arab? Dude, I'm sorry. I'm not going to ever agree with you here, and you should not agree with anyone on
I
this.
don't agree with that. Hold on. I don't agree with what he said either. Why are you saying that I'm okay with that? You're now
Because
putting words in my
You
mouth.
didn't speak up. That's why.
You didn't
Why are you guys
either.
talking about something?
You were on the fucking
Why are you
panel.
guys talking about something? Hey, why are you guys talking about something that happened on another panel? Why is that? Because it doesn't involve any of that.
Right.
Well, Lyft has been on other panels, on Anthony's panel a little bit.
but,
And he is correct in what he's saying.
Can we not do a soap opera
Mojo's
here?
room, and he's not shutting it down, so I'm here for it. Let's go.
Okay, cool. All right, then I'll be quiet.
Look, what I'm saying, like, I did speak up on that panel, right? And I did get kicked, and I probably got banned. But like, when you hear something,
he's not gonna ban you over that.
No, he didn't ban me. Yeah, but he did kick me, and I didn't join because I didn't. Also, dude, I'm sorry, but there's certain things that you hear that are so disgusting that you just have to leave and walk away, or say something and walk away. And you didn't do any of that, and so that's why my respect for you has dropped dramatically.
Okay, as soon as he said that, what did I say?
You didn't say shit.
I said, no, you obviously you weren't listening. I said, what Dun just said, I totally disagree with. And I don't think that's right. I fucking said that as soon as he finished saying what he was saying. So you weren't listening. So, but with that being said, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to sit there and fucking yell at the guy for 5 minutes? This is TikTok, dude. It's really not that fucking serious.
Yeah, Lyft, you got to have a little bit of a thicker skin because Lyft, you give it out too.
Right, El?
I don't disagree with what you're saying, Lyft.
No,
Hold on.
we
With,
experienced
you know, in all due respect.
Hold on. I'm going to speak up about this because this just happened. This is what I was going to bring up earlier about Hassan Piker. So, yeah, today, I'm just going to use names too. I'm not even going to hold back because fuck it. Just fuck it. This is, any of you that came in and saw me having a meltdown in my life today, here's what tipped it off. If you're not familiar with Hassan Piker's post from last Thursday, I suggest every single one of you read it. I'm not a fan of him, but he was right with what he said. He made a comment that's important to the story. He made a comment during his live stream that if you're an American Jew and you are a Zionist, and you don't, if you're a Zionist, you better not be a Zionist. But if you're an American Jew and you're not a Zionist, you better be loud about it because otherwise you're going to be subjected to violence. That was the long and short of it.
And why is that okay?
So I'm going to finish and I'm going to explain. So you can take that. What a mistake that was, having her here, but that's okay. She can listen. So you can take from that what. Shut your mouth. I'm talking. Somebody said
Damn
I
it.
heard button.
Don't do that, El.
Still, L, don't incite violence on the panel, please, because I
All
don't
I
want to
did was say hi to the
Just
host.
stop.
Oh, yeah, just shush it, please.
Let her finish her story,
Please.
for the love of God.
Yes. Go ahead, L.
Go ahead.
So you can take from that Hassan Piker thing what you will. If you're a Zionist, you're probably going to get your panties in a bunch and get upset about, for whatever reason, because it's some sort of like truth, existential truth you probably need to hear. But for me, I found it to be incredibly true, actually, and finally glad to be able to see the distinction being made between Zionists and the non-Zionists. Regardless, Anthony did an entire live this morning asking about where you stand in relation to Hassan's message. And he thought it would be precious to bring me on and Penny and Tennis and kind of just pit us against each other and put me on. I'm fine answering any tough questions. Put me on the spot and ask some rather tough questions. And like, he just, he co-signs like just really bad behavior because he just likes the clicks and he's interested in having the clicks and that's his thing and that's fine. He has already shown that he's of, that's all he cares about.
Okay.
So.
What L? What while?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Can I just ask you a question seriously? I am anti-Zionist myself. I don't agree with that shit. I don't co-sign with that. I don't fall in line with that. Okay. Now, what part of that statement would you not consider at least partially inciting some sort of rhetoric?
It's not. So here's what it is.
Yes,
it's an action. Let me finish. You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer you now, and I need you to let me answer and don't interrupt me. Thank you. So here's why. Because this is again just my anecdotal experience, but as an American Jew, that's pretty vocal about it, and also about my stance. I, on a daily basis, get ridiculed for being a separatist, I get called a Nazi, I get called a capo, I get called a jihadist, like every kind of name in the book, because I don't have a spiritual connection to a place on the map across the globe that I think is the impetus of evil, and I'm sick and tired of sending my money there. Like, that's the long and short of it. I just don't feel a spiritual connection. So what? Doesn't take away, like, who I am as a person. I was born to a Jewish mother, so whether I like it or not, that's who I am. But I get denigrated because I'm not with them, because I stand alone. So finally, what that statement that Hassan made says, it validates my thoughts and feelings. I'm not calling for the violence to start, but it's a fact, because people look at Zionists however they look at them. People have made judgments. I'm answering your question, so I'm going to finish my last sentence, and you'll wait. So again, I am not calling for violence, but the fact is, there is violence. There will be violence. I'm finally glad to be at least vocally out of the way of it. So that's it. Hope that helps.
Okay, but would you at least recognize that the rhetoric is what causes what's being said to you?
What's anti-Semitic actually, hold on, what's anti-Semitic actually, if you want to know the truth, and some of you will push back on this, what's actually anti-Semitic is Zionists themselves, and nothing more. And
okay, but again, I'm asking you the question. Would you not agree that that type of rhetoric that you're essentially advocating for is essentially being directed towards you?
Okay, so I said it before. Maybe you didn't hear me the first few times.
You are advocating
I'm not calling,
for it,
hold on, I'm going to answer you quiet time. I am not calling for the violence of anybody. I don't want anybody harmed. But more than anything else, I can now set myself apart. That's the only thing that messaging is. Listen, if people are going to be violent, they already have hate in their heart, and they've already chosen who they like and they don't like. If people are going to be violent, they're going to be violent. At least I'm fucking out of the way of it, because standing apart from it removes me from it.
No. Just because you say it on here doesn't mean
just because you think it doesn't mean it's true.
People are bad.
You have some balls, really, honestly.
People are bad people. Seriously. Just because you're saying that doesn't mean it won't happen. And that's the sad part about the fucking state of affairs.
What the fuck is that? God. That's ridiculous. You know what? All you know is what you see, or what you've been indoctrinated into thinking. You don't have enough. You don't have enough life experience to say that. And I'm not saying that in a cruel way, but you live with tunnel vision. You live with tunnel vision.
Listen, you're not listening to me.
I heard you, but you're wrong. You have to accept that you're wrong.
Hold on. You said Hassan Piker said what he said, and you're okay with that because you agree with it, right?
Did you not hear me say? Nope.
Again,
so here's what happens. Hey, hold on. I want you to be quiet again, because this is the fourth time.
You're just dismissing.
I want you to be quiet and listen to my words, and don't listen to hear, not to respond. Again, I said that I do not advocate for anything to come of it. I feel liberated by his words because they are my objective truth. Nothing more. I do not want violence upon anybody, but at least I'm able to remove myself from whatever may be. I hope I've been clear. I don't advocate for any violence.
That same fucking rhetoric is the same shit Maxine Waters fucking said.
Now, you listen to reply.
It's the same thing, and you're essentially
I don't need
dismissing
to discuss anymore. It's not productive.
It's bullshit.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm telling you that
Yes,
you're
you
objectively
are.
wrong, and I don't appreciate you categorizing me like that. I hope
Any
that that's
rhetoric
clear.
like that- any rhetoric like that
Lib, are you Jewish?
Am I Jewish? Obviously not.
Then shut the fuck up.
No, because
Stop telling her how she has to feel. Fuck off.
This is what leads to violence in this country.
I'm sorry, but you don't get to tell somebody else how they should feel. You're a fucking piece of shit. Fuck off.
She is essentially
All you know is
that
you're.
type of
Hey,
rhetoric.
all you know is
I'm
you're
going to tell you to fuck
indoctrinated.
straight the hell off.
You're
Because this is
just
none of your
you
goddamn
just
business.
have MAGA talking points. You don't even know what any of these words mean.
Yeah, advocating for violence. I don't understand what the fuck that means.
How many times? Wait, hold on. Let's take a poll.
Hassan
Let's take a
Piker
poll.
is a piece
Guys,
of shit. He's
shut up
fucking
for a minute.
anti-Semitic.
Stop.
You're
Stop.
a piece of shit. You're a piece
Do
of
me a
shit.
favor, guys. In the
Piker is
chat,
anti-Semitic,
shut your mouth for a minute. Can somebody mute him for a sec? In the chat, if I'm calling for violence, put a 1. And if I'm advocating just for my own fucking peace, put a 2.
Calling for violence. I never
Thanks.
said that.
Shut the fuck up.
You gotta stop.
If you have to drop me because of that, fine. But hopefully you won't. Hopefully it's contextual.
That's never contextual. I need you to not do that.
Okay, great. But I still need him to kindly do what I asked him to do.
I never said you advocated for violence.
Yeah, cool. So here's the thing. You're wrong. You can look at the comments. Other than Apex, who's whatever.
I don't give a fuck about the comments. I don't care. Doesn't
So the
matter.
consensus is
I
that
don't give a
people
shit
understand
about
what
the
I'm saying.
consensus.
It's a you problem.
I don't give a fuck about the consensus either. I don't care what people have to say. It doesn't matter to me. They can say 1, 2, 3. I don't give a fuck what they say.
Cool. Well, I care about my safety. I don't think you do, but it's cool.
Hell, all I'm saying is that rhetoric that he spewed has gotten you that same rhetoric from people who disagree with you because you are Jewish. They consider you a Zionist because you're fucking Jewish, and that's ridiculous.
No, they don't. Because again, you don't listen to learn or hear. You listen to reply. If you know me well enough, and most of you do, I am staunchly against and separate myself from the Zionists regularly. And anybody with a fucking thinking head in their mind or in their brain actually understands what my words mean and how staunchly opposed to Zionists I am. If you listen to me for 1 second and you know me, it just takes 1 second. You should know me well enough by now, but apparently you haven't listened, and that's a you problem.
I never said you were a Zionist. What the fuck are we talking about?
You just said it. What are you doing? This is wild.
The general public
Are
is
you
dumb.
okay? Are
Hold
you
on,
having
L,
like
L,
some sort of
L,
trauma?
L.
Yeah,
The
what's that,
general
bud?
The general public is dumb as fuck, and they attribute.
you're dumb as fuck.
Hold on.
Sorry,
They
Mojo.
attribute Zionism to Jewish people.
That's fine.
No, that's
you can say that
That's
all
your
you want.
ignorance. That's your ignorance, not the objective truth. Thanks.
It's the facts. The general public is dumb.
Right, okay, listen, I can't help your ignorance. Thank you.
You just don't want to accept the fact that it's the truth.
No, you're just not right. Like, you have to accept. I'm okay to be wrong, but this time I'm not, so.
If you ask
I'm
the
fine with it. I
average,
can admit it. It doesn't hurt I don't have a fragile, tiny ego that needs to be right all the time. I'm cool
ask
to be
the
wrong,
average
but this time it's you.
if you ask the average American, they'd have no idea what the fuck Zionism
I don't
even
care.
means,
It doesn't
but they
matter
would
how many times you
automatically-
say it, it's
Let
still
me
not
finish,
right.
because I let you finish. They would attribute Jewish people to Zionism because they attribute one another. They kind of go hand in hand to the dumb people.
Okay, I don't need you telling me my objective truth again. Thank you, appreciate it, but no thanks.
Well, can I ask a question?
It's so fucking wild that you think it's so fucking wild that you think you can tell a Jewish person how they should feel. That is fucking wild.
I never said how she should feel. I said
Then
she's
what is the
indirectly
difference
advocating
between-
for that rhetoric. It doesn't have anything to do with her feelings.
You don't
Nothing
get to
with
do that. You don't get to do that.
So hold on,
You just
dude.
don't.
When Hassan Piker says you're gonna
I'm
get
sorry,
what's coming
you're not
to
a
you,
fucking
what does
Jewish
that mean
person.
to
You can go
Mojo?
straight to
Talking
hell.
to you.
You can go straight to hell. You're not a Jewish person.
El, what's the difference between a Zionist and a Jewish person?
I don't have. So if you lived hard, lived here. I need you to stay on mute.
No,
Thank you.
Tard is
I don't want to see your back. That slipped out.
No, it's fine.
I don't want to see your back slide up. Do you understand?
Well, it's truth. It's the truth.
All right. So here, I'm going to tell you. So my definition and a Zionist definition.
No, the real definition.
Well, so for me,
I want yours.
the definition. Hold on. The definition is a patriotism or nationalism, like a towards the state of Israel. Period. If you ask a Zionist, it's Israel's right to exist. So, I mean, again, even there's a discrepancy in definition. So hopefully those two pieces of info help.
So Zionism is arguing for the land, and then a Jewish is just who you are.
Yes. But they
I'm
attribute,
religiously Jewish. That's it.
but people
Not
attribute
ethnically.
Zionism
Can you
to
not
like
tell me
Jewish
how I am and let me
control, to
discuss
like
it?
nationalist
You don't.
Jewish.
Yeah,
You
I'm
have bad
sorry. I'm
information.
sorry. You don't get to tell a Jewish person how they should feel.
never
Stop
fucking
fucking
said-
doing
I
that.
never once
Just
told you how
stop.
you
Just
should
fucking
feel.
stop.
I
Just
never
fucking
said
stop.
that.
Just fucking
Mojo.
stop.
You have zero impulse
Mojo,
control,
can
bud.
you
And
give
I say
me-
that as somebody with zero impulse control. So
Mojo,
Because you're fucking putting words in my mouth. I never fucking said how you should feel. I never once said that this entire
Then just
conversation.
yeah, you
shut
did.
up.
You did.
Then just shut up.
Because you're not listening to me.
Mojo, can I put
Now
you
you
on
know
the
how it
spot?
feels.
Because you're trying to tell her how she should feel.
Thick-headed and deaf.
You
No,
are
Steph,
trying
I
to
do not
tell her
support
how she
genocide.
should
I
feel right
stand
now.
for Palestine 10 toes down since day one. So
Mojo, can I put you on the spot and ask you what is the difference between Zionism and just being Jewish? Can I put you on the spot? I want to hear your explanation of it because I feel like Elle is a little bit biased. I think Lib is clearly also biased. I think that you would give an unbiased.
Yeah, everybody's going to have their own definition of what it is, I suppose. I'm going to go off of Herzl's definition. So it's the greater state of Israel. It's Israeli expansion. It's Palestine be gone.
And that's Zionism?
lift, just to give you like a little bit more info.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not asking you. I'm asking Mojo. So is
I was
Zionism
going to help you with
that
something else.
concept?
Okay, fine, no problem.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be dick.
No problem, bud.
No, I'm not trying to be dick. I'm literally just.
You're good. You're good. I won't drop you. You can stay on the panel. I won't drop you. I won't mute you either.
I'm literally just asking someone who doesn't have any foot in the game to explain it.
I appreciate you asking questions. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn.
It's the only way people learn.
So Mojo, Zionism is basically create our own state and get like whatever it takes, and then
Herzl's somebody that wrote about Zionism in the late 1800s, creating a greater state of Israel that included all of Palestine. The Likud charter, or the Likud party, and their charter right now, the party that's in control of Israel, actually says the same thing. They have a greater Israeli project. They are trying to expand Israel to take up all of Palestine.
and so that's what makes it Zionism and not just being Jewish. Like Zionism is trying to get more land and securing land.
That's how I feel about it.
If there's a living example on the panel right now. Elle is Jewish and she's not a Zionist. There are probably people in the comments and on this app for sure that are Christian and they're Zionists. You see the difference?
You have to understand that when people say, when you hear people refer to Jewish people as Zionism, right? It sounds pretty bad, and a lot of people don't actually understand what it means. Like I didn't know what it means. I'm pretty right.
So let me give you a little info that I was going to give you a second
Al,
ago.
what you said earlier was untrue. You didn't even
I'm,
say his
okay,
entire
so
statement.
I'm talking. I'm in the middle of a
Just an
sentence, so
FYI.
don't keep your mouth shut for a moment while I talk to Lift. Thank you so much. Lift, if you ask a Zionist to find Palestine on a map, they'll tell you it doesn't exist. So, like, think about how that is, like the erasure of actual people. So you can, and I don't want to taint anybody's mind and tell you what to think, but that's a characteristic of a Zionist that's pretty fucking gross, if I had to say. That's it.
I thought you were a Zionist. But, okay. All right.
Absolutely
so
fucking not.
I don't.
I assume. Wait, hold on. You think Israel has the right to exist, right? Or am I wrong? Would you like to see it? Yeah.
I have a fairly nuanced take about this, but I believe that the citizens, the people of Israel, the Israeli people, deserve to have full, safe, virtuous, whatever, all the good things in life, all the things, including safety. I don't believe that they should be living on stolen land. I understand America's stolen land, but for the purpose of this discussion, that is what I believe. And that's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's the quote in the comments, by the way.
Only part of the quote.
What's the quote in the comments?
Because you didn't say the
He's still on Hassan.
You didn't say the whole thing in context.
You can go read it if you don't know it. Whatever.
All he was saying was that extreme behavior is going to lead to extreme results, extreme actions, extreme consequences. That's all he was saying.
Here, in fact, Mojo, here it is.
I'm good. I mean, I've heard.
Put me on the big screen. Here it is.
I have it. It's if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. And then went on to say, I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that will inevitably be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse.
True.
That's a perfectly justifiable statement. Yeah, it's perfectly justifiable.
Going to take action is very
Stop it. There's no call for violence. There's zero call for violence.
He is not calling for violence. He is explicitly stating that the continued actions of this are probably going to lead to make anti-Semitism worse.
So you're crying, hey, you're quiet for a minute. I'm going to talk since you interrupted me.
That's what that
Stop.
means.
You're crying about, stop. You're crying about a boogeyman that isn't there, and it has nothing to do with you. You have nothing, it has zero to do with you, and you're crying about a fake boogeyman. Please stop.
It has to do with everybody else.
Nothing to do with you, other than your shitty MAGA values.
This is a problem, El.
You are an absolute a petulant child, and it's none of your business. Mind your own business.
Live Tears, I want to explain something to you. I don't like Hassan. I've never really liked Hassan. I'm a Destiny guy, so I think Hassan is kind of a piece of shit.
Me neither.
Stupid. So I don't follow him. But in this particular scenario, I agree with him. So when Penny started her panel, I was all for a two-state solution. I thought it would be a good idea to set up a state of Palestine, set up a state of Israel, put the UN in between them until they could figure out how to get along with each other. After listening to the people that go on Penny's panel, no more. I think it should be a one-state solution, and I think they all have to learn how to live together in the same state.
What did you hear that made you feel like
I don't disagree with that either, Mojo. I agree with that 100%.
What did you hear that made you change from a two-state solution to your views now? Like
because those people are disgusting. Because they think that Palestinians can be removed from Palestine. That's fucking gross. They are talking about genocide openly. It's disgusting.
I read an article today that I had not yet fact checked. It said that they are building places, places where families and children can watch the Palestinians, be hanged.
Yeah, you got to check.
I would check that.
You got to be very careful. Be careful with those sources because people say things.
That one is true. It's Ben Gvir. He explicitly is propagating, going around, celebrating this win where they passed legislation to bring back unalivement by hanging as corporal punishment for individuals that get caught for terrorist charges in Israel.
I know who
that
Ben
is something
Gvir
that happens.
is, and he's not representative of the Jewish beliefs.
He's
this dude
he's their fucking politics. What do you mean? He's their politician over there.
He's a
who's
Zionist.
advocating
He's
for
a
this.
Zionist. He's a Zionist, so he doesn't represent.
He says crazy shit, and that's why any of us know who he is, right? All he does is stand up on a political platform and says crazy shit. Right, really.
He literally has an entire sect of politicians that were behind him that have noose pins that they put on their fucking lapels and shirts while taking a vote to enable this corporal punishment by hanging. Are you shitting me right now?
Thanks, Rev.
Look, maybe you know a little bit more about him, but the average person, right? What they know about Ben Gvir is that he just says crazy shit that is very pro-Israel and anti-Palestine, and his only relevancy is by making those statements.
No, that's not his only relevancy. Ben Gvir is the person who made the legislation possible to obtain or give out assault weapons to civilians to go into Palestinian homes and unalive the people in them and kick them out and steal their homes. He is the one who enabled that. He is the one who is behind the rhetoric for enabling the noose to come back as corporal punishment. He is the one that says that he can't go to sleep unless he hears the unaliving of Palestinians every night. Are you shitting me? He is the standing politician behind this extremist Zionist ideology. And I'm sorry, I still believe that Israel has the right to their own state, despite the ridiculous bullshit that's been propagated. But you, Lib, calling out that this expected warning and the existence of the violence against American Jews just because someone called it out for what it is that they're fucking doing in this tense situation when a genocide is being committed against a populace is horseshit. And you, Lift and Shift, for trying to underplay fucking Ben Gvir's role in all of this is also equally fucking horseshit.
My point is rhetoric in any sense
At
that
least he's
can
asking
possibly
questions,
incite violence is bad.
cares?
It
Shut
doesn't
up.
matter who says it.
It's not inciting violence.
L, you have to stop doing that.
I got you. I just want him to stop talking.
doing it on
Running
purpose
his
to piss me off.
cocksucker.
It is not inciting violence when someone says that someone is going to propagate what's already been fucking done. It is calling out what is continuously happening and that what their position currently is going to make the situation fucking worse. It is a critique of the current standing situation. It is not a call for violence because he's not telling anyone to take up arms against anyone. That's ridiculous.
It's the literal objective. It's my objective truth also. So,
Rev, can I ask you a question? And I swear to God, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but America, right? U.S., right? We did certain things that were not, we look back on and we can realize where we went wrong. But we took land from Native Americans, right? How is this situation considered differently?
In Palestine? Are you serious?
No, I want you to. I have a book that you can read, or a couple of resources. I want you to read and learn for yourself, so you can. So you're not just hearing us yap at you. I want you to be able to soak it in, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Can I DM you a couple of things articles that would be good for you to read?
Bro, I didn't
Would that be
even
okay?
fucking Game of Thrones, so there's
Well, we can't probably solve it tonight with us teaching you verbally, and I think it's something you should sit down and like actually look at, as opposed to having somebody just blurt words to you. But you let me know.
Why don't you start with Edward Said's Orientalism? That's a good starting point.
So what?
Said.
Yeah.
Orientalism.
Okay, that's something that I won't do, but I appreciate.
That sounds racist.
Point of the book.
Yeah, I think that you're
He's talking about how the West has mystified the Middle East through popular culture, so that we other them and we don't care about what happens to them.
How
kind of book?
How are we othering them? I'm confused.
The book.
I mean, they're considered white in the census. I'm confused.
It's easy how we're othering all of the people in Palestine explicitly, because everyone apparently has been labeled as a Hamas representative. Like children. Fucking apparently children are now terrorist members. According to basically everyone other than the left.
Rev,
I don't think
this
that's
is what,
true.
Hold on, Lib. Rev, what I find really, really ironic and very rich is if we, I stand for Palestine and for the liberation of Palestine, so I'm automatically labeled as a Hamas adjacent or a Hamas lover. I find that so rich and so ironic when we have MAGA here in the U.S. who has chosen not once but twice to elect quite literally an entire terrorist administration. Really, it's hard to find the difference. Trump is a mafia boss and a terrorist, and his organization's very much at this point just as dangerous.
Did you just call Trump a terrorist?
I sure did.
That is fucking
You good
rich.
with that?
Wow.
That's who you chose.
That was so
Yep.
recorded, and I
Mob
love
boss too. Did you get that all? Do you want me to repeat it again? Do you
it.
want
That
to?
was
Do you want to
so
clip it?
recorded, and I love it.
Donald Trump is a
Cool.
terrorist.
I got no problem with it. I stand by it too.
He's not a terrorist, dude. He's just
The fact that anybody thinks that just goes
He
to show
won't
how much they
choose
actually
you.
hate this country. That's crazy.
No.
But he'll never know you exist. He'll never know.
It's crazy.
He's not going to choose you. Sorry.
That is fucking straight bonkers, dude. That's
kind of crazy.
Sorry you feel that way. Doesn't make it any less true.
I mean, I'm not
He would
saying he's not a jackass at times, but wow, to call him a terrorist, that's wild.
Yeah.
He went into
Well,
another
to tell me
country.
I'm Hamas adjacent.
He went.
Hey,
Hello.
Tell me that I'm Hamas
hello,
adjacent.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
He went in.
Yes, sir.
He went into another country and kidnapped their leader. Tell me he's not a fucking terrorist.
no, it's not a terrorism action, right? First of
That's
all,
wild.
it was a good.
He was just he was just, following up on a warrant. Criminal.
A warrant that he put out.
What the fuck?
Actually, Biden put that out, but
No, he put it out.
Who gives a fuck who put it out? You can't steal somebody's fucking president.
we did. Apparently you can.
Let's
He's
let's
a
rattle
He's a
off.
fucking terrorist. God damn, what's hard to comprehend about that?
Mojo, I think
Let's
that
ra-
you're.
What is a terrorist?
I understand your
What's the
principle.
definition of a terrorist?
But I think there was a very good reason for that specific action.
You can think whatever stupid fucking thing you want. He's still a fucking terrorist.
It's not stupid. It's not a terrorist action that he made, right?
Yes, it is.
It's improving, and it has improved the lives of Venezuelans, right?
Bullshit.
Sure, maybe we started the laws a little bit, by taking
He's a fucking terrorist. Donald Trump is a fucking terrorist. Get over it. You voted for a fucking. You voted for a felon. You voted for a felon and got a terrorist. I don't know what to tell you.
Look, it's better to take out a president the way that we did.
You voted for a felon and you got a terrorist. I don't know what to tell you.
Than having a war that
You
never
voted for a felon and you got a terrorist. I don't know what to tell you. You can
What I'm
stop
saying is
talking now.
it's
You
better
can stop talking. You can still stop talking now.
What I'm saying is
You
better
voted
to
for a
that
you voted for a fucking
have
felon.
less war,
You
right?
voted for a felon and you got a terrorist.
This is so
new topics.
This is so dumb.
It's really not. I mean, the UN Comprehensive Convention, the current present standard for terrorism is criminal acts intended or calculated to provoke a state of terror in the public. A group of persons or particular persons for political purposes are in any circumstances unjustifiable, whatever the considerations of a political, philosophical, ideological, racial, ethnic, religious, or any other nature they may be invoked to justify them. And explicitly when it comes to the United States and their quote unquote, what you're going to label as colonialism is the Trump administration just bombing the fucking piss out of anyone that they realistically wantonly want to do it to. They've been doing it to Venezuelan boats. They've been doing it to Iranian schools. They've been in support of the Israeli regime, like nuking fucking refugee camps. Are you shitting me?
With that logic, then Obama was a terrorist. Then with that logic, Bush was a terrorist. And with that logic, Bush
It's almost
Senior
like
was a
the
terrorist.
standing.
And also,
It's almost like the standing U.S. representative administrations going all the way back
So
to
maybe
fucking
you should
World War
leave,
II
Rebel.
have basically been terrorist groups because that is our bread and fucking butter.
you should go to Canada then, since they're not terrorists. You must really love our.
Oh no, Canada! He wants to take over Canada too. Remember that shit?
All right, so then go to Mexico because they're nice people.
Oh
there.
no, he wants to do that as well. As a matter of
Oh,
fact,
fuck,
he wants
they
to go
go-
down there.
go to fucking
He wants to go over there and take out all the fucking cartels and shit.
What
Because
are you
he's a
gonna call
fucking
next?
terrorist.
Greenland?
Antarctica. How about that? Go to there. Jesus Christ, man.
So
You
so
voted
Lib,
for a felon and you got a terrorist. I don't know what to tell you.
imagine the citizens or the residents of Caracas waking up at like 2-3 in the morning to fucking explosions. That's terrorist acts.
That's not what happened. Stop it.
I'm sorry, did they not take out their air defense system? What do you think they did that with? Hugs and kisses?
That's not how it went down.
You take out air defense systems, Lib.
You hit him with a squirt gun in midair.
Squirt gun. Okay, cool. So they rusted them. Is that what they did over time? They squirted it with water?
You get a super soaker and you just fucking squirt at it and it fucking knocks him right out. You're good. So then you go into the house where he's at, or the whatever mansion he's at, take him out, get him out real quick, nice and silent. Love it.
Just real quick. I'm sorry. Got a little heated. Anyways, I'm going to go to bed. It is almost 1 o'clock here. Thanks for having me up.
Good night,
Give my
Rev.
spot to
Thanks,
somebody.
Rev. Good night.
I have 3 new topics.
No. I can't. This is crazy. If people really,
Penny's not going to pick you either. Donald nor Penny.
if people
Just so you know.
like this, stop.
She doesn't. She's not attracted
Stop!
to you. Aw.
Oh my God! Do you ever stop?
Do you?
Jesus! Fucking!
Huh.
I can't.
Neither can
I love TikTok.
Oh, hi, Pet.
You guys, you made him give up on life already? Live. And furthermore, Messi's not going to take.
Yikes.
See ya, Peg. You got deported. No due process. Bye.
Have you guys talked about the C-19 that went to Moscow?
Nobody cares about C-19.
An airplane. American Air, I think it's a C-19.
Oh, you mean an actual jet? I thought you were talking about the virus.
No.
I wasn't
one
sure
went
either.
to Moscow today, and has anybody talked about it, or have they figured out why it went there?
No.
The article I read
Was anyone important on
revealed
the
nothing.
To investigate Lindsey Graham's unaliving?
I don't know.
Was anyone important on the plane or just?
No, it didn't. The article was not revealing whatsoever. The one I read.
Then we probably don't have much more info.
So a random plane crashed and
No plane crashed. It went there. It flew there. It landed.
We should do hearing tests for everybody. We should just have a family hearing test day because it seems like
Okay, well, nobody wants to talk about. Let's talk about the fact that
What do you know of
the bunker. Hold on.
Are you
The
following
bunker
random?
at the White House was it started under Bush, the remodeling and redoing of it, and then Obama finished it in his term. So the bunker was already updated. It never had to be fixed or changed. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I think that
I would rather talk about Zionism at this point, honestly.
Okay, well, how let's talk about the fact that let's see, our strategic reserves have fallen from 415 million barrels to 298 million barrels, its lowest level since 1983.
Unfortunately, not surprising.
Can we talk about the ballroom? I don't think it's the worst idea to have built the ballroom, right? I understand the necessity of having the ballroom, right? You have to host different leaders, right?
Can we talk about turtles?
I didn't ask you.
Oh, are you talking to me? Yeah, actually, I didn't say anything about the ballroom. I just was talking about the bunker because remember they were talking about they were going to fix up the bunker and then build the ballroom on top of it. Well, they redid it. It started under Bush and it finished under Obama. It's already been fixed and updated.
Okay, so wait, but they tore it up though, didn't they?
I don't know. They tore the wing off, but I would believe the bunker would probably be underground. I don't know if they dug that out. And if they did, it would be redundant because it was already updated, basically. Maybe not to, current standards as far as weaponry goes, but, the basic foundation of it was updated.
I don't think any of us has an issue with a bunker being built in the White House, right? I think any president would welcome that, right?
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
that's the whole point. Yeah.
But,
and we shouldn't have a problem with the ballroom either, right?
Well, that it's going back and forth, and he doesn't seem too interested in it right now anyway, but who knows what'll happen.
Wasn't the ballroom being built above the bunker?
Yes.
Okay, so wasn't Trump's initial inclination to essentially attribute the building to the bunker as well, like part of the same construction avenue that he was going down? I thought that was the initial plan.
I never saw anything stating that, but I guess that was assumed.
Well, he was saying something about the safety of the ballroom would be like the bunker. The bunker is obviously the bunker, right? And then the ballroom would be attached to the bunker. And the reason for the construction for the ballroom was to create a safe avenue for future presidents to go through to get to the bunker in a more safe fashion. That's what I thought.
I'm sure there's safe ways to get there, probably even from the Oval Office.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what the plans are. And I have no idea. I mean, they haven't even begun the the ballroom. So who knows what's going to happen.
My only issue with this entire construction thing is that they knocked down I think it's the East Wing, and they shouldn't have done that. They maybe should have extended it, but why knock down a piece of history?
A historic building, exactly. Everyone's upset about that.
Didn't he have to work with Parks and Rec to get the permitting or something like that to get it?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because he installs anyone who. Well, I think there was a Supreme Court ruling that you can pretty much install anyone at the head of any agency, and so you can get approved for anything you want, really.
No, he can't do that.
Trump does whatever he wants whenever he wants, and no one says anything to him. So I don't understand. Oh, sweet.
My issue with this entire thing is that, look, yes, we're understanding the full powers of the presidency, for better or worse. But like, no, why did it take Trump to understand the ability of the presidency? Why didn't Democrats, right? Because we had Obama in office, right? Why didn't he know about this? Why didn't he? Why wasn't he able to enact, the change that he, believed in, right? He did not utilize the office to the full extent of the power that he had.
Insofar as what?
Insofar as creating a ballroom, knocking down the East Wing, like a lot.
Why would he do that? Why would he have to do that?
Well, he created a basketball court, so he kind of knew what he was capable of doing. He just didn't do it.
Why are you asking why Obama would do the dumb shit that Trump is doing if he could? It's dumb shit. He didn't want to do dumb shit. What kind of question is that?
Well, it alludes to the fact that, first of all, Obama fucked up pretty hardcore because he tried to. Here's why: because he tried to negotiate and try to come to the middle ground when he should have just enacted his policies full forced.
Middle ground to what? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Obama. I'm talking about, for example, look at the healthcare, Obamacare, right?
What does that have to do with anything we're talking about?
Does anybody here know how much money Obama spent to construct around the White House, by any chance?
Construct what? What did he construct?
Different projects.
Oh, you mean he turned a little thing into a basketball court that they?
No, not just that, but like just
they put it back together when they were done. And if he did do anything, he did it the right way with permits.
I'm not talking about that stuff. I'm talking about I'm talking about infrastructure stuff, like stuff on the actual White House, stuff that needed.
What did he do?
Like just simple. Who the, bro?
Exactly, simple shit. Not tearing down.
Hold on, somebody's.
Did you just call Stargazer bro?
Yeah,
I don't know.
You're not called Star. Hey, Libtears, can you not call Stargazer bro?
I did not say. Somebody's really rustling and it's annoying.
Yeah, but she's not bro.
All right, she isn't a bro. You're correct. So
thank you. Good boy.
So what? I'm not a dog.
Lib, explain it.
Sometimes you are.
Hold on. Congress in 2008, they approved and funded a $376 million project. Isn't that crazy?
What was it?
It was an infrastructure project. So between 20
what kind of infrastructure?
Just different stuff around the White House, like security overhauls, similar to what Trump's doing.
So like actual like important shit, right?
Yeah.
Not tearing.
Underground utilities, security overhauls, what Trump is doing, yes.
Okay. And he probably got that approved, and there was a detailed plan. He hired legitimate contractors to do it. So,
yeah, Congress signed it,
that does not compare to anything that Trump has done.
I know. I didn't know that until I just researched that. I found it pretty crazy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, presidents do things, I'm sure, and first ladies do things too.
You're kind of knocking what he's saying when he's bringing up a valid point.
What's valid in what aspect?
Valid in expenditures in infrastructure in the White House, right? Which is what
you cannot compare destroying the East Wing of the White House with infrastructure updates.
I'm not saying it's comparable. What I'm saying is that, actually, I am saying this. So it kind of is comparable.
Yeah, no, it is not at all.
It is. It's at the end of the day, it's expenditures on infrastructure, right? And so Obama
it's not
did it.
lift. It's not even that. It's because Trump's doing it. That's really what it comes down to.
I mean,
it's because the entire
how
fucking
the infinity pond go again? Like how did the
it's not.
He concreted over the rose bush or the rose garden. Yeah.
We don't need them roses.
That was really special.
Speaking of infrastructure, how is the fountain? Is the fountain working in the reflection pond? Or I mean, how's that going?
Yeah, yeah.
Talk about a waste of resources. Like, what I can say is whatever Obama did to the White House lasted until Trump decided that he wanted to turn it into a trailer park. What I can't say that has lasted is whatever Trump decided would be great for the reflecting pond. So, like, I don't know. Can some big man explain it to me?
Oh, stop.
I don't think we have a full-grown one at the bottom row.
Miss Sandra's over here.
Miss Sanders. Oh, you know
Stop
what?
being a misogynist, and I won't have to be a misandrist. There you go.
Hey, Peg. Hey, Peg.
Oh my god.
Do you think we should try and get Donovan's victimhood changed into Libtier's victimhood? Because it seems like he needs an account much more today.
I want
It feels
something
like
more. I want some.
that, Ellen.
Yeah, I agree.
Somebody do that, please. I would love that.
I think I've already told him his Libtier lube. You know,
Put a
Libtier
picture of my
lube.
schmecker as your fucking PSP too.
Did you just say something about your pecker to her? Your
My
schmecker?
schmecker.
Are you
There's something that Trump is
Stay
doing
classy,
right,
libtard.
which Democrat presidents have not done right. Things like hosting UFC, things like hosting the IndyCar 500 around Washington D.C. These are things these are things that popularize a president and
These are things that make America great.
So it's a popularity contest? I thought it was a president.
Sure is. Sure is. And you know what, Stargazer? You don't even have to actually win in order to win. That's the coolest thing about it.
No, you
So
win.
fucking awesome.
Look, you have to win people's minds. You win their hearts, and certain.
No, you don't.
their
You definitely
hearts
don't need to do
are
that. You just need to.
heart.
Nope. This is
No,
how it works.
no,
Nope.
you're wrong.
Hey, Lift, I'm
No,
gonna
you're
tell you the
wrong.
secret. All you have to do is say you won, and then you win. That's
No,
it.
look.
Understand? Wait, hold on, Lift. I don't understand how turning the White House lawn into a freaking carnival sideshow makes us reputable in the eyes of anybody on this earth.
You know, you need to unclench
every
and
UFC
stop
fan
clutching your pearls and have a little fun and
Like,
let down your hair.
No, and when you talk about IndyCar 500, right? You earn
Please don't do this.
You earn every
Listen,
vote from IndyCar.
Dale Earnhardt, I'm not in the mood.
It was an
Please.
IndyCar.
R.I.P. Dale Earnhardt.
Right, was it?
Hey, you know what
It
though?
was
You know
Indy,
what else
right?
needs lift and shift?
Was it IndyCar?
No, I don't know. It was.
No, it was.
Yes, it was Indy. It was Indy 500.
I wish you would just be men and like football. Like, please. It's enough.
If
Your other interests don't matter.
On the White House lawn, then you would have.
I wish you would be a woman
Your
and
other
just like
interests don't
Barbie
matter.
dolls.
Are you being a...
Hold on. The irony is that I'm
nails.
I'm a 49ers fan, and the owner, Jed York, is in some hot water right now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. That's
Is
so
he a
cool.
misandrist?
Don't they all get called out for doing something bad eventually? I think like the Dodgers just got in major hot water as well.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Look,
They're all sexist.
whether you want to realize it or not, there's truth to what I'm saying, right? Like he earned
I'm bored.
UFC fan votes, right? He earned those Indy 500 car votes, right? Those people
By driving
will now
around in
vote for-
circles.
I agree with you, Shift. You're 100% correct. Trump is the fucking best. That was
Oh,
amazing.
my.
That
Here
UFC
it
event
comes.
was amazing.
Why
and
don't you,
anybody who
two
thought
go get a
otherwise,
room?
anybody who thought otherwise sucks.
Donnie's not picking you, and neither is Penny. Just
They
want to remind
suck.
you. Sorry
They're just
to break the
they're
news to
just
you.
like uncultured.
She doesn't
swine
like you.
lip.
Here's my thing,
Wait,
Lib. How
hey,
does
hey. Well, I couldn't hear a goddamn thing Lib was saying.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
that's so rude.
You're welcome, Mojo.
No,
Just say
don't
thank
say
you,
you're
Mojo.
welcome. No,
She's so
I have
rude.
panels for a reason. I'm sorry if you don't like that.
I just was sheltering your ears from the words. I thought I was helping.
Fine.
My bad.
Hell,
So,
Mojo's a big boy. You don't have to protect him, okay?
I don't have to. You're right.
So
I
maybe
want
don't.
to.
Maybe
I
don't.
want
Just
to.
don't. Just don't
I
do it.
want to. Don't
That's
be
what-
upset.
You're not the arbitrator of protection, okay?
Arbiter. It's the arbiter. The arbiter.
Let's let
should be.
Lib speak because I want to change the topic after he's done, please.
No, I think I made my statement pretty clearly. If you didn't hear me, if Mojo
Yeah,
didn't
nobody
hear
was
me,
talking about you. What the fuck? I didn't hear what Liv
I love
said.
you, buddy. I love you, Lift. You're so
He's trying
you're
to
so
center
like,
himself.
You're so like innocent, Lift, and these people are picking on you. It's so unbelievable.
And you. We're picking on you too.
No. I can handle myself. Poor Lift. I mean,
Can you?
You're just speaking past him rudely and ignorantly and misandrily.
I was correcting the word. I was correcting the word arbiter, so he would.
Misandrily. Yes, I made up a
What
word.
the fuck is misandrily?
I'm a linguistic champion, Mojo.
You're not a champion of anything.
Champion of life.
Except for
never
struggle
mind.
bus.
Hey, okay, this is dumb. Stargazer, what?
Oh, I wanted to. Did civics? Did you want to talk about our oil reserves? I mean, is no one concerned about that?
I mean, it's a clusterfuck of what you should be worried about. I don't really know where to focus.
Yeah.
Yes, but aren't we drilling now? Like civics, aren't we drilling like more so?
Drill-
Didn't they get like a patent to start? I forget
Yeah,
where.
drill, baby, drill. Isn't that Lyft would know? What's Trump
I
drilling?
hate that you said that. God.
I think they
I was
just
hoping nobody would say it. God.
I thought we were already producing the most oil in the world.
Yeah, but
We were already on top of it. We need to do more.
No, it's drops to the lowest levels since
Or
1983.
Our reserves, yeah. I'm just saying in general, like, aren't we pumping out more oil?
No, well, we've been using a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying we're producing oil for our reserves. We're just in general producing oil.
I mean, isn't that like a safety net for us?
Absolutely, it is.
So it's I don't know. I don't know what are they using it on? Or what are we selling it? Or are we actually using
I have
it?
no idea.
Drill, baby, drill. That's all I gotta say.
See, it's dumb. It's dumb. That's all they care about.
Drill,
Fucking dumb.
So what is the consequence of using our oil reserves? Like, what is the negative impact that could potentially happen?
Well, I don't know how much time it takes to pull oil out of the ground. And then once you pull it out of the ground, you have to transport it to a refinery, and then you have to refine it, and then you have to transport it to a place to be utilized in some way, shape, or form. I don't know how long that takes, but if we use up all of our reserves and we're at war in Iran, they kind of need gas in they need gas in most of our ships and equipment and shit like that. Or diesel, something or another. I don't know.
Yeah, diesel.
So I guess if we run out of it, then we just have to go based on what we can pull out of the ground, and day by day, I suppose, right?
That's a frightening thought.
We've never been in a situation where it's like, hey, we don't have gas. You can't have gas because we don't have it, right? We've never been in that.
Hold on. We have.
In the 70s,
Well,
I lived it.
Just never been this unaffordable.
I lived it
That's
in the
cost.
70s.
Yeah, there were gas lines in the 70s that
Yep.
you would pay a shit ton of money to get like 3 gallons of gas because that's all they'd let you get, and you'd have to sit in fucking line for 5 hours to get it.
And you had to have several friends to push your car forward because you didn't have any gas to drive in the
Was that because of
line.
Vietnam? Or
Yeah.
that was because of Vietnam?
No, it was because of an oil embargo by Iran through the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you.
Almost like history is repeating itself.
Was it really?
It was.
Yes. Yes.
Was it really? We had the same gas issue in the past with Iran?
Yes.
Yeah, it's almost like if you don't know about history, you're kind of doomed to repeat it like an idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know anything? Hey, Lift, are you familiar with anything that happened between the years of the Nixon, I'd say, and the Reagan administration?
No, I wasn't alive back then.
But those are pivotal years, and I think you'd be really interested in a lot of that history. To be honest with you, I'm not being sarcastic
What happened,
in any
Ella?
way. What happened? A lot happened. You don't know either?
No, I know, but I'm curious what you know happened.
What do you mean? Plenty
Just what happened. What happened under Nixon?
Get a book.
What happened under
Find a
Nixon?
book. Find a book.
They actually restructured our entire automobile development process in the country. It used to be in the 60s and early 70s, we had all those muscle cars, right? All V8s, all high horsepower and shit like that.
Real heavy,
and
sturdy.
super heavy. And then they started releasing smaller and smaller cars. They started putting V6s in fucking Mustangs and in Camaros and shit like that.
Yeah.
So nothing had any power anymore, but it would get better gas mileage. Yeah, I mean
They made them light.
Started doing imports like Toyota. That's when Toyota became big.
Are you?
But you know what? I'm right
Corolla,
side.
the
If
little
that
cars.
happens, exactly. But if that happens, guess what? Maybe we can all get the new Chinese electric car.
Are you against emission standards, Mojo? Is that what you're saying?
No, it has nothing to do with emissions.
Are
I'm
you
just telling you that-
anti-emission standards?
I'm just telling you that bad policy caused us to have to restructure our entire automobile policy.
So our entire economy shifted because of Iran, I guess, holding.
Yeah. Well, it had
No, it was
something to do
because of
with
the Vietnam
hostage.
War. That's why.
It had something to do with hostages. I remember tying
Yes.
ribbons, yellow
Yes.
ribbons around trees.
Yep.
1979.
Oliver North.
Well, there was that too. That was the
I wish Marty
weapons to the
McFly could.
Contras.
I wish Jack and Marty could pick up Lyft and take Lyft Back to the Future because I feel like that would be like actually a fun adventure for him, and I think it would.
Biff.
No.
would turn it into
Back
Biff.
Future?
He would.
Hold on.
He would get the almanac.
If you brought me back into the past, I'd become Baron. So
He would be Biff, dude. He would make it Donald Trump 2.0 evil.
He would be king. He'd be king.
I don't think I'm evil.
King.
This
Lyft
is
and
why
shit.
you guys. This is why you guys shouldn't vote for Republicans, because if you look back at history, Republicans have sucked. Over
No,
and over
I'm
and
voting for
Not
Republicans
always.
because you guys hate Republicans.
Really?
That's why I'm
What
voting
Republican was good? Wait,
I
I'll give
voted-
Nixon. I'll give Nixon.
I voted for one
the
Republican.
national parks. I'll give Nixon the national parks.
for. Nixon wasn't a Republican.
Yeah, he was.
Are you okay?
No, he was a Democrat.
No,
Are
he
you
wasn't.
okay?
Are you serious?
He was a Democrat in
Wow.
sheep's clothing.
You can't be that.
Okay, all right. But
Challenge.
you know he was an elected.
He was,
Republican, right?
yes.
Tricky
Okay.
dicky.
He did have democratic views. Didn't he legitimize illegal immigration? Right. That's something he did, right?
Reagan did.
Pardon? What? I didn't hear that. What?
He legalized illegal immigration, right? He gave amnesty or something like that.
Reagan gave amnesty
Yeah, exactly.
to like 10 million.
Reagan, who made more national
No.
parks, like in California especially, I thought.
Jimmy Carter, I thought.
TR was
Jimmy
one.
Carter.
Yeah, and now Trump is going to let them destroy them.
But at least we
However,
have a place to have rooms go around in a track. Thank God. for
What's
that.
wrong with the broom?
Unalive.
That's going to be so awesome.
Unalive Valley, which is like believe it or not, has such a vast ecosystem, especially for avians or whatever. They are already starting. An Australian company owns a big part of that in Joshua Tree right now. It's like where I grew up, and it really sucks.
and they did buy a bunch of land, Mojo. I believe. I don't think it's in Colorado, but it's near there for the wild horses. They're trying to save the wild horses too.
Are those the ones that?
Is that where they're going to get the meat from?
Yep, $125 a piece.
Already has started.
Hey, look.
Libertarians, can I ask you, what do you think about the selling of public land?
Lift. I got a question for you. Are you looking forward to the races in DC?
They already happened.
At this trials run, I'm not sure that
It was a trick question.
Mojo.
All right, go ahead, Lift.
Sorry, Mojo. I have
what
a
I want to
question.
ask you is, how do you feel about the selling of public land?
Stop. What?
I posted something about your governor made a statement about mail-in voting. I posted it in General Shenanigans for you.
Oh. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I haven't been paying attention to shit.
Yeah. I tagged you in it. You should be able to find it.
All right.
A couple hours.
Is it because you've eaten the booty lettuce or the booty blueberries, Mojo? Or what about the salmonella salmon?
Brie lettuce.
What do you mean by
No,
what do you mean by
because
public
TikTok
land?
sucks and everybody on TikTok sucks.
What do you mean by
Wait,
public
then
land?
then why are you still here?
For the booty lettuce, of course.
Lib, if you can't read, Lib, We could get you like audio version of like either the newspaper or like any different things. We can get you audiobooks. I wish you just. It sounds like to me.
What are
some
you
of
talking about?
It's okay. You don't have to be
I
ashamed.
don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Because you can't read, probably.
No, I also don't know what you're talking about. So it makes two of us.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you, so it's cool though. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what you were talking about with him.
Cool. Gotcha. I gotcha. Thanks.
Can we talk about how people feel about selling of public lands? What
do you mean by that though? Like by the government?
Yeah,
National parks.
Or I heard that the government is selling public lands to private investors or something like that.
I don't
Where'd you
know.
hear that?
He's selling them. He's giving them access to.
Are they going to own the land though? Is that what the access means?
That
don't know.
I would doubt that. Although, if he has them in his pocket, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I like conservation. If he's doing that, that's a problem to me. But if it's land that's usable for like the society, I'm fine with that.
Oh no, it's for drilling and
Ella, please hurry, Ella. Yes.
just basically raping the environment. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's basically like I got conservative members of my family that would hate to hear this shit because they.
Here it comes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ella. Jesus.
I know
we're
which one
waiting.
it is. I bet you I know which one. Please do the right one.
No, Bonnie's keep.
It's gonna be fuck my pussy. Do it.
Oh. No.
Poop machine. His poops are stinky, but his snuggles are supreme. Doogie is the cutest poop machine. His poops are stinky, but his snuggles are supreme.
Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck is that?
That is wild that they put that on fucking TikTok as a gift.
That's crazy.
Is that like a child song or something?
No,
yeah.
no way. Yeah, go sing it to your kid.
Nothing good can come from selling public land like national parks to private corporations.
So is he actually selling the land?
Yeah, I'm confused. I have to look into this.
Well, I mean, according to Lyft, if that's true, I'm not sure.
He's not wrong because I heard that
there it is.
Jesus.
What the hell? Buy that one, Lyft.
What Ibanez was saying is I think it's true because I heard I've seen multiple articles about this about selling land.
How can you talk? How can you talk after that? What the fuck is wrong with you? Did you hear that? Lyft?
He doesn't know what a pussy is. He's never seen a pussy.
No, I heard a poop song and then not gonna lie, that's just kind of out.
What song is this? I need to find it.
Bro, I do not want to know your playlist.
I would say seal in French.
Crying.
It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up.
Love it. And that's why Elle wins every day of the week.
Right? Do you see when she comes into the room? There's a little triangle with the glowing deer antlers in it. It's so cool.
Like, yeah, it was the best.
I don't know why he
It goes.
hangs out with us.
Quiet time.
Pissy pants, menstrual health cramps, is Sid's middle name, he gets no girls.
That one's
What the fuck?
I didn't hear that one.
Something about menstrual cramps? I don't know.
You don't want to hear
That's
the
the
Charlie
new.
Kirk
That's the
song.
new
And
Crimson. What is the game you guys play? Crimson whatever.
Desert.
That's the real Crimson Desert, baby.
Every time the Charlie Kirk song plays,
Crimson
Then
Desert.
Tears feels like he's going home. It makes him feel so grounded.
What did you say, El?
Robot, you're at 50.
How much do you like hearing the Charlie Kirk song?
Are those
It just
AI
makes you feel
songs,
like you're.
or is there an actual person who made that song?
I don't care about the Charlie
They're
Kirk
in the
song.
gift. They're in the gift thing. You can see for yourself.
I'm trying
There's
to
a whole
find the
bunch.
Fort, the Poussey song. I can't find it.
Yeah.
No,
I
Liv,
got it.
we know
Fort
that
my
and the
pussy.
T you cannot find.
Fort my pussy.
No.
That is French, damn it. That is not English. This app is so raunchy.
Look how cheap he is. He has to play it through his fucking speakers rather than give it a gift. Look how cheap.
That wasn't me. That was L.
What happened? What about it? What about it?
You were playing
What?
it, and he thought that I was playing it.
You were playing it.
You
That
were
wasn't
playing
me.
it. Yeah.
Don't you blame
Okay,
me?
this is me. You ready? This is me. This is me. Whatever the fuck this is.
Well, I don't
know what the
understand your
fuck
point.
that crap is, but
Right. Okay, and this is also you.
no, I will not, El. No, I will not.
I don't.
I am
Okay,
celibate.
sure, lost. Fine.
I am
Someone will.
celibate.
Okay. You would.
Jesus
You would.
fucking Christ,
I
you
don't.
people are crazy. What is
I
wrong
still.
with you
I don't
people?
choose you either.
What the fuck is
I
wrong
don't
with
choose you either. I don't choose you either.
I'm
Neither does
celibate.
Penny. Neither does Donald Trump. Sorry. Sorry to let you know.
Penny, ugh.
Sorry.
What the hell's wrong with you?
Mojo crash out.
It's like, ugh. God.
Mojo after
You know
dark is
what?
perfect.
This is one thing we can finally agree on. Thank God.
What?
Song for tap that tap. I wanted to say tap that ass, like DATASS. Do we have a song that can do that?
If Crosstabs isn't in here right now, that fucker was supposed to do a new one for me, and he hasn't done it yet.
What was he supposed to do?
A song or a background?
The background.
Oh.
This was created like a year and a half ago, and then it was
I liked
updated with the tap that ass about
There's
3 months after that.
Crosstabs.
Dude, you guys listen to some weird shit.
That's my fucking. That's my theme
These
song.
are the gifts. These are the gifts.
L really finds that so funny. That's what's so funny about that.
I do.
It's kind of funny.
Honestly, I have the most juvenile humor. I can't help it.
We know.
It's so hard to walk around this entire earth being labeled a Zionist when I'm not, so I have to find some kind of humor in something. There you go.
Oh man. I wonder what that means in English. Le fort my poussey.
Please don't ever say that again.
I think we all know
It's a song.
What does it mean, Lift? I don't know. Can you tell me?
It's about eating
no,
breakfast.
Come on, Lift. Lift, come on. You can tell me. I won't tell anybody.
No, I can't, and I shall not. If you don't know,
Come on.
then I think that you need to get more educated, and that's not my job.
Oh, well, I don't know why you wouldn't want to help, but that's fine. I get your respect.
Because you're just trying to find a reason to I know what you're trying to do.
To what?
You know what you're trying to do,
Huh?
right?
I know what? I'm sorry.
You know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make me explain a very vulgar song that you.
Oh, no, I don't. No,
No,
I
that's what
don't
you're
mean for you to do that. No. No, I didn't. No.
Okay,
no,
so
you don't
hold
know.
on, guys.
Yes.
That actual song, it means this seal
Yeah.
pushed me. That's the literal translation, so it's not funny anymore.
Wait, say that again? I didn't hear you.
The translation to that song is L L. L. It's
What does
not
it mean?
funny anymore. We know the real
What does it
word.
mean?
It's not funny.
Actually,
It is so funny.
It is still kind of funny.
It's actually
No.
funnier. Mojo, it's funnier now.
It's funnier now because it's annoying.
What does it mean in French or whatever?
Fuck means quite literally seal. That's what it means. I had a
It
little
actually-
kid with a stuffed seal on like in around me, and I was like, oh, and I didn't know they were French, and I was like, oh, I like your seal, and he just said like, mon fuck, and I was like, oh my god, what?
Yeah, that like the fucking pussy.
Pousse means to
me.
push.
Yeah. So it's not funny anymore.
It's hilarious.
It's a
Yeah,
little.
I disagree. It's still pretty fucking funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was
You
intentional.
disagree because you want the gifts, you sack of crap.
They knew what they were doing with that song.
Don't I deserve gifts? I'm
Right?
sorry, Liv. Liv, I have been sitting here.
Don't I deserve love?
Hold on.
I have been live for about 12 fucking hours today.
Dude, you've been live and you've asked to tap the screen once since I've been on here in like 4 hours.
I know, and here you are bitching about a fucking dollar gift. So who's got an issue here?
Don't you make enough money at the noise factory?
He's got to spend all his coin on his daddy Trump to fix the pond.
I totally just.
It's not working out.
Yeah, dude. Every time you're at work and you unmute, it just sounds like there's just noise. It's all that. It's just
No, that's weird. Honestly, honest to God, okay? I'm on mute when I walk away from my phone, and then all of a sudden you guys hear the background noise. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm not even near my phone and it unmutes on me. I don't know why. It's weird.
Oh.
It's the ghost of your conscience trying to make you a better person.
No, I was on a fucking. I was on a forklift backing up today, and all of a sudden everybody's like yelling, "What the hell's that noise?" And I can hear. I'm like, "What the hell?" So weird.
You see that song?
Yeah, no, I wasn't doing no. It's fucking weird.
We all talked about Dolly today, and who's going to buy the children books when she's gone.
So you're a blue collar worker, Lib?
She asked for donations to go to that.
On this panel, are you guys white or blue collar workers?
I mean,
I have a brown collar.
I know what they would consider my job, honestly. I mean, I don't have like a traditional office, so I guess like a blue collar job, but like not really. I don't know.
I was blue collar and I'm retired.
Okay, you were blue collar. How about you, Al?
What do you think I do?
I don't know. That's why I asked you. If I knew, I would fucking stated it.
Take a guess. I might surprise you.
Red light district.
Honestly, if I had to guess, I would say you work at an amusement park.
Bro.
Yeah, she works at Six Flags.
Like Disney? What the fuck?
I don't know. Just fucking, she asked me. I told you I don't know. So like,
That's fair. That's fair. I did ask you. I'm a lawyer.
I'm done.
Okay, I did not expect that. How about you, Just Z?
She's a nurse practitioner. I don't know if she's
Okay, so that was white collar. I guess that's white collar, blue collar. I'm not.
It's like it's blue collar. Yeah.
All right, Bonios. How about you?
I do 3D animation.
What do you do?
You're white collar or blue collar? I'm not asking what you do.
I mean, I guess you can consider that. Which one's?
It's kinda like
I guess it's white
antiquated.
color.
It's kind of like antiquated way to describe things anymore because there's so much crossover. But what do you do, Lift?
It's not that much. No, Civics. How about you? White
Lift,
or
what do
blue
you
collar?
do?
We're getting there, right?
White collar, I guess.
Okay, I'm white collar as well. obviously.
What do you do?
I would not call that obvious.
I do white collar
What type?
activities.
Well, I believe him because he doesn't believe you should teach your kids to change your oil or change your tires.
I want to know what you do.
Oh, you were there for that?
Yeah, he doesn't get his hands dirty.
Well, I know, but I want to know what he actually does. Is it numbers or is it what?
I secure financial markets. Yeah.
I could never be white collar, dude.
He,
I could
he
never
gets
do
weekly mani-pedis.
Yeah, because you have to be able to read. That's why.
I do actually. I don't get mani pedis. I do get pedis, and also actually, I realize. First of all, it's actually kind of fun to do it because you get massages and shit, and like it's actually pretty cool. But like that's besides the point.
I like that you pamper yourself. That's good. That's actually kind of cool. Don't be like that.
I'm just saying, look,
ending. Don't kink shame. No kink shaming.
It's just a question. Why do you have to go there, El?
No, what I'm saying is that, look, dude, until you actually try it, then like it's like this.
Okay.
That
What's
people
your
don't
thing
really
about
understand.
no one cares about your massages? What's your point about the blue collar, white collar? Where are you getting?
Well, I'm trying to judge you guys based on what you're saying, right? And so, if you're a blue collar worker, right,
Great, you think I
have less of opinion, or I have less value in what you're saying.
Why? You don't value aviation professionals? Is that what you're saying? Because my job is neither blue nor white. It's somewhere in the middle. I don't know, but I guarantee you, I probably make more than you do.
What about a production supervisor?
Hold on. What does that say about me if I work at a circus then? Or an amusement park? I mean,
and again, there's a lot of blue collar jobs that make way more money than other jobs that I know of. So again,
what do I do? What do I do at the amusement park? Do I take tickets? Do I make funnel cakes? Like, what do I do?
Well,
am I a trapeze artist?
Hey, those are pretty badass people.
Lift, what do I do?
You're an animal artist. Again, why does this matter? Like, Lift, what does it matter? You're judging people on their jobs, not on their character. Says everything about you. Interesting.
It says that I know what I'm talking about, right? That's what it says, right?
You don't know anything about what you're talking about. Why don't you come down to reality and make a point?
Well, Peg.
And if anyone's a Disney princess, L, and also T-Rap, it's me.
But Peg,
me.
The left tends to appeal to authority when they make claims.
The reason why that I don't have as much belief or faith or I don't have a high opinion of blue collar workers is because that's some shit you do right out of the high school, right?
Is that why you don't like lip tears because of that or something else?
Hold on a second. I'm a production supervisor. I work with upper management pretty much day in, day out, right? So how I'm confused here. Hold on, Lift. I'm confused here.
What?
Mm-hmm.
If I work day in and day out, upper management, we go over metrics, numbers.
We're confused too. How do you do it if you can't read? Is the question.
All of these like financial numbers, right? I do all those things. Okay. How would that? How would just because I work in a shop doesn't mean I can't do all those other things?
You get dirt under your nails and you can't read.
Did not go through the educational process and
I went to school for 6 years. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you went to high school. What? That's
no, I went to college for 6 fucking years. I have my engineering degree.
Why did it take so long to get through your associate's degree?
Because I don't have an associate's, and I don't have a bachelor's either.
You didn't graduate? Aw.
So what do you have?
It doesn't matter. So I'm trying to understand the inference here. Like, what are you saying?
My inference is that if you can't finish fucking the college, you can't finish and get a degree, then it says a lot about you as a person.
I've had more college than you have, dude.
No,
I didn't know it was going to be cruel. Lift, I didn't know you were going to be cruel to live.
How many years did you go to college?
Who?
Actually, because same amount as you, 6 years. But I also graduated with a degree.
You better have a master's if you went for 6 years, or I'm going to judge you.
Yes.
So I'm going to make an observation. So apparently, according to lift and shift. Libertarians is not educated, and
But it
according
took him
to
6 years to not get a master's.
We literally
also-
went to school
but
for the
also-
same amount of time. Hold on. We went to school for the same amount of time, and you're going to say that I'm
And
uneducated?
accomplished just
I
as
got
little.
a degree. It doesn't matter how long you went, right? I understand people have complications. I understand.
Here's why it matters. Hey, quiet for a second. I'll
You
tell you
didn't
why it
even
matters.
know
Because
about.
hold
but,
on,
like,
hold on. This is why it matters. Because you just went around the room and asked each one of us what type of job we had, and then judged his education and our jobs, and then felt that you were free of that judgment. That's why it matters.
Yeah,
You
that's
got to hold yourself to the same standards,
some of
sugar.
the most intelligent people who've ever existed didn't go to fucking college, dude.
No,
But,
first of all,
I mean, not in this case for you, but
5 people, dude, which is not
Hey,
representative.
Lift, have you ever gotten calluses on your hands ever?
Sorry, what?
Have you gotten calluses on your hands?
No, he's a white
Ever-
collar.
Yeah, I do. You know why? Because I lift weights, but not from working on the
Not for leisure.
Wait,
Have you ever pushed a child out of your bottom twice?
Oh fuck! I thought you were gonna say like out of a window or something.
Have you ever pushed a child in front of oncoming traffic, or what?
What the fuck?
Yeah, his kids while he's at a bus stop looking at a magazine.
Right.
Yeah, Lift, we know.
Ibanez, just so you know, I have like soft hands. I don't know.
Of course.
I knew it.
Is that
I knew it.
invitation?
Hey,
All your
Mojo?
hard work of, sucking up to Mojo, Ibanez has paid off. He's giving you an invite. Anyways,
Mojo,
Lift,
Mojo,
you're coming up here
Mojo,
talking
do you
about.
condition your hair? Do you condition your hair as well? Please let us know.
No.
I've worked
I
with
knew
people,
it.
You do?
I fucking knew it.
and I've worked with people.
Wait.
who did not have- Okay, there's a
You
fucking knew it.
condition
I
your
love
hair? Wait,
Yes.
with
So
what?
hot, Mojo.
With what? With avocado oil?
Fucking
What?
man juice.
No, I just use like a conditioner, but it's
Do you use a 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner?
Is it
no,
white
I do
and
not.
heavy?
No, I do not. And as a matter of fact, a lot of times I'll double condition, so I'll let it sit in there for a minute, rinse it out. I also have some.
You know what you're doing. That means that
I
tells
also
me
have some
you know
after-
what you're doing.
Yeah, I also have some after shower conditioner or leave-in conditioner as well.
I know you're fucking.
Mojo, I didn't. You're the right amount of high maintenance. I didn't know that.
I want
like
proof.
that.
I want proof. I wanna see
No,
it.
you just believe
I
him
don't
at his word.
believe you. I want to see the
have to.
bottles.
He
He's
showed
not
them
going to give
before.
consent.
He showed
You
us.
have to get his consent, Peg.
The
You
only
can't just
bottles he
force
has is
him.
labeled with a K and a Y.
I
Okay.
actually
So what?
showed these. I actually showed these
Yep.
bottles before. I talked about
Don't
the
kink
stuff
shame.
I buy.
At least his hand gives it up to him. So what? Why are you upset?
Jesus Christ!
She's crazy, dude.
What the fuck?
Not all of us can cry as easy as you do, Lib. So again,
If you could
getting
read,
back
you
to
could get
Lib,
KY jelly at the store too, but you can't even make it to the store to.
I
read
can't
the
afford
signs.
to with my gray
do
collar
what?
job. I can't afford it. Going back to Lyft, here's the other thing too. Like you come up here, you talk about everybody's jobs, but yet you didn't know that there was a gas shortage in the 1970s. Not really. Like if we had to go on an intelligence scale,
Wait, Peg,
we had to
Peg,
go
don't
on an
forget that Lib
intelligence
here
scale,
he thought that Nixon was a Democrat.
I was kidding,
right,
damn it.
right.
You can't
We'll
say
deal
with
sarcasm
Lib
if
later.
they hit you in the face, L.
We'll deal with Lib later. But the fact that you can't even understand simple concepts that civics was trying to so eloquently give to you earlier on doesn't show me a lot about your intelligence. So, like, your $90K a year doesn't impress me, bro.
90K is pretty cheap.
Actually, we're about 100% off. But anyway, that's
Lyft, how much do you make a year?
a lot more than you.
How much do you make a year?
156.
That's only a little bit more than I do, so okay.
But the point being is that I've worked with people who.
What is the point?
Degrees, and I work. With
Yeah, what is even this conversation?
There's a
He's
stark
getting
difference.
there.
I'm getting there. There's a stark difference between
A
those
really
two.
intelligent person would have already gotten there already, Lyft.
Hey,
You know that,
shut
right?
up! Just
No.
shut up! Shut up! Stop!
Mojo,
Guys,
you have
this
to
is-
leave now.
this
You have
is
to remove
annoying.
yourself.
This is really annoying.
Hey, Mojo, what do you do for work?
It's the rules, Mojo. Do you want me to remove you? Do you want me to drop you, Mojo? I'm in big trouble.
He's gathering his thoughts right now. It might take a while.
there's a stark difference between people who have a college degree and people who don't, right? Just in terms of intelligence, in terms of learning on their own. So, like, there is a very vast difference between them. So I asked you guys because I just wanted to know, what you're seeing and what your level of education was to see if it aligns. Okay.
That's that. You asked what our jobs were. There's plenty of people that I know in blue-collar jobs that have tons of education.
The reason why I asked white or blue collar is because if you're blue collar, most likely you didn't go to college. If you're white collar, most likely you did go to college.
That's not true. I know so many people. I know so many people with massive degrees that aren't using them right now because, believe it or not, they make a little bit more in these trade jobs. I'm telling you.
There are a lot of people out of work in major debt because of those.
My best friend has a doctorate. She has a doctorate in psychology. She had an amazing practice. She doesn't want to do it anymore.
Yes, but
she doesn't want to do it anymore. She was making $300K a year. You know what she's doing now? She owns her own business. She actually owns a retail business, and she's making almost $1 million a year now. Again, that had nothing to do with her education. She could have been doing that right out of high school.
Look, I know
but she got tired. She got burnt out, and then she decided, "Hey, I'm going to try something different. I'm going to do what I always wanted to do," and she's doing it. Good for her.
Anyone who went to college knows that you major in psychology if you don't know what the fuck you want to do, right? That's pretty clear cut.
Lift, are you an accountant?
It's so true. I'm sorry to break it to you. It is true.
And she was very successful.
Lift,
She's
are
a
you an
very
accountant?
successful psychologist.
That's 1 in a million. Okay.
Lift, are you an accountant?
No.
You know, Lift, I bet you would benefit from having some counseling.
I'm sure I would. So would everyone. But
What kind of counseling?
You go into psychology when you don't know what you want to do with your life.
Blue collar
That's
counseling.
what everyone does.
That's what business majors do. If you don't know what you're going to do, everyone majors in business. Get out of here.
Right. You're actually completely wrong because it's actually very hard to get into business majors, and depending on what college you go to, it's
No, it's not. No,
I
it's
can get
not.
into a business major in a community college. Like, what are you talking about?
Literally, business is the easiest degree to get into. In fact, I actually went in as a business major so I could become a psych major because my school was so impacted.
Well, I do like how he padded that sentence with "at some schools." Yeah, lots of things are hard to get to at some schools that are good at that thing. That doesn't mean it's hard to get into business because it's hard to get into business at Penn State Wharton. Like, that's not how that works.
One thing that's not hard to get into, whatever school you go to, is psychology.
I guarantee that there are several colleges in this country with psychology programs that are difficult to get into.
And
they're so heavily impacted.
I'd take 9 times out of 10 because that's a winning bet.
Why do you look down on people?
I've been here for 15 minutes and I have no fucking idea what your point is. You've been dick swinging about money and degrees since I got here, and I cannot fail the life of me figure out what the fuck we're talking about.
Okay, well then, you might be a psychology degree major.
No, I'm just tired of listening to you fucking swing your cock around like you're the biggest, baddest guy in the room, that you know more than everybody else and you have the best degree and you make the most money. And nobody actually gives a half a fuck, dude. But we have a real discussion about something that matters.
No. He's hiding behind. He doesn't know anything. Like, don't be upset. He literally doesn't know anything he's talking about. He's not.
Yeah, it's the most paper thin facade that anyone could ever use, and they do it every fucking time, and it's so exhausting. Move on to something of substance and put your dick back in your pants. No one can see it anyways. It's too small.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. It's not that bad. It's not that serious.
And he voted for Trump.
Yeah, I mean, it is like, no one comes here to listen to fucking Lift and Shift talk about what degrees are worth people getting. No one gives a fuck. Can we talk about something that's like interesting instead of your drunken rambling?
So, how about you, instead of you rambling, which is what you're doing, how about you bring up something of substance? How about that? What a crazy idea, huh?
He has, and he can. I have not ever heard anything about it.
I haven't heard a single thing of importance coming out of his mouth. So,
because I've been here for 15 seconds.
Hey, Civics, what keeps you up at night? What's keeping you up tonight, Civics? I feel like you know what's going on. What's keeping you up tonight?
I'm playing Zelda, and I had a friend with Wacky lettuce.
That's fantastic.
It sounded like that earlier. I wasn't sure.
What kind of wacky lettuce? I can't partake.
It kind of gives you cholesteria or whatever it is. No, I'm just kidding.
Sativa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My thing, Dota is such an outdated game, dude.
What? Zelda's great. What are you talking about?
Why do you criticize everyone? Why do you do that to make yourself feel better about yourself?
He's insecure. People who do that are just like deeply insecure. This is why psychology is important, Lift. So when eventually you decide to harm yourself or others, there'll be people there who won't think you're too big of a piece of shit to want to help you.
Right.
You're very wrong in your opinion, and that's fine. People are entitled to be wrong.
Say it again. Make me cry. Then Liv can use it to masturbate later tonight.
Lift, fun fact, Lift, you can't be wrong in an opinion. It's not a fact-based statement, so you can't be right or wrong. So,
listen, opinions are.
I'm listening. You don't have to preface that. I'm still here.
Opinions are like an asshole. Everyone has them, right?
Unresponsive to what I said.
Progressive tears, or how about like I think progressive tears, or what's the other the Democratic Socialist tears, the DSA tears, something like that. I think that's more creative.
What? Okay. Well, that's not what I said. So you're welcome to make your own statements. Fine. Anyway, first of all, Dota is an outdated game. This dude's playing an outdated game, which says a lot about him.
He didn't say Dota for like the third time. I don't.
He said Zelda.
It's been repeated several times, and you keep saying Dota, which is an outdated game, but Zelda is not.
Oh, Zelda? Zelda also outdated.
I mean, it is old, but they just released a new one not long ago.
You're playing that one? Bullshit.
Is this L? What was that? What was that? Play it again. Do it again.
Suck my cock, it said.
I'm pretty sure that's Ty. Ty, do you know you're on the panel?
I've been talking.
Yeah, that was Ella.
Was that you doing that shit?
Hell no.
It was Ella.
No, it was him.
You were driving me crazy. Stop doing it.
Ella. Like in a good way or a bad way?
Ella. Not L, but Ella? Okay.
Ella. Was that like a...
crazy?
I thought it was L.
No, Ella.
You guys are driving me crazy. One of you guys has to change your name.
Who sings that song?
I'm going to call LK from here on out.
Mojo, that was mean. That hurt my feelings. Don't blame me. I didn't do it.
Well, feelings.
I always get in trouble, Mojo.
Blue collar workers get their feelings hurt a lot easier than white collar.
So then you do then.
Lift, hold on. Lift, you know I have a PhD, right? Lift, you know that, right?
What?
I have a PhD.
Huh?
Are your ears not working?
You have a PhD? I heard you.
Yes.
Okay. Does it stand for...
if I'm a blue collar worker, I'll stay. That's great.
Quick wit you got there. Quick wit you got there.
What?
Did we know that Iran and Oman are talking about how to manage the Strait of Hormuz? Has that been discussed in this chat yet?
Yeah, I've known about it. Nobody ever wants to talk about it, though. I don't know why.
We also talk about...
There's so much wine in here tonight. Jesus Christ.
We talked about how we're going to attack Oman if they were to even...
that's what he was going to NUK.
From the amusement park.
Well, it's soft power being utilized, right? Let's put it that way.
Put the shot collar on you.
It's soft power with...
I think it's shot.
Backing it up, right? The point being is that we have this ability to influence certain countries to do our biddings, right?
We used to.
And so this is
We have any credibility left around especially in the Middle East.
Yes, and so we're utilizing.
Let me see what's.
Fly me to potato.
Is that Eartha Kitt?
Fly me to potato.
Utilizing our influence, and Oman is an example of it. And so they're not going to strike a deal with Iran because they are now scared about what we could potentially do, right?
Is what?
I think it was pretty clearly stated.
Night, Ella.
Night, Ella.
You're going to have to start the game over.
Oh, no, don't tell her that.
They just did a 2.0 update, or they're doing it right. I'm doing it right now.
Oh, wow.
And they're added a whole bunch of shit.
Wait, like you have to start over from day one, like you've never played it before to get that update?
You don't have to, but it's almost worth it the way they set it up.
That's messy. That's messed up. I don't like that. I hate that shit.
Why? I love starting the game over again.
You do that shit all the time.
That gives me anxiety.
Bro, you replay games, and once you beat it, you should be done with the game. Like, it's not fun anymore because you already know what's going to happen, right?
No.
But
I replay games all the time.
It's not about what's going to happen. It's about getting better at the game. It's about finding all the stuff that you can find, because I'm not even anywhere close to 100% in the game yet.
So you
and like Assassin's Creed, you could be the brother or the sister. It's two different stories.
Mm-hmm. I've played the Assassin's Creed games like fucking dozens of times.
Yeah, this game has 3 characters, by the way, that you can play.
What's the name of the game?
Crimson Desert.
I'm clapping. Hey, that was a good one.
Hey.
Clap.
You beat the main story of the game. You beat the main story of the game, and then you just stop playing the game. I think that's how it should work.
Good night, Lip Tears.
I beat the main story twice already.
Then why are you still playing? Because you want to beat it with the third character?
Because I grabbed, because I started over and set it all up different with mods and shit, and I made a super overpowered character. And I'm playing through on hard from the beginning.
And because he wants to. Why do you question things like that?
There's only one game that I think is worth replaying, and it's.
You know what? That's your opinion. Everything is according to lift and shift. That's how life should be. Everything according to you. It gets really annoying.
If we were to listen and abide by how I think the world works, I think that we would all be better off. You know,
It's exactly what I just said.
I know. I'm just saying. You know,
Like ignorance is bliss.
Right.
That kind of worldview.
The world revolves around lift and shift.
No, it's just that I think that I believe in the best for everyone, right? At the end of the day,
No,
right?
you believe that you want to have the best, and you want to make sure you have better than everyone.
No, I already know that's how it's going to be. But
you look down on people.
I want to bring other people into the sphere of living their best life as well. You know,
Well, you have
I
to
don't
do
want to
that
just
in a more positive way, because the way you do it just pushes people away. It's very negative.
Okay, that's fair.
Thank
That's
you.
fair. That's fair, and it's okay to be wrong. No, I'm sorry. I'm
Yes, it is. It's okay if you're wrong.
No, that's not what I said. But
No, it's not.
look, overall, the point that I bring, and I know maybe I'm not saying it the right way all the time, but like what I want is intelligent people, right? Regardless if you went to college or not, right? I think that most of you people on this panel are intelligent. Not all of you, but most of you. And
yeah, everyone except you. Everyone except you.
Maybe if you were smarter, Lift, you'd be able to prove your point and get it out correctly, but you're not, so you can't. And here we are.
Look, I think
Next.
better of you than you think about yourself. But here's the thing. I think people with the level of intelligence to engage for this long, for these many variety of topics, I think that you guys are ripe to expand your horizons. I think that you guys are people who could be making way more money than whatever you make now. And I think that you also are, and the reason why I say that is because you can also, I think, form relationships. I think that you guys can form relationships with higher ups, do the soft power work that is required to move up the ladder. Honestly, I think that of most of you guys.
I've worked my whole life, and I'm happy where I am. I have a grandchild, and I'm comfortable, and I don't aspire to material things. So I don't, you could just take me out of your equation.
Okay, maybe not you, but so when I said most people, then you're the one who was excluded, right? Everyone besides you.
Okay.
Only because you don't aspire for it. But I do think that everyone is capable of doing more than what you're doing right now.
Sure.
I have maybe call it unfettered belief in people, right? Call it not being skeptical about I just believe in people. Okay, I believe in the best.
Right.
I don't take advice from people who wear pants to the beach.
I think that's a crazy opinion to have of people that you don't fucking know a goddamn thing about. That's a crazy thing to say about people that you know nothing about at all.
Well, you can tell a lot from just how people speak, right?
And from what I can tell is you're a drunken fuck, and all you do is come out here and babble every night while you fucking down a fifth. That's what I gather, and I don't know why that makes you better than anybody else.
Okay, so when I said most people, it also excludes you.
Your opinion of me means less than fucking nothing, dude.
That's good.
You
reminds me of the thing. Go ahead.
I don't know. You need to learn how to be more positive and encourage people instead of, oh, what did you do? What do you do? What do you do? Oh, you guys are below me because you're blue collar. That's not how you encourage people to do better. You do better by, being more positive. And
I watched Mr. Rogers when you were a kid. Maybe you wouldn't be such a fucking piece of shit now.
I'm not a piece of shit, first of all.
Yeah, he could have fooled me. Act one like smell like one. Acts like a duck, talks like a duck.
Yeah, okay. Okay, dude.
And just maybe...
I've never heard you do anything but fucking bitch or put other people down. And I've been on here quite a bit. And that's all you ever fucking do. You had nothing of substance, and you just fucking whine.
I don't put people down all the time, okay?
Jesus, man, that's pretty harsh.
And that's when you're being annoying. It's the other time. You didn't say it all the time.
He's not. No offense, Lift. I don't really believe who you say you are. I think this is all. No one pushes this hard. Like if they actually have something of substance to give, I think you're full of shit. That's fine. I don't judge anybody. Where we are in life is where we are in life. But you definitely are compensating. Do you ever hear the saying, "Doth the lady protest too much?" That's you right now. And so honestly, I don't give a shit if you're Stargazer, be positive. I don't give a shit what you do. I don't care if you come up here and you put everyone down, because honestly, it means nothing, because I really don't think you're a genuine person, and that's fine. You don't have to be. It's TikTok. I don't expect it. But here's what I do expect you to do is take accountability in how you vote and who you're voting for and where you do with that. So other than that, I could give two shits about what you think or do. And I think if anybody who does is a fool.
Well, you're mistaken on your belief, then. I'm sorry to break it to you, but you are.
I don't know. Just something smells.
You know how you change that? You know how you change people's opinions about you? You change your fucking behaviors. And then they won't think that you're a piece of shit. That's how that works.
I don't care.
It is a cumulative result of your observed behaviors. That's why we think the way we think. If you don't want people to think like that, and you think we're wrong, then maybe you should demonstrate how incorrect we are by proving us wrong and not acting the way that we were prescribing to you.
Or don't. Just keep on what you're doing.
Incapable.
No, here's the thing. I do not stand to benefit from you doing better in your life, right? I'm just suggesting ways to do it. And if you don't want to take it, then that's fine. Whatever. Live your own life. Right? It's not going to affect me. My life is going to be just fine. The way
I tend to not take advice from the guy next at the bar stool next to me usually. And this is kind of feeling like one of those moments.
Okay. That's your opinion, and you're
Didn't
about it, but that's
Can I
fine.
pivot? Can I pivot? Did anyone hear about this UN whistleblower? Is that old news? Am I late to this?
I did not hear that.
Where she's literally
I
so
did not hear
she's
it
doing
either.
a document right. So she's doing a documentary. I have to get her name. But she's talking about how HTing in the UN is so well known, and when they asked her like, who are these officials? Like, she goes, there's not one that hasn't been promoted that is either graping children or being promoted who are HTing children and people in these countries that they're quote unquote helping. It's pretty insane.
There was
I did
another.
not hear anything about that. That's crazy that I missed.
Let me find out who this person is exactly, but it was pretty, when you hear it, you're like, oh, duh.
Like what was going on with Jeffrey Epstein on a different level. I've heard that there's women that are still being just traded around the world. It's still going on.
It was a 2022 doc, and it's called The Whistleblowers Inside the UN.
Okay. That's crazy. It's from 2022 too.
I know. And I'm just now hearing about this.
But yes, to what you said, Stargazer, yes, because Jeffrey Epstein died and Ghislaine Maxwell went to jail. Well, guess what? They were not single-handedly running an international global human trafficking ring. That's just not possible. It's not feasible. It's not realistic. And that somehow there's no more prosecutions to be had, and there's no money to trace, and there's no banks to backlog. Somehow they must have done this all by themselves, and now it's case closed. We're moving on with our lives.
Right, it's still going on, and I'm like,
it's because we all we did was chop the head of the network off, and that's not how you take down a network.
right. The snake regrew its head.
Exactly. Hail fucking Hydra. They'll find a way. Like, there's hundreds of thousands of these fucking scumbags, and I'm sure somebody just stepped right into his fucking shoes and they carried on like business as usual with the heat conveniently placed somewhere else while all these investigations just fizzle out and die because apparently Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein just were able to traffic tens of thousands of women by themselves with no one driving. They drove them all around themselves. They you know what I mean? Like there have to be so many other people involved that we can't even fathom how many other individuals have dirt on their hands. And yet there's just no evidence apparently, and there's no money to track, and there's nothing we can do about it. Crazy, isn't it?
Yep, and they just arrested 3 guys in Florida. They saved 150 children. I'm like, what?
Well, to be honest, I think the reason why that we can't find the accomplices for these crimes, right, is because I'm pretty sure that they took painstaking measures to make sure that there wasn't a trail, right? I think that's probably what it is.
No criminal is perfect. Right. Everyone makes a mistake. Everyone drops the ball. Everyone leaves a loose end somewhere.
Yeah,
and if you pull hard enough, you'll find it. But they're just not. They don't care to find it. That's the problem.
No. The prosecutors who are on the case, right? These are people.
No, but prosecutors aren't investigators. All they do is deal with information that's given to them by the people who are investigating.
Right.
Okay, but the point that I'm trying to make is that these people work for the government, right? Working for government. Like if your intelligence level is not going to be as high as working in private industry, right? Because you make more in private if you are, pretty smart, right?
How many private security companies have tracked down human traffickers in the last, 100 years?
The point that I'm trying to make is that you don't have the best people on the case, and that's why I think.
So, and again, to counter your point, I ask you, how many major human trafficking rings have been taken down by private investigators or private security companies? That's right. Every single fucking one has been taken down by a government official of one form or another. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I know, but
there's some huge track record of private security doing a better job than government employees. The government employees are the only ones that have ever done law enforcement, and somehow it's always worked before. And yet, in this instance, it's just not enough. We can't find anything. But we can take down fucking narco rings, and we can take down all kinds of other shit without an issue.
What I'm saying is, you have let's say you have a private defender, right? You have someone from the Innocence Project or whatever, right?
I don't know why we're talking about lawyers again. Lawyers are not the problem.
No, but here's the point. I'm going to get there. If you have a public defender, right, somebody who is doing it without pay, right, versus hiring a legal defense.
You think public defenders don't get paid? You think they work for free?
But they get paid very low, right? Unless they're very passionate, which is, not really.
Making sure we're there.
Look, the point being is that, like, people who are very skilled, they use those skills in the private sector and they earn a lot more money. What I'm saying is that the people going after these, this whole Epstein, trail, right? They are not like we don't have the best people on the case. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
So I know you've said it like 4 times, and I'm going to continue to say the same thing that I've been saying every time you say it. Point to me in the direction of this magic private industry that's out there fucking solving crimes.
Or do they just have a vested interest? We might not have, like, it's not necessarily we don't have the best people on the case. Do we just have people invested in keeping the truth from us because they're profiting off of it? I think that's.
I don't even know if it's so much as that, but I do think it's a big part of it is what people have been kind of saying of like, well, if you pull the string, the sweater will come apart because it's so fucking intertwined into the upper echelons of society that it'll bring the whole tower come tumbling down.
Right,
and they can't afford that economically, so they just don't do it.
Exactly. That's kind of what I'm saying is like the vested interest is keeping it hidden.
But the other part of it,
I thought you meant there was like a profit incentive to keep it hidden. I don't think there's a profit incentive necessarily. I think it's more of keeping the world in order.
Let's say that you're complicit, right? And you also are in a position to assign someone to investigate, right? You're not going to put the best people on that case, right? You're going to put the people that you think won't uncover what you've done, right? If we're really going down the rabbit hole, right?
Cash Patel.
Huh?
Like Cash Patel.
Like having the FBI headed by 2 podcasters.
Look,
like
when you mention Cash Patel,
Hegseth, people who you have dirt on who've done crimes, therefore you can blackmail them if they get too close to the truth.
Okay, but am I wrong about this?
All the women around the administration. Like them.
Look, I'll grant what you're saying, but like, am I wrong about that? Is Cash Patel the best person that you want to be investigating this? Is he really, or is he someone that you put in place where they will not find out the truth, right? Through incompetency by going to fucking NHL games and shit, Like
having Robert F. Kennedy be the head of our, poo-poo salmonella FDA economy right now, him.
I don't understand. I don't really get why Lift and Shift is like talking himself into this corner because, like, that's what we're all saying. We understand that Donald fucking Trump doesn't want this to be gotten to the bottom of it, and that's exactly why he did put 2 fucking podcasters in charge of the FBI. Yes, you are exactly correct, Lift and Shift. That's what we're saying. It's not like a what if. This is what happens. That's my whole point.
It's almost like when we put people who are incompetent or people who can easily be manipulated, that the government won't work as well, right? It's almost like we need competent people in positions in order to be appropriately effective in their jobs. I don't know.
Authoritarian playbook, fucking page number 1, break all the civic systems so nothing works, and then, I'm the only one that can save our country because everything's broken and ruined because I set it all on fucking fire. It's the fireman's dilemma. Setting fires so you can be the hero to fucking put them out and make everyone think you're amazing.
Dude, are you Chat CT?
No. God, that's the most offensive thing anyone's ever fucking said to me. I should smack you for that, just right that alone.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, are you
you gotta say you're out of your depth, Donnie. That's literally every time Chat CT comes up here, I just think of the Big Lebowski. You're out of your depth.
Great movie.
You're not built for this.
Simple is fucking Chat CT. I'm pretty sure of it.
You can, whatever helps you sleep at night, sweetheart. We've been on the panel at the same time. Please, I can promise you we're not.
Please don't do that.
I'm sorry, Mojo. I forgot. I'm sorry. It's been a minute since I've been on.
I liked it.
Anyway.
That's not
anyway, talk about the article that I read. I read an article that essentially U.S. is winning the war in Iran.
Sorry, I can't. It's too dumb. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Good night, Civics.
Straight up.
I read this article and explained why, right? So the reason why
You
we're
wrote
winning.
Who wrote it?
No, I read it.
Yes, but the question was, where did it come from? Who wrote it?
Who wrote it?
Reputable news source. I don't know. It's on Yahoo.
What's the news source?
Yahoo.
Yahoo's pretty sus.
Right.
Let me
read it on MSN.com.
Let me explain to you what the article said, right? and how it explained that we're winning, right? Because I'm sure that's what you're thinking, right? The reason that we're winning is because, first of all, we have essentially cut off all of Iran's outgoing oil trade, right?
No, we haven't.
They've done about 1.5 million barrels per day, even during the war. And now we've essentially cut off that economic lifeline that they had. And we have been guiding ships through the strait by hugging to the left side of the strait on the Oman borders, and they've been successfully getting through, and we've been increasing that. So even the Iranian chief of bank or whatever, right, has said, like, it's no secret that we have not been able to get oil out of our country, right? So they are now, we have an economic deadlock on their country. And so, in that way, right now they're saying that, hey, we should be making a deal. Now we have the upper hand, quote unquote, is what they said. We need to make a deal with the U.S. because essentially they are
all of the. All right. I just got a flag for misinformation. Stop it.
Oh, that's what happens when we read off of fucking Yahoo in 2026.
Wait, Mojo, are you serious?
No, but stop fucking saying nonsense.
Yeah.
So it's not a war, right? Because Congress hasn't officially called it, right? It's a conflict.
Okay.
Not a war.
Okay. The special military operation. Okay.
I'm going to give you a flag for misinformation.
Yeah. Dr. Kebab in the Gulag says, you have to be trolling. Nobody can be this oblivious to everything.
Well, meet lift and shift.
Yes. Come up and join us if you dare.
Point being is that we're winning the war on an economic level. Okay. I'll make it short.
Point being, you're just wrong, and that was a big waste of time listening to you.
No, yes, I did extend it a little bit longer than I should have. Sure.
You might as well be reading from fucking Awesome 365.
Yeah, there's only one person laughed at, so it's not really a funny joke.
What fortune cookie do you get all your information from, Lift and Shift? I'm just so curious.
Yahoo!
You'd be surprised where I get my information from. I get it from reputable sources.
Do you crack them open, or you just lick them until they like sog out, and then you pull out the fortune with your tongue? I don't know.
I just want to point out in April.
That sounds way too expressive.
Make everything
in order
dirty,
for
Mojo. And is this Mojo After Dark or not?
Stop. That sounds way too expressive for you to not have done that before.
Yeah, you definitely do.
Yeah. You definitely got to suck on the fortune cookie to get the fortune out.
Is that what you call it? Is that what you call it? A fortune cookie?
I am Peg Princess. What do I say?
Wow.
Look, the way you eat your fortune cookies is between you and the fortune cookie, right? And maybe God as well. But like, nobody does that.
Where's Elle when you need her? I swear.
I think she went to bed. She went to another panel. She wasn't getting enough attention here.
And you know what else, Liv? You know what else no one else does? Gets their primary news source from Yahoo.
No, look, it was a rare occasion because normally I look at.
And you know what else left? Nobody votes for Trump.
You're wrong.
In March of 2026, it was 3.06 thousand barrels per day per 1,000. And in July, it's 2.4. So they've gone down some, but not significantly.
Interesting.
So what you're saying is I'm right, just not exactly right.
I mean, no, because you're claiming that it's like so significant that it's crippling their economy, and I'm saying that it's barely moved at all, and they're just fucking fine. And whatever conservative hope core you were reading is a fantasy.
I think it's pretty crazy to think that they're hugging the fucking shore of Oman to try and stay away from attacks from Iran. That's fucking stupid. These are drones that are attacking them.
Yes,
I don't know why the fuck they just can't fly over the goddamn strait. It's not like it's that wide.
Well,
it's notoriously the issue. Yeah,
we're providing defense for those ships that we are allowing to go through. So
defense for what? They shoot down drones? Oh no.
Yeah. Essentially,
we shoot down a $50,000 drone with a fucking $2-3 million missile. That seems a little fucking stupid.
Yep.
To move one tanker of fucking oil a day or whatever the fuck we're escorting.
Yeah, okay. So I understand that there's economics at play that makes it not completely beneficial, but it is providing a chokehold to Iran.
Yeah, but the economics at play were like your whole argument, and we're saying that like they're spending very little to defend the strait and continuing their oil production at almost an uninterrupted rate, and we're thinking billions of dollars into a fucking hole in the desert once again.
Well, we're talking about millions when we talk about shooting down a drone, and we're talking about billions when we let one cargo.
You're talking about
go around.
You're talking about using $1 million drones to shoot down $5,000. I'm sorry, we're using millions of dollars of missiles to shoot down $5,000 drones.
Okay, and what's the value of the oil on the ship that we get across without being harmed?
That's not the point.
No, it is.
That's not the point, though. All they have to do is outlast us to another presidency. That's all they're trying to do. And if it costs them, they're right, and they don't care about the lives of their people, so they're fine. They're fine. Like literally, they're gonna have their people suffer, and they'll be okay. But guess who else suffers too? We're economically just as bad off in this situation as they are.
Why would the
guess who's suffering right along with them?
Why would the ministry of their banking system make the statement that hey, there's no lie that we're not getting oil out, right? He said that specifically.
And look at our own economy, and look how people aren't even able to afford gas or bread. We're not in a better position than they are. We're not. All they're going to do is wait out this administration. They got to wait 2 more years, like the rest of us sane Americans, and that possibly less, like the rest of us sane Americans, and then like they can do whatever they want after that.
Yeah, but the hardliners are not going to continue supporting the government if they're not getting paid. I mean, that's just a fact, right?
Yeah, they are, because it's literally
we want to be supporting our own
you're not understanding the dynamic.
If we weren't getting a paycheck, you're
not understanding the dynamics here. They're fighting for existential reasons. We're fighting because we're fighting because we're just told to.
Yeah, it's amazing how much people will sacrifice when they're actually fighting for their fucking land, as opposed to just going over somewhere else's country and bombing the shit out of them and be like, oh well, we gave it our best go. No, when it's your actual fucking home that's having bombs dropped on it, you tend to fight a little harder whether you're getting paid or not.
Yeah, but we're talking specifically about the government, right, and the Iranian regime versus.
I don't know what the difference is.
Well, there is a difference because we're not trying to take over Iran, right? The people
say we were.
The people who are working for the government, they also know that. They know that we're not trying to gain control.
They just know we're blowing up their children, right? They know we're blowing up their infrastructure. Where we're literally threatening to blow up their fucking all of their fucking infrastructure and shit like that, like all that shit that Trump said.
One mistake, dude. Stop harping on it.
It's not. It's multiple. And here's the other thing. They might hate their government. Let's say let's say there are Iranians that absolutely hate their government and they're like, want it to change. They absolutely hate us more than they hate their own government, right? Because if you have people coming in and destabilizing you guys and trying to actively harm you and your children, your hatred for the U.S. is going to be a lot more than your hatred for your own government.
Well,
because
no,
guess what?
First,
the U.S. did this to them in the first place, Alift, and you would know that if you knew a shit about history.
I was going to say, the right...
proven that today on the panel, but we went in there in the 50s, we destabilized the country, and we left them in destitution to be in the position that they are in now. So if I were Iranian, I would not care about the U.S. In fact, I would be down with the U.S. to get, blasted out of the Strait of Hormuz once and for all, especially if Israel's behind that too, because Israel's an existential threat to them. So again, lift and shift, I beg you, before you have an opinion, maybe read a book. And stop reading Yahoo.
The right love to trot out the Death to America line, and then just stop right there, as though they woke up one day and they were just jealous of how amazing we were, or something. Like there's no context behind them saying that.
We're talking about a very small populace who said that, but also look, we see an example of our success, and I'll explain what it is. Right, so we're seeing now Iranian women, right, outwardly, like they're essentially defying this whole concept of wearing hijab.
They were doing that way before this. They were doing that in they were doing that in 2021. What's your point?
The point is that they're doing it now.
We don't care about our women here.
They're doing
we don't care about our women here. We're talking about taking our women's right to vote away, and you're worried about women in Iran? Like, are you okay?
You don't know.
You think we're any better? You think we're any better? You have literally politicians in power right now systematically trying to take minorities and women's votes away. And you're talking about women in Iran, and that's the reason why we should be there. Another reason why no one can point. And that's what drives me absolutely batshit about this whole thing. Not one person can actually have a logical argument of why we are even there, other than Trump wanted to take his micro penis and swing it around for 5 seconds because he already destabilized 8 other countries.
Or that we finally had a president that believed Bibi saying that they're going to have a nuke in 6 months after he's been saying it for 30 years.
Yes, okay, I'll agree with you there. But I think that you're neglecting to understand that the fact that they are more prominent in not adhering to the jihadist laws that the religious police are putting forth.
You know what the word jihad means?
Is exemplary of them breaking away from the regime. Okay, it is. Like I hope that
you're failing to recognize and to even give us a real reason why we're even there. Other than literally Trump has been jealous and trying to be Obama his entire presidential career, but he just can't hack it because he's a failed businessman and he's a failed president. He's a failure of a human being. And yet you're still on his ship. And when that ship sinks, and it will, like the USS Lincoln right now, RAP, like, I'm not going to save you.
I don't need to.
I think it's on its way home, thankfully.
Yes. And did you hear about...
It's already home, actually.
The sailor whose father ICE picked up? That was
that's why I knew it was home already, because I forgot about that story, so it's made it home already.
Well, I think it's made it home, or it's pretty close, but that's really screwed up.
I mean, I'm wholly unsurprised by it.
Yeah, the other day, and Donovan and Derek, they were like, well, they were trying to justify that, and I went nuts. I go, the guys
coming home. I didn't even know that. But would that ship even be coming home if it didn't get all the national attention that it did? It
absolutely
wouldn't.
Not.
No,
absolutely not. Nope.
This is a PR thing, if anything. Like, I'm glad it's coming home, but like, thank God for social media. Thank God for awareness, because but think about all the other factions of our military that are literally suffering for something stupid as this. It drives me nuts.
Right.
Look, if you're going to join the military, first of all, why would you become a Marine or Navy? Why wouldn't you just go straight to Air Force, by the way? Just
It is an Air Force
Fucking
carrier,
stupid,
you
dude.
dumbass. You fucking idiot. It is an Air Force carrier. Are you so... Oh my God, I want to...
No, what I'm saying
Really?
is that it's a lot more...
You heard... It's an
Sounds like you
aircraft
shouldn't.
carrier, you dumb shit.
Well, it's an
It
aircraft
falls under
carrier,
the
but
branch
typically
of
they're
Air
flown by
Force.
Navy pilots.
Yeah, exactly. So shut the fuck up.
Still.
What the
Not
fuck?
in any way to give that fucking cuckbag a point, but that's not.
Oh.
But he was
All
about to go
right.
to this fucking.
Crickets. I'm probably just gonna shut down. Lift and Shift just said shut the fuck up. So
You never let me up when it's good, Mojo. Did you drop me tonight, first of all?
I did.
You did, you little shit.
Yeah. Because you're an asshole.
I am an asshole, but guess what? You're a bigger one. Have you made amends for your crimes?